Chapter 1. Prologue. Crucial turning point. A long time ago, martial artists of Jianghu used to learn martial arts for their own safety and protection against enemies. But as time passed, martial arts evolved to kill enemies more efficiently, and it grew to be more sophisticated and complicated. The simple forms became a series of movements, and the breathing techniques represented the basics of internal energy. Martial artists left heirlooms to the future generations with books and teachings of what they learned, allowing martial arts to evolve. Martial artists were soon the ones who were more powerful than normal humans, as they could run through the trees like the wind, crush stones with their fists, and cut down trees the swing of a sword. They were soon called the people of Wulin. However, martial artists wanted to become more powerful, and they gathered to form clans. Those who wanted justice and honor called themselves the Force of Justice, and the ones who did not care about using violence and cruelty were called the Force of Evil. And there were those who sought an entirely different route, seeking only strength. They were called the Demonic Cult. The current Wulin was in a tight competition between the three forces. South of Jianghu, there was a place called 10,000 Mountains. It was filled with tons of mountain peaks that spread vastly over the land, and this place was forbidden. It was because this place was the home of the Demonic Cult. In a deep forest far from the castle of the Demonic Cult, a boy who looked to be in his teens was running for his life. Ugh. The boy was exhausted and heavily panting. His clothes were ripped and his face was full of bruises, showing that he had gone through a severe beating before he had escaped. Damn it, the boy spat, as he saw 5 masked men waiting to capture him. He had run so hard for the last 30 minutes, but it seemed he couldn't get away. Fuck. The boy held on his trembling legs and glared at masked men. Their faces were covered, but it was easy to see that they all were smirking. You did well in running all the way here, Prince Chun. Haha. I almost fell asleep while waiting for you. The boy frowned. If they had been waiting for him here, then there was no point for him to continue running in this direction. The masked men all pulled out their swords from their backs. Their eyes were filled with the intention to kill the boy. What should I do? It was his life that they wanted. It didn't seem like talking to them would work. He had used all of his internal energy to run here, so he had no energy left to run or fight. But even with his death waiting for him, his eyes were filled with anger rather than fear. Why? I gave up on joining the academy already. Why do you want to kill me? Prince, you surely know that all of that doesn't matter. The boy was at a loss for words. He had expected this day to come ever since he was very young, but he didn't expect it would come even before he joined the academy. As long as you have the right to the throne, it is your destiny. The other masked men began making comments also. Surrender, and we will make this quick. Even if you have peasant blood, we will not dishonor the blood of our Lord. The boy then became filled with anger. The word he hated the most were the words that insulted his mother. Damn bastards. If he was going to die anyway, he might as well try to fight back. He pulled out a dagger. He had never learned martial arts, however. All he knew was whatever he observed from watching his guard, Warrior Zhang. A dagger? Did you learn something from Zhang? Sadly, he didn't. If he really did learn it, the skill would have been very useful here. Crude. But your blood speaks it for itself, that you do not cower away at your death. The masked men seemed to be very happy. It was better for them to kill someone who would not give up than someone who would beg. Kill him. One of the men gave the order, and the other 4 attacked the boy at once. He thought he would hold them off for at least a bit, but that wasn't the case. Ha! Arg! One of the masked men used his sword hit to strike the boy's wrist, and he dropped the dagger to the ground. His face grimaced and he glared at the masked man. But the man grabbed the boy's neck. Arg! Is it over? The boy's face turned red, but his eyes had not given up yet. At that moment, another man shouted, "Watch out!" What? The dagger! A dagger stabbed the man's chin. The boy had been hiding another dagger, and the attack killed the masked man at once. What? A mere boy without any martial arts training killed one of my fighters. The leader of the masked men who was watching became intrigued. It seemed like the boy was aiming for this from the beginning. Damn kid. Get him. Another man charged in and kicked the boy, swinging his sword down the boy's stomach. Aowawarg. The boy had never felt such pain in his life. A searing pain shot up from his stomach and blood soared up from his throat. Damn it. So it didn't work twice. But killing at least one of them made him feel better. He was going to die anyway. Ayakak. The masked man stepped on the boy's punctured wound, and the boy screamed in pain. The ground was drenched with blood. The man could have killed the boy at once, but he seemed to be giving the boy as much pain as possible. Slowly. I will give you a slow death. The leader didn't seem to like what was happening, but he couldn't stop him since it was for the revenge of his teammate. Suddenly, a bright light shined as if a lightning bolt had struck. When the light disappeared, the masked men's eyes turned in shock. What? Blood sprayed up like a fountain. The masked man who had been stomping on the boy had lost the entire top half of his body where the blood was spurting upwards. What? The boy also was in shock. If he wasn't wrong, some white light streak had zapped the man and his body melted away. It's him. The leader pointed to a certain direction in shock, and there was a strange man with weird clothing. The man then disappeared. It wasn't through any movement skill. It was as if he had turned invisible so that he could not be seen. Another light then struck another man, killing him also. The only ones left were the leader and the remaining masked man. Someone is helping him. The white light. Is it a beam? If it wasn't an energy beam that was said to be used by highly skilled warriors, there wasn't anything like it that could instantly melt a human. The boy had lost a lot of blood, so he would die anyway. We did what we needed. We should retreat. The leader tried to send a signal for his man to fall back, But he was then struck with another streak of lightning, and he disappeared also. Arg! The man screamed in panic and tried to run, but he too was struck by the lightning. After all the men were killed, the boy smiled and chuckled. Ha! Farewell, bastards. Then, a strangely clothed man revealed himself in front of the boy. He wanted to scream in shock, but he had no energy to do so. Whoa. So, my ancestor feels better even when you're about to die? Ancestor? The boy frowned. But he had no energy to speak and his body was growing cold. He had lost too much blood. Am I going to die now? That's when he heard a weird beeping sound. Then he saw something on the silver-clothed man's wrist and became shocked. I wanted to come earlier and teach you how to use it, but, oh well. The man took out two things from a small bag. One was a syringe. The boy was almost at the brink of death. I should hurry. The man then injected the syringe at the back of the boy's ear. He then brought up another syringe and stuck it in the boy's heart. Ugh. It pains me just by looking at it. Anyway, hey, ancestor. The man called out to the boy. Please make it right and make your descendants' life easy. Okay? The nano-machine is the latest one there is, so it won't be too hard to use. What is he saying? And with that, the man disappeared. The boy then heard a strange sound in his ears. Serial number 03445325893. Activating the 7th generation nanomachine of the Sky Corporation. Scanning the user's physical data. Now scanning, weird words rang through the boy's ears and a weird light began glowing from his body. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling over his body, and soon the sound came back. Scanning complete. Emergency. Emergency. Found a severe wound on the user's stomach. The blood loss is at 13%. Initiating blood injection and healing for life support. And the boy's body began to change. It was the beginning of his life's turning point. Chapter 2. Machine descended to my body. 1. Prince Chun had been attacked by masked men and was killed by a sword to the stomach. Or so he thought. The guard, Jang, ran as fast as he could with his movement skill to find Prince Chun. When he found the boy, the place was littered with dead bodies that were missing their upper torsos. Only one of the masked men's bodies was intact, but he had been killed with a dagger to his head. It's the dagger I gave to him. It was what Jang had given to Prince Chun on his 10th birthday. He didn't teach him a single dagger skill since he was made to swear an oath to not teach any martial arts to the boy until he joined the demonic academy. So it was astonishing that the prince had killed even one man. Oh, Prince. Jang then found the prince slumped down on the ground. The ground was drenched with blood, hinting of doom. Please, if the prince to die here, he wouldn't be able to find the right words to apologize to the boy's mother. However, something was weird. He heard the boy's breathing. From the looks of his clothing, it was certain that the prince had been struck with a sword to his stomach, but his breathing seemed to be normal. Jang went up to him and picked up the clothes. There are no wounds. Prince Chun's stomach was clean of any wounds. It was weird since the ground nearby was full of Prince Chun's blood. What is it? Did the Lord? No. The Lord would not meddle with the fight for the throne. But who killed these men and saved the prince then? His mind was full of questions, but none could be answered. Jang searched the area for a while, and soon buried bodies and took up the prince on his shoulder. He then activated his movement skill to travel toward the demonic cult's castle. As Jang's hand touched the boy, something in boy's head shocked him and deactivated his unconscious state. Self-healing mode paused at 80%. Master, wake up please. The boy's eyes opened in shock as he heard a voice ringing in his head. He had to have died from the severe blood loss, but he was alive, and someone was carrying him on their shoulder. He looked down and that it was Jang gagging, his guard. Jang. The boy's face brightened up and the cold mechanical voice came back again. Confirm target to be friendly. Deactivating automatic defensive mechanism. Reactivating self-healing mode. And with it, the severe headache struck the boy's head, and he grabbed it with both hands. Prince, you're awake. Are you okay? Jang smiled and asked excitedly. Prince. But the boy couldn't stand the headache and fell unconscious again. It was the next morning when he woke up from his sleep. His body was drenched with sweat. He realized that he was sweaty, and he wiped his forehead with his palm. However, he realized that it was not sweat, but something sticky instead. What is this? He then saw the dark, black liquid on his palm and became shocked. It had a foul stench. The smell was so bad, and the liquid covered his entire body as if it had seeped out from his body. What is this? That's when the voice came to his head. Master, are you awake? What? The voice repeated itself. Master, are you awake? Who are you? The boy got up from the bed and glanced around, but he soon realized that the voice wasn't coming from outside. Master, please calm down. Is it coming from my head? That is correct, master. What? He only thought the word, and the voice seemed to have read his mind. The boy became nervous. Telepathic message? No. It's not that. Telepathy was a skill that highly trained martial artists used to send messages to others. He had heard one of those types of messages once a long time ago. The message was sent with internal energy, and that made it feel like a wave of energy. I am unsure of what this telepathic message is, but you are not listening to me through your ears, master. What? Who are you? The boy looked up in the air with wide eyes. He thought if one could send a message directly through his head, the one would be very powerful being. I am the 7th generation nanomachine, made by Sky Corporation to serve as a core to support Master's brain. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The boy became pale as what he was being told was beyond his comprehension. The nanomachine realized that the user did not understand their words. Who are you? And what do you want with me? I am the 7th generation nanomachine. Nano-machine, evil god? Yes, I am nanomachine. The boy's face turned grim. The evil god was the being that the demonic cult worshipped. The Lord was the one who was given the power to communicate with the said god. Are you really the evil god? He was now kneeling on his knees, asking with a shaking voice. The nanomachine had understood that the boy had gotten everything completely wrong. Chapter 3. Machine descended to my body. 2. The boy's name was Chun Yo-won. He was the member of the Chun family, the highest-ranked family in the demonic cult. The Chun family was related to the Great Lord himself, and everyone considered them to be extremely powerful. However, contrary to people's speculations, they were just a part of the 6 main families that maintained the demonic cult. Chun Yun was the son of a female slave who worked at the Lord's chamber and was not from the 6 families. Although he was the child of a slave, he was still part of the Chun family and he had the right to the throne. Nonetheless, he was not even close to having a chance at taking the throne. Then what made him fall encounter danger? The reason was with his mother, Lady Hua. The Lord, who did not like any of the 6 women from the 6 families, fell in love with a mere slave. This made the other wives angry and spiteful. Moreover, their fury didn't just end there. Chun Yo-won encountered multiple life threats throughout the 15 years of his life. He had no chance of succeeding the throne, but he was still wanted for his life due to the anger of the other wives. Since 7 days ago, the assassination attempts increased greatly. It was because it was now time for him to join the demonic academy, and that would test his right to succeed and earn the title to be the Lord's heir. If he joined the academy, he would learn martial arts and grow in power to have his own force. And the academy prohibited most outside entries, which would ensure his safety. That's why the assassination attempts happened so often. Did you save my life, God? Chun Yo-won asked the voice in his head while he laid flat on the ground. The nanomachine answered, if it is about the enemy who tried to kill you, no. But if you were talking about Master's wound after going into self-healing mode, yes. What is a self-healing? Yo-won couldn't understand most of the words that the nanomachine used. Nanomachine realized that they couldn't communicate like this, sending basic information to Master's brain. Nanomachine understood that it needed to find the right words for its master to understand, searching for the right words for the era and culture. Nanomachine began searching through words and terms so that Chun Yo-won could understand. After a while, Nanomachine finished selecting the words to communicate. Master, I am not the evil god that you speak of. Chun Yo-won became surprised at the sudden change of tone, although it still sounded mechanical. What? Then who are you? I am trying to send you the basic information and manual about me to your brain. Will you accept? Nanomachine thought it would be easy to send the information instead of talking about it, and Chun Yo-won nodded without knowing what it was actually. Then, a video flashed in his brain at once. His eyes shook rapidly as he looked through multiple video images, and soon he felt dizzy. He bent over and kneeled down to the ground to vomit. Ugh. It is a natural reaction after receiving information through your brain. You will not feel dizzy the second time around. Chun Yo-won recovered from the dizziness and got up. What is going on? It was hard to believe. He had not seen or been taught anything, but he now knew about the machine created with highly advanced technology installed in his brain. Nanomachine? Yes, Master. Is it true that thousands of machines are now embedded in my body? That is correct. 6,482,040,000 nanomachines have now been placed into your body. Chun Yo-won didn't feel good about having something weird in his body, but he now realized what he was dealing with was not a human nor a god, but a machine. He felt relaxed by the fact and asked, if I want, can you get out of my body? As you saw through the information that was sent, I am programmed to only be extracted outside the body in case you die. Therefore, the machine was bound to stay until Yo-won died. He couldn't understand why this had happened. Who put you into my? That's when someone knocked on the door to his room. Prince, Dr. Beck is here. It was Jang's voice. Yo-won wasn't sure about how he should explain the fact that he was talking with a machine, so he stuttered, stay quiet for a while. I can read your thoughts to communicate, Master. I get it. Just be quiet. Going into silent mode, Yo-won got back on the bed and laid down with the blanket over his body. The door opened and a middle-aged man, Jang, and an old man with long white hair came in. The prince seems to be asleep, so we will. Prince. Jang found Yo-won looking at him from the bed and quickly ran up to him. Are you okay, Prug? He then placed his hand over his nose because of the terrible stench coming from the prince. What's going on? Yo-won forgot what happened to his body because he had been talking to the nanomachine. The black ooze that came out of his body was too terrible to smell. Dr. Beck then walked up with an interested look on his face. He was the designated doctor for the Lord of the demonic cult and was nicknamed Demon Doctor in the cult. Prince Chun, we know each other, don't we? Of course, Doctor. There wasn't anyone in the cult that didn't know about the doctor. Also, Yo-won had met him when his mother was sick. Give me your hand. Let me feel your pulse. That's. His hand was sticky from the ooze, so it was embarrassing to show it to him. The doctor said it was okay. He reached out so that Yo-won could give him his hand. The doctor checked his pulse for a while and opened his eyes in astonishment. This is very interesting. What is it? Dr. Beck, did something happen to the prince? Jang asked with a frown, but the doctor shook his head and smiled. No. This is very good, actually. What are you talking about? The entire body has been cleansed of any dirty substances and his energy flow has been activated. Did he consume a special kind of medicine or something? Yoan was confused. You now have the perfect body to train in martial arts. What? Yoan then understood what the doctor said and became shocked. The black ooze that came out from his body was actually the dirty substances stuck inside his body. What was better was that his energy was now flowing, so he could now learn how to use his internal energy. Hey, nanomachine, did you do this? Deactivating silence mode? Yeah, deactivated. Yes, master. The nanomachines have extracted the unnecessary substances from your body and have reshaped the blood, muscles, and joints to best fit your body shape. Wow. Yoan assumed that it was probably because of the nanomachine, but it was even more shocking to hear it from the nanomachine itself. Are you really not a Ma-Sin, evil god? I am a machine, not Ma-Sin, master. The nanomachine answered with its mechanical voice. Chapter 4. Why memorize a book? 1. Cheon Yoan was a boy, but he was not a fool. He had overcome many hardships and assassination attempts that made him stronger and smarter. He knew the importance of a weapon if he had one, and also knew he had to keep it a secret if he were to keep himself alive. I have to keep it secret that I have nanomachine in me. Cheon Yoan wasn't aware of it, but there was no way that the medical knowledge of this era would be able to find the nanomachine. However, Yoan did not know this, so he didn't feel good about letting Dr. Beck know, as he was from one of the 6 families. Dokmajong. I hope he doesn't catch on. He tried to hide it, but he became nervous. He was forbidden from learning any kind of martial arts before joining the academy. He did get help from someone. That's certain. The doctor was curious because of the change that had happened to the boy. He thought the boy would be pushed down the ranks with his weak body and no knowledge of martial arts. However, his state now proved that he was fit to learn martial arts better than any of the other princes from the other families. Nonetheless, he still was in a bad place to aim for the succession. The other princes already had started learning martial arts and had their own forces. He wasn't all that uninterested after all, it seems. The doctor assumed that the reason for this change was due to the Lord, Chun Yujong. He is his son after all. If the Lord had helped secretly, there was no need for him to acknowledge it. The doctor just wrote a prescription for some medicine to help Yoan regain his energy and returned. Prince Zhang. Yoan hadn't even thanked his guard yet. Nanomachine healed him, but if Zhang didn't come in time, who knew what would have happened next? Thank you for bringing me back to. Before Yoan can finish, Zhang coldly said, I'm sorry, Prince. You must wash up first. Right. It smelled terrible. The doctor called a slave to clean the bed and make preparations so that Yoan could wash up. While bathing in a hot bathtub, Yoan was filled with a strange sensation. Does the world want to change my fate? His fate had already been decided the moment he was born to a female slave. All that was left for his life was to survive without being killed. Hey, nanomachine. Yes, master. He had not talked to the nanomachine for about an hour now. Nanomachine did not speak if he did not ask. You said you recovered me from my wound. How far can you do it? I can recover external or internal wounds quickly, but the loss of blood or a body part will require cell replication, which will require a longer time period. Oh, I see. The nanomachine had given him a lot of information, but it was still hard to understand. At least it was certain that he could recover from most wounds unless he lost a body part or too much blood. Should I test it? I would not recommend hurting yourself, but if you want to try, I suggest testing it first with a small cut. Yoan then grabbed the dagger placed on his pile of clothing and cut his palm. Ouch! The pain made him frown. Activating self-healing mode on the left palm. With the voice, the blood stopped flowing from his palm, and soon the wound disappeared as if it hadn't been there at all. It's hard to believe, but it works. There was more that was hard to believe, which included the usage of the nanomachine. Can I really use all the powers that I was given the knowledge of? Yes, master. You can use every power of the nanomachine as shown in the instructions. Good. I'll test it out after my bath. Yes, master. The source of this content can be connected to N0V3LB-N. Yoan then got out of the water and clenched his 2 fists. If he could utilize the power of the nanomachine, he could rise up in power and get revenge on his enemies. At the south castle of the demonic cult was the house of Bakkamjong, and next to its main building was a chamber for the heir candidate. In the front yard of the chamber, there was a teenage boy with freckles and a masked man kneeling down in front. It's funny. Do you think it even makes sense? The boy seemed to be very angry, and he shouted angrily. The masked man couldn't even answer to quell his anger. I sent you all to kill 1 weak boy and 5 were killed instead? Prince Mukium, I think some warrior helped him. How dare you call my name? I am sorry, Prince Chun. Chun Mukium was 3rd in rank in succeeding the throne. He had sent assassins from his own Bakmajong family to kill Chun Yoan before he could join the academy, but it had failed. I thought he had nothing to help him, but it seems he had something up his sleeve then. It was unexpected. They made Yoan's guards stay away from him and attack the prince, but they had failed. It meant that someone else was also protecting him. Did father do something for him? That's what he had in his mind. But he couldn't say anything about the Lord either. The Lord of demonic cult was the divine being. Oh well, I'll take more chances after joining the academy. There was no protection given inside academy, as each of the princes who had guards appointed by the Lord himself weren't allowed to follow. I didn't want to do it myself, but I guess I have no choice. Chapter 5. Why memorize a book? 2. The demonic cult, located in the 10,000 mountains. The cult had many families and clans, but it was mainly comprised of 6 clans. Wise, Sword, Loyal, Blade, Poison, and Lust clans. These 6 clans each had someone who could become the Lord. As per the oath, The Lord needed to marry women from all 6 clans and make babies who would all live with their mother's clans. The 6 sons would then join the demonic academy held once every 10 years to be trained. The academy was created to train the finest warriors of each generation. At least that's what it was known for officially. However, the academy was filled with the fiercest competition whenever the multiple princes or candidates to succeed the Lord joined. Inside the academy, the princes trained and made connections with other families and clans to increase their power. After claiming victory within the academy, he will become the heir to the throne. Yoan got out of the bath and looked at his body through the mirror as he dried himself off. His body was originally scrawny and weak, but now it was muscular and well-toned. Nanomachine. How is this possible? I have reconstructed your body, master. Reconstruct? Creating something from nothing is hard, but reshaping your body and muscles is not as hard. Your speaking is so complicated. He had not learned martial arts yet, but he did not slack off in his studies. However, whatever words the nanomachine used were those that he had not learned from any of his education sessions. Yoan put his clothes back on and went to his office. Your name is too long. Is there any other name I can call you with? You can set any name you'd like. Master. HM. I can't think of any, so I'll just call you Nano. Registering. Nano dash. I just gave you a name. How about you say thank you? Yoan joked about it, but there was no way a machine could understand a joke. Thank you, master. Yeah. The nanomachine was a machine and Yoan was now getting used to it. His office did not have many books. Most of them were related to his studies, and there weren't any books about martial arts. All he had were basic books about gaining internal energy, and that helped him very little. Bastards. This was the work of all the ladies from the 6 clans. It was those ladies who secretly poisoned his mother and made Yoan swear an oath that he would not learn any martial arts until he joined the academy in front of his dying mother. That's why Yoan could only study this basic internal energy book. Even this was only possible because the Lord himself had sent it to him secretly. If he didn't even learn this, his muscle and veins would have hardened, making it impossible to learn any martial arts even after joining the academy. The 6 clans knew that the training would not make any differences, so they did not care. Let's try it. Yoan took out a book from the shelves. It was a book about blood flow. What do I need to do? Look right into the book and go through each page until you reach the last one. Just flip through the pages? Yes. Please start. Yoan was not convinced, but he started flipping through pages. He then quickly reached the last page. He did not realize it, but his focus was shaking rapidly. I did it. Scan the book, blood passage. Attempting to send the information to the user's brain. Will you accept? Scan? Oh, you mean you copied what it means? Yes, master. Will you accept? I accept. And the feeling that he felt when he received the nanomachine's manual came back to him. His head felt as if a jolt of lightning had struck him, and the information swept into his brain. Yoan felt slightly dizzy, and he held onto the bookshelf. It was much better than before, but he still felt like everything was spinning around him. Transfer complete. Ha. You will get used to it, master. Are you worried about me? I am just stating the fact. And as Nano said, the dizziness quickly disappeared. Is this over? Yes, master. As you did with the manual, you can think about the related information to bring it up. Yoan then thought about blood flow, and information about the book that he hadn't even read came up to him naturally. What? Wow. It was hard to believe, but he had just crammed the entire book into his head without even reading it. He fully understood what it meant. There was an error in the book that was corrected before it was transferred. Error? What error? Information about the blood points were wrong, so it was amended. The nanomachine that was created in the distant future had embedded more precise information while scanning the book. This is crazy. Yoan thought this was amazing. He had to study and memorize books until now, but with this method, he didn't need to spend time on that anymore. I can just cram everything in. Yoan smiled excitedly. He didn't have that many books in his office, but it was going to be different once he entered the academy. Let's quickly grow stronger than everyone else and survive after joining the academy. That's the goal. He couldn't fight the war for the throne just yet. He needed to focus on surviving for now. Little did Chun Yoan know that the power of the nanomachine was not only limited to its information transfer. Chapter 6. Entering the Academy. 1. Yoan's mother died when he was 10 years old. The Lord sent Dr. Beck to look after his mother, but it was too late. He later learned that his mother died due to poisoning. It was a type that was hidden inside food, and one could not detect the poison until it killed the target that consumed it, thus assassinating them. Yoan was also poisoned, but he did not have as much food, and he was able to survive by taking Dr. Beck's medicine. After this incident, Jang always prepared his food. Jang always woke up early in the morning to train before preparing Yoan's breakfast. It wasn't sure since when, but Yoan always woke up early too and watched Jang go through his training. According to Wulian's standards, it was rude to peek at another's training, but Jang felt sorry for Yoan who couldn't learn martial arts and he didn't say much about it. And today, Jang was up early to train his dagger skills. It's today. Yoan stayed up late that night, and now it was time for him to join the academy. Once he entered the academy's doors, he'd lose Jang's protection. He drew a long face as he looked at Jang's training. Would it have been better if I learned some of his arts at least? He always thought of this, but members of clans were always watching them so he couldn't learn. That's when the nanomachine spoke to him. Would you like to scan guard Jang's movements? What? Yoan opened his eyes in shock. Can you scan a person's movements too? It is possible. Then you mean you can scan Jang's martial art movements and transfer them to my head? Yes, master. And there is data of multiple martial arts techniques that I can transfer over to you at this moment. Yoan did not know, but the nanomachine was created with advanced technology from the future. He did not gain approval from Jang, but he was going to the academy in the afternoon. He had to make a choice. Okay, scan it. Activating the scan, Yoan's focus began to shake rapidly and then started to scan Jang's movements. After staring at his movements for about 30 minutes, Nano's voice filled his head. Movement scan completed. Beginning transfer, and with the jolt, the movement began to play back in Yoan's head. And soon, it was complete. Transfer complete. With the slight dizziness, it was done. Yoan's eye shined with astonishment. This was beyond amazement. Nano, I can't believe this. I think I can use Jang's dagger skill. Yoan closed the window so Jang could not see him and readied himself. It was the basic stance that Jang did before unleashing his skill. Yoan then swung his arm to unleash his dagger. He did not learn, nor was he taught, but his movements now matched Jang's movements outside. Jang had trained his actions for 20 years, but Yoan could mimic his movements perfectly. Nano's voice rang in his ears again. Muscle analysis complete for training the movements. Will you accept the transfer to your muscles? I need the muscle transfer too? Yoan asked curiously. If you don't have the proper developed muscles for your movement, you will? Ugh. Before Nano could finish, Yoan felt pain tearing through his entire muscle. It was so intense that he couldn't even move. There is muscle damage as it is not yet suitable for the movement. Okay, now I get it. Can you please make it easier for me to understand? Yoan thought as he barely got up and sat down on the bed, changing language to fit the user's level. Yoan frowned as it didn't feel too good, but he couldn't understand fully either. Translation complete. You did not train like Jang for a long time, so your body is not yet accustomed to the movements that your brain has learned. Only after simulating the movements and analyzing the muscle development requirements can you use it fully. Okay, I think I understand better now. It's still hard. Most terms that Nano used were not used in people of current times, which was hard to understand. Would you like to lower the language level to the lowest level? No, that won't be necessary. So, if I transfer the muscle development, I won't have this bad pain? That is correct. Will you begin the transfer? How long does it take? Reshaping muscles will require every nanomachine inside the body, which will take loading time. Loading time? So how long will it take? Approximately 2 hours. It was still early in the morning, so 2 hours was okay. Yoan nodded and agreed with the transfer. Activating muscle transfer. It will come with strong pain, so you will be put under anesthesia. Does it hurt? It comes with severe pain. There have been millions of cases of fainting from the pain. Should I try it without anesthesia? Yoan wondered curiously. Will you proceed without anesthesia? If I can't bear it, can you put me to sleep? Yoan added. He soon realized he was not wrong in adding that last part. Beginning the process, as millions of nanomachines began moving toward his muscles, he felt ticklish. This doesn't seem. And the muscle change began at once. UGH, he gasped. The muscles twisted and his eyes rolled backward at the intense pain. He couldn't scream, but he couldn't hold back either. Nungaha. Yoan twisted in agony and almost screamed as Nano's voice rang in his head. Injecting anesthesia. GGR. And Yoan fell asleep. Chapter 7. Entering the Academy. 2. After completing his morning training, Jang prepared breakfast. He was not a good cook, but 5 years ago, after Lady Wa's death, he had to start cooking for the young prince, and now he was very skilled at it. Most of the time he prepared a simple breakfast, but today he prepared red pig meat that he got yesterday with an egg. It was to congratulate Yoan's admission to the academy. It was maybe the last time he could enjoy a meal without worry, so Jang paid extra attention to prepare it. I hope he survives to enjoy my cooking again. That's when Jang heard some screaming. Nunkaha. Yoan's room was close to the kitchen, so Jang was able to hear it easily. He grabbed the sword and ran toward Yoan's room. As he burst into the room, Yoan was sprawled out with only his upper body on the bed and bubbles foaming from his mouth. He was unconscious. Prince. He quickly ran over and checked the prince's pulse. It didn't seem weird as it was just like when he found him on the mountain 2 years ago. He's fine. What was he, Jang then saw the faint trace of footsteps on the floor of the room. He placed Yoan on top of the bed and checked the footprints carefully. Is it? He wasn't sure, so he placed his foot over the footprint and moved along with it. He was shocked. The footsteps represented the traces of his own dagger skills. A mere footstep would not leave a trace like this on a wooden floor, but martial arts movements sometimes left deep traces after pushing the feet down with hard stomps. What? Did he learn it on his own? It was unbelievable. Jang had trained for 20 years to achieve his skill, but this prince had taken the perfect steps. It would require at least years of basic training to accomplish this. He watched my training for 2 years at most. This made Jang dumbfounded. He watched my training for just 2 years and caught up to my 20 years of experience. It was unbelievable, but also it made his eyes turn red with tears. To him, Yoan was always a person in need of protection and the son of the woman he thought of dearly. Realizing Yoan's talent made him feel grateful. He then placed his hand on Yoan's wrist and checked his internal energy. No energy. He just knows the movements. Maybe it was for the better. If it was revealed that he had learned to how use internal energy, it was going to enrage the 6 clans. Jang looked at Yoan for a while and then walked out. 2 hours then passed by. Muscle transfer complete. Deactivating anesthesia. With a jolt in his head, Yoan woke up from his sleep. Yoan got up, panting. He remembered the extreme pain right before he was put to sleep. He did not want to feel that kind of pain anymore. I will never try it again. I warned you, master. Yeah, it was Yowan's choice to try it out. He then got up from the bed and walked to the center of the room to prepare himself to use the dagger skill. Now it won't hurt, right? Through the simulation, you now have the same muscles as the ones that practiced the movements for 20 years. Good. Yowan prepared his stance and swung his dagger. The power seemed to be very different from a while ago, as his movements were more precise and accurate. As he stomped to move on to his next step, the wooden floor rumbled loudly. No. Yowan was surprised and stopped immediately. The floor now had marks of his footsteps. This is bad. He became worried that Jang might see this. It leaves footprints even without internal energy. While he was thinking about it, that's when someone knocked on the door. Prince, your breakfast is ready. It was Jang. Yowan pressed down on the area that had the footprint to remove it, but it didn't work. That's when the door opened and Jang walked in. Prince. Oh. Haha. I'm so hungry. Yowan quickly got up and brought the table near the window to the center of the room. Jang asked curiously, don't you always eat by the window? Why, yeah. But I won't be returning for a while, so I wanted to eat in the center. It was suspicious enough, but Jang silently placed down breakfast on the table. Yowan sighed and sat down on the chair. Oh, breakfast was baked pig meat, fried vegetables, and the eggs that he loved. It was not a feast that the 6 clans enjoyed, but this was still lavish enough for Yowan. He became silent as he knew that it was Jang's act of kindness for Yowan, who might not return from the academy. Yowan took the chopsticks and began eating with teary eyes, strong emotions contributing to acid coming up the throat, increasing saliva level. Please swallow the food with saliva to calm down the acid. Stop saying weird shit and shut up. Going into silent mode, Nano became silent and Yowan swallowed his food. He couldn't leave any food behind. After a quiet breakfast, Jang began asking, when did you SD? He couldn't say the word steal to his prince. Learn my dagger skill? Huh? What are you talking about? Yowan was surprised by the sudden question. Jang pushed the table to the side and pointed at the floor. There was a clear footprint on the floor. I wasn't wrong. The clear print was certainly from the stomp made by moving on to the second formation of the dagger skill. Yowan did not learn any martial arts, but he was still from Wulin and he knew what the laws were like. Stealing other people's martial arts techniques was strictly forbidden and looked down upon. He did steal it through Nano, so he had nothing to say about it. He couldn't even look into Jang's probably disappointed look. Jang then knelt down and spoke with a soft voice. You did a good job. I am your guard, Prince. If it wasn't for the oath, I would have taught you my skills already. Jang. Yowan's eyes filled up with tears. Jang was more of a father figure to him than his real father. Jang took out a paper filled with writing and gave it to Yowan. What's this? It's an energy flow method for the internal energy of the dagger skill. Why are you giving this to me? I would love to give you a method on how to train the internal energy itself, but you will find a better one at the academy. Learn it. Yowan was now shedding tears. He swore that he would never cry after his mother's death, but he was still a young boy. Jang got up and took the empty plates before he began walking out. He then stopped to speak. You can cry today, but you will need to be stronger from now on. Thank you. Yowan wiped the tears off his face. He now had no fear or hesitation. Even without his mother, he still had a place to return to. In the afternoon, the street near the demonic cult's castle was bustling with people. The opening ceremony was going to begin soon. Every boy, ranging from 14 to 19 years of age in every family and clan of the demonic cult, was now gathering at the demonic academy. Chapter 8. Entering the academy. 3. The demonic cult had the 6 clans, 3 guardians, and hundreds of small clans and groups. The demonic academy was opened once every 10 years to train a new elite individual. This current one had candidates that were the heirs to the Lord. So everyone labeled the academy as an heirship competition. And this was a wonderful opportunity for many small clans to side with the future heir to the Lord. Thousands of boys and girls all gathered to join the academy. The great training ground located right past the entrance of the academy was large enough to fit all the students inside. All of them looked excited and nervous about what's to come. It was because this was a chance to see the Lord himself who would join the opening ceremony. Look, it's the left guardian. If he's here, the Lord will be here soon. I'll get to see his face for the first time in my life. There was a middle-aged man with long red hair walking out from the left side of the giant stage, scoffing at children down at the ground. Fools. We only have fools this time. Or it may be the last time. The middle-aged man was the left guardian, Fire King Li Hamming, or the closest advisor to the Lord. The Lord had 3 guardians with him. The great guardian, left guardian, and right guardian only acted on the Lord's orders. They ranked within the top 10 of fighting prowess within the demonic cult. Are those the heirs from the 6 clans? Hamming glanced at the boys standing in front of all children. All students who entered the academy were given a round name tag with numbers. They were given the numbers based on the order they entered, but these princes were exceptions. They are quite something as kids. The other children were all lined up neatly, but these 6 princes arrogantly stood at the front, as if they were telling everyone that they were on top of them all. Unlike others who had a white tag with black numbers on them, these princes had black tags with red numbers according to their rank to the succession. 1. Wise Clan, Chun Muyan. 2. Sword Clan, Chun Kung-won. 3. Loyal Clan, Chun Mukium. 4. Poison Clan, Chun Jongsum. 5. Blade Clan, Chun Yuchan. 6. Lust Clan, Chunwon Ryu. They only had numbers on their tags, but Hamming knew their names. There were 2 girl candidates last time, and although there was only 1 girl this time around from the Lust clan, he didn't really care. Everyone else is here, but I don't see him. Hamming swept his glance across everyone, but he couldn't find the one he was looking for. There was one boy who was getting all the attention from the higher ranks of the demonic cult. Oh, there he is. Hamming finally found the boy. He would not have found him if he didn't have a black tag. At the entrance, at the very end of the line, Chun Yo-won stood there alone. The heir candidate not from the 6 clans. He was still a son of the Lord, but he couldn't come up to the front, and it also seemed like the other kids around him were shunning him. Therefore, he stood there alone. He's receiving attention in an interesting way. That was the end of the interest. Hamming knew that the boy did not train in martial arts, so he was going to fail the entrance test. There are so many. Chun Yo-won was able to see the 1,000 children standing in front of him. He wasn't late, but he was told that his tag was missing and had to wait until the end. So even with the black tag, he couldn't go up to the front. It was certain that it was the work of someone from the 6 clans, but it didn't matter to him. It's best I avoid trouble with them from the beginning anyway. Chun Yo-won like that. They wanted to kill him even before joining academy, so it was better to not see them at all. The horn sound blared across the field, and people began to mumble. It was due to the person who had just entered. 1,000 boys and girls began to chant with shouts. A man with the character Sky on his black silk clothes got up and sat down on the throne up on the stage. It was the Lord, and one of the 5 strongs of Wulin, Chun Yujong. Even without his title, his presence was overwhelming even in front of 1,000 people. I can't even look at him directly. The boys had lost the courage to even look up to him. Next to the Lord was the lead guardian, Great Guardian King Marakim. He had a special mask on his face so that no one knew what he really looked like. Oops. And to the right of the throne was a ragged, clothed man who seemed to be having a hard time, standing up as if he were drunk. He was the right guardian, Subming, the Crazy Blade. He acted silly, but he was still ranked within the top 10 strong men in the demonic cult. Huh, what are you looking at? Subming spat at Hamming, who looked at him with a disgusted look and took a sip from his bottle of liquor. Marakim then walked onto the stage and shouted, "Silence!" It was a voice laced with internal energy that spread through to everyone. The training ground went silent at once. The most honorable one, it is ready. Marakim turned back and spoke quietly, and Lord Chun Yujong got up from his throne. To all who have entered the academy, you will be the future of our cult. And unlike Marakim who shouted, the Lord spoke softly. However, his voice was crystal clear in the ears of the 1,000 boys and girls. It was proof of Chun Yujong's sheer power. I welcome you in joining the academy. I hope you train and play your part in our cult. And that was it. Chun Yujong turned, and Great Guardian Marakim spoke to him. That was a wonderful speech. The Lord then walked off the stage with Marakim guiding him. It was so short that it made the students fall silent, but soon they shouted and chanted. For the demonic cult. Chun Yo-won wasn't sure how he felt. He had never seen his father for 15 years, but he met his eyes with him for the first time. The Lord had found Chun Yo-won standing in the farthest part of the training ground as soon as he got up on the stage, but his gaze was so cold. I don't care anyway. He didn't appear when his mother, Lady Hua, died. There was no disappointment when he didn't care in the first place. That's when people fell silent as Fire King Hamming stood up on the stage. With his speech, "We will begin now." Mumble mumble. Stand straight. Hamming's voice pierced through the air, and the students shut up. I'll keep it simple. Listen up. Hamming began to explain the system of the Demonic Academy. The academy will last for 4 years and 6 stages. Everyone knew the academy lasted for 4 years. But there were some who had teachers or parents who did not attend academy. So they began to focus on the tests on each of the 6 stages. You can take the 6 stages in steps, and you can take it only once. Students began to mumble about only getting 1 shot at each stage. 1 failure meant that they would be cast out. You seem to get it pretty quickly. If you do not pass, you will be expelled right away. There was only 1 chance to rise up. That's when a handsome boy standing in the front row raised his hand. I have a question. It was the boy with number 2 on his tag. In second place for the throne, it was Chun Kung-won of the Sword Clan. Hamming was in the middle of his speech, but Kung-won confidently interrupted him. However, who said you could ask questions? What? Chun Kung-won's handsome face grimaced. He had been treated with respect from everyone around him because he was a prince, but it was shocking to be treated with hostility. Oh, so you have a problem with my attitude? Prince? You want to be expelled even before the competition? Left Guardian Lee Hamming spat angrily. Chun Kung-won was angered, but he couldn't say anything. He was reminded of what his guard warned him about the other day. Once you're in the academy, every privilege you had for being the son of the Lord will be removed. And whoever is appointed as the chief of the academy never cross his lines. He didn't mind it when he heard it, but he now realized it after experiencing it. He was against one of the strongest in the demonic cult. I apologize, sir. Chun Kung-won bowed, and the other 5 heirs smirked. Chapter 9. The first test is a piece of cake. 1. The training ground went quiet after Chun Kung-won's embarrassing moment. Left Guardian Lee Hamming continued, I know what your question is. You think just 1 chance is too harsh? There will be special privileges given to those who move forward into the next stage. Everyone became intrigued. Those who stayed in the academy longer came out with more powerful prowess and higher titles. The first privilege is medicine. You will be given a medicine ball called the Black Dragon Ball. This is given each time you overcome the challenge. This ball was created within the demonic cult. It wasn't as good as the one created in Sorim, but it was still good enough that made the person who consumed it would gain 20 years worth of internal energy. In simple math, passing the 6th test would give the person 120 years worth of internal energy. Of course, this was also the kind of medicine that would build immunity after continued use, but it was still a good privilege. 6 stages, huh? Chun Yo-won also seemed interested. He had no internal energy right now, but if he were to pass all 6 tests, he would be given the chance to increase his internal energy instantly. The second will be the books to the martial arts secrets. If you are martial artists, you all should know the importance of such books. This was one of the most important privileges in the academy. There were many books within the academy, and even the books from the 6 clans' martial arts were stored within the academy. Books. This was what Yo-won needed the most. With the nano-machine's power, he was able to learn the dagger skill, but he needed to get stronger. The library has 5 floors. The higher the floor, the stronger the books. You will be given access to a higher floor once you go up the stages. The 5th floor, which was the last floor, was full of secrets to various martial arts manuals of Wuling itself. However, you all won't even go near the 5th floor, so give up. Hamming spoke discouragingly, but the second privilege was still astounding. Not to mention, all of this also meant that whoever the students were, or wherever they came from, they all had equal chances to obtain greater power if they could take it. It meant that stronger the person was, the more powerful they would get. So, this was why. Yo-won realized why everyone said it would be different once they were in the academy. In the academy, no one who would be protected by privilege or their family bloodline. Everyone was under the same food chain. If you passed the first stage, you were low-ranked warrior. Second, middle-ranked. Third, high-ranked. I hope none of you from military clan backgrounds stay only at the 2nd to 3rd ranks like losers. Hamming spoke to students with a smirk. Oh, but even those of you who only want to be mid to high-ranked warriors will still be given medicine balls. Don't worry. As Hamming said, the academy gave privileges to even the low-ranked warriors, which was a good opportunity to warrior prospects who want to become more powerful. These ranked warriors had a huge difference in power, with the high-ranked warriors being the most powerful and fewer in numbers. If you pass the 4th stage, you will be given the title of squad leader, and you will be given the title of clan leader upon your 5th stage test. For the 6th stage, it won't matter with you all, so I'll just skip it. Hamming said that because he had his reasons. The 6th stage test was almost impossible, and less than 10 people would manage to pass the test. That's why Hamming didn't anticipate such an event. And although you all start out with the same cadet rank, you will all come to have different ranks per the progress through your stages. You will then need to obey your superior. That was the core element of the academy. One who does not strive higher will be left to rot. Chun Yo-won looked on eagerly. If he had survived until now, it was time for him to go up in the food chain. Don't be too happy. Most of you will not even go further than the 3rd stage. Hamming cracked a smile as he gave his closing statement. I'm done explaining. Begin forming groups for assigned dorms, and I will proceed with the first test on the stage. The students became shocked to hear sudden progress. They didn't think they would be tested on the first day. As I said before, if you fail this test, you are expelled. If you can't pass this test, you don't even deserve to be a low-ranked warrior. More than half of the students became pale. They thought they would at least learn something before the test, but this meant that anyone with no training had no chance. Chun Yo-won was also shocked. What? First test already? He had no internal energy, and it was likely for him to fail the test. He had to hope that the test was either easy or did not require internal energy. Hamming declared what the test was. The first test will assess your basic skills. You will need at least basic internal energy if you are going to be a warrior of our cult. Chun Yo-won frowned. This meant that if there was one without any internal energy, he was going to fail. If you fail this test, you will be sent down to the farms or mines for hard labor. Try your best to. No, we do need people to do the dirty work, so don't try too hard. Hamming was joking around, but Chun Yo-won felt uncomfortable after hearing it. Ugh, this is problematic. He was furious as he thought that at least the academy did not have traps set up for him. However, the internal energy test on the first day seemed to be too coincidental to think that it wasn't made for him. Was this why they didn't want me to train? Yo-won now realized why the ladies of 6 clans did not allow him to train. If he were to be expelled here, he would be cast out and he'd stay within the lowest caste of the cult. This would allow those people to kill him whenever they wanted to. Chun Mukium, the prince of Loyal Clan, seemed to be satisfied. I was going to kill him myself, but this will get rid of him. Whoever thought of this is a genius. The Loyal Clan did not have a part in not allowing Yo-won to train. Mukium knew it was one of the 6 clans who led the plan, but he didn't realize it was to expel Yo-won from the first stage test. That's when a beautiful, alluring middle-aged woman came up onto the stage. Hamming pointed at her and said, she is the clan leader of the Lust clan, and the proctor who will watch over this test. Our 5th elder, Hang Soyu, a girl standing in the front row with lavish red silk clothes, smiled. She was Chun Won-ryu, and she was the 6th rank to the throne from the Lust clan. The 6 clans were not involved with any of the tests in the academy except for the first one. What test calls for the 5th elder to come? The students were filled with questions, and Hamming explained. This test is a piece of cake. If you fail here, you will never get a chance to even become a low-ranked warrior. After she finished, Hang Soyu sat down and ready to play the string instrument that she brought with her. It seemed like people realized what she was going to do, and they began plugging their ears while crouching down. Well, you kids will not withstand her musical energy wave, but she will control it for you weaklings. With luck, you might even endure it without any internal energy. Haha. His last set of words felt like he was talking to Yowon. The musical energy wave was not something that one could tolerate with just endurance. Chun Yowon bit his lips. Damn it. The first test was to endure the energy wave attack. This was also the simplest way to easily weed out the unworthy students. If they have even the slighted amount of internal energy, they will be able to endure a minute. Fitting her clan name, Hang Soyu spoke with a beautiful voice. But none of the students were able to hear it as they were already plugging their ears. Those who endure the energy wave for a minute will pass the test. Begin. And with the signal, the fifth elder began to play the instrument. The beautiful sound of the instrument spread through the training ground. However, it wasn't only beautiful. She hadn't even played a measure yet, but tens of boys fell to the ground with bubbles coming out of their mouths. NNNGH, I still hear it. It was only the beginning. As she plucked the strings, the sound thundered their eardrums and shocked their hearts. Some students dropped while grabbed onto their hearts. Enduring such a wave required at least 20 years of internal energy. If it wasn't for the heirs of the 6 clans, or the children from high-ranking clans, there wasn't anyone who had such internal energy. This stings in the ear. You will be down on the ground already, hee. Chun Mukium was filled with joy, but things weren't going as expected. What's going on? Hang Soyu's fingers that plucked strings began moving faster. Based on the look on her face, it was apparent that she didn't look too happy. It was because she was only looking at Chun Yowon. Why? Why is he not falling down? Chun Yowon, who should not have any internal energy, was not falling. When the fifth elder began playing the instrument, Nano activated the emergency defense mode, sensing strong high and low frequencies from the instrument. They can damage the user's eardrums and body. Activating automatic defense system, muting all incoming sound waves to the user. Nano usually activated programs per the orders of the user, but when an incoming attack threatened the user's life, it was automatically enabled. It blocked out every sound wave coming into his ears right now. What? He only heard Nano's voice in his head the moment Hang Soyu plucked her instrument, and he couldn't hear anything else. Yet, countless students were falling down in front of him. Chapter 10. The first test is a piece of cake, too. Chun Yowon was really worried about going through a test, but with Nano, he was able to pass the danger with ease. Did you make me not hear the sound? The sound waves coming from the instrument might be potentially dangerous to master. I have stopped your body functions to sense sounds temporarily. How am I hearing your voice then? The information is being sent directly into your brain. I don't get what you're saying. It was hard to understand Nano. More than half the students had fainted already. Some even had blood coming out of their mouths, proving that they had acquired internal damage. Hang Soyu's fingers were now fiercely playing the instrument. The tempo had increased much so that even Hamming, who stood next to her, could feel the intensity. Hamming knew why she was so frustrated. I thought he didn't have any internal power. Hamming was also intrigued by the current situation. He knew that Chun Yowon was not trained in any martial arts. Thus, he wouldn't have any internal power, but he seemed to be able to withstand the energy wave without any difficulty. And unlike Chun Yowon, the other students around him were all on the ground. NNNGHHH. Ugh, your ears bleeding. You too. And it seemed like it was hard even for those who were enduring it. However, that was also because Hang Soyu was increasing the intensity of her attack due to her frustration. Why is she playing so fiercely? The princes of the 6 clans, who had about 30 years worth of internal energy, could still withstand the attack without that much trouble, but they still sensed the elder's frustration, and that made them curious. They were not allowed to turn back to look, but Mukium was extremely curious, so he had to turn around to see. What? He almost spat out from his mouth. How is he still holding on? Chun Yowon was standing there as if the attack was nothing. Even Mukium, who had about 30 years worth of internal energy through the various medicines he took, could feel stinging in his ears, but Yowon stood there as if he couldn't hear anything. Hey, that bastard. He had internal energy. Chun Mukium was extremely furious. Chun Yowon swore that he would not train martial arts or internal energy, but withstanding Hang Soyu's musical energy wave meant that he didn't keep his promise. What's going on? 4th-ranked Chun Jongsum and 6th-ranked Chun Wonryu wondered why Mukium seemed to be furious, and they also turned back. What? What's going on? How can he stand like that without any internal energy? They all frowned too. They thought Chun Yowon would have fallen a long time ago, but he was still standing. Nano, if I'm right, those kids up front and the 5th elder who's playing the instrument are angry, right? Analyzing facial muscle movements. Frustration, shock, and anger can be seen from their facial muscles. Without even analyzing, it was apparent that they were looking at him with hostility. Yowon realized what he was doing was angering them. They thought I didn't have any internal power, but me enduring this triggered them. If this wasn't solved, it would still be a problem even if he passed the test. He had sworn an oath that he would not learn about internal energy until he joined the academy. Nano, can you give me an internal injury? Internal injury as in damaging your internal organs. Yeah. Can you do it or not? It is possible, but I do not recommend damaging your body intentionally, master. I see. Then can you injure me when the instrument is finished playing and make me vomit blood? Blood through your mouth? Yeah. He was making his enemies angry. If he did not take any internal damage or vomit blood, they would be suspicious of him. He couldn't take that risk even before getting the chance to learn martial arts. As ordered, processing damage to the internal organs. After the time limit was over, Hang Soyu's patience was at the limit. She was already angry that Yowon had gained internal energy, but he was now withstanding like as if it was equals nothing. Her tune changed. Lee Hamming quickly sensed the change and frowned. He knew how she felt, but she was now forgetting the purpose of why she was playing her instrument. Before he could send her the message to stop, she began playing the instrument with half of her power. This attack could not be withstood unless one was a very powerful warrior. Ugh. Students of the high-ranking clans and families turned pale at the moment. They began to vomit blood as their internal organs were damaged, and they weren't the only ones who were in trouble. Ugh. Even the heirs from the 6 clans couldn't stand the 5th elder's energy wave. They tried to defend themselves as much as they could, but it didn't work. The weakest of the 6 heirs, Chun Jongsum, began coughing from the internal energy damage, and Hamming decided that it had gone too far. Stop. This is dangerous. You must not do it any further. With that, Hang Soyu also stopped playing. Students who barely withstood it fell to their knees in exhaustion. If she played for a bit longer, all the students might have failed. Hang Soyu became embarrassed that she went out of control, but she was still angry at Chun Yowon. She was sure that Chun Yowon had not kept his oath. It was then Chun Yowon's face quickly turned red and went pale, and he sprayed blood from his mouth like a fountain. Everyone who was watching, Hamming, Hang Soyu, and Mukium, frowned. What? It was hard to believe that much blood could be vomited out from a person's mouth. He wasn't okay. It was too much blood to be an act. Chun Yowon sprayed blood out and fell to his knees with his hands on the ground. He had definitely taken some heavy internal damage. Nano-U program processed as ordered. I almost died. People felt pain even when it was a simple vomit. But vomiting blood like a fountain was more painful than he had imagined. Ugh. Chun Yowon then vomited more blood. The place around him was now drenched in blood, and it was even a terrible sight to even look at. Humph. However, unlike the 5th elder who was dumbfounded, Left Guardian Lee Hamming couldn't just stand and watch. If Chun Yowon, the son of Lord, did not die from the feud between family members but a test, all the blame was going to be on Hamming. He quickly rushed forward with his movement skill to fly to Yowon and check on him. Hey kid, are you okay? Hey. Chun Yowon felt dizzy after vomiting blood. He almost collapsed to the ground, but Hamming got a hold of him, sensing dizziness from 7% blood loss. Activating self-healing mode against organ damage and blood loss. Nano spoke of going into healing mode, and Yowon stopped it. No, not yet. Master's condition might go into critical danger. Wait a second. Nano stopped its process. Hamming looked at Yowon's pale face. You could have just given up. Hamming already had checked to see if he had any internal energy. Contrary to his expectations, Chun Yowon had no internal energy within him. What? How can this be? This meant that Yowon had endured the attack through sheer will. And for the price, he had taken severe internal damage. This one is crazy. How can one withstand such an attack without any internal energy? He was astonished. Yowon really passed the test without a single hint of internal energy inside him. Hamming had heard bad rumors about the 7th prince. But who would have thought such a kid from a slave girl would have such a strong mind? Hamming called out to staff standing outside the training ground. Send him to a hospital room. As Yowon was being carried out by the staff, he gave an order to Nano. Heal me now. Chapter 11. Kid, you are now my apprentice. 1. The 5th elder, Hang Soyu, didn't look all that excited as she watched Chun Yowon being carried away. The amount of blood he threw out was proof that he had taken heavy damage. Lee Hamming soon walked up to her. You went too far. What are you talking about? You almost killed him. After she acquired the musical wave skill, she had never seen a person take that much damage. It almost made her think that her attack skill had increased in damage. She became embarrassed at Hamming's words and asked, did he really not have any internal energy? She felt much better as she knew that her attack worked, but it was impossible to withstand her attack for so long without internal energy, which she couldn't believe. Hamming shook his head. No. None. What? He has no internal energy. He kept his oath. That can't be. How can one withstand my attack without any internal energy? Only about 30 students withstood her attack, and even some of those were down on their knees or vomiting from enduring so much. Moreover, those students had internal energy. He should have passed out a long time ago. He already had taken internal damage for quite some time. It was his will that kept him standing. His will? You think that makes sense? It is beyond our imagination. It almost made Hamming want to take him in as his apprentice if he wasn't a bastard son of the Lord. However, Hamming was a realist. He had no intention of taking on such a controversial individual as his own apprentice. Haha, that's interesting. He just endured it, huh? Right Guardian Subming spoke amicably, although he usually paid no interest in other matters. Hamming answered annoyingly, it's none of your business. Go away and drink all you want. Bah, I was going anyway without you speaking to me, redhead. Drunkard. Puny girl. Subming spat and walked away from the stage. They were both guardians, but they didn't get along very well. Well, either way, he did not have any internal energy and there is no problem. And for what you did, it will be reported to the Lord. Understood. Hang Soyu was still unconvinced, but she couldn't say anything further because of the warning she had received already. The left guardian will never side with that lowly peasant. She then walked away and Hamming turned to the students crawling on the training ground. Ugh, what should I do now? He couldn't continue on to the next step with this situation. Behind the training ground was the main building of the academy. On the second floor was the first aid room, and Baek Jongming, the apprentice of the Baek Jongwoo, was here. He had just gotten into the office from the orders of his teacher last night. He was excited to see as many patients as possible within the academy to gain more experience. That's when someone began banging on the door. "Doctor, patients, already? Come in." He had not seen that many patients recently since all the giant Wulian forces were busy training their former warriors, and they were in times of peace. This academy is great. He was eager at the thought of seeing many patients. As the door opened, 2 academy staff came in with the patient. It was Chun Yo-won who was drenched in blood. What kind of test puts a man in such a state? This much blood could only come from fatal sword injuries. The staff members shook their heads and answered, "He has taken serious internal damage. He does not have any internal energy, so Left Guardian has asked for you to take special care of him." This is from internal damage? It had been 10 years since he was the apprentice of the famous doctor of the demonic cult. He had seen many patients, but he had never seen that much blood from a patient with internal injuries. "Well, he's all yours now. We'll be on our way." "Oh, okay." The staff knew that they had things to do, and that they were needed, so they quickly came out of the room. However, one of the staff members stopped curiously. Another staff, who was his superior, scolded him on the spot. "We're busy. Come on, HM. It's nothing." He felt that Chun Yo-won looked much better when he put him down on the bed, but he shook his thoughts away. After the staff was gone, Baek Jongming sat next to Yo-won and began checking on him. Yo-won then opened his eyes slightly and looked at Jongming. It felt so painful when he was at the training ground, but the self-healing had healed him enough to allow him to get back up. "I didn't think of this." He realized this as he was being carried up to the medical room, so he ordered Nano to stop healing him. He just focused on healing his painful throat and neck and decided to let everything stay as is until the doctor worked on him. Irregular and fast heartbeat. He must have taken a huge amount of internal damage. Jongming made the conclusion after checking Yo-won. However, it was still weird to have let out so much blood. Not even biting a tongue can do this. Jongming then walked over to his desk to get some needles when someone burst into his office. "Oh, my." Jongming was shocked that he fell to the ground on his butt. He turned to the man who had walked in. It was a middle-aged man with a red nose and a bottle of liquor. "Right, Guardian? Huh? Why are you here? And why are you here? I thought you should be at the ceremony? Huh? So are you the doctor of the academy this time?" Subming didn't respond to Jongming and just kept asking his own questions. Jongming sighed as he knew Subming was this kind of man. "A little one came to the big league then, eh? Ugh. So, why are you here? I hope it isn't you who got hurt." "Oh, is that sarcasm? Ha ha ha, of course not." Subming then looked away from Jongming and turned to the bed. He then smiled with interest. "Oh, look at this brat. Interesting kid. What? What's going on?" Subming then walked up to Chun Yo-won who was on the bed. Yo-won became frustrated. What? Why is he here all of a sudden?" He felt panic that the Right Guardian himself had come up to the office, thinking that he might have noticed that he was acting all along. Damn it. The terrible stench of alcohol and breath bothered him. "Why are you pretending to be asleep?" Yo-won felt his heart sink and flinched. Then, an unknown force pulled him up from the bed. He couldn't move as he hadn't been healed yet, but the internal energy sent by Subming pinned him straight up. "If you keep pretending, I'll smack you." Yo-won had to wake up. He then saw the drunk man who had been on the stage. Yo-won frowned and retorted, "How did you know?" Subming laughed, flashing his yellowed teeth. "Ha ha ha ha. Aren't you an interesting one?" Subming laughed for quite a bit and continued, "Any experienced warrior can see through you if you are awake, or not just by listening to your breath, kid." Chapter 12. Kid, you are now my apprentice, too. By the sound of my breathing? Yo-won became shocked, and Nano spoke to him. The average breathing count for a 15 to 20-year-old human male is about 16 per minute. Your breathing just now was about 8 times in 1 minute, showing your effort to hide your nervous state. I don't need an explanation. Yo-won never imagined a mere person could sense such things. Subming laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't think kids these days had guts like you. Huh. He thought Subming was here because he noticed Yo-won faked his damage, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Instead, he seemed to be pleased. Kids these days have no endurance. They always pick the easy way. Yo-won felt bad. He didn't endure anything at all. He just stood there because Nano had cut off all the sound. So, what I mean is that you have the guts that no other kid has these days. Yo-won didn't feel comfortable listening to all the compliments that he didn't deserve. He was going to heal himself after fooling Jongming, but listening to all this made him feel his pain again. His face began to go pale. Guardian, our patient is not in good condition. We should tend to him first. Yes. Subming then noticed the discoloration on Yo-won's face. He then let go of his internal energy and allowed Yo-won to lie down on the bed again. Let me cut to the chase, kid. I'll take you in as my apprentice. Yo-won's eyes grew wide, and so did Jongming's. Subming the Crazy Blade was one of the top 10 most powerful warriors in the demonic cult. He was also famous throughout all of Wulian. What are you talking about? Yo-won wasn't convinced as he had lived a lifetime in banishment and danger. Yet, Subming looked very serious, if not considering the smell of alcohol. I am talking about taking you in as my student. Guardian, do you not know who I am? Everyone knew about Yo-won in the cult. Is there someone who doesn't know about you? The 6 clans will not be happy if you take me in. Subming didn't seem to care. He spoke as if it was nothing. What will those women do? With or without you, they have to compete against themselves anyway. Unlike Hamming, Subming always did what he wanted. The one he feared and followed was the lord of the cult. Yowon became tempted by the offer. But what if this is a trap? Yowon had gone through too many threats, so he was suspicious. Jiang Ming, who was looking at him from the side, also became interested. So, this is the famous prince. He then made a conclusion about Yowon's internal energy. So that's why they went too far then. He couldn't understand the reason for the amount of blood at first, but if the 6 clans involved in this, it didn't seem all that impossible. And Jiangming's conclusion was fortunate for Yowon. I don't know what to say to that offer, especially since I'll have a teacher in the academy. Ugh. This sounds like I'm begging you to be my apprentice. Subming then chugged his bottle. He's still not convinced. He had never taken any apprentices until now, but seeing Yowon enduring the sound energy tempted him to take Yowon as his apprentice. Yet, Yowon didn't seem so eager. Okay, if you are still unconvinced, I will offer you something you can't put down. He then took out some wrinkled old paper, and it placed down on the bed. However, Yowon couldn't move, so he couldn't check what it was. Heh. Are you curious about what this is? What is it? It is what you need most if you are to survive here. What? You took internal damage on your first day at the academy. Don't you think you will be left behind? The academy chief was hamming, but Subming also had experience as a student in the academy. The academy progressed differently each time, but everything worked in similar ways. You can take the first test through sheer will, but you can't pass the second step with that. Yes. And you are already behind. Are you still going to be stuck inside the medical room for 2 weeks? That will push you back even further. Subming's words were correct. Yowon had ways to heal in hours if needed, but that would cause the 6 clans to be suspicious, so he had to stay here for a few more days. Do you know why the redhead sent you here? Redhead? You mean the left guardian? Yeah. Is it because I took internal damage? Yowon asked awkwardly. Of course, but isn't it weird? There are other kids who took internal damage, but why aren't they here? Huh. That's true. As Subming said, more than half of the students fell, and most of them had taken internal damage during the first test. Yet none of them had been brought here. Most people of Wulin can heal themselves from internal damage through meditating. Moreover, they heal faster with help from a doctor or medicine. Meaning, yes, the other kids didn't need to be sent here because they can heal themselves. Oh, Yowon then realized what he meant. It meant Hamming verified that Yowon did not have any internal energy, meaning he couldn't heal himself and had to be sent down here. Let's finish it then. Subming then decided to put an end to his offer. Do you think a boy who can't even meditate can heal in a few days? Yes, he could heal in a day thanks to Nano, but that was top secret. Yes, he is right. If I'm to move forward onto the next step, I will need internal energy and, oh, he then thought of something he had forgotten up until now. I forgot. I heard that if I pass the first test, I will be given the medicine ball and access to the first floor of the academy's library. There were various books on the first floor of the library that would be pretty helpful. Ha ha ha. Subming then burst out in laughter, and Yowon was startled. I would do that too, but it seems like the redhead skipped real important one there. What? What did he skip? It doesn't mean that you are always allowed to enter the library. You can only enter once after every test. What? That was far from having full access to it. All those important books are in there. Do you think you will be able to freely access such a place? Subming was amused by Yowon's shocked reaction and continued. You can only stay on the first floor for 2 hours. And as you move higher up, you will be given more time because the books on those floors are complicated, but you still don't have enough time. So, there's a time limit too? How exciting. Not to mention, you cannot copy any of the content down. It'd be good if you could memorize maybe 1 book or 2. Most use all the time available trying to find the book they want. This was vital information that Hamming did not share. If people entered the library without knowing this, they'd frantically waste their time until it was over. But I have Nano. Yowon then realized he had the nano-machine, which could scan a book in seconds. This actually works better for me. 2 hours was probably enough for him to even scan hundreds of books. The information Subming gave to Yowon so that he would feel discouraged actually worked in the opposite way. Subming did not know this, so he thought it was about the right time. So, a kid like you has a limit to how far you can go without any help. Most students who entered the academy were trained in their family martial arts at least. Yowon thought for a second and asked, the paper, is it the breath of internal energy? I threw the bait, and you bit it. He was glad that Yowon had caught on, but he acted like he wasn't excited. Heh. So you are not all that dumb? Why are you? If you become my apprentice, I will teach you the breath of internal energy for the first lesson. Yowon was tempted. He had longed for it, but he couldn't learn it because of the oath. Subming then knew his offer had worked. Does this man really want me as his apprentice? Yowon looked at Subming. He looked like a drunkard, but he was still a right guardian. Yowon also felt that he really wanted to help him out. Then I should make him on my side. He knew how helpful it was to have one ally when everyone else was an enemy. He then barely got up with a pale face and got down from the bed. Oh, Subming looked at him intriguingly and Yowon bowed deeply to the ground. I accept Right Guardian as my teacher. Please take my bow. Yowon bowed, shivering from the pain. Subming became satisfied. Yowon tried to continue bowing, when suddenly he was pulled up by internal energy. Stop. The blood of Chun does not bow to anyone other than the Lord himself. That was the law of the cult. Heh, my apprentice. Subming then felt embarrassed for saying such words, and he held up Yowon with his internal energy to put him back on the bed. You will need to rest today. So until I come back, look through that note and learn. Subming then grinned and walked out. It was unexpected, But it was fortunate that Yeowon had gotten such an ally in the academy. And at the training ground, squad forming was taking place. And when it was almost over, Chun Mukium of the loyal clan grinned ominously. "We are in the same squad, you peasant." Hee hee. Chapter 13. Too Fast Private Lesson 1. After Chun Yeowon was taken to the medical room, the ceremony came to a halt as all the students needed to meditate to heal. People were curious as to what would happen to Yeowon, who vomited blood out from his mouth, but left guardian Lee Homing's attention was elsewhere. The first rank to the heir, Chun Muyan of the Wise clan, and fifth rank Yuchan of the Blade clan had endured the first test as if it were nothing. They are beyond expectations. Not taking any damage from Hang Soyu's half-powered attack would require at least hundreds of internal energy. They are beyond the level of students. They were already at the level of powerful warriors. It's obvious why the rumor of the Wise and Blade clans taking the throne was spread. However, they weren't the only ones who had withstood it without taking any damage. The other members of the 6 clans endured without much trouble, and there were also 8 other students who also endured it. I thought they were all weaklings. But this is interesting. It felt like there might be powerful warriors in this year's academy. All in all, that was going to be decided after 4 years when it was all over. A total of 415 students passed the first test. It was 200 less than the first test from 10 years ago, as the test had been more difficult due to Chun Yeowon. Not everyone knew it, but some of the students who looked back like Mukium were angry to see the intensity of the test because of Yeowon. After dragging out the failed students, all the remaining students were officially appointed as cadets, and they each were given a bronze tag with the number 3. Symbolizing that they were now low-ranked warriors of the demonic cult. Is this the beginning now? I will go up to the top. Then the students began dividing themselves into groups. Hammond grouped them based on their personal information and the result of the test. Other than the 5 groups of 20, the other remaining groups had 21 people. Do you know why there are 20 groups? Motto. Cadets answered motto to Hamming's question. This was due to the instructions on answering with motto for any answer that required a yes or a no. No other answers were allowed. Until you passed the 3rd test, all of you will be tested on the same day and same time. The academy had no intention to waste money on training up to the 3rd step, which was for high-ranked warriors. Therefore, they had a set amount of time allocated for each of the tests. The amount you need to learn the ways of a middle-rank warrior is 3 weeks. Only 3 weeks? The cadets were frustrated. They were shocked by the unexpectedly quick pace. After 3 weeks, the 20 groups will battle. 10 groups will be allowed to move on to the next step. This meant that 200 people were going to fail. This is the only and last test where you will need to work together. So if you want to compete against yourself within the group, you can happily fail the test and leave. Most groups were equally formed, but there were some groups with a fewer number of students from the powerful clans. Thus, they weren't all that excited. This ends today's schedule. You can return to your dorms according to your groups and rest. Starting tomorrow, you will be taught nicely by the staff that are standing in front of you right now. The students then turned to their instructors who were standing there expressionlessly. When they saw the staff members dragging the failed students out by clubbing them with their black clubs hanging on their waists, the students shivered. You are dismissed. Dismissed. Students then returned to their assigned dorms. However, one of the students stood in place while everyone left with exhausted expressions. It was Chun Mukium of the Loyal Clan. Instructor Impong, who was assigned to Mukium's 8th group, walked up to him. 3rd cadet. Why are you still standing there? Until the students passed the 4th test, they were called upon by their numbers. I have a question to ask, instructor. You know I won't answer questions that are not related to training. Yes, sir. Instructors did not know all of their students' names and faces, but they at least knew about the princes of the 6 clans since they were going to be the future leaders of the cult. Good. What is the question? I am sure that I will be the leader of my group. This wasn't announced as it was going to be decided tomorrow, but Mukium already knew that they were going to have group leaders. They don't care about the rules. He knew the 6 clans would not keep secrets from their princes regarding the academy, but it was rather disappointing to see it in reality. One of my group's cadets, the 7th cadet, is in the medical room, and I do not want one of our cadets to be left out or missing so that our entire group fails. What is it that you are proposing? I want to let him know what we had heard today while he was gone so that he will not be left out. He thought all of the 6 princes did not like Yeowon, but it seemed like Mukium was different. Imping became pleased and nodded. Good. I applaud you for your sincerity, and you seem to know about the importance of this 2nd test. So, I will take your advice and go to the 7th cadet and give him the information myself. Huh? And no, that won't be necessary. I can go myself. The main building is off limits to cadets except under special circumstances. Chun Mukium became frustrated. God damn it. This is bullshit. His purpose was to go to Chun Yeowon and break his leg or something, but he didn't think he wouldn't be allowed to enter the building at all. He tried to imply that he was the heir of one of the 6 clans, but he realized his background didn't apply in this academy and gave up. Understood, instructor. Oh, and can you tell me when the 7th cadet will be returning to us? He then needed to wait until Yeowon returned. Around dinner time, Instructor Impong went to Chun Yeowon's medical room as promised. Yeowon was in self-healing mode and was asleep. Impong couldn't wake Yeowon, who was badly injured, and asked Baek Jongming on how long it would take for the boy to wake up. He will need at least 2 weeks in bed. 2 weeks? That will be too long for him to move up to the 2nd step. Can't he wake up earlier? Impong didn't like the idea of letting his group fail due to one student. It was survival for the students, but it was a competition for the instructors. Well, He doesn't have any internal energy, so it takes time. Imping then had to leave knowing that it would take 2 weeks for Chun Yo-won to heal. Well, he's out of luck. He thought Chun Yo-won was unlucky, but he later learned that it was not true. The next day, someone walked into the medical room before dawn. It was Subming the Crazy Blade. Heh, apprentice. It's your teacher. He came back too fast. Chapter 14. Too Fast Private Lesson 2. A day ago, Baek Jongming had to quickly work on Yo-won. He tried to put needles in Yo-won so he could heal up. Will it be suspicious if I get better so fast? If Yo-won was to heal with the nano-machine, he'd be fully healed within a day. He then became concerned. Making himself heal fast would be suspicious, but he couldn't dare to waste time and risk being left behind. Would it be better I just fill the time needed without becoming suspicious? Let's ask the doctor how long it will take me to heal and choose. Yo-won then turned to Baek Jongming, who was preparing his needles. Doctor, I'm Baek Jongming. Huh, call me with my last name too. Jongming grinned. Dr. Baek, how bad is it? Chun Yo-won knew his body was damaged due to nano, but he became curious as to how the doctor saw it. He looked at Yo-won's pale face and sighed. Well, it will take you about 2 weeks to return to the academy. What? Yo-won was shocked. He knew it might take a long time, but that was too long. Don't be too disappointed. But if it takes that long, I don't know what you think of this, but I will keep your secret about learning from the right guardian. Oh, Jongming had witnessed the right guardian taking Yo-won as his apprentice. This was not allowed in the academy, and Jongming had every right to report it to the chief, but he didn't. Jongming also had a hard time in his younger days, as he too was born to peasants, and he faced hardships until he was accepted as a doctor for the demonic cult. That's why he felt sympathetic toward Chun Yo-won. Thank you. I will not forget this debt. Yo-won thanked the doctor. It's all right. Don't mention it. The doctor didn't think much of it anyway because he thought that Yo-won had no other chances after becoming Subming's apprentice. It would give him a good chance to learn, but he was already way too behind. Okay, lie down then. I will put the needle in you. Yo-won then lay back down on the bed, sensing attack on the body due to the iron needle. Activating self-defense. No, don't. This is a medical procedure done by a doctor. Stopping self-defense mode. Can't you determine if it's a medical procedure or not? Yo-won asked Nano. If you do not warn me prior to the medical procedure, any act of damaging your body will be considered as an attack. Okay. From now on, don't react to those that I take except willingly. Understood. As Yo-won ordered Nano, Jongming began putting needles into Yo-won's body, analyzing the needle-based acupunctural procedure. The needle placed over the spot is enhancing regeneration in the damaged stomach area. Oh, Yo-won had no interest in medical procedures, but it was fascinating to see it work. Take a nap while I work on this. Jongming offered Yo-won to take a nap. Yo-won then came up with an idea. Nano, can you heal me and pretend that I still have wounds internally to fool others like the doctor? I do not understand your request, master. I mean, if I am healed, then it will be suspicious. So, can you fool the doctor so he won't know that I'm healed? Positive. It is possible to change the pulse temporarily while the doctor is checking it. If that was possible, then he could heal himself. If he could fool the doctor for 2 weeks, this might be the best chance for him to learn about internal energy from Subming. Good. Then heal me and fool the doctor whenever he checks on me. Yes, master. Activating self-healing mode. After the nano-machine began working on him, he was healed under 30 minutes. Yo-won was able to get a good night's sleep until an unwanted guest intruded to the room before dawn. Subming's stench of alcohol permeated the air around the room. Yo-won looked at him with a shocked written on his face. Teacher. Is that a formal greeting? Yo-won was surprised as to why he had come so early in the morning. Good morning, teacher. Yo-won then got up and bowed. Subming replied, good. So did you do my homework? Huh. Yo-won, who was still not fully awake yet, was baffled. He then asked, wait, do you mean what you told me about the internal energy and how I should read it? Yes. Didn't I tell you to memorize it all before I came back? Yo-won was dumbfounded. Nano had healed him, but he should have been sick in the bed without it, and Subming should have known this. He is quick-tempered. Subming looked at Yo-won with a suspicious glance, asking if Yo-won had not memorized it yet, and Yo-won sighed. Of course. I memorized it. He didn't memorize it, of course, as the nano-machine had just scanned it for him. Subming became intrigued. Oh? He memorized it while he was sick in bed? Subming knew that he was being absurd. He was only here so that Yo-won could memorize it, but it was surprising to hear that Yo-won really did it. Gee, great. It is nice to hear that you are listening to your teacher. Thank you. But aren't you too early? The sun hadn't even risen yet. Why? You don't like it? No, sir. Chun Yo-won always woke up early since he had to be awake for any assassination attempts. He just asked if there was a need to visit him so early in the morning. Good. Let me tell you a vital piece of information then. Subming dragged a chair next to the bed and continued, I have only 2 weeks to teach you. Huh. I can meet you here in this medical room, but once you return to the dorm, I can't contact you. Learning martial arts by anyone else other than the assigned instructor was forbidden in the academy. Subming was already breaking the rules. I couldn't think of that, sorry. Yes, well you just joined the academy yesterday. So that's why I had to come early so that no one will know. Huh. If I stay here in bright daylight, do you think people will not become suspicious? Subming did whatever he wanted, but he knew what he could and could not do. And he wanted to train Yo-won more than ever. I have to report to the Lord in the afternoon, so I can only come before dawn to teach you. He had wanted to come earlier, but he had to wait until the guards and staff members loosened their patrols before dawn. He only was able to come here because the guard was dozing off. Thank you, teacher. Chun Yoan became thankful for Subming doing things to this extent to teach him. Good. Then let's get started. Now, didn't you just hear that I don't have much time? Yoan then got up from the bed. Sit down on the ground. Yes, sir. Come on. Yoan sat down on the ground while Subming sat behind him and placed his hand on Yoan's back. It's good that you memorized my breathing of 1,000 martials. What are you doing? We don't have time, so I'll rummage the breathing into you. Rummage? What? It is what my teacher created. You don't have to fill the chi. I will do the rest. Teacher, hang on. Don't scream. And before Yoan could speak, powerful internal energy flew into Yoan. A jolt of pain spread throughout his body. NNNGH. Shut up. It almost made him scream in pain. The internal energy then flowed through the entire body. Yoan did not notice this, but Nano, who always activated self-defense mode, did not work on this pain. Chapter 15. Too Fast Private Lesson 3. The nanomachine was programmed to activate whenever the user was in danger. Nano considered Subming's act of sending internal energy was not dangerous as Yoan had ordered to Nano, but it quickly began analyzing the effects. Detected incoming formless energy into the body. Analyzing energy. Found energy to be called chi or chakra. Proceeding to analyze the effect on the user's body. Yoan did not know this was happening as he was busy enduring the pain. However, Nano's analysis will bring him a great fortune. Did he really not learn anything? Subming became curious. Yoan's body had no problems or dirty particles that blocked the flow of internal energy. Is it the work of the Lord? This was due to the fact that the nanomachine had extracted all the dirty particles from the body. But Subming did not know this, so he only could guess of Yoan's father. So, he did love Lady Hua then. He was a guardian, so he had seen a lot of things aside from the Lord. The Lord never loved any of the ladies from the 6 clans aside from Lady Hua. Subming then took off his hand. He felt exhausted from stirring the heavy internal energy and swept his sweat. So, did you memorize the flow? Yes, I did. Subming was taught with this reckless method by his teacher, and it worked best for students who did not know anything about internal energy. I'm sure that was painful, but it is the perfect method to teach those like you who have no internal energy. Subming was pleased to see Yoan endure the pain. The goal is to finish this in 7 days. You will need to get the internal energy in you within that time frame. You got it? That was a bold goal for most people, but Subming really wanted to accomplish this. If I can get the internal energy in a week, I can take this pain. I will make it happen, teacher. Good. This will be the end of today's lesson then. Subming then walked out of the medical treatment room. The morning came and all cadets gathered at the training ground. The instructors also looked at their group members. As expected, instructors exchanged glances with each other as they saw bruises on many of the students. This was due to the fact that the students fought against each other overnight to set the ranks between themselves. The reason why instructors weren't there overnight was to let this happen on its own. So, are they the leaders? Without having to appoint a leader, the ones that stood on top of the ranks stood in front of each group's line. As expected, most of the heirs of the 6 clans were the leader of their respected groups. However, only one group had an unexpected outcome. Did he defeat the 4th cadet? The 4th cadet was the heir of Poison Clan, Chun Jongsum, and the boy in the front of the line was the 18th cadet. He had a long scar on his right eye and had heavy bruises on his face, hinting of a brutal overnight fight. This is interesting. Li Hamming became intrigued as he looked at everyone. Most cadets didn't dare to attack princes who might become a lord in the future, but the 18th cadet seemed to have the guts and power to do so. Fool, did he lose to a low clan boy? Other heirs looked disgustingly at Chun Jongsum, but he couldn't raise his head up from embarrassment. You are all here, and we will begin. Motto, and the training began. We'll move on to auditorium. From the first group, go forward. The training was divided into the morning and afternoon sessions. In the morning, they all gathered in the auditorium to learn about basic war tactics, and they were sent to the training ground in the afternoon to practice formations. And they were given free time before dinner so they could train on their own. In the dormitory of the 8th group on the first day, Aarg. Damn it. Chun Mukium was angered by what he heard from instructor Imping earlier. The other cadets were silent and afraid of Mukium. How can he be in the hospital for 2 weeks? I don't think the doctor's call is a lie or mistake. There was only one boy who spoke calmly with the annoyed Chun Mukium. It was 80th cadet who had short hair and a protruding chin. He was Jayun, one of the members of the loyal clan. His mother and Mukium's mother were related, and he had sworn his allegiance to Mukium since very young. No way. I'm sure he's faking it. Mukium was annoyed that he wouldn't get a chance to attack Yoan for another 2 weeks. That damn dirty peasant lying in bed comfortably? It gets on my nerves. No one knew why, but Mukium's anger toward Yoan was beyond that of the other heirs. Damn it. He kicked the furniture inside the dorm and Jayun reassured him. Prince, calm down. Why don't we do this? Jayun then began to whisper, and Mukium listened. His face turned to a smile. 5 days passed, and it was about time for afternoon training. They had trained with wooden swords and shields until now, but they were now given real swords and iron shields for the last day of formation practice. Jayun looked at the 23rd cadet and asked, "Are you ready?" The cadet nodded. Let's begin the formation training. Keep your distance to each other. Form. With Instructor Impeng's words, a red flag was brought up and the cadets began moving quickly to move into formation. Then suddenly, arg, someone screamed before they had even gotten into formation. What's going on? Impeng quickly ran up and saw the 23rd cadet in pain from a sword stab him. You fools. I told you to keep your distance. Impeng spoke angrily and pushed Jiayun again, who was responsible for bumping into the other cadet. Impeng then decided that the cadet needed medical attention and carried him into the building. Mukium grinned as he watched. Ooh. Zhang was dozing off on his desk when Impeng burst in, startling him. What's going on? Zhang had been bored since he didn't have any patients other than Yowon until now. Finally a patient. He hid his excitement and asked, what happened to him? He was hurt while training with real swords. I couldn't pull out the sword since it might make him lose too much blood. Impeng was panting since he ran over here. Oh, let's move him to the bed over here. Zhang then guided them to an empty bed and got his tools ready. Will he be okay? It's good that you didn't pull out the sword. Hold it here. Zhang then ripped the cadet's clothes and pulled out the sword. Blood began to pour out, but Zhang quickly cleaned off the wound and stopped the bleeding. It missed the vital part. He's lucky. Impeng then sat down on the chair and sighed with relief. Phew. So you do care about your students? Yeah. They are under my care. Every instructor was responsible for any accidents until the second test. 2 of his cadets were already under medical care, which meant he needed to draft up an explanation report. Well, he will need to stay here for a while. I need to sew his wound up. Oh wow. The cadet needed at least 3 days in the medical room. And it was after Zhang left the office that someone got up from the bed carefully. It was the 23rd cadet who was asleep after being sewed. He glanced around to check if anyone was out there and returned to the doctor's tool cabinet to take out a knife. Phew. He then crept up to the bed near the window that was covered with a curtain and pulled it open. There was a boy lying down on the bed. He was asleep. The 23rd cadet mumbled, "Don't blame me. I'm only doing this to save myself." He then placed the knife at Yowon's foot muscle. He was going to cut it so that Yowon couldn't walk. When he placed the knife on Yowon's leg, Nano spoke to Yowon, sensing hostile action on the user's leg muscle. Activating self-defense mode. What? Ngararg. The 23rd cadet screamed from the powerful electric shock that came through the knife and fell down with all of his hair burnt. Chun Yowon then opened his eyes and murmured as he looked down at the cadet. As I expected. Chapter 16. He lied to everyone. 1. In the hospital room in the main building of the Demonic Academy, near midnight, NNGH, the 23rd cadet woke up after fainting from the electric shock. His body shivered from the aftermath, and all he remembered was that he had been stunned by an unknown force while trying to cut Chun Yowon's leg. Why did I pass out? He looked around, but he was still in the medical room. What is going on? He glanced around and felt that it was weird. The cadet normally could feel the hair that touched his shoulder, but when he moved around, he couldn't feel any. No, it can't be. He couldn't feel any of his hair. The cadet then got up and tried to find a mirror, but before he could get up, a powerful force pushed him back down on the bed. Ugh. There was no damage to his muscles, but his wounds were sewed with a needle, so the pain still lingered. He then looked down at his body. There was a rope that tied him down to the bed. He couldn't get out of it no matter how hard he tried. Who tied me down here? Me. The curtain was pulled and someone appeared. It was Chun Yowon. The 23rd cadet became shocked and gasped. How did you? How? You passed out, so I put you back in bed. Passed out? So what he thought was correct. He then became concerned about the whole situation. Chun Yowon, who should be in bed due to his internal injuries, was walking around just fine. Not to mention, he had tied him down to the bed. And of course, there was his hair too. Where's my hair? Oh yeah, you're bald now. Yowon grinned and the 23rd cadet writhed, trying to scream. No. I can't be, me? Bald? No, shut up. The 23rd cadet tried to scream, but Chun Yowon struck him down with his fist, making him pass out again. He's too noisy. I should have him bite on a rag or something, Yowon mumbled. It didn't take long for the 23rd cadet to be awake again. He tried to yell again this time, but he realized he had a rag in his mouth that stopped him from making sounds. Yowon then sat down on the chair next to the bed. The 23rd cadet came back to his senses. He now knew what the situation was like for him. You have a rag in your mouth. I wouldn't try to say anything I were you. Yowon's cold voice made the 23rd cadet's eyes shake. He thought Yowon was a foolish prince who did not know anything. But it turns out it wasn't. Was he like this on that day too? Yowon glared at him with a cold expression. The 23rd cadet then realized that his life was in danger. Hey, do you know how I survived until today? Yowon asked. Can you even guess how many assassins like you come to kill or poison me? Yowon's voice had a deep hatred in it. His life was like a storm. What is this? Yowon flashed something on his hand to the 23rd cadet. It was the knife that the 23rd cadet had stolen to cut Yowon's leg muscle. Yowon then pressed the knife against the 23rd cadet's neck and threatened him. You tried to play with me, so you must know how painful it is to get stabbed with this? Oh, it might kill you too. The 23rd cadet became fear-stricken. Yowon looked terrifying. Well, you better talk then. The 23rd cadet swallowed his empty throat. Who sent you? The 23rd cadet thought hundreds of ways to get out of this situation and came up with an idea. As he tried to talk, Yowon took out the rag out from his mouth. Talk. Ha ha. The cadet panted heavily before he began to talk. I don't know what you were talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, do you think you'll walk out fine if you kill me in a medical room inside the academy? The 23rd cadet remembered of the rules of the academy. It was forbidden for students to hurt each other outside training or official duels. You think you can hurt me? The 23rd cadet became instantly relieved and arrogant. Yowon then frowned. So, it didn't work then? Don't even think about it. And even if you torture me, I won't open my mouth. Yowon then gave the 23rd cadet a weird look. Well then, should I try it whether you open your mouth or not? Yowon then placed the rag back into his mouth and went to the cabinet to take out some long needles. The 23rd cadet's eyes grew wide with shock. What is he trying to do with that? You know, my place didn't have these kinds of things. But this place is full of it. The 23rd cadet felt sweat running down his forehead. Yowon then grabbed his left wrist. Cadet clenched his fist quickly, but Yowon grabbed it and opened it forcefully. How is he so strong? Everyone knew that Yowon did not learn any martial arts, but he was too strong right now. Please. As his fingers were stretched, Yowon cracked an evil smile. This will hurt. He poked the giant needle between the cadet's finger and nail. The pain made the 23rd cadet cry. It was so painful that veins popped up on his neck. Yowon did not care about the sight and took another finger to poke the nail down. It was only 2 needles, but it was too much pain for the boy to endure. He writhed in pain, and Yowon spoke to him for the last time. Well, you told me you won't spill through torture, so just consider it as my way of getting revenge. The 23rd cadet then shuddered and tried to speak, but there was no use. It was the start of terrible torture. Soon, all of the fingers on his left hand had needles stuck underneath the nails. He had passed out 2 times due to the pain already. Yowon then got up and dragged the chair to the right side of the bed. The 23rd cadet knew what this meant, so he shed his tears in fear. He tried to speak as hard as he could, trying to spit out the rag in the process. Yowon smiled. You want to speak then? You should have told me earlier. He grinned and took the rag out of the cadet's mouth. He had bitten on it so hard that white rag had bloodstains on it. He then panted for a second and tried to say something, but Yowon spoke first. Chun Mukium, right? How did you? Yowon had guessed correctly. He didn't seem to know who was behind the plot, but it was enough to make 23rd cadet surprised. You're in my group, right? The 8th group. Why, yes, sir. The 23rd cadet answered politely, still fear-stricken from being tortured. However, he was curious as to how Chun Yowon knew that he was in the 8th group and knew that even the 23rd cadet himself was in that same group. Well, your tag is here. Yowon pointed at the 23rd cadet's number tag. But how did you know? Well, thanks to our group leader. Our instructor comes to me every morning to teach me what I'm missing. This was what Chun Mukium had not even thought about. Since the morning session was done in the auditorium, each instructor had nothing to do, so Impang used this opportunity to visit Chun Yowon to teach him basic martial arts techniques. It was his effort to not allow his group to fail, and Chun Yowon was able to find out who was in his group and what his group number was. Well, I already guessed it, but I just wanted to hear it from your mouth. The 23rd cadet couldn't believe that this boy was the foolish prince that Mukium and Jayun had told him about. He is definitely not just some foolish kid. He was a monster in hiding, actually. It was terrifying to guess how fearful he would be if he acquired such power. I still got good information from you, so let's finish it here. Oh, really? The 23rd cadet became hopeful at the words. Yeah, and don't let other people know what happened here, okay? He almost wanted to get up and bow in obedience, but his body was bound, so he couldn't do that. Yowon grinned and placed his finger on the blood point of the 23rd cadet's body. The 23rd cadet then began falling asleep. Sending power over to the blood point required some amount of internal energy, but he knew Chun Yowon had none. He was lying to everyone, and the 23rd cadet's first day in the medical room ended just like that. Chapter 17. He lied to everyone, too. A few hours after the incident in the medical room, Subming visited the medical room as usual. However, he was more excited than his visit a few days ago since Chun Yowon had finally achieved gaining internal energy within his stomach yesterday. This one is real. Subming was truly astounded. The 1 week he first spoke of was actually much shorter than what he expected it to be. His teacher's way of teaching how to acquire internal energy usually required at least 2 to 3 weeks, even months. Yet Yowon had achieved it within 5 days. I can move on with the next steps then. He now realized why his colleagues told him to take an apprentice. If the apprentice was talented, it gave the teacher more satisfaction in teaching. Apprentice Chun Yowon. Good morning, teacher. Yes, my apprentice. And he was very polite too. Aside from the first day when he came in unannounced in the morning, Yowon always woke up early and waited for Subming to arrive to kneel in front of him. Subming asked, "Where is it?" "I have it under my bed." Chun Yowon then went to the bed near the window and brought out a small wooden chest. As it was opened, the thick smell of medicinal herbs filled the area. It was the Black Dragon Ball given to students who had passed the first test. This was the medicinal ball that the demonic cult created to allow one to acquire 20 years worth of internal energy after consuming it. Subming looked at it with satisfaction and drank from his liquor bottle. If he instructed Yowon to eat this while he was teaching him, Yowon would safely acquire 20 years worth of internal energy without much loss. That will put him at the start line at least. If it happened, that would be a great feat. Oh, but who is that kid? Oh, Subming pointed at the bed in the middle of the room that was hidden by a curtain. He never heard the others breathing since he started coming here. The boy's breathing was shallow, as if he had been put to sleep from a blood point. Subming got up and pulled the curtain to see a bald boy with linen bandages wrapped around on top of his body. He was put to sleep from the blood point as expected. Oh? You poked his blood point? He had never taught Yowon about any blood points, but it seemed that Yowon had acquired this before. He attacked me after Dr. Beck went home. He attacked you? Subming frowned. This meant that the bald boy did not fear being kicked out of the academy. If that was the case, someone was watching his back. Subming asked, "Who is it?" "It's a kid from the Loyal clan in my group." "Huh? Loyal clan? They are full of fools." The Loyal clan had a history of having people causing trouble, perhaps due to the characteristics of their martial art. "Well, you sure do have a tough life." "That is all right. I'm used to it." Yowon was really used to such things. But Subming didn't feel good about the fact that a young boy like Yowon was used to being attacked. Subming then pressed the blood point of the 23rd cadet again and gave Yowon some advice. "If you poke it with a year's worth or less amount of internal energy, it wears off after a few hours. If you want it to be perfect, then you need at least 10 years. "Got it." "Yes, teacher," Yowon answered. With Subming working on the blood point, there was no need to worry about the 23rd cadet waking up. He couldn't let anyone know that he was being taught by Right Guardian Subming. "Take out the ball and consume it." "Do I swallow it?" "No. You have to chew it before swallowing it so that you can absorb all the energy." If Subming did not give him such advice, Yowon would have only acquired half of the energy. He was lucky to have Subming. As he chewed on the ball, a bitter taste filled his mouth and made him feel disgusted. After barely chewing it down and swallowing it, Yowon sat down on the floor with his feet crossed. "If you start using the breathing of 1,000 martials, I will help you absorb the Black Dragon Ball's energy better." "Understood. Thank you. Now, start." Chun Yowon then began breathing using the skill, and Subming placed both of his hands on Yowon's back to press internal energy into Yowon. As the ball began spreading itself in Yowon's body, Nano's voice could be heard. "A substance which aids powerful energy activation has been consumed. It is reproducing by reacting to the energy that flows within the user's 14 veins. Will you accept its absorption by quickening the body cycle?" Yowon couldn't understand most of what Nano was saying, but it seemed like it was going to help with absorbing the ball, so Yowon gave a short answer. "Yes, activating." And with that, the nanomachine inside his body quickly began activating his body functions and cycle to absorb the ball. Phew, Yowon felt hot energy below his stomach. This was very lucky for Yowon as Subming was helping from the outside and the nanomachine was helping him from the inside. He could probably only absorb maybe 70% of the energy from the ball, but now he was absorbing 100% of it. Yowon's body began to sweat. What? Was he born with the body of a war god? Subming was beyond shocked. If this was going well, Yowon was going to absorb all of the energy. Subming began to focus so that none of it would go to waste and 2 hours passed by. "Haha, it's done." Subming swept the sweat on his forehead and drank the entire bottle. Unlike his prior concern, Yowon succeeded in absorbing entire energy from the Black Dragon Ball. "Good work. It's all thanks to you, teacher. And thanks, Nano. I am programmed to aid you in the best way that I can, master." Yowon now felt heavy energy under his belly, proving that he had successfully absorbed the energy. "Well, you are a lucky one. You have gotten 30 years worth of internal energy." "Huh? 30? Yes, that is a rough estimate. The other students will barely be able to acquire maybe half the energy from the ball, because they will be absorbing it alone." "Oh, thank you, teacher." Yowon bowed once more. Like Subming said, those who acquired at least 20 years worth of energy were the heirs from the 6 clans, or a few of the members from the high-ranked clans. Most would barely receive 10 years worth of internal energy. "Oh, look at the time." Subming then saw the sun rising outside the window and got up. As he was walking out, Yowon called out to him. "Teacher, what is it? Can you teach me your blade skill formation?" "Heh, of course. You have little time on your hands, so be ready." That's what Subming had planned from the beginning, but he was glad to hear it from Yowon himself. Subming then walked out, and before Baek Jongming came, Yowon woke the 23rd cadet up. He couldn't say anything to Yowon out of fear. Jongming saw the bald 23rd cadet and burst out in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Damn it." The 23rd cadet had to hold back his anger. He couldn't dare to act out since Yowon might not like it. "Oh, I'm sorry." Jongming apologized for laughing and covered the bed with a curtain. He figured something might have happened overnight as the cadet couldn't even say anything when he laughed, but he didn't mention it. As a doctor in the academy, he couldn't really ask questions about anything. What a great morning. At the training ground for morning training, Chun Mukium stood there brightly with a smile on his face. Thanks to Jayun's plans of sending the 23rd cadet to the hospital, it had probably solved his problem. Thanks to that, the cadets of the 8th group were able to enjoy peaceful nights for 2 days at least. Chapter 18. He lied to everyone. 2 days passed. At dinner time after the afternoon training, the 23rd cadet that Chun Mukium had waited so long for finally returned. His head was wrapped with some small cloths. Mukium's face crumpled terribly. "If he won't come to us, we'll send someone to him." It was what Jayun had planned, and therefore the 23rd cadet was sent to the medical room. The 23rd cadet was a member of a weak clan within the demonic cult. Mukium promised to help his family if 23rd cadet succeeded. Interesting. Why didn't you get expelled? Mukium glared coldly at the 23rd cadet. The 23rd cadet was on his knees as he answered carefully. "I tried to cut his leg muscle, but his internal damage was so bad that the doctor stayed in the medical room to look after him." "Huh? Doesn't he sleep?" Don't tell me you didn't have any time to do that. I tried to wake up at midnight to do it, but the doctor woke up every time I moved. The 23rd cadet wasn't sure if his lies would work, but he had no choice other than using the excuse that Yoan had told him to use. You couldn't even get past a doctor? Ugh. Mukium kicked the 23rd cadet's stomach, knocking him back. Damn idiot. You can't even do that, right? Mukium kept on kicking him, but the 23rd cadet couldn't do anything. Jayun stopped Mukium. Prince, stop. What? What do you want? Do you know the doctor's name? Jayun asked the 23rd cadet, and he answered while panting heavily. Ugh. Baek Jongming. Baek Jongming. Baek. Oh, Jayun had asked for a reason. He had learned and studied many things about the demonic cult to better assist Chun Mukium. What? Do you know him? He must be an apprentice of the demon Dr. Baek Jongwoo. Really? Mukium then became surprised and stopped. Baek Jongwoo was a member of the Poison Clan who was interested in medical skills and became a doctor to the Lord himself. He was a doctor, but he was also a warrior within the top 30 ranks of the demonic cult. If he is the apprentice of the demon doctor, then he might have learned martial arts. This was just a guess, and they didn't know that vague knowledge was inaccurate sometimes. Baek Jongwoo did not teach martial arts to his medical apprentices. Damn it. Then there was no point in sending this bastard. Mukium was angry that his plan had failed and Yoan was still fine. He then started kicking the 23rd cadet again to unleash his anger. Ugh. Bastard. Don't even think about getting assistance for your clan. As Mukium kept kicking him, the 23rd cadet thought to himself, yeah, you do that. Let's see if you can do that when he comes back. If Mukium and Jayun rewarded him and kept their promises, the 23rd cadet would have spilled everything he found out. But he didn't want to do that anymore. You will feel just how dangerous that Chun Yoan can be. It was just 3 days, but the 23rd cadet had witnessed Chun Yoan's true nature. He wasn't just some foolish prince who didn't know anything. Huh? What's with this rag on top of your head anyway? Mukium asked, and the 23rd cadet took off the cloth off his head. It showed his bald head and Mukium smirked at it. Ha! You think I will forgive you if you shave your hair? Mukium then kicked him again, but it now was much weaker. The 23rd cadet screamed to himself on the inside after he revealed his baldness. Mukium, Yoan, go to hell, all of you. And the 8th group descended into chaos once again. 7 more days passed, and soon it was the day of Chun Yoan's return to the group. In the morning, Right Guardian Submang visited the medical room as usual. The only difference was that his right hand held a sword in a cow leather scabbard. You're here, teacher. Chun Yoan greeted Submang. I have a lot to teach you, but it's already the last day. Submang's expression showed that he really wanted to keep on teaching Yoan. However, since Yoan was attending the academy, they needed to follow the rules. What is that? Heh. This is my present to you. This was actually due to Chun Yoan's request. Chun Yoan asked Submang if he could watch Submang use his blade skill, and Submang came to do just that. Submang pulled out the blade with his right hand. It was not a large blade, but the phrase, light dance, had been carved onto the sharp blade. Hold it. Submang threw it to Yoan. It was light. Isn't it light? It's not as heavy as I thought. Most blades that martial artists use are heavier than that. But the light dance blade from our family is half the usual weight. Is it because of the blade skill that you use? Yes. You are very smart indeed. Submang's blade skill, butterfly blade dance, was a quick and swift blade skill that looked like a butterfly flying in from multiple directions which required lightweight blades. It doesn't mean the sword is weak though. Give it back to me. Here you go. Yoan handed over the blade to Submang, who grabbed it and swung the blade at the corner of the bed. It was just a simple movement, but the sharp attack had cut off a wooden piece from the corner. Yoan then picked the piece up and placed in the corner. He should have stopped Submang from doing this. Oh well. Baek Jongming liked to keep his room clean, and he probably wouldn't like to see his bed cut down. It is sharp. Well, that's why it's a treasured blade. Submang didn't go into the details, but his blade was one of the most famous blades within the demonic cult. Let's go over what you've learned then. Okay, Yoan had learned the basic steps and formations. He quickly stepped through and flawlessly performed the movements. He is a genius. Submang was astonished. He only showed Yoan a few times and fixed his form, but with this rate, it would be no problem for Yoan to absorb all of it at once. Yoan actually had perfectly acquired the forms as nanoscanned and memorized Submang's movements. But I can't be too perfect from the beginning. That was why Yoan was taking it slow. Now, onto the formation. The butterfly blade dance was comprised of 24 forms. There were 3 minor subforms within each form, but Yoan only learned about the subforms until now. Oh ho! Submang sighed. With such talent, he would have taught him the basic forms if he had a month at least. It was a shame that he couldn't teach him any further than that. Good. You have learned well. Thank you, teacher. Submang complimented Yoan. He then took out a crumpled piece of paper. The writing was bad, but it was full of basic information about the butterfly blade dance and how to use the internal energy connected to it. I want to teach you it thoroughly, but we don't have time. I'm sure you can handle it on your own. I will check on you when we meet again, so don't be lazy. Thank you, teacher. Yoan was touched by his teacher who looked out for him. So, that being said, I'll show you what you wanted to see. Stand back. Yoan backed away, and Submang readied his blade. He had never let Yoan watch him move with his sword until now. Submang became serious as he was about to use the core of his blade skill. Yoan then spoke within himself. Nano, get ready to scan him. Activating scan of the target specified. Submang, Chapter 19. You brought it on yourself. 1. The sky began to brighten up and the heavy fog came down on the training ground. One person was sprinting across the ground with their running skill. It was Subming the Crazy Blade. He had jumped out from the medical room from the main building and was escaping the premise. His martial arts skill was so high that the staff or guards couldn't sense him if he tried to hide. However, there were ones who were watching them from the roof. It was a middle-aged man with long red hair and a man with a weird mask on his face. It was Left Guardian Lee Hamming and the Great Guardian Marakim. That rat. I mean, the Right Guardian is leaving. Good work for letting him be. Well, it's an order. At least I won't have to see him sneaking around under my nose anymore. They knew that Subming had snuck into the medical room all along, but they allowed him to continue. I guess I'll have to put guards on the second floor again. The second floor was also loosely guarded because of this. It was done on purpose so that Subming could freely enter and train Yowon. I'll be on my way then. Marakim tried to leave and Hamming asked, why is he looking after the 7th prince like this? Allowing Subming to teach Yowon meant that Lee Hamming had broken the rules of the academy himself when he was the chief. If it wasn't for the order directly from the Lord, he would have declined to do it. Marakim stopped and answered shortly. It is to be fair. Heh. So I guess every child is dear to him? Hamming shook his head. Don't question his will. Marakim then disappeared from the roof. Huh. I can't even catch him if he really doesn't want me to. Marakim, whose nickname was Wind God, had a fast running skill where even Lee Hamming couldn't keep up with him. He frowned and mumbled. It was only 14 days. Will there even be a difference? Even if Yowon had learned from Subming, it was only 2 weeks. As the morning session started, Yowon was still in bed. Baek Jongming looked at him weirdly. Yowon always woke up earlier even before he came to work, but he was still asleep. Well, it's his last day to get a good rest. From what he heard, Jongming knew that Yowon's group had Chun Mukium, another heir from the loyal clan. This meant that Yowon would have a hard time immediately if he returned. Jongming thought Yowon would need at least a moment of peace and covered his bed with the curtain and returned to his desk. Unlike Jongming's thoughts, however, Yowon's body was going through heavy reconstruction. Estimated time needed for completion, 1 hour. Current progress, 80% muscle restructure complete, 75% joint reform complete. Millions of nanomachines inside Chun Yowon worked to change his body shape to allow him to perform the butterfly blade dance skill. He had started right after Subming left, but it still wasn't done yet. 6 hours? That takes too long. It is the estimated time required to change the user's body to fit target Subming's movement. Chun Yowon was shocked, but it was understandable. And that's why Yowon had to stay in bed the entire morning. 1 more hour passed. Process complete. Yowon then woke up from his anesthesia and got up, but he immediately vomited on the ground. Yuruuf. His entire body shuddered as it was overloaded from going through the heavy change and anesthesia. It was normal to have an adverse reaction from reforming his body to that of a well-experienced warrior. What's going on? Baek Jongming was nodding off on his desk, but he got up and came running. He patted Yowon's back and got him back into bed. When Yowon fell asleep this time, Jongming checked his pulse and he was shocked. What's going on? His pulse is as if he went through some heavy exercise. This heart rate hard to believe, especially for someone who had been sleeping. And as Yowon was asleep, the nanomachine was moving on to the next step to calm Yowon's state, stabilizing users' reaction to the body change. Soon after Jongming began feeling the pulse, it calmed down. Yowon was now sleeping peacefully. What is going on? Jongming couldn't understand what had happened. And after an hour, a little bit before lunch was over, Yowon opened his eyes. He got up with excitement and clenched his fist. He knew that the power he can put into his fist was very different. This showed how much training Subming had gone through. If Subming realizes that Yowon had acquired his body in just 6 hours, he would be shocked. Dr. Beck? He didn't sense anyone inside the room, but just called out to check. The doctor was out on lunch, so Yowon got up and readied himself to practice the blade skill. He didn't have a blade, but pretended his hand was the blade. His body moved quickly and his hand slashed through the air. It was so quick that he was as fast as Subming himself. Good. Yowon became excited and tried to move on to the second formation, but he heard someone walking down the corridor and stopped. Oh, he didn't realize this, but his senses had also gotten more sensitive with his body. He mumbled as he looked at his palm. I'm prepared. Huh? Prepared for what? When did you wake up? The doctor came in and spoke to Yowon, who was standing in the middle of the room. Yowon became embarrassed and replied, I mean, prepared to go back to the academy? Doctor checked Yowon's pulse again and declared that he was now healed and was free to leave. Yowon then clothed himself with the martial arts uniform and took the tag with the red number 7 on it. Baek Jongming sighed. I'll be so bored without you. Unlike his expectation of seeing many patients, his room was empty. Yowon smiled. You'll get a lot soon. There was an underlying meaning behind that. But Jongming just figured it would be good if he received more patients and answered, yeah? I hope so. No, I guess it's better if there are no patients. Thank you, doctor. Yeah, good luck. If the doctor didn't let it slide that Subming was teaching Yowon, it would have been troublesome. Yowon was very thankful for the doctor and decided to send him some patients. At the training ground, all the students were gathered in a group. Everyone in the 8th group turned to one direction. It was Chun Yowon who finally came back after 2 weeks. Finally here, the group leader, Chun Mukium, cracked an evil smile. Chun Yowon found instructor Impung and walked up to him. You're here. Yes, instructor. Are you all fine now? Yes, sir. That is good. I taught you already, but I'm sure you know where your place is. Impung didn't really seem all that excited to see Yowon back. The formation battle required every individual to not fail for it to work well, and while Yoan's spot was the least important, it still was concerning. Yes, sir. Good. Then go take your place. Impeng pointed to the location. Yoan knew that he wouldn't be welcomed for missing 2 weeks already, so he quickly took up the sword and shield and got to his location. Today was the real sword practice day that only came once a week. Mukium tried to growl at Yoan, who was running toward him. You finally here? You cowardly chicken BAS. But Yoan ignored him and simply ran past him. Mukium became dumbfounded, but something was off. Yoan didn't seem to fear him at all. What is it? His look? It doesn't. Instead, it looked like Yoan's eyes were telling Mukium to challenge him to a fight. Chapter 20. You brought it on yourself, too. Let's begin. Keep your distance. If there are any more accidents, I'll expel you from the academy. Motto. The training began. Impeng, however, was only focused on one person. The other students had 2 weeks of training together, but Chun Yoan did not have any. It was apparent he would make mistakes. And the problem regarding today's practice was that they were using real swords. There was an accident in the last sword practice, so Impeng was nervous. Damn it. Why am I stuck with him? No one wanted to take Chun Yoan since he was taken to the medical room, and Impeng offered to take the lottery. Unfortunately, he ended up taking the boy into his group. Please don't make any mistakes. You don't have much to do anyway. At least Yoan's spot required the least amount of work. Impeng then flashed the red flag that called for the first formation change. Students quickly took the proper steps to move into place. The ones who needed to move the most were in the front row, while the group leader in the middle needed to lead the others nicely. Good. Impeng shouted. Everyone did it perfectly without any mistakes. Mukium was arrogant and violent, but he managed his group well and made them follow his orders. And as for Chun Yoan, he was doing quite well. Unlike the other students who had a hard time following the formation in the beginning, Chun Yoan was following along quite nicely. Is he following what the others are doing? Impeng was curious, but he just figured Yoan was copying the others well. The problem with this formation was that the students had to maintain the formation without moving. Keep the formation. Students had to hold up their swords and shields and stand still for quite some time. This required muscle strength. Everyone was holding on, but the weaker students' arms began to shake. If the shield shook and clashed with another shield, there would a sound. It wasn't that loud when it was between wooden shields, but the clang between the iron shields was very clear. Get it together. Don't even think about beating other groups with such endurance. Impeng shouted, and the students gritted their teeth. Impeng was angry that there were still students who still couldn't keep up even after 2 weeks. Chun Yoan, who was known to have zero internal energy, probably wouldn't be able to hold up. Impeng turned to him. What? Why is he still okay? Chun Yoan was looking ahead without any sign of exhaustion. His sword and shield did not move an inch. Did he really just return from the medical room? Impeng had seen that himself, so that was obvious. It was astonishing to see Yoan keeping up with the group so well. Impeng's view of Yoan began to change, and when half of the students began to quiver, Impeng flashed the yellow flag. The students then moved around to change formations. The second formation was a semicircle around the target, so that the enemy to have nowhere to flee. Yes. Slowly, the students took a step forward to pressure the enemy. No one made any mistakes and they closed in without failure. Good. Very good. Impeng shouted and Mukium became surprised. This wasn't what he expected. How come he isn't making any mistakes at all? Yoan should have made some mistakes already, yet Impeng didn't seem to raise any questions. Instead, he was applauding the group for the good formation, which meant that no one had made any mistakes. Yoan was in the back, so Mukium couldn't see him in the first formation, but now he could see him. What? Yoan looked fine. This formation was harder to maintain since they had to keep swinging the sword from top to bottom, but Yoan didn't even look tired. Did he really not learn any martial arts? Jaeyoon stood close to Yoan, but even his right arm was shaking. It was hard to believe, especially when Jaeyoon was from one of the high-ranking clans. Damn peasant. I won't let you take all the glory. He then thought he should make Yoan take the shame. Mukium sent a telepathic message to Jaeyoon. If you hear me, nod. Jaeyoon became surprised, but he kept his cool and nodded slightly. Sending messages required at least 30 years of internal energy or more. At the third formation, move on my command. Mukium sent the words to Jaeyoon, who smiled and nodded in response. After a while, Impeng flashed the blue flag for the third formation. This was the hardest one as the shields had to be stacked together, and the swords were thrust in between them to create a sturdy defensive line. This is easy. Yoan had learned all kinds of formations through nano-simulations, so following it was easy. The other students were careful about pushing the sword through to not stab the person in front. Be careful, but also be quick. Do it. The formation change became slower, and Impeng shouted angrily. But soon, the formation was complete. Chun Yoan was in the middle of the shields, but the student who had to put the sword through from behind was Jaeyoon. All that was left for them to do now was to hold their positions. I see your butt. Jaeyoon smiled and raised his leg. He then focused internal energy to kick Yoan to make him fall. Peasants are suited for crawling on the ground. He couldn't make a sound, so he placed his foot on Yoan's butt. Yoan then looked back at the feeling of the shoes on his butt, and he moved his eyes up to see Jaeyoon. What? How dare you? Jaeyoon didn't like Yoan glaring at him coldly, so it made him angrily send more powerful internal energy to kick him. Suddenly, Yoan's butt was covered with a barrier, throwing Jaeyoon toward the back. Jaeyoon rolled on the ground and slumped down. He couldn't understand what just happened. It was internal energy from his, but it was much stronger than his energy. As he was on the ground, someone came up to him and frowned angrily. You again? It was Impeng. He knew him since Jaeyoon was the one who stabbed the 23rd cadet. He was shocked and tried to get up. However, pain shot up from his foot and he couldn't stand. It was the aftermath of being thrown off from the internal energy reaction. Jaeyoon could barely stand, and he saw Chun Yo-won smirking behind Impeng. He bit his lips in rage, but Impeng got even angrier and reached for his black club on his waist. Biting your lip? Oh, so are you angry at your instructor now? Huh. And no, it's not that. I was just his butt. But you must be going mad.
Ugh.
Impeng quickly took out his club and plunged it into Jaeyoon's stomach. Jaeyoon grabbed his stomach and fell to the ground. Impeng whispered to him, you will lose free time for 3 days. Until you sleep, you will have special training with myself, personally. And no, instructor. Jaeyoon tried to explain, and Impeng gestured on swinging his club again. Jaeyoon quickly answered, motto. Students of the 8th group grinned. Jaeyoon was Mukium's crony, and they were glad that he was being punished. After all, he had done some bad things to the group. Then they heard someone grinding his teeth. Chun Mukium was furious about his failed plan. Chun, Yeo, 1. Chapter 21. You brought it on yourself. 3. As the day went on, students of the 8th group had to deal with 2 major figures cautiously. Chun Mukium from the Loyal Clan was furiously focusing on Chun Yo-won, and that made it awkward for everyone because Yo-won ignoring it. And it wasn't only him who felt the tension. The left guardian, Lee Hamming, was also watching them. 2 candidates for the heir in the same group. Interesting. He didn't come out to watch the training. He was here today to see Chun Yo-won. The 8th group was performing as expected since it was the only group with 2 black tag students. The only unexpected thing was Chun Yo-won's internal energy. He has more than what I expected him to have. Chun Yo-won had nothing just 2 weeks ago, but it was weird that he had become more powerful than Jaeyoon, a member of the Loyal Clan. He knew Subming had taught him, but even then the internal energy was inexplicable. With the Black Dragon Ball, he should have close to 20 or barely 30 years worth of internal energy, but the energy reflection that Chun Yo-won released on Jaeyoon meant that he had over 30 years worth of internal energy. Even if Subming helped Yo-won absorb the ball, that was too much. Did he absorb all the energy from the ball? Then it's his own talent, not that drunkard who helped him. Heh. So does have the blood then? Hamming didn't think Subming had taught him well, so he then got up and left the area. When TE afternoon practice was over, all the students crowded into the large cafeteria to eat dinner together. Chun Yo-won welcomed this as he had been eating rice soup for 2 weeks. The second stage required teamwork, and thus they were also required to eat together. Oh, it's chicken. Chicken meat marinated with soy sauce was placed on the table. One of the perks of being a student was that they were provided an unlimited amount of food. As the students calmly waited with their chopsticks placed on the table, one of the instructors shouted, you may eat, motto. The students replied loudly and began gorging down the food. Chun Yo-won smiled at the taste of chicken meat. He was sick and tired of 2 weeks of rice soup, and as he ate, he felt Chun Mukium glaring at him the entire time. He wasn't sure why the Loyal Clan hated him so much. You better eat up now since you won't be eating well starting tomorrow. Chun Yo-won also had a deep hatred rooted within him toward the 6 clans. His anger still gushed out of him whenever he thought of his mother who was poisoned to death. You dare trample on the weak? Now I will trample on you. He had to bow because he was weak before, but it was different now. When dinner time was over, a bell rang and everyone stopped to place their chopsticks on the bowls. Chun Yo-won also glanced at the others and copied them to wait. Dinner is finished. Motto. Students shouted in response and began leaving the cafeteria in lines. As they gathered back on the training ground in lines, Instructor Impeng dismissed his 8th group. You are dismissed for today. Everyone except for the 80th cadet, you are dismissed. Dismissed. Everyone left other than Jaeyoon, who frowned as he waited. Chun Yo-won scoffed at Jaeyoon, who followed Instructor Impeng and headed for the dorm. The dorm building was on the left side of the main building. It was divided into 5 sections, and each section had 2 floors. The lower floor was for the boys, and the upper floor was for the girls. There was a total of 10 rooms on each floor, and each room had a maximum of 20 beds. Therefore, each group could take 1 room to sleep in. That was how everything was divided until the 3rd section, and at the beginning of the 4th section, everyone got their own personal rooms after passing the 3rd test. The 5th section was where the instructors lived. Chun Yo-won was in room number 8. Hey, where do you think you're going? An annoying voice came from behind as Chun Yo-won tried to enter the room. He didn't hear the voice directly, but he was able to guess who it was. As he turned, Chun Mukium was glaring him with his arms crossed. Behind him were 6 cadets who acted like his cronies within the 8th group. Does he want to be on top of everyone anywhere he goes? All the princes and princesses of the 6 clans were known for being raised with the utmost care and respect. They never had to do anything on their own as they always had servants. For example, Chun Wonryu, the princess of the Lust clan, did the same thing. She was the group leader, but when group time was over and it was free period, she still had about 10 cadets following her like her subjects. Students soon gathered as they saw the rumored 7th prince having a standoff with Chun Mukium of the Loyal Clan. Heh, I'll show you. Mukium liked this situation as he wanted to embarrass Yo-won in front of everyone. Peasant boy, Was it nice to be locked up in the medical room like a coward? Chun Yo-won's eyes turned cold. Mukium liked how Yo-won was triggered by his choice of words and continued. Why? You don't like that word? P-dash, are you talking ill of the Lord? What? If I am a peasant, you must be mean that the Lord is a peasant. Mukium then had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He was only thinking of Yo-won's mother, but when Yo-won mentioned the Lord, his words got stuck in his throat. Are you so noble that you can even talk poorly of the Lord himself? I never said. All of the students here were loyal to the Lord. Whether they were a member of the six clans or children of the Lord, they had to choose their words wisely. The students around them were silent. The loyal clansmen are idiots. Chun Wonryu scoffed as she watched. It was foolish to see him getting wordplayed by a boy like Chun Yo-won. Fool. Still clinging onto the peasant boy? And Chun Kung-won, who was from the Sword Clan, also shook his head while he stopped to see what was going on. Ugh. Chun Mukium's face turned red. He was going to embarrass Yo-won, but he was getting embarrassed instead. You bastard. I will bust your face with UGH. Everyone turned silent. Yo-won's fist struck Mukium's face before he could even finish, and blood gushed out from Mukium's nose. With what? What were you trying to say? Mukium then tried to unleash the loyal clan's martial arts, starting with the loyal demon fist formation, but Chun Yo-won began running. Everyone who was watching never thought that Yo-won would attempt to flee. Arg. Get him. Why yes, sir. Students who were behind Mukium began to run toward Yo-won, who was running toward the forest behind the dorm building. Mukium also used his running skill to follow. And unlike the other students who were watching excitedly, Chun Wonryu and Chun Kung-won looked at Yo-won as if he were weird. The 6 students who followed Yo-won were shocked. They knew Yo-won did not have any internal energy, but they still couldn't catch up to him. Why is he so fast? They couldn't get him, but the Yo-won wasn't getting away either. The 203rd cadet then thought, is he luring us? He thought for a second as Yo-won seemed to be maintaining a certain distance while running. What are you doing? Huh? Mukium swept the blood from his nose and shot past them. He had to catch Yo-won and destroy his bones so that he could feel better. Yo-won glanced back and stopped. Damn, bastard. Are you done running? Mukium clenched his fist and walked up. Yo-won answered with a smirk. Running? Huh, I brought you here. What? I don't want the others to see it yet. And with that, Yo-won's body bounced like a spring, and he struck Mukium down with his palm. It was almost an ambush, but Mukium was ready with his internal energy all over his body. Thus, Mukium brought up his 2 fists and blocked Yo-won's palm. Mukium was pushed back 2 steps, but his eyes shook with shock. You? How did you learn such martial arts? He didn't think about any of the details until now, but Chun Mukium was now shocked to see the power behind Yo-won's internal energy attack. Chapter 22. You brought it on yourself. 4. Chun Yo-won's attack was not a light one. It was so powerful that Chun Mukium had defended with 7 levels of energy, but he was still pushed back 2 steps. His power is not weak. Mukium thought Yo-won was a piece of cake, but it was not as he had expected. Now is the time. Chun Yo-won then unleashed the second formation of the butterfly blade dance. A quick attack of the blade was completed through the powerful spinning move originally made to defend, but it also proved to be effective when in close range as an attack. He didn't have any weapons in his hands, but he wielded internal energy in his right hand to make it work like a blade. Prince, be careful. One of the boys out of the 6 students shouted as they got down. Mukium used his running skill to run 3 steps back to dodge the attack. He dodged it. Yo-won became surprised as he thought that this was going to be the final blow. Mukium then jumped out and attacked Yo-won's chest. It was the 3rd formation of the loyal demon fist. Ugh. He had taken a strike from the counterattack, but he dodged the second attack by pulling his upper body back. However, that wasn't the end. Mukium then jabbed Yo-won's right shoulder with his elbow. Yo-won quickly brought his wrist up to defend, but the attack from the elbow had more power. Yo-won was pushed back about 4 steps. I still lack internal energy. Mukium had entered the academy with 20 years worth of energy, and with the Black Dragon Ball, he increased the amount of energy he had. But I can take it. Mukium had taken many kinds of medicine since he was young, so his absorption rate of the Black Dragon Ball wasn't as high. Moreover, his quick temper also made him absorb less. I should give him no time to counter it. Yo-won then unleashed agile blade attacks, and his hand chop left a trace that looked like a butterfly flying through in the air as it attacked Mukium's right shoulder. How can he use such martial arts? The 6 students blankly watched Yo-won. They knew he had acquired one of the finest martial arts just by looking at it. If they knew it was the butterfly blade dance that Subming used, they would have been so shocked. You are above my expectations. Mukium spoke in astonishment and dodged Yo-won's attack while getting closer. His fist skills were powerful, but he also focused on being flexible, which allowed him to move flexibly, and Mukium kicked Yo-won's left side. Ugh. Yo-won was thrown to the right from the kick. He had learned about basic martial arts, but he had not learned a landing skill yet. So, he had to roll on the ground before crudely getting up. I didn't expect a kick. He was shocked. The kick got him on the head, so it made him feel dizzy. When he couldn't find his balance, Mukium felt relieved. I was surprised at such fine blade art, but you still are a newbie. Yo-won frowned. Mukium had found out that Yo-won was still very new to martial arts just after a few exchanges. He has the basic movements down, but he does not know how to react to attacks. Chun Mukium was hot-tempered, but he was still a talented individual who was trained in various teachings. He had many experiences since various teachers had taught him. Martial arts required real-life experience so that the user would know when or what to use under different circumstances. Well, you still have a long ways to go. I underestimated him. What should I do? Chun Yo-won became nervous. His head was filled with various formations of the butterfly blade dance, but he didn't have the experience to choose what to use. I'll look into how you learn martial arts after I crush you. Mukium then charged in toward Yo-won. At that moment, Yo-won was frantically trying to make a decision. What should I do? What do I need to use? And it was then that Nano's voice came to him, sensing danger from hostile entity. Activating augmented reality on the user's site to deal with the incoming danger. Activating battle tutorial to start defensive mode. Yo-won's eyes shook quickly while it shined with small light particles. Die! Mukium's fist attacked, and Chun Yo-won tapped to move to the side and punch Mukium's chin. Arg! Mukium had not expected an attack, so his head was turned to the side. The fist didn't have any internal energy, but the attack on the chin made him feel dizzy and made him lose his balance. What? This isn't the blade skill. He would have passed out if the fist had internal energy. Mukium then used his running skill to distance himself. What? His movement changed. Even the students were shocked. They thought Mukium would finish him with the attack, but this made the situation uncertain. In Yo-won's eyes, everything was very different now. What is this? Augmented reality has been activated to guide Master through the battle tutorial to react to the hostile entity. Yo-won was seeing all kinds of lines and writings over what he was seeing. Even just now, when Mukium's attack almost got him, he saw footsteps composed with lights and writing that told him to follow it. Yo-won followed it, allowing him to dodge the attack, and then a white arrow appeared on Mukium's chin with a fist sign, so he followed it. There was no direction, so boxing, one of the martial arts recorded in the program, was applied temporarily for this tutorial. Tutorial? It means guidance. You ordered to tell me what to do. I analyzed the hostile entity's movements to the 0.01 scale and came up with the result. I don't know what you were saying. So, what I just did is boxing. Boxing is one of embedded martial arts in the program, and it's okay. If you are using boxing as the tutorial, can you apply it with the butterfly blade dance? The analysis and transfer of butterfly blade dance is complete, so it is possible. Will you apply it? Yeah. Changing tutorial mode to butterfly blade dance. While Chun Yo-won stood still to talk with Nano, Mukium got up from his dizziness and shouted angrily. You even learned how to use fist techniques? You sure hit a lot like a thief. But it won't work anymore. Mukium then charged in again with tens of fists. Yo-won saw the fists coming at him along with the directions on where it was all coming from. I can see where he's attacking. Chun Yo-won smiled. He then followed the steps to dodge the attacks. What? He dodged everything? It was hard to believe that Yo-won, who could barely react to the attacks before, was now dodging everything. It wasn't only that. Yo-won then attacked back with a powerful blade attack. What? Mukium quickly turned to defend, but he could only defend 2 attacks. Yo-won's hands flew in like a butterfly and soon got him on the right shoulder. Ugh. Mukium felt strong pain and blood came up through his throat. If it was an attack with a real blade, he would have been cut down. How can he use such an attack? Yo-won did not have more internal energy than Mukium, but his attack skill was that of like an experienced warrior. It was all possible because Yo-won's movements were the exact copy of Subming's movements. Mukium then felt his legs losing energy from the damage. He then came up with the memory. Mukium, if you do well, the Lord, your father's attention will come back from that dirty B*T6 and back to me. It's all because of you. It's all because you are weak. If only that dirty bitch hadn't appeared. Mukium's mother, Lady Ja, married the Lord Chun Yujong through an arranged marriage. It was a marriage from the oath of the 6 clans, but Lady Ja loved the Lord. She did all she could to win the Lord's attention, but she was never loved back. The Lord's attention was only on the girl slave at the Lord's palace. It's not me. It's all you. It's all because of you. The last memory he had of his mother was Lady Ja choking his own son while sobbing madly. Why am I having that memory again? As that memory came back to him, he learned to hate only one person. Mukium gritted his teeth with hatred and threw his fist at Yo-won's face. You think I will lose to a peasant like you? Yo-won easily dodged the attack by tilting his head, and although he tried to strike Mukium's forehead, he changed his mind and grabbed his opponent's wrist to pin him down. Ugh. Mukium felt severe pain from the back of his head, and his head became red with veins popping out from his neck to his forehead. You dare. I can't lose to a peasant like you. How? Mukium shouted angrily, but Yo-won looked down coldly at him and said, You brought it on yourself. Chapter 23, The Second Test, 1. Chun Mukium, the prince from the loyal clan. His loss shocked the 6 students beyond belief. The boy who had no internal energy just 2 weeks ago now had a martial arts skill that easily exceeded theirs. Why? You want a piece of me too? Chun Yo-won threatened the students, and they all shook their head in unison. Yo-won just defeated Mukium, whom all 6 of them combined couldn't beat. Then take him with you. The 6 students ran up and grabbed Mukium. Although Mukium lost to Yo-won, they were still fearful of the loyal clan. If I gain my own forces, will they fear me like that too? Yo-won thought as he looked at those students. Mukium was lying down because of his pain, and he was also embarrassed about being helped, so he shouted angrily as he pushed the students away. Let me go. I'll walk myself. But Prince, don't. Make me say it twice. Students then let go of Mukium and he shouted at Yo-won. Why aren't you finishing me? Mukium hated Chun Yo-won, But he knew Chun Yoan had the same amount of hate since he was always in danger ever since he was young. However, Yoan decided to not kill Mukium by changing his chop to just pinning him down, and that made Mukium feel like he was being sympathized. Yoan answered, "If the second test was not a group test, I would have crushed your head already." The 6 students became pale. It was an acceptable reason, but Mukium still couldn't understand. "Bah, a peasant with your reasons. If you keep on going with your jabbering, I might just crush your head. Then do it. You bastard." Huh. Yoan looked at Mukium with a disgusted expression and made his way back to the dorm. While he was on his way back, he didn't look all that happy. I can't ignore the experience. He was able to fight well with Nano's help, but he realized he lacked experience. If it wasn't for Nano, he might have lost. It will take time for me to gain experience, and those 6 clans will not let me gain experience easily. Therefore, I need to know how to utilize what I have first. Knowing about the battle tutorial would have helped him if he knew that before the fight. Nano. Yes, master. How many skills did I use from what you currently have? Nano kept showing him new abilities, but it was all due to the fact that Nano was only reacting to emergencies. Checking user data. Currently, Master has used 3% of the nanomachine ability. Chun Yoan was only interested in martial arts, so his usage was bound to be low. Nano's basic program was so vast that if all of it was used, it was enough to turn this age upside down. Nonetheless, most of it was locked in the program anyway, but Nano did not tell Chun Yoan of this. 3%? Yes, master. I only use so little. Official records indicate that most users utilize 30% of the nanomachine on average. I'm sure there will be a lot of useful abilities. Chun Yoan then realized he had not been using the nanomachine to its fullest potential. Tell me about all your abilities. Understood. Transferring detailed user manual regarding the 7th generation nanomachine to the brain. Will you accept? Yeah. It will accompany the transfer of the English language education program for better understanding. Will you accept? Is it the language that you sometimes use? That is correct, master. Yeah. Okay. Nano then began transferring the information into Yoan's brain. It took quite some time since there was a lot of information, and when it was complete, Yoan did not feel nauseous or sick anymore. It seemed like his brain had now adjusted to the information transfer. He was only a little bit dizzy. As the dizziness faded, Yoan began to go through what the nanomachine could do. Can you do all these things? It was beyond his imagination. There were multiple ways to help Yoan fill the gaps for his lack of experience. One of them was the repeated simulation ability. So I can simulate battling others in augmented reality? Yoan was now able to understand the English words and other futuristic words. Yes, but it requires the analysis of the opponent's movements. Can I use Chun Mukium's movements? There is a lack of information for the basic motion, but creating an avatar based on the previous battle record is possible. It wasn't perfect, but it was still better than nothing. Okay, let's try it then. Yoan then changed direction and went to a remote area with no one around. It was free time until nightfall, so he decided to train with nano simulation, activating augmented reality, creating an avatar for battle simulation. Nano's voice came and a light appeared in his eyes to turn into Chun Mukium. Whoa, Yoan became astonished. This Chun Mukium was the avatar that only he could see. Adjusting the simulation information. Please set the damage percentage that avatar can inflict on the user. Damage percentage? If you want it same as reality, you can set it to 100%, but you can set it lower to lessen the impact. I see. Then let's set it to 100%. He thought it wouldn't be too painful since it was still a fake. Yoan realized the hard way that he had made a foolish choice. Beginning the simulation, Chun Mukium's avatar then smirked and yelled, "Peasant, let's fight." What? Chun Yoan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the avatar to copy even the speech. He knew the avatar was fake, but it still felt irritating. I guess I can crush his head this time then. Chun Yoan then attacked and Mukium's avatar attacked him back. It was the same attack that he encountered before. Yoan thought of how he dodged it with Nano's tutorial and sidestepped it to follow up with a butterfly blade dance attack. And at that instant, you think such a puny attack will work? Chun Mukium's avatar shouted and twisted his body weirdly to dodge it. Then he kicked Yoan's stomach. Ugh. Chun Yoan fell with the strong pain in his stomach. He didn't realize it would give him such real pain. Ugh, how can it be this painful? Chun Yoan winced and Nano answered. Nanomachine replicated the same amount of pain reception that Master felt earlier. Damn it. It was foolish to set the damage percentage to 100%. Will you change the percentage? No. Leave it. Yoan refused. He came to believe that such pain would make him weary of every move even if all of this was fake. Peasant, come and get me. Mukium taunted him with his fingers. Yoan then charged at the avatar with his blade skill. Chapter 24. The second test, 2. Late at night, Yoan finished training with the augmented reality simulation and was on his way back to the dorm. He was exhausted from the 4 hours of training. Nano healed his wounds right away, but it still made him tired. I only won once out of the 15 duels. Yoan sighed. Without the battle tutorial, the first duel was over after 5 exchanges. Crush his head? I was so foolish. Nano's voice rang in the embarrassed Yoan's ears. Your ability will increase as you gain experience. Master's choice of movement and right skill will increase as you progress. He had lost 6 times straight in the beginning, but he began to react to Mukium's attacks starting from the 7th duel. Yoan was able to launch counterattacks that Mukium's avatar could not react to starting with the 10th duel. And on the last one, He was able to win after 30 exchanges, but it was only a victory with Mukium using only 3 of his attack skills. Chun Mukium's avatar had limited actions because Yoan did not have all of the data, but it still was hard to defeat Mukium. This made Yoan even more eager to train. Phew. I will defeat that avatar easily in a few days. Understood, Master. It was Yoan's first goal, but there was a piece of information that Yoan did not know. Chun Mukium's avatar was created with what Yoan had experienced in the real battle, but Avatar Mukium had full knowledge of what martial arts skills that Yoan could use. This meant that if Yoan achieved victory over the avatar that knew all of his movements and never got exhausted, that was a great feat already. As he returned to the 8th group's room, people fell silent. He's here. He doesn't even have any wounds. It was apparent that the other students had heard about what happened. It was enough to let the students know where Chun Yoan stood in power. However, they were still afraid of the loyal clan's power over the cult itself, so they didn't dare to walk up to Yoan and speak to him. As Yoan walked down the middle toward his bed, the students opened the way for him to walk past. This was a different feeling from the day he entered the academy when people looked at him with disgust or sympathy. Is this what it feels like to have power? He just had defeated one of the princes, but it made such a big difference that it almost made Yoan laugh out loud. Where's my bed? Yoan glanced around to find his bed, and someone came running to him. It was the 23rd cadet, with a blue cloth over his head. He politely pointed at the bed with both hands and guided Yoan. Your bed is here, Prince. Oh, the 23rd cadet was acting as if he were Yoan's servant. The other students became confused. What is he doing? Most students were confused, but for the 23rd cadet, this was his chance to take the risk. He was beaten in front of everyone for his failure, and the promise to look after his clan was gone. Bastard! Chun Mukium kept on saying that he was going to wipe out the 23rd cadet's clan when he got out of the academy, making the cadet even more angry. When he saw Mukium appear 4 hours ago with wounds, he made his decision. If I'm going to die, I'll just take the risk. He then decided to stay on Chun Yoan's side for the competition of the heir to the throne. And with that decision, he was now thought of Yoan as his master. You aren't like what you were before. Chun Yoan knew that the 23rd cadet had changed after they met in the medical room. He wasn't just fearful of Yoan now. Do you want something from me? Yoan asked. The 23rd cadet hesitated for a second, but he soon knelt down with one leg and gathered his both hands in respect and said, I, 23rd cadet Hubong, will serve you as my master. Students murmured among themselves in shock, and Yoan was also surprised. He always thought he wanted a force for himself, but he didn't think it would happen so early. You want me to be your master? I'm sorry about my rudeness in the medical room. Please take me as your servant and let me serve you as my master. Yoan then began thinking. Unlike the guard Zhang who was sent to protect him by the Lord's order, seeing Hubong who wanted to become his servant, willingly fired something up within him. Please. Hubong looked up at Yoan and he grinned and nodded. Hubong then bowed with his head down on the ground in excitement. Thank you. I will serve you forever. And it was then, I didn't expect to see such crap. It was Chun Mukium. He came back together with Jiayun who had finished his additional training. You insect. How dare you pledge loyalty to a peasant? Jiayun was tired, but he frowned and spat angrily at Hubong. This scared Hubong and he began to shake. However, he didn't move his head and only looked at Yoan, and therefore Yoan made a decision. Yoan's head turned slowly toward Jiayun. You dare speak ill of my servant? What? Yoan's cold voice shocked Jiayun. If it was the Yoan he knew, Jiayun would have charged to attack right away, but he had already heard that Mukium lost accidentally. It is you who is the insect that follows someone's tail around. What did you say? What's with the stuttering? Are you afraid? Yoan taunted and Jiayun became angry. Peasant. Jiayun then jumped to attack at Yoan. However, Yoan twisted his top torso to dodge and struck the back of Jiayun's neck. Arg! Jiayun's eyes rolled back and he passed out. His attack, the basic fist skill of Loyal Clan, was what he had been practicing the entire evening that allowed him to do this. He's nothing compared to the avatar. Yoan mumbled, and Hubong looked at him with shock and admiration. My decision wasn't wrong. He had his doubts, but watching Yoan put the subject of another prince in his place with that one attack made his doubt disappear. What? You want to fight me again? Yoan looked at Mukium, who was glaring at him at the entrance. However, Mukium did not react as expected. You enjoy what you have for now. Nothing will change. Mukium then ignored Yoan and went over to his bed and laid down. Did Chun Mukium just ignore him? Impossible. Mukium's action astonished all the students. Mukium was known for his violent nature, but he just avoided fighting Yoan. And beginning with this, the 8th group dorm had changed. The students began showing interest in Chun Yoan. They didn't act like Hubong, but they now began to question things with maybe in their heads. Soon, it was the day of the second test. Every student gathered at the training ground, ready with their real swords and iron shields. Chapter 25. The second test, 3. The second test was a battle between group formations. They had to compete with each other through the 12 formations that they had trained. It required each individual's cooperation and the leader's accurate decisions. I have taught you enough. It's all up to you now. Is that clear? Motto. Each instructor gave their final words to their respective groups. Beginning a few days ago, each group was led by their group leaders to practice the formations. Instructors were not that involved in the latter part of the training. Before we go on to the next test, we will choose who to fight through the lottery. Left Guardian Lee Hamming spoke on the stage. As I explained earlier, 1st to 4th, 5th to 8th, 9th to 20th, 4 groups will pick from the lottery to choose which group to compete against. He explained how the test was going to progress 3 days ago already. As the leaders got up onto the stage, students began to mumble to themselves. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd group changed. They changed too. The 2nd and 3rd groups had changed leaders. Other than Chun Muyin from the Wise clan in the 1st group, and the 72nd cadet in the 4th group, the 2nd and 3rd groups had different group leaders. Humph. 2 only? Hamming, however, didn't look surprised. Soon, the battle was decided between the 4 groups. 1st versus 3rd. 2nd versus 4th. Whoa-aha. The 1st and 4th group shouted excitedly. As it had been decided, Hamming shouted, "Next! Leaders from the 5th to 8th group, please come up." The leaders of each group quickly came up onto the stage. People mumbled as the 2 groups had also exchanged leaders. The 8th group also had a different leader. Oh, Hamming looked intrigued. He thought the leader of the 8th group wouldn't have changed since it was Prince Chun Mukium, but it had changed to an unexpected individual. Chun Yo-won. It was the black tag number 7, Chun Yo-won. And the leader of the 5th group, Chun Won-ryu of the Lust clan, was also shocked by this change. I warned him so much. Fool, she cursed at Mukium. On the other hand, Yo-won couldn't believe what had happened. He didn't think he would be chosen as the leader just up until last night. Near the end of afternoon training, many groups left to practice for the upcoming test. Some groups did not do it since they were concerned that the other groups would peek at their tactics, and the 8th group was one of such groups. Chun Mukium, who did not lack in potential as the group leader, already decided on the tactics and dismissed his group early. Chun Mukium. And when Mukium was going to train his martial arts in a remote area, someone called him. "Oh, it's you." It was Chun Won-ryu from the Lust clan. Mukium tried to walk past her, but Won-ryu quickly hustled over, blocking his way. "What are you doing? I called you. Can you at least stop to ask why?" Unlike Chun Yo-won, the princes of 6 clans knew each other and interacted with one another quite often. What do you want to say?" "Ugh, you and your arrogance." Chun Won-ryu sighed, and Mukium responded grumpily. "I thought you said the loyal clan is stupid?" He still remembered the day he faced Yo-won at the entrance to the dorm. Sure, okay. I'll make this short. Listen up." She didn't like how Mukium was acting, but she thought she needed to say it, and pulled up her sleeves to show the linen wrapped around her arm. Mukium asked, "Did you get hurt?" As far as Mukium knew, no one else could hurt her other than the princes from the 6 clans. "Yeah. Yesterday, I was training alone and someone ambushed me." "You? Ambushed? Who in the right mind would do such a thing?" Chun Won-ryu was weaker than the princes from the 6 clans, but she was still much more powerful than any of the other students at the academy. The attacker covered their face. "I don't know who it is." "Whatever. So you were hurt by some puny coward?" "I warned you. I never lowered my guard." She was in the middle of her training, so she was well ready. Yet, the attacker was equal to or perhaps more powerful than the princes of the 6 clans. "So, you were hurt, so you're telling me to be careful? If the attacker came for me, they might attack you too. We are in the same competing group." Mukium frowned. "You know that the 4 groups will compete with each other, right?" "Yeah, we can always choose the lottery with all of the groups. Why do you think we are limited to 4 groups?" "What are you talking about?" "Gosh, try thinking for once. If you narrow it down to 4 groups, then you can guess which group you might be fighting against." Mukium then thought for a second and said, "You mean that by spilling information, the academy is forcing each group to attack another group leader? Well, you really are stupid." "Yeah. If the leader is out of formation, it will be hard for that group to compete." Chun Won-ryu guessed that Lee Hamming had intentionally shared the information, thus making the group's attempt to attack another group leader. And her guess came true when she was attacked the other night. "Well, tomorrow's the day of the test, so don't take the chance to go train alone. I don't want to see any princes getting expelled after the 2nd test, and bring shame to us all." She could have ignored it, but she came to warn him for old time's sake. Mukium nodded, and when she left, Mukium heeded her warning and took Jae-yoon with him to practice. Near midnight, Chun Yo-won finished his simulation training and was on the way back. "Ugh, I still have a lot more to go." Unlike what he was saying, he now had the ability to defeat the avatar about 60% of the time. He hadn't yet reached his goal to win easily, but he was now more used to using his blade skills. When he was going down to head back, he heard the sounds of a fight breaking out. Ugh. After hearing the short scream, he ran toward the source. When he got there was one figure slumped down on the ground and another one fighting someone else off. It was too dark in the forest to make out who was who. Nano. Turn on night vision mode. Activating night vision mode on the user's sight. The light exposure on Yo-won's eyes increased immediately, and he was able to see everything clearly. Chun Mukium? The one who was being attacked while barely fending the attacker off with wounds was Chun Mukium. He was fighting a masked man, but the man looked very powerful. He was pressing onto Mukium with a powerful attack. Damn it! Mukium's right leg was injured, but he was holding off quite well. However, it was just a matter of time. As expected, Mukium tried to take several steps back, but he fell down after losing energy in his leg. Ugh. The man then charged to stab Mukium's left leg, and Yo-won shouted, "Stop!" He didn't like Mukium, but he couldn't bear to lose the group leader the day before the test and charged in. The man then stopped and swung the sword at Yo-won. However, Yo-won could see everything clearly, so he got down to avoid the sword and struck the masked man's stomach with his blade skill. After he touched the stomach, the masked man quickly retreated to put some distance between them. Yoan became surprised. He retreated the moment I touched him. It was hard to guess who powerful the man was. The man narrowed his eyes as he glared at Chun Yoan and turned away to flee. Chun Yoan thought of chasing after him, but gave up. Mukium was on the ground, and another student was also on the ground with blood dripping down from the head. Hey, are you okay, peasant? Damn it. How did I get attacked by some masked man? Should I just leave him here? Yoan shook away his thoughts and helped Chun Mukium, and the other student quickly returned to the dorm. Students of the 8th group fell silent with serious expressions as they saw their leader and another member with critical owl wounds. The student whose head was bleeding was Jayun. As he wiped the blood off Jayun's head, he asked Nano, "Is he okay?" Scanning the wounded entity. The doctor was out of the office right now, so he could only rely on Nano. Found cut made from a sword. 4 centimeters in length, 2 millimeters in depth. Requires cleaning of the wound and sewing of the cut. Contrary to his concern, the wound wasn't all that bad. The problem was with Chun Mukium. Damn it. He was holding onto his right thigh as blood poured out. His face was also pale from losing too much blood. Call an instructor. Why yes, sir. Hubong quickly ran out of the room at Yoan's order. Soon, an instructor came and began treating Mukium's wound, but it was pretty bad. He won't be able to walk for a while. The students' expressions turned grim. Chun Wonria's warning had become a reality. Chapter 26. Eye for an eye, 1. Mukium was taken out by instructor for further treatment. Yoan called out to the instructor since there was another wounded student, but the instructor was busy tending to Mukium. Yoan then picked Jayun up and followed the instructor out. Where did he go? The instructor was already on his way to the main building. Yoan quickly used his running skill to catch up to him. The instructor, however, seemed to be expecting Yoan. Instructor, the 80th cadet is also hurt. I know. I knew someone would get him and follow me. The instructor just said that he purposely left Jayun back there. Yoan then asked, "Did you make me come after you?" "Well, you are not stupid." It was a yes. "What is the reason for that, sir?" "Reason? Nothing special. Your group especially made it seem like the entire test was already doomed. Something was weird about what the instructor was saying." "Well, I just wanted to tell you that." "Give him to me." The instructor hoisted Jayun over his shoulder and told Yoan to return. "You know a cadet can't be outside the dorms at night, right?" "Understood, sir." Chun Yoan turned to go back, but the instructor spoke to him from behind. "Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat." Then the instructor went into the building with 2 cadets over his shoulders. Yoan then thought about what the instructor had said to him. As he entered the room, he realized something. What said, especially? So other groups had the same thing happen to them? He then realized what the instructor meant. Unlike Mukium, Chun Yoan did not know what was happening, nor did he understand the intent behind letting them know about the test 3 days prior. Attacking the group leader will be easy to deal with. If the other groups experienced the same attack, they would have all realized this. Chun Yoan then came to a conclusion about what happened. So this was why the 4 groups were destined to fight each other. Everything had been intentional from the beginning to condone covert attacks. No wonder it was weird that it was so simple. This was the academy of the demonic cult, not the academy of some justice-oriented clan. Pushing for noble teamwork was weird, and this was the reason behind it all. Chun Yoan then realized the truth. So, they want us to act like true cultists. Good. Then I don't need to be tied down to the rules. Yoan casually walked into the room. After hearing the instructor's words, members of the 8th group were all depressed. Yoan sighed, "How long are you going to sulk for after losing our leader?" What are you talking about?" One of the cadets that followed Mukium shouted back. All the students then turned to Yoan. "We should be busy choosing a new leader and thinking of a new strategy for tomorrow's test. We shouldn't just sit around and do nothing." Nobody could find the words to respond. Yoan was right. They felt stupid for thinking they had already lost after losing their leader. One of the students asked, "Then who will be our leader?" They all knew about the formations, but only the leader had the experience of leading the entire group. In addition, the leader's responsibility for the 18 students other than Mukium and Jayun was something that none of the students wanted to take. Hubong got up and proposed, "Why don't you think we have a leader? My master, Chun Yoan, is here to lead you." The students were flabbergasted. They thought they didn't have a leader at first, but they realized that maybe Yoan could take the place. Silence fell, and one of the students raised his hand. I, 38th Cadet Lee Chan, agree to the idea. Me too. It was the start. And soon, most of them agreed to elect Chun Yoan as the leader. The 6 cadets who followed Mukium had to agree because of everyone else, and Chun Yoan asked the group to confirm their decision. "Is everyone on the same page with me being the new leader?" They answered yes, and Chun Yoan shared what he thought when he was being trained. They then spent the night coming up with a new plan. At midnight, when everyone was asleep, someone left the 8th group's dorm and walked somewhere silently. He had covered his face with black clothes. Night vision mode. Activating night vision on the user's sight. It was Chun Yoan. Why was he walking around when everyone else was asleep? Chun Yoan then stopped at the entrance of one room. It was the 7th group room. There was an opening to the door of the room, and Yoan looked over it. Is there someone that's not asleep here? Scanning the interior of the room, Yoan's eyes swept across the room, and the light ran from left to right. All 20 entities inside the room are all asleep. Nano's voice confirmed that the people inside were sleeping. Yoan carefully opened the door and walked in. Finally, Everyone's asleep. Yo-won had been out throughout the night, checking on the students of other rooms to see if they were asleep. Nano, is the one who attacked Mukium in this room? Yo-won knew Nano memorized everything he saw. No match in this room. The 7th group did not have the attacker either. But Yo-won did not leave the room. I see. Well, it doesn't matter. Yo-won then began walking over to the bed and began pressing every student's blood point. And when he was done working on all the students except the last bed, he walked over to the group leader. And when he got near the bed, the leader's eyes flashed open. What? Unlike the other students, the leader slept lightly and he was strong. So he had woken up from the sound. You, in NGH. However, his blood point was pressed on before he could react. Chun Yo-won was shocked, but he was able to quickly put him down. He sighed with relief and took out the long needle from his pocket. Well, I know you didn't do this, but I'm sorry. Yo-won then poked the needle in 7th group leader Ko-king's thigh, foot, and a few muscle points. When he woke up, he wouldn't be able to walk for a few days. We're done here. Let's move on to the next. Chun Yo-won's target wasn't just one room. It wasn't for revenge, but he was going to find the attacker and get payback. He also was going to act on the second test's hidden goal. So Yo-won then moved to the 5th room. Unlike the 7th and 8th, where entire group consisted of boys, the 5th group had 2 girl cadets. One of them was the leader, Chun Won-ryu. Chun Yo-won then realized she was upstairs and gave up. Then, the culprit must be in the 6th group. If it was to hurt Mukium, then it must have been one of the leaders. Yo-won then thought the leader of the 6th group might be the guilty party and walked to the 6th room. Nano scanned the room. A total of 16 students are all asleep. 16? Chun Yo-won frowned. The 6th group had a total of 20 students, and 3 of them were girls. If there were only 16 inside, then it meant that one person was missing. Yo-won then walked in and checked on each student. He couldn't find the leader. What? Yo-won scanned everyone, but none of them matched the attacker. It was suspicious that the leader was missing. Yo-won then shook his head and looked at other students. Well, there are more ways to skin a cat, right? He then grinned and began pressing the blood points of all the students. And this was what happened until Chun Yo-won was up on stage for the lottery. Lee Hamming was truly astonished. If Chun Yo-won was the leader, it meant that Chun Mukium was injured by someone here. They understood my test then. I guess this year's academy is a success. Hamming then asked the leaders, are you all done? All the leaders shouted, motto, good. I know you all have prepared fair and square for this test. Good luck. Fair and square. All the leaders seemed to feel uncomfortable. As the leaders stepped down and gave the paper they pulled out to the instructors, one student was glaring at the other leaders. It was leader of the 6th group, 108th Cadet Ha Ilming. Chun Yo-won then ordered Nano. Nano, scan him. Wherever Ha Ilming went, half of his group was limping with pale faces. Yo-won felt satisfied knowing that he had achieved his goal. Scan complete. Entity Ha Ilming matches the attacker profile. Chapter 27. Eye for an eye, 2. Chun Yo-won smiled after finding the attacker. As for Ha Ilming, he didn't feel so good. He was the only individual leader who wasn't a prince of the 6 clans or a member of a high-ranking clan. When he heard the information about the 4 groups fighting against each other, he came up with an idea to easily pass the test. If I get rid of the leaders, then it will be a piece of cake. All groups were given the same formation training, so naturally, they were equal in power. Therefore, Ha Ilming began ambushing the leaders each night. He attacked 2 of the princes and the princess. After exchanging a few attacks with Chun Won-ryu, he thought he could easily injure her. However, there was one thing he didn't know. Chun Won-ryu's musical wave energy which could spread through allowed her to hear what was going on. After the first failure, he went after Chun Mukium. After ambushing with enough preparation, he was able to injure Mukium. He tried to take him out completely, but an intruder made him fall back. However, he thought injuring Mukium's leg was enough. He then tried to attack the next leader, but he couldn't as the damage from the previous attack didn't allow him to do it. I thought I got away. He thought he had dodged the attack from the intruder, but he actually wasn't. The attack cracked his ribs, so he had to stay on the roof at midnight to heal himself. And it was then that it happened. What bastard did such a thing? He didn't think that someone would attack the entire group at night. He figured it was weird when his entire group wouldn't wake up, and he realized that they had all been put to sleep with blood points, which was bone-chilling. When he woke up everyone, he then realized half of his group couldn't walk because of their thighs, feet, and muscles. Why the leg? Oh, Ha Ilming then realized that it was payback for what he did. How dare! It was likely that the culprit was in the 8th group. And when he saw Chun Yo-won coming up on stage, he became confused. Him? The rumored 7th prince? It can't be him. How could a man with no internal energy just 3 weeks ago do such a thing? There had to be someone hiding within the 8th group who was more powerful like himself. Ha Ilming's goal was clear. I will find the culprit and destroy his leg. And the result of the lottery was decided. 5th versus 8th. 6th versus 7th. Members of the 7th group sighed in relief. They had to change leaders because of last night's incident, and they wanted to avoid the 5th group that had Chun Won-ryu as the leader. We're lucky. The 6th group is worse than us. Maybe we will go up. Ha Ilming wanted to fight the 8th group to get his revenge, but this result only made him angrier. Just wait. And for the 8th group, they weren't all that thrilled. They were up against a group that had taken no losses at all. All that was for nothing then, Chun Yo-won thought. This was very unlucky. He decided to never go gambling and looked at Chun Won-ryu. Lust Clan. Chun Won-ryu was the 6th in rank to the throne. Mukium was in the same group, so there was no other way, but Yeowon had to defeat her right at the start. Although she was not the strongest of the heirs, the problem was that she was known for her leadership capabilities. It doesn't matter. I have to defeat all of them sooner or later, Yeowon assured himself. And with every battle decided, Hamming shouted with the beginning of the test. First set of groups, come to the middle of the training ground. Motto. For the first battle, the first and 3RP group got onto the training ground and looked at each other. Unlike the third group who was tense, the first group seemed like they were certain of their victory. Chun Muyin. Yeowon knew the name also. He was first in line for the throne, and he was known for being the closest heir. Without considering the fact that he was from the Wise clan, or the most powerful clan among the 6 clans, he was known for his power, wisdom, and character. As both groups got ready, Hamming shouted, "The group that overpowers other wins." Begin. Motto. And then the test began. Both groups charged toward each other. It was the first formation battle, but both groups didn't change their formation and charge with their shields up. At this rate, they were just going to clash against each other to push the other out. It was understandable for the third group since their leader had changed, but it was too simple for a man like Chun Muyin to have come up with such a plan. Woa! Right before they collided with each other, Chun Muyin hollered, "From the right, third formation." The right flank of the formation sped up and the form changed. Hamming was astonished. Oh? Diagonal strike here? The first group charged diagonally, and the third group couldn't even react to them as it was too fast. When they collided, the left side of the third group was pushed back, and soon enough, the last row at the far right began falling too. Ugh. Don't push. Wah! Soon, they all got pushed back. Get up. You have to get up. The new third group leader shouted, but they couldn't get up. At that time, first group leader Chun Muyin thrust his sword into the third group leader's shoulder. Arg. Muyin spoke to him with a cold voice. You lost. Surrender. NNNGH. It was too late. There was no going back as the entire formation had crumbled. I surrender. And that was it. The understanding and the quick decision by Chun Muyin had brought victory to the first group. Hamming stood up and shouted, "Congratulations on the victory. I announced the first group's passing of the second test." Students mumbled and looked at the first group with envy. Yeowon, however, was thinking about something deeply. Soon, the second pair came up. Begin. It was the battle between the second and fourth group. Both groups watched what happened prior, so they didn't charge in recklessly. After a few formation changes, the winner was decided as expected. Congratulations to the fourth group for their victory. The second group did their best, even though their leader changed, but they still lost. As expected, they are the same. While everyone was focused on the results, Yeowon was glad that he had guessed right. The losers had to leave the training ground with grim faces, and the winners shouted with joy. Hamming shouted, "Next pair, come up." It was the 5th versus 8th. Yeowon looked at his anxious group members. They are discouraged. This isn't good. Yeowon then took a deep breath and turned to them. Are you afraid? Me too. I know all of you are concerned that our leader has changed, but if we don't win here, we will be expelled from the academy. I do not want that. I want to climb higher. Everyone turned to Yeowon. Yeowon was talking to them with the same perspective of being a student. But I am also angry. I do not want to lose to someone who attacked our leader so that we would fail. Sometimes, anger was the best medicine for nervousness. And at Yeowon's words, his group members started becoming angry. If you share my thoughts, we cannot fail here. I won't say anymore. Let's win this. Chun Yeowon's choice wasn't wrong. At his words, the students began to grow eager for battle. They now had forgotten their fears and concerns. Let's win. The 8th group went up to the stage and Hamming wondered, can he rally the group too? It was unexpected. He didn't think much of Yeowon as a replacement, and he didn't believe Yeowon had what it took to do such a thing. However, it didn't mean that he was going to win either. Let's see if he's a cat or tiger cub. Hamming then gave the start signal. Whoever overpowers other group wins. Begin. Motto. Chapter 28. Eye for an eye. 3. The leader of the 5th group, Chun Wonryu, glared at Chun Yeowon. Ugh. This wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to defeat the 8th group led by Chun Mukium and prove that she had the potential to be the next leader, but the current 8th group was led by Chun Yeowon, who was too weak and had a bad background. It wasn't enough to prove her potential. You do not belong there. She didn't feel that hostile against Yeowon like the Loyal or Poison clans, but she too considered Yeowon to be peasant blood. You should blame your mother for putting you in such a spot. She knew the hardships that Yeowon had faced while growing up. Your peasant blood doesn't belong in the competition for the throne. I will put an end to it right here. It will be better for your unfortunate life. Chun Wonryu then decided to finish Chun Yeowon here and now. When the test began, the 5th group began charging in. Yeowon then talked to Nano in his head. Nano, activate augmented reality. Activate the formation tutorial. Yeowon then started seeing the lines and writings in his sight. He had already registered the 12 formations into Nano's program. Members of the 8th group became nervous as Yeowon did not give them any orders while the 5th group was charging straight at them. Not yet. Yeowon shouted to his members. And when the 5th group reached a certain distance, Chun Wonryu shouted, "Number 2. The 5th group then began changing their formation. Yeowon then thought, spear formation? Yeowon then saw the lines analyzing their movements, which turned into writing before they even completed the formation. Opponent is changing into the spear formation. They were forming an arrow with Chun Wonryu at the front. This was effective when the leader had the strength. They could penetrate the enemy's defenses through brute force. It's as expected. The tutorial began to show him how to react to the attack. For the perfect defense, there is the defensive formation. Success rate, 100%. For a counterattack, fishnet formation can be used. Defense success rate, 60%. Counterattack success rate, 90%. Augmented reality gave him two choices. The first one was the safer choice, but Yoan took the second one. We will go as planned for the first. Number 6. Wonryu raised her eyebrows as she guessed the formation. As she had guessed, the 8th group quickly changed into the fishnet formation. How dare he? Unlike the spear formation which guaranteed penetration, the fishnet formation was an attack formation that was created to defend at the front with support from behind. However, this also required the leader at the forefront to be powerful. Fishnet formation here? Hamming also couldn't understand this. That required the leader to handle the opposing formation's leader. Hamming knew Submang had taught him, but that was too reckless. Maybe I thought too highly of him. He shook his head, and this thought was shared by all the students. Such a foolish choice. Nobody thought Chun Yoan would be able to handle Chun Wonryu. Yet, none of the members of the 8th group thought twice about Yoan's decision. How dare a peasant like you think of fighting me? Chun Wonryu clashed head-on against Yoan, who wielded internal energy on the shield. People were surprised by what came after. They thought the 8th group led by Yoan would be put down the moment when they clashed, but they were holding off. They blocked them. Everyone was shocked. However, the one who was the most shocked was Chun Wonryu. What? Her attack was being pushed back. She had over 35 years worth of internal energy. Even if Chun Yoan had acquired that much internal energy from the Black Dragon Ball, it should not have been enough to fend off Wonryu. Phew. It's as expected. Yoan felt sweat rolling down his forehead. Unlike Wonryu's assumption, Yoan actually only had 30 years worth of internal energy. It's stingy. He was a bit weaker in internal energy, but his muscle cells were at Submang's level, and that allowed him to hold his ground. Yoan then took a step forward. His lack of internal energy let the attack wave pass through the shield, but he also had a way to deal with this, regenerating bodily damage from hostile energy force coming through the shield. Nano moved quickly to heal Yoan. Wonryu was shocked. What has he done? She then realized she had to change the formation, or else her group would be destroyed. She shouted, "Retreat!" Number 1. Her group then took a few steps back, and Wonryu also brought up her shield before hopping back. Number 1 was the basic formation of 2 lines. It's our chance. Yoan looked around to plan his next move. Opponent has changed formations. Corner them through the sparrow's wing formation and subdue the opponent through the circle formation. Success rate, 90%. With Nano's voice, Yoan shouted at his members. Change. Number 3. They began spreading out. Wonryu smiled. She realized Yoan was changing the formation by using the numbers. The third formation was the 4-line formation. Fool. You think what the first group used will work against me? She figured she managed to find out what Yoan intended on using, and thus she shouted toward her students. Number 6. Number 6 was the fishnet formation. It would allow her to cut right through the middle of the 4-line formation. Her group then began to form a fish. It's over now. She sent the power to her sword. She didn't know what Yoan did, but she didn't think he would have gotten this much stronger so quickly. If I corner him alone, I will kill him. However, her plan didn't work. Soon enough, they couldn't hide their shock. What? It's not the 4-line formation. The 8th group had spread themselves into the sparrow's wing formation to corner them in. They were now being cornered in the semicircle. What? What is going on? Even Wonryu was shocked by the situation. Yoan just shouted number 3, but the formation was different. Before she could get back to her senses, Yoan shouted again. Number 2. What? Chun Wonryu's pretty face contorted at number 2. Number 2 was the spearhead formation, but it was not a good formation to shift to from the sparrow's wing formation. He's not forming the circle formation? What is no? Chun Wonryu's eyes almost popped out. Unlike her first thought, the 8th group was changing into another formation that she hadn't guessed. Wait. She then saw Yoan grinning at her with a smirk. Aha! She screamed as her face turned red, realizing the secret behind this. Yoan had given backward numbers to the formation while the other groups kept the same number. He shouted the regular number to fool me. For the first formation, the 8th group used regular numbers. But from the second formation on, they changed the system. The 8th group was now closing in from the circle formation, and the 5th group was cornered. No. How can I? With no way out, there were no way for them to win this either. Yet, Wonryu couldn't accept the result. The students in the 5th group fell into despair. They all began dropping their shields after realizing they had lost. What are you doing? Why are you putting your shields down? Wonryu shouted at her members. She couldn't bear to lose against Yoan, whom she thought had no place against her. She had to win against Yoan easily to compete with the others. They will laugh at me. Everyone will laugh at me. She then lost control and charged at Yoan. Die! Wonryu unleashed the Lust Can's unique skill, Sword Energy Wave, trying to kill her target. And what happened next shocked all the students yet again. Chun Yoan threw down his shield and jumped up, unleashing his butterfly blade dance at his enemy. Chapter 29. Secret Books of the Academy Library. 1. Submang's blade skill mesmerized people who saw the traces that it left. Die! Chun Wonryu's attack lost its unique smooth flow due to her anger and brute force. Yoan's sword crashed into her attack and shot past her cheek and arm. The last attack move isn't complete because it's not a blade. He had to use a blade for it to work, But this was only a training sword, so he couldn't use the skill perfectly. However, it was perfect until then. Something dropped to the ground. Blood began to pour out from the cut area, and Chun Wonryu's face turned pale as her eyes trembled. Kaiyuiwa. Her scream filled the training ground. It was her right arm that had fallen down. It was same for most martial artists, but for the Lust clan, the right arm was like a treasure that could not be replaced. Aeawea. My arm. My arm. She screamed as she grabbed her arm on the ground, not thinking about stopping the bleeding. It was so sudden that everyone stared blankly before they returned to their senses. The instructor of the 5th group quickly ran up, grabbed the cut arm, and pressed on Wonryu's blood point. He then took off his clothes to wrap it around her arm to stop the bleeding. It had only been 3 weeks, but the instructor Wuchel glared at Yowon, who had injured his student so horribly, and looked away. Within the demonic academy where the strong took everything, Yowon had done nothing wrong. Whoa! Li Hamming was dumbfounded. He knew Right Guardian Subming's blade skill better than anyone else, and what Yowon did was the perfect copy of Subming himself, if not considering the experience and the internal energy. Drunkard. What have you done? He had created a masterpiece out of nowhere in just 2 weeks. Hamming thought Yowon would not have such luck at the beginning of the second test, but he was wrong. No, it's not Subming. He would have thought it was Subming if Yowon was just powerful in martial arts, but he had passed the second test so easily. He overpowered Wonryu in using formation tactics, and Hamming liked how aggressive Yowon was in dealing with his enemies. Maybe I should have taken him in as my apprentice before Subming did. The result came as regret for Hamming, but he was the chief of the academy, and Subming was already Yowon's teacher. Hamming got up and shouted, "Congratulations to the 8th group on their victory." Wooea. Members of the 8th group shouted with joy. I passed the second test. Phew. Chun Yowon also realized it by hearing his members shouting in joy. Go back down now. They returned to their position with joy. The victory of the 8th group didn't only give Chun Yowon happiness. Chun Yowon, he was hiding his skill. The peasant dares to defeat the Lust clan? I should pay attention to him. Chun Yowon's ability had now been revealed to everyone within the academy. Now, all the students from the high-ranked clans and princes began focusing on him. And as for Chun Jongsum, who hated Yowon as much as Mukium, he began planning ahead. The test began again as the next set of groups was ready. As they walked forward, Yowon felt a faint sensation of hostility and turned around. It was Ha Ilming who was glaring at him. Now you know. Yowon smiled and Ha Ilming scowled. Ha Ilming didn't think Yowon was the culprit until the test progressed further. After seeing Yowon attack Wonryu, he became certain that it was Yowon. He couldn't miss it as he had been attacked by Yowon the other night. Bastard. He couldn't do anything since they were in the middle of the test, and he had to finish the test first. Hee. The 7th group was beyond excited to see half the members of the 6th group limping up onto the stage. This was going to be an easy victory. Attacking all the members? Whoever did it is very aggressive. Hamming also was intrigued to see such a thing. He had never seen an attack on this many students before. Begin. The 7th group began charging in with a charging formation. 6. It was the fishnet formation. The 7th group moved quickly to get into formation, but the 6th group did not move. Ha Ilming looked back at his members and seethed. You all should thank me eternally. What did that mean? Ha Ilming then flashed his sword up and shouted, Spear formation, spear formation. The 6th group members moved slowly to change formation, and the leader of the 7th group, Wu Juan, scoffed. What a fool. Telling us what formation they're using. And the formation was indeed the spear formation, which was weak against the fishnet formation, as seen from the battle with the 8th group. What a noble sacrifice for your members, huh? Wu Juan thought as he and his group charged in. And when they were about to collide, goodbye. Wu Juan threw his shield out with the internal energy, but Ha Ilming threw his shield on the ground and grabbed on his sword with 2 hands. What? Ha Ilming's 2 arms then began to expand, and he swung his sword from the bottom up. Damn it! Wu Juan brought down his shield to the bottom, but the shield was crushed and thrown up. Wu Juan looked up at his shield with shock, and Ha Ilming's powerful thrust came for his chest. Ugh. The sword penetrated Wu Juan's chest. Blood poured out from his mouth, and he couldn't even speak. Ugh. Ha Ilming then focused the internal energy in his leg and shouted, Push! His group members then began putting the shield in front and started moving. Ha Ilming then used Wu Juan like a shield to push forward. Arg! The 7th group began to move back frantically. This result was completely different from all the other groups. Every student who was watching became dumbfounded, and Hamming almost burst out in laughter. Haha! What kind of battle is this? This result was achieved through just one person's strength. Hamming was curious as to how Ha Ilming would pass the test with his wounded group, and this was beyond expectation. This year's academy is exciting. Hamming then got up and shouted, Congratulations! The 6th group shouted with joy, and as they were filled with joy, Ha Ilming glanced at Wu Juan before he turned to look at Yowon, who was watching. His expression was saying this, You're next. Yowon then realized that he had created an annoying enemy. The test went on with the other groups, and they weren't that exciting. They were mostly normal formation battles. Countless students were wounded, but the only one who was killed was the 7th group leader, Wu Juan. Now, only 270 students were left, and they moved on to the 3rd stage. Chapter 30. Secret Books of the Academy Library, 2. All the cadets were dismissed from the training ground right after the second test. They were light-footed as they were the ones who had passed the test. Contrary to their expectations of hearing the details about the 3rd test, Li Hamming, the Left Guardian, and the chief of the Demonic Academy, gave them a vacation. I applaud each and every one of you for passing the second test. You will be given 3 days of rest. Whoa! All students rejoiced with a shout. The past 3 weeks had been busy for them. These 3 vacation days was for the students so they could take the time to recover, but it was also for instructors who needed rest. At the office on the first floor of the main building, there was a long meeting table with piles of documents which the instructors were shifting through. Someone came up to Lee Hamming with a pile of organized documents. This is the evaluation and information regarding the failed cadets through the 5th group. Okay, Lee Hamming received the documents and flipped through the pages as he shook his head. We have a lot of failed cadets. Are you talking about ones from the high-ranked clans? Yeah, they lost a good chance. Hamming continued looking through the documents. There were a lot of individuals who would have passed easily if it wasn't for the group testing. Even Chun Won-ryu, who was one of the candidates to the throne, was included. Well, isn't that why we're here to do this work? Haha, yeah. That's true. The Demonic Academy was open for once every 10 years for 4 years only. The academy was strictly based on competition and gave no second chances to the failed students or talented individuals. This had been an issue with various families, and after through meetings, a reasonable amount of compensation was created. If we strictly base everything off the original rules of the academy, we wouldn't be doing this. Yeah, but you will be hearing all those complaints from the various clans. The compensation was to give a fair evaluation to the individuals and give them proper ranks and jobs that suited their skills. Failing the second test meant that no one would be a third-grade warrior, but that was deemed to be a waste of talented individuals. Therefore, it was changed. But why was it not announced earlier? That was because of the academy's talent-based system. If the students found out that they would be given a fair evaluation and title worth getting even if they failed, why would they risk their lives in the competition? The students who failed were missing out on the Black Dragon Balls and access to the libraries, but the compensation was acceptable. By the way, they should be crawling over to the library by now, Hamming thought as he stretched for a break. And as he had guessed, the entrance to the library was crowded with over hundreds of students trying to get in. There are a lot of them. Most were here to go up to the 2nd floor, and Chun Yo-won was one of them. There were more at first, but half of them returned to the dorm to try another time. I'll be going to the 1st floor anyway. It was Yo-won's first visit to the library. Most of the cadets had already used their time on the 1st floor, but Yo-won had used that time to do a simulation with Nano. The choice to do so was also partly because of Subming's advice. Concentrate on learning my blade and breathing skills until you get to the 2nd stage. That will increase your chances of moving on. Of course, teacher. But shouldn't I visit the library too? No. You have learned martial arts that would be on the 4th or 5th floor of the library, so don't waste your time delving into the ones on the 1st floor. He had a point. The butterfly blade dance and breathing of 1,000 martials were some of the best martial arts placed in the upper floors of the library. Chun Yo-won heeded the advice and focused on training his skills. When he got the 3-day vacation, he decided to visit the 1st and 2nd floor of the library. 1 hour. That was the time limit given for the 1st floor. It was a very short amount of time to look through books, but it didn't matter to Yo-won. I'll scan as many as I can. His goal was to scan as many as he could within the time limit. The library was shaped like a tower, and each higher floor had less space. There were no windows, and the only entrance was from the entrance on the 1st floor. I should give up on trying to sneak in. Chun Yo-won was shocked to see this. The library had one of the top security measures throughout the entire demonic cult castle. Hey, get in line. All the cadets lined up to write their names, and they each received 2 red candles. One of them had a line which showed how many hours they had spent. One of the candles was placed at the entrance, and the other was for cadet to carry around to keep track of time. What? 1.5 hours? Why is it so short? Some cadets were sighing at the entrance. It seemed like the time given for the 2nd floor wasn't that long either. And then it was Chun Yo-won's turn to enter. 2nd floor? No, sir. 1st floor. What? You didn't visit the 1st floor yet? The instructor looked at Yo-won suspiciously and flipped through the book that recorded all the entrances to the 1st floor to check if Yo-won's name was there. No? He became curious as to why Yo-won had not visited the 1st floor yet, but it didn't matter to him, so he placed him on the last page of the booklet and said, "Write your name down there." Yo-won then received 2 candles. His candles were shorter than the candles that the other cadets going to the 2nd floor received. You will be allowed 1 hour. If you go over the limit, you will be dragged out and punished. Make sure you check the time. Yes, sir. Yo-won answered casually and entered the library. A guard at the entrance gave him a box with a handle so that Yo-won could put the candle inside. This was to protect the books from accidental fire. As he walked in, he saw entire walls covered with bookshelves full of books. In addition, there were bookshelves all over the place. The many rows made it hard to count how many books there were. Whoa, Yo-won was astonished. He had never seen so many books in his life. He then quickly went over and took out the first book he saw. The cover of the book said, "Sword of 5 Martials." I don't have time. The 1st floor had less important books, but it was better to know more than nothing. Since all the cadets were on the 2nd floor, it was good for Yo-won to concentrate alone. Nano, I'll look through pages. Scan all of them. Yes, master. Yo-won then began flipping through the books. It only took him about a minute to go through the entire book. Scanning complete, he then continued looking through any book he could find and went on to read any book he could get his hands on. Nano kept telling him whenever the scan was complete. Once Yo-won was able to scan over 55 books, his pace became faster. He then moved toward the middle of the floor to look at the books in the middle. At the center of the library, there was a giant stone monument that glowed faintly in blue. Next to it was a middle-aged man with a long beard sitting on a chair. It seemed like he was the guard who watched over the first floor. What's with this stone? As he walked past it with a curious look, the middle-aged man looked at Yowan's tag and spoke to him. This was left by our founding father, Chunma. Chunma. Yowan became intrigued after knowing the secret behind this blue glowing stone. The man then got up from his seat and added, it was created with blue pearl stone. Blue pearl stone was stronger than any other type of stone, as it was hard to even scratch without proper internal energy. There was also a poem written on the stone, which looked like it had been engraved by a finger. Was this written by hand? Isn't it amazing? We can't do this with our swords. But Father Chunma did it with his finger. Even the most powerful warrior would say that it was impossible to leave such an engraving on blue pearl stone. Most are too busy looking at the books that they miss out on seeing this. But you seem to recognize your ancestors' greatest achievement. I almost missed it too. The man grinned at his words. Yes, but it is only natural. Who would care about a mere stone that was left by a person in ancient times when you were busy digging through books? He had guarded this place for 20 years, but he never saw anyone who took a good look at the stone. It was same for even those who had the blood of Chun. Well, I took too much of your time. Go on with your business. Thank you, sir. They only talked for less than a minute, so Yowan smiled and walked past him toward the opposite side of the stone. He couldn't scan the books when the man was watching him, so he glanced back at the stone that his ancestor had supposedly put there. He then noticed that the stone had sharp scars. It seemed like it had been done to cover something up. What? Yowan then walked closer to check the marks. It seemed like it had been made with sharp weapons. Nano, analyze these. Scanning the surface of the blue pearl stone, Nano began to analyze the surface through Yowan's eyes. Soon, Nano finished the analysis. Complete. It is a mark left by a sharp sword. A sword mark? Yowan was surprised. Who would have done such a thing on the stone that was left by the founding father of the cult? Nano then added some additional commentary. After further analysis, it seems that the marks were left by two different entities. Two people. Chapter 31. Secret Books of the Academy Library. 3. Nano, can you trace the sword marks through augmented reality in 3D mode? Chun Yowan, who now had gotten used to Nano's ability, ordered Nano with ease. Activating. White lines appeared in Yowan's vision, and the augmented reality was shown. Nano's voice soon followed. The augmented reality had created a detailed 3D image of the swords, and they created each mark. Oh, he didn't realize it when he just glossed over it. But the marks had various depths and angles on the stone. Was this done on purpose to hide something else? Maybe it erased someone's realization of the truth? Yowan felt a chill down his spine. If the person who left the poem in the stone was founding Father Chunma, then it was easy to guess who left the original sword marks. And if those were left by Chunma also, it was likely that the sword marks represented the trace of Chunma's founding of the truth. Nano, can you figure out who left which trace? Can you track the trace that was left first, and then erase the rest of it? Understood. Yowan then saw countless sword marks being removed, and was just left with a few sword marks. His eyes shook. It wasn't due to Nano's ability, but Yowan's surprise. It's a sword skill. Yowan then realized it wasn't just a regular trace. It was the trace of a sword skill created from various movements. There were certain patterns and movements to leaving the sword marks. I can see that it is from a sword skill, but this is not enough. Yowan didn't have the experience to analyze it properly, but Yowan had the nano-machine, or the technology of the future. Nano, can you retrace these marks and find out what moves the person made to create this? Positive. However, I require the density of the blue pearl stone to accurately portray the degree of strength required to leave the marks. You don't want me to destroy it, do you? Yowan frowned. He couldn't dare to damage the stone when even the strongest warrior couldn't do it. Besides, the guard was still sitting in front of the stone. I can analyze it if you place your palm on the surface. Yowan nodded and placed his hand on the stone. He then felt a tingling feeling going through his palm. Completed. Since the density of diamond is 10, blue pearl stone has a density of 7. It was astonishing that the stone had such density. It's that hard? Yowan then thought the one who left the marks on this stone must have been really powerful. He then came to one thought. Wait, who made the marks on top it then? Nano's voice then resounded in his ears, recreating movement that created the sword trace. A vague human avatar materialized itself in front of Yowan and began going through the motions. Many movements from the sword skill were unleashed instantaneously. It was extremely quick. Yowan thought the marks had been left through many movements since there were so many marks, but it was only the result of one combination. What? Yowan was shocked. He had only learned the dagger skill and butterfly blade dance, but he knew that the movement he witnessed just now was at an even higher level. It's impossible. Yowan thought of countering it with the butterfly blade dance, but he couldn't find a way to counter it effectively. It was that powerful. Nano. Is this from one formation? It is analyzed to be all interconnected. In the standard of martial arts that master knows of, yes. Yowan then felt his heart pounding and his legs shaking. The movement was perfect. He then swallowed his throat and asked, is there any other formation? After careful analysis, it was found to be only one formation. Yowan asked this because his butterfly blade dance was created with 24 basic movements. 3 movements were connected to each other to create a single formation. The last formation of the skill was the ultimate formation that consisted of 8 basic movements, and even Subming needed half a year to learn it. Yoan was able to learn it easily with the help from Nano, but even he felt the muscle strain from the last formation. 24 movements in one formation? It is simply perfect. What if there is more than one? Even if it was perfect with just one, there was no way a sword skill would be comprised of one formation. Yoan then thought there might be more than one of this stone. Nano, save the sword move that I just saw. Understood. He wanted to learn the movements, but he didn't have much time left. He didn't expect much from the library, but this was an amazing find. I almost missed the treasure because of the trace. Whoever it is, he did it intentionally. Well, it also only allowed me to get it, so maybe I should thank him. The sword skill would have been found if it wasn't for the sword marks. Nano spoke to him. After analyzing the sword mark left over the original, it was found to be created with 45 basic sword movements. What? Yoan almost gasped out loud in shock. He just thought it was left to hide the original mark, but it wasn't. And it was left over time. It wasn't made all at once. It was created by one person, but was left over time. That confused Yoan. All this was from a sword skill? Then why? Yoan then issued another order to Nano. He now had forgotten about scanning books completely. Nano, simulate the 45 sword skill movements. Understood. Activating, and just like before, a human-shaped figure appeared in front of him and quickly began going through the motions. What? As the sword skill was unleashed one by one, Yoan's expression turned into that of shock. From the 1st to the 10th, to the 20th, and to the 30th, Yoan couldn't hide his astonishment. It can't be. It's getting closer to perfection. It was already astounding by the 20th move, but by the time it passed the 40th attack, it was close to perfect. At the last 45th movement, Yoan's face was drenched with sweat. Completed. Yoan then came back to his senses. Oh, I'm sweating. He wiped the sweat off of his face. It was so shocking that he was now so thirsty from it. He then ordered, Nano, can you apply the 2 sword skills to the avatars and let them fight? Activating battle mode. 2 avatars appeared in front of him. They looked at each other, and they each began using their different sword skills. The battle instantly ended, and the outcome was beyond belief. Yoan mumbled with disbelief. It's countered. The latter 45th sword skill easily countered the former that Yoan considered to be perfect and chopped the opponent avatar's neck. Chapter 32. Secret Books of the Academy Library. 4. Chun Yoan felt excited after discovering the sword skill behind the pearl stone. To think no one had noticed this, it was fortunate that he had come across such a finding. Yoan ordered, Nano, memorize these 45 skills. Understood. Yoan couldn't hide his smile. The middle-aged man then came over to him with a curious look. Huh? Were you still here? Oh. So you were looking at the backside. It's a mess, isn't it? The man smiled bitterly. Isn't it shame? It was rumored that the back of the stone held a secret to Father Chun Ma's founding of the truth with the sword. Oh. Yoan looked at the man with an intrigued expression, but he shook his head as he felt the chaotic marks all over it. Whoever did this did a terrible thing. Maybe he wanted to take all of the glory for himself. Chun Yoan was shocked. If this man had been guarding the stone for a long time, he should have had ample time to look at these marks, but he just thought that it was an act of destroying the former record. Nobody has noticed it then. But there was one thing Yoan did not know about here. In order to find what sword skill was used, the one observing it had to have much more knowledge in martial arts. However, 2 sword skills left on this stone were even beyond Right Guardian Subming's level. Yoan then asked the man, are there more stones like this one in the library? It was an important question. If the stone only had one formation originally, he thought it was possible that more stones would be left with other formations. The man replied, I only stay on the 1st floor, but I heard these exist on every floor. It was what Yoan wanted to hear. He quietly nodded. Oh, it's almost over. Time was now running out, but he didn't care. He had gotten something better than scanning through books. Oh, are you almost done here? Yeah. Yoan smiled, and the man pointed to a direction in the library. Go check on the origins section. There aren't that many martial arts books that are useful here, but those books might help you. Oh, it's my apology for taking your time. He then patted Yoan's shoulder and returned to his seat. Yoan then bowed to the man and went to the shelves. Oh, the books here had the basics of all martial arts and the origins. What caught Yoan's eye was the book called Origin of Internal Energy. Nano, scan the book. Yoan then began skimming through the book and realized that the information it contained seemed useful. It was a book that explained the basis of internal energy that might help Nano analyze and help with the breathing skill. Yoan then used all his remaining time to scan the books on the shelf. He didn't realize it now, but this would later help him in creating his own martial arts. You were just in time. The instructor at the entrance pursed his lips. Yoan had barely made it out in time. You can go now. The instructor said he could leave, but Yoan wasn't finished yet. He wanted to go to the 2nd floor to check on something right away. I want to go to the 2nd floor too. What? The instructor became confused. Most of the students would be busy returning to their rooms so they could write down what they memorized. But Yoan's decision to go to the 2nd floor didn't make sense. However, the instructor just thought that maybe Yoan didn't consider the 1st floor books to be that important. Write your name down. Yes, sir. Yoan was then allowed to enter. There was a staircase near the entrance right before the 1st floor. The guard standing at the stairway checked Yoan's candle and allowed him to go upstairs. The 2nd floor was smaller than the 1st. Inside, A countless number of cadets were reading and memorizing the books. Oh, they're still here. Most of the cadets here had a bit of left time, as they entered the floor around the same time as Yo-won. These books did not help much to those from powerful clans, but it was a great help for those from low-ranked clans, and they were memorizing as fast as they could. Oh, Yo-won then spotted an unexpected person. It was Chun Yu-chan from the Blade clan. Unlike the other candidates who underestimated the books on these floors, he was here looking through various Blade books. Maybe I should watch out for him. People who put in more effort into things that looked pointless were more dangerous to him. Yo-won then walked silently to the center of the floor. There it is. There was the blue pearl stone standing proudly in the center. Unlike the guard on the first floor, the guard here was walking around the stone, checking to see if the students were copying the books here. Yo-won then walked to the back of the stone. I knew it. He almost gasped in astonishment. The stone was covered in sword marks too. Yo-won called out to Nano again. Nano, scan those marks and analyze it. Understood. Nano began to scan the traces. Found marks left by same entities from the first floor. One entity left one formation created with 24 movements. Another entity left a total of 56 formations over time. Nano was much quicker in scanning it since it had prior information. It now has more formations here. It seems that the person who covered the original marks had gone on with further training. Yo-won wanted to see how the 56 formations were able to counter the original formations, but he could only do it later since there were too many people around. Nano, scan and save the sword movements and formations. Understood. I got 4 more formations then. Heh. Yo-won then glanced over at the candle. It hadn't even melted yet, so he skipped watching the simulations. So, I still have an hour and a half left. I guess the books here are better than the ones on the first floor? Yo-won then began going through the books to scan them. Nano, scan it. Yes, master. Yo-won then began walking through the shelves. As Yo-won began scanning at a fast speed, the cadets were drawn to his actions. The continuous sound of Yo-won flipping the pages distracted from concentrating. They were already distracted by the guards walking around. But this was worse. Ugh. What is he doing? Ugh, hi. It was especially irritating as Yo-won was just skimming through those books. However, he wasn't interfering with their reading directly, so they couldn't raise complaints either. Ugh, I can't let him distract me. Let's focus. As Yo-won passed through, all the cadets screamed internally. Chapter 33. Founding of Truth from Father Chun Ma, 1. As Chun Yo-won was scanning the books, there was one person who was looking at him closely. It was Chun Yu-chan, the prince from the Blade clan. He had been focusing on the Blade-related books, but he couldn't stand watching Yo-won who was just skimming through countless books. He didn't look like any of the other princes. Soon, most of the cadets ran out time and left. More cadets who entered, but it was more empty than when it was filled with over 100 cadets. Scan completed. Scan completed. Scan completed. When Yo-won's candle was almost at the line, Nano spoke to him. 156 books scanned. While most cadets memorized 1 to 2 books, Yo-won was able to scan 100 times that. This should be enough. He had scanned too many books. Jiggle Hyun, who was known for having the most knowledge in the force of justice, would know less than Yo-won regarding low-ranking martial arts skills now. Nano, analyze all the books I scanned today and save it in the program. Yes, master. Yo-won scanned these books not to just learn them. It was because of Subming's advice regarding the experience. From what I can see, my butterfly blade dance is probably within the top 10 in the cult, but don't be too arrogant. Yes, teacher. Even if you have the skill, you need to train hundreds and thousands of times. Training was the hardest parts of martial arts. Luckily, Chun Yo-won was able to skip the hard part with Nano's help. The second thing you need is experience. I have perfected my martial arts after countless battles where I risked my life. In that sense, the Demonic Academy is a good place to gain such experience. Those were his teacher's words, but he didn't have any chances to get that experience until now. Only the real fight he had experienced so far was between him and Chun Mukium. That of course helped Yo-won with his simulation, but it was limited as Mukium's avatar only knew 3 formation. This was where his scanning came in to help. Nano, can you create Garjang's avatar also? It is possible since his basic information has already been analyzed while scanning for the dagger skill. Oh, Yo-won was then able to fight Garjang. He was weaker than Chun Mukium, but he was harder to deal with because unlike Mukium who knew 3 formations, Garjang used all the formations of the dagger skill. Wait, then I can make him use more skills. That's how Chun Yo-won came up with a new idea. However, there was one more thing he needed to do beforehand. He wanted to look more closely at those sword formations in the blue pearl stone and transfer them to himself. Oh, I'm almost out of time. His candle was almost at the limit. Yo-won quickly returned and left the library. The instructor got the candle from him and circled Yo-won's name in the booklet. Humph. You are free to go now. Thank you, sir. And when he turned, the instructor mumbled, oh, and he wanted to know when you were coming out? Huh, never mind. Yo-won felt curious about that, but turned back to return. Did someone wait for me? He wanted to ask who, but it didn't seem like the instructor would tell him anyway. Yo-won looked forward to returning to his private training room so he could transfer the sword skill. The sky was now quite dark. He had to return to his dorm before 10:30 p.m., so he didn't have much time. There was a wide building next to the main building that had 250 rooms for the cadets to practice alone. It was fully accessible after the second test. As Yo-won was going in, someone appeared and blocked him. There you are, 7th cadet. Huh. Yo-won looked at the boy blocking him. It was Ha Ilming, the leader of the sixth group. Why were you looking for me? Ha Ilming answered with an annoyed voice. What? You think I don't know that you made half my group members become limp? Thanks to Yowon, Ha Ilming had to give up on every formation plan. He had to achieve victory with his own strength. Ugh. I'm busy, man. However, Yowon was only focused on learning the sword skill. His thought that he had attracted an annoying enemy was correct. He's not weak though. Do I need to fight him? Yowon then thought there was no other way around it and decided to taunt him so that he would lose his calm. Yowon smiled. Oh, I didn't tell you to leave the room that night though. Oh, of course. Thanks to you. Isn't that right? Ha Ilming didn't fall for his taunt. He's not like you-know-who. Not everyone fell to taunts like Chun Mukium. Ha Ilming already saw Chun Yowon using the blade skill, and he also cracked his ribs, so he was very careful. I have to be serious then. Yowon turned serious and readied himself. Right when they were about to lunge toward each other, someone called them. But two boys did not look away as they were focusing on each other. Hey! And the man appeared in between them, blocking their sight. Who are you? Ha Ilming cried. When Yowon saw the intruder's face, he became wary. It was Chun Yuchan from the Blade Clan. Haha, you two sure were focused. Chun Yuchan laughed and turned to Yowon. It looked like he had been waiting for Yowon. Yuchan then turned to Ilming. I'm sorry, but I've been waiting for him for a while. Can I talk to him first? It won't take long, please. He then bowed. This was an act that was never before seen from any prince. Ha Ilming became dumbfounded. I have been looking for him all day. Don't give me that crap and get lost. Oh, but I can't do that. Chun Yuchan kept on speaking with dumb look on his face, and Ilming couldn't hold back any longer. He jabbed his fingers forward like a sword to use his sword skill. He wielded strong internal energy with the attack. Yet, Chun Yuchan easily blocked the attack, and his hand stopped right next to Ilming's neck. If it was a real blade, it would have killed Ha Ilming. Why you? Ha Ilming was shocked. Yuchan smiled at him. Will you give me some space now? Chapter 34. Founding of Truth from Father Chun Ma, 2. A basic movement countering the formation. Chun Yowon was astonished by Chun Yuchan's movement. Ha Ilming couldn't believe he had been overpowered by someone who wasn't even ready to fight. Chun Yuchan smiled. When you took the step with your right arm was a bit rigid and your fingers went off balance. Did you hurt your right rib? Ha Ilming's eye grew wider in shock. Yuchan knew about his injury just by observing a few movements. This guy, he's not like any of the other cadets. He then felt a huge difference in power between him and Yuchan. And unlike Ha Ilming, who was serious, Chun Yuchan was still smiling. So, what will it be? Ugh. Ha Ilming frowned as he nodded. He couldn't dare to go on. Yuchan then pulled his hand back from Ilming's neck. Wait there. It won't take long. Whatever. I'll get going. You take your time, or whatever. Ha Ilming then left to return to the dorm. He didn't feel like fighting Yowon when his pride was hurt. Oh, he's quick to change his mind. Chun Yuchan laughed and scratched his head as he walked toward Yowon, who became wary of the man. He was the second prince to approach him after Chun Mukium. Is he trying to put me down? He realized he didn't have a chance if he tried to fight Chun Yuchan from what he just saw. Yowon gave an order to Nano. Activate augmented reality. Activate battle tutorial with the setting of the butterfly blade dance. Yowon then saw lines in his line of sight, analyzing Chun Yuchan. And as he readied himself, Chun Yuchan raised both hands as if he was surrendering. Whoa, what's with all nervousness? Huh, it wasn't hostile. Chun Yowon became confused to hear such a friendly reaction from a member of the Six Clans. Oh well, I guess it is natural in your shoes. Chun Yuchan nodded understandingly and Yowon frowned. What do you want? What should I say? I was just trying to say hi to a half-brother. Chun Yuchan then smiled, showing his white teeth. Chun Yowon was shocked. He had been bullied and talked down by all members of the Six Clans until now, and it was the first time he had heard the word brother from one of them. Is he joking with me? Chun Yowon was still unconvinced. Chun Yuchan then bowed to Yowon. It's good to see you, brother. At that expression, Chun Yowon became angry. No matter how he put it, his tone didn't make it sound like they were on good terms. I guess I'm still hated. Yuchan then got back up. He knew what Yowon had been through until now, so he understood. Well, I guess I can't expect friendliness from you. And you wanted me to show you that? No. I just wanted to be on good terms with you. You see, I've come to like you. What? Chun Yowon frowned. It was irritating to hear that Yuchan now liked him. He smiled and continued, we now walk the same path of the blade, you see? And is that the reason why you like me? Of course. You know how shocking it was when I saw you cut the arms of that Lust Clan girl with your blade skill. Yuchan began talking about what he saw, and that he couldn't forget the moment. When everyone else became wary of Chun Yowon, it seemed like Yuchan thought otherwise. I'm your #1 fan now, brother. Stop jabbering brother nonsense, and tell me your real reason for coming to me. Yuchan then sighed at Yowon's continued suspicion and sighed, oh well. I guess it will take time for you to warm up. I'll cut to the chase. He had a reason then. The Six Clans made him swear an oath to never learn any martial arts even after his mother was killed. There was nothing weird in hearing anything. I'm being honest here. Join our Blade Clan. Chun Yowon's jaw dropped. Oh, you're shocked? Well, I guess you are. Are you serious? Of course. I've been waiting for you to come out to ask this. Of course I'm not joking, Yuchan replied. He was truly asking Yowon to join the Blade Clan. I don't know about the others, but I don't think you are my enemy. I want you to join the Blade Clan and stay by my side. This guy, Chun Yowon then realized what he was thinking. He was asking him to give up on the competition and become his subject. You want me to drop out of the competition? Oh, is that what you think of it? Haha. Yuchan burst into laughter, and he soon stopped to speak seriously. You have no chance. What do you mean? It's exactly as I said. If you walk the path of the blade, you will have to go through me. But you don't stand a chance. However, since I am now your #1 fan, you will have no problem if you walk in the same direction with me. Isn't that great? Chun Yo-won then realized how this man saw him. He didn't even consider Yo-won as his competition. This made Yo-won even more adamant. I refuse. What? Chun Yuchan stopped his act at the cold rejection. You are not enough to take me in. Huh. Let me give you an offer instead. What? Yuchan raised his eyebrow. Don't stand in my way and I will let you live. At that moment, Chun Yuchan's face scrunched up into terrible scowl. White lines began snaking around Yuchan's right hand and arm, and numbers began to rise in Yo-won's sight. The enemy is focusing strong energy in his right arm. Take a half step to the left and activate the second formation of the butterfly blade dance. Chun Yuchan's right arm moved slightly and Yo-won took a half step to the left. At that moment, Yuchan's face returned and he began laughing again. Ha 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 ha. Enemy has ceased their attack. The energy focused in the right arm is decreasing rapidly. Yuchan laughed for quite some time and answered expressionlessly. It made me a little angry, but it was funny after I thought about it. Don't stand in your way? That really sounded cool. There was no friendliness in his eyes now. Yuchan then shook his head as he sighed, showing he had lost interest and turned away. He took a few steps forward and then stopped to speak. If you walk the same way, we will soon cross paths. However, you are too far from talking about my life just yet. Enemy is focusing energy into his right hand. There is no intention to attack Master. As Nano's voice trailed off, Yuchan raised his right arm in the air and slashed it toward the ground. With the sound of a strike, a blue spark appeared, leaving a clear line on the ground. Blade Chi. It was Blade Chi, clearly in shape of a blade around Yuchan's arm. Only top-class warriors could shape Chi into a certain form. Are you showing off your level? This was to show the difference in power. We'll talk again. Yuchan then left the scene. Chun Yo-won was left alone, clenching his fist. He thought he was now at a similar pace, but he still had a long ways to go. Don't think ahead. I need to rule over them, not just catch them. He then reformed his thoughts again. And as for Chun Yuchan, he wasn't all that pleased. He replaced his anger with laughter, but it was for a certain reason. He read my attack first. He was going to cut Yo-won's right arm. If he wasn't going to join Yuchan, it was better to cut his arm off so he couldn't use blades anymore. But Chun Yo-won had moved out of range before Yuchan could bring up the power to unleash the Blade Chi. So he's not just an ordinary fool. Chapter 35. Founding of Truth from Father Chun Ma. 3. Chun Yo-won walked into the empty room with the panel that said, vacant. He flipped it around to occupied on his way in. The room was lit by the small candles on the wall. Overall, the room was too small to practice footstep formations. Chun Yo-won then rapped on the wall and realized that it was pretty thick. It's enough. This was enough space for Chun Yo-won. At least this would allow him to transfer the information without any disruption. Nano. Activate the augmented reality. Activating augmented reality. Nano's voice rang inside his head, and his eyes shook as lines appeared in his sight. Nano. Simulate the formation scanned on the second floor of the library in 3D. I will activate it beginning from the very first mark. A human figure appeared and began showing the sword movements that had been left on the stone. It's faster and more complicated. Yo-won thought of using his last butterfly blade dance formation, but he couldn't even defend against one of those movements. This second formation looked like it was much more powerful than the one on the first floor. This is terrifying. How many people out there can counter this? Now activating the marks of the sword formation from a different entity. Now, the human figure started emulating a different sword formation. It was awkward at first glance, but as it began to repeat itself, it also began to perfect itself. When it reached the last 56th formation, Chun Yo-won couldn't help but shiver. This is crazy. This is mad. There was no way to complete such a sword formation unless one was mad about the sword. Oh. He then thought of an idea of having the two entities fight against each other, but by using all 56 formations starting from the very first one each time. Nano. Use all formations in chronological order to do a simulation battle. Two human avatars appeared again and began fighting against each other. The first battle ended up with the second entity not even defending against the first movement of the original. As it progressed further and reached the 36th formation, it was now blocking a total of 15 out of the 24 movements. This is crazy. Chun Yo-won was beyond astonished. He focused on watching the formation countering the already powerful sword formation that was left prior to it. And soon, it was the last formation. Many lines were drawn, and like before, just by the difference of one movement, the original sword formation was countered completely. Oh, simulation complete. Yo-won couldn't forget what he had seen. Nano said that the simulation was completed, but Yo-won couldn't stop concentrating on the battle. In his head, the two warriors were still fighting against each other. In that imaginary space, Yo-won was now one with the second entity, and he was using his butterfly blade dance to fight the original sword formation. User's brain neurons have been activated. The energy within the blood points are replicating and circulating throughout the body. However, Yo-won was too deep into his thoughts to notice. Nano then stopped alarming the master and began recording the change in the body as data since it knew that this change was not harmful toward the master. After a long while, Chun Yo-won woke up from his hundreds of fights against the perfect swordsman. His focus came back, and he became confused. What was this? He remembered seeing the simulation. But when he woke up, it felt like everything had been an illusion. It feels weird. Oh, Chun Yo-won then felt the difference in his body. He felt that his internal energy had increased. It wasn't just a small amount either. It was hard to believe. But his internal energy had now increased to about 40 years worth of energy. Oh, I came to a realization then. What Chun Yo-won thought to be an illusion was the breakthrough of martial arts. And this didn't only increase his internal energy. Maybe I can do it. He got up and tried using the first formation of the butterfly blade dance. The sound of his hand slashing through the air sounded different. His movement now left a faint trace wherever he moved his hand. Wow. Yo-won gasped. There was a faint silver glow on his right hand. Am I shaping chi? The feeling in his hand was the shaping of the chi. He wasn't used to it yet, so it couldn't take the shape of a blade, but it definitely was chi. It's not perfect yet. Although it wasn't perfect, when he achieved 60 years worth of internal energy, he would acquire blade chi like Yuchan. Whoa! Chun Yo-won shouted in joy. If I absorb the next Black Dragon Ball, it will get me up to 60 years worth of energy. Chun Yo-won then asked, Nano, how long have I been doing this? You were in a trance for 2 hours, master. 2 hours? That long? He thought it was only for a brief moment, but it took him 2 hours. If that was the case, he had to return to the dorm. I guess I have to do the rest tomorrow. He then thought to send sword formation into his brain for now. It didn't seem like he'd have the time to transfer it into his body. Nano, send all the formations into my brain. Understood. Transferring. Yo-won felt a sting in his head, but that was it. He focused to check, and he saw the sword movements coming up naturally in his mind. How long does it take to reshape my body to use these? It will take about 10 hours to complete the transfer. What? That was too long. He knew this martial arts skill was beyond that of any other, but it required a lot more time. I guess I will have to start early tomorrow then. At least it was fortunate that he had a break. Yo-won then happily returned to his dorm. When he returned, there were still a lot of cadets missing. They are running late. There was still some time left, but most of the cadets returned much earlier. Chun Yo-won soon saw the reason why. Cadets who started returning had papers of the copied books that they wrote down after leaving the library. Oh, so that's why they weren't here. It seemed that they had been training privately to study the books they copied. Master, you're here already. Hubong bowed as he walked in later. He too had a book in his hand. Did you get something good? Yo-won asked. Hubong smiled. No, it's not much. My sword skill is too weak, so I copied a footstep skill to help. Hubong's clan used swords. Hubong thought using the only sword would not work as they progressed, so he copied a book on something else to help him further. Yo-won nodded. I guess everyone is going to get better now. This 3-day vacation wasn't just time to rest. It was time to help the cadets advance. Early the next morning, Chun Yo-won went to the private training room. They are up fast. The dorm was open starting at 5 a.m. But when Yo-won woke up, 2 cadets were already off their beds. When he got to the building, many cadets had already gathered there. Only the ones who put in the effort will survive. Chun Yo-won then went up to the second floor and took his spot in the empty room. The room could only be locked from the inside, so Yo-won locked it and ordered Nano, go through the body shaping with the sword formation. Oh, and don't forget anesthesia. Yes, master. Proceeding with the anesthesia. Soon, Yo-won was blacked out. After 10 hours, Yo-won woke up after hearing Nano say that the procedure was complete. He panted roughly and vomited onto the floor. The long hours of body transformation made him sick. This was much worse than before. Stabilizing adverse reaction to the transformation. It was only after Nano worked on it that his pain stopped. Ugh, I can't get used to this. Yo-won then got up and clenched his fist. This was much more different than when he learned the butterfly blade dance. He then took off his top. Whoa, it was astonishing. His upper torso was tightly packed with muscles that it looked like he had trained for years. It's not like my body. He felt like he could punch a hole through the sturdy wall. Should I give it a try? He didn't think it would make a hole anyway, and he wanted to try to see how strong he had gotten. He then took a deep breath and threw his fist at the floor. It exploded. Arg! Dust and rock particles exploded out, and Yo-won heard screaming from below. Yo-won waved his hands to brush the dust away from his sight, and he saw the hole in the floor. He then looked down below and saw a private training room below. There was rock debris and a cadet on the ground with blood seeping out from his head. Ugh. Chun Yo-won groaned. Chapter 36. Founding of Truth from Father Chun Ma. 4. Ha-ilming. After becoming a powerful warrior at an early age, he thought that he could defeat any of the princes. And he did injure one, Chun Yukiam. However, since he was not even close to defeating Chun Yuchan, it made his pride crumble. I was a fool. He realized he had to train more and forgot about all his anger toward Chun Yo-won. I can't waste time on such a fool. Ha-ilming then began training right away. Like the other cadets, he was going to spend all of his vacation in training. That's why he was up early to train in the private training room. After training internal energy in the morning, and he then proceeded to practice formations in the afternoon. And then it happened. An explosion came from above, and rocks showered down. Ha-ilming was struck with a large rock and passed out on the ground. As his consciousness faded, he saw Chun Yo-won's pop up out of the hole. "See that bastard? RRR. Gah." It rekindled his anger. Soon, the instructor in charge of the private training rooms came running with the master key. He opened the room and took Ha Ilming to the medical room. And when he came back, he scolded Chun Yo-won harshly. How can you think of creating a hole in the place when everyone is training? What would you have done if he was meditating? You almost killed him. If Ha Ilming was really meditating, it might have put him in serious danger. Consider yourself lucky that he's alive. Or else you could have been expelled. This will go into your evaluation. I'm sorry, sir. And if you ever destroy the private training room again, you will never be allowed to use this place. Yes, sir. Needless to say, he was already forbidden from using rooms on the first and second floors. He was only allowed to use the underground room that the students didn't like to use. But Yo-won had no choice. As Yo-won walked down to the underground floor, the instructor watched him curiously. He made a hole in the stone floor created with extremely hard rock. Did his internal energy exceed 60 years worth of energy? That was weird. Chun Yo-won also asked himself the same question. How did I become so strong? Chun Yo-won also didn't think that he would be able to make a hole in that floor. Master's muscle strength and fiber have been increased to the maximum. What? Your body was altered to be able to physically leave marks on the blue pearl stone, thus increasing your muscle fitness to the maximum. Oh, that's how. Nano didn't analyze the data of sword skills this time. It had analyzed the mark left on the stone, so it based it off the fact that the sword made a mark on the stone, not considering the fact that it had been done through internal energy. Wow. Chun Yo-won was dumbfounded. So, is this the limit to how strong I can become? It is set to not disturb with your normal growth. So, can you mark it stronger when I grow up? Maximum potential limit of the muscle fiber increases with the growth of bones and muscles. Interesting. He had learned a lot about Nano's usage, but it was always fascinating to know about these things. I guess I will have to grow up then. Chun Yo-won then started to try testing his sword formation. His sword moved quickly, simulating the 24 sword movements, but his face didn't express excitement when he finished the formation. What? He seemed as if he had failed. He couldn't accept it and tried doing it again. No, this is not it. He had completed the same movements, but he wasn't satisfied. It felt like he hadn't completed it. He then used the formation left on the second floor. And this time, the more complicated and powerful movement came from his hand. When it was over, his expression turned even grimmer. Why? It even made him angry. Chun Yo-won then tried doing the formation that countered the original. His movement quickly replicated the 45th formation that he saw on the first floor of the library. His sword quickly moved through, and his excitement spread across his face. It worked. It's perfect. Yo-won then moved onto the formation he found on the second floor. It was a success this time around too. He tried going back to the original formation, but after going through both formations, he felt lost. Why is it not working? His movement was different from what he saw from the simulation. Nano, can you show me the movement I just did and compare it to the original movement from the library? Activating augmented reality. Nano then began showing the avatars of two human figures, one with a vague human figure and one that looked exactly like Chun Yo-won. Both began to move at the same time. As he looked closely, he was able to see the difference clearly. The human figure moved flawlessly, connecting each movement smoothly, but Yo-won's movement was connected but was awkward. And he was a bit late on the movement too. I couldn't do it perfectly. Why? He couldn't understand. He had gotten the information and the muscle fiber to replicate the movement, but it still wasn't perfect. Yo-won then sat down to ponder on the problem. He was soon full of sweat and was spending about an hour on thinking. What is the problem? Even if I don't have the energy flow, it won't affect. He then came up with an idea. The energy flow. He finally reached a conclusion. Most formation movements required no use of internal energy to fully function, but this sword formation required internal energy to work correctly. It's the same as the last formation of the butterfly blade dance. He then realized the last formation of blade skill also required the flow of energy within him. Then I don't have the core element of it. Yo-won had to settle on having the counterattack at least. It was fortunate that the counter formation required no use of special energy flow. But it didn't make Yo-won feel any better. Why did he skip how to use the energy flow when he left a formation? It even made him become angry at the father Chun-ma, who left it. He sat down with gloom for a while and thought of poems left on the front of each stone. Maybe he hid something in that poem. It was nonsense to only leave sword formation. Nano, can you replicate the front side of the stone on the first floor? Searching through saved video data. Nano usually saved what Yo-won heard and saw. Soon, Nano was able to find the front side of the stone. Found the video in the data. Creating 3D image of the stone's front side. Yo-won then saw the stone appearing in front of his eyes. The mighty wind blows, scattering the flying clouds. After I unified the realm, I returned home. How can I assign my fierce warriors to guard the four corners of our nation? Chun Yo-won frowned as he looked at the writing. It just looks like a normal poem. Is there something hidden in it? After checking through the internal data, this is the poetry wrote at the creation of Han Dynasty. It is poetry written by Liu Bang when he returned from his victory over Xiangyu. So, it wasn't written by Father Chun-ma? No, Master. Chun Yo-won was able to see what the poetry was, but he had to find out the secret behind it. Nano, is the poetry have any different writings or letters? No, Master. Yo-won sighed. Analyze it. See if you can find any slightest of clues in here. Scanning the surface. A line began to move horizontally from the top to bottom slowly. And when it was done, Nano's voice spoke. There is a small hole at every word of the poetry. Nano then showed unexplained holes in the letter, and each letter had a different number of holes. What does this mean? Yo-won began to think deeply into it. Small hole. A hole. Is it the blood point? Yowan's heart began to pound. Think. 4 holes. For blood points? No. What is it then? Oh, let's look up the book. Yowan then remembered the blood point book that he scanned first and focused on the book. Going back to the information. 4 holes probably means the 4th blood point. The 4th blood point was shown in the book on its location. This is weird. The basic flow of energy starts from another place. It would need 7 holes then? Oh, Chun Yowan then finally realized the secret behind this. The first word is comprised of 3 lines. If adding 4 into it, it will point at the 7th blood point. That was the secret behind it. Yowan then began to calculate the letter and numbers to see the blood point of energy movement. And soon, he was able to complete the energy flow that moved through 23 points. Ha ha ha. This is it. This is IT. Chapter 37. Collect 11 individuals. 1. After acquiring the energy flow, Chun Yowan was able to replicate the sword formation perfectly. He still felt like it was a bit lacking, and he knew that it came from his lack of experience. Yowan then asked Nano to see if he had recorded the front side of the 2nd floor stone, and luckily, Nano did have it. And Yowan went through the same process. The 2nd formation was also a bit lacking, but this was as far as he could go. Let's thank Father Chunma for his discovery. He then wondered about the rest of the sword formations probably left on other floors. I guess I have no choice but to pass all the tests. Yowan then came up with one more question. Then why does the counter formation require no energy flow? He was not yet experienced enough to learn this. He thought he could take it slow since he still knew how to use the formation at least. Yowan asked Nano, "What's the time right now?" "It's about 6 p.m., Master." It was already dinner time. He had skipped lunch, so he was starving. Yowan then left the room. The underground floor seemed empty. It was great that the group test was over. All cadets were required to eat together during the 2nd stage, but they were now allowed to go during designated hours to eat meals whenever they wanted. Wow, Chun Yowan was excited to smell the food as he walked in. Unlike other times, today was a special food day. It's noodles. Yowan got in line and received the noodles and meat broth. The cook that poured the broth spoke to Yowan with a smile. It's a beef noodle soup. It's uncommon in this region. It was a noodle bowl created with meat broth which contained boiled with beef bones and meat. It was a common noodle bowl south of the Yellow River. The Academy's cafeteria had various cooks from each region, so it gave cadets the opportunity to try different foods from each region. Yowan got to the table and began eating the noodles. He had never eaten noodles before, and it was so good that he began chowing down. When he went for another bowl and came back, someone sat next to him. The table was open to all cadets, so Yowan did not care about who sat next to him and focused on eating, but the person started speaking to him. "You are the 7th cadet, the leader of the 8th group, right?" His question could easily be answered just by looking at the tag. So that meant that he was talking to Yowan on purpose. Yowan looked up to the young man next to him. He was handsome, but he had maybe one little flaw. Where is his eye? His eye was very narrow and small, but it seemed to fit him very nicely too. "I'm lucky. I wanted to meet you." He was polite, but also suspicious. "If you are asking about me, shouldn't you be introducing yourself first?" The young man then grinned. "Oh, mind my manners. I am the 200th cadet, Yumpa from the 19th group." "Chun Yowan." Yowan answered coldly and Yumpa asked, "I know this is a strange question, but can you duel me?" Yowan frowned. He didn't expect a request to duel while he was eating. "What do you mean? I'm asking you to duel me. You have a problem with me?" He couldn't think of anyone other than from members of the 6 clans having grudges against him. Yowan wasn't completely sure, but he did cause some nuisance at the 2nd floor of the library. No, nothing like that. It's not that. Then why do you want to duel? Should I say, it's to see if it's worthy? Worthy? Chun Yowan was confused. He wasn't sure if the worthiness was about the young man or about Yowan. He then decided that there was no point in dueling him and shook his head. "I refuse." As expected, but too fast. "Why did you ask if you expected it?" Yumpa didn't seem to be let down. He then brought up an offer. "Then let me explain what I can give to you if you accept. If you win the duel, I will give you vital information about the 3rd test and a small gift." He whispered when he said the 3rd test. Yowan became intrigued, but he didn't show it. "How can a mere cadet like you have such important information?" "Well, I can't spill everything when you won't accept my duel request, but I guess I have to prove myself. My father once reached the 5th stage, so I know about everything up to the 4th test." "Is he from a high-ranked clan?" That was most likely if his father had passed the 4th test. Unlike Yowan, who entered the academy without any prior knowledge, most cadets from the high-ranked clans had heard about what to expect in the academy. But Yumpa's offer had a flaw. "I heard the tests go through changes each time. Your father passing those tests means nothing." "That is true, but it still shares the same concept. It was as expected up until both tests so far." Yumpa was certain. Yowan then began to hesitate. What does he want? Why does he want to duel me? Is he certain that he can defeat me? That was the weird part. However, there was no loss in dueling him, and Yowan didn't think he would lose either. Yowan decided to agree to the duel. "Good. You will not regret it." Both of them then headed to the forest at the back of the dorm. When they got to the point where no one was around, Yumpa readied himself. He had seen Chun Yowan using a powerful blade skill while dealing with Chun Wonryu already. However, he was also certain that he wouldn't lose easily. If what you showed during the test was your all, then it will be disappointing. He didn't say this as it could be taunting him. Yumpa stood in the distance and bowed. Yumpa of the Moon Energy Blade Clan. Yowan became intrigued. He didn't think Yumpa was going to use a blade skill. He also bowed. Chun Yowan. Let's start. Yumpa then charged. His movement was a bit slower than Chun Mukium's, but it was still very fast and powerful. He's an experienced warrior. Yoan was able to guess the opponent's power easily. It seems like he had the power that most group leaders had and asked to duel. However, Chun Yoan was very different now. He quickly took his steps and dodged the blade skill. That is good, but this is not the end. Yumpa then spun, moving into his next formation, but Yoan snatched his wrist quickly. Yumpa was shocked. He hadn't unleashed the blade skill yet, but his wrist was wielding powerful energy within it, and Yoan snatched it as if it was nothing. Before Yumpa could react, Yoan threw him up and down on the ground like a sack. Arg! It was so powerful that the ground sunk behind him. Yumpa even forgot about his pain and became dumbfounded. The duel was over in just one move. He's not like how he was 2 days ago. Chapter 38. Collect 11 individuals. 2. Chun Yoan looked down at Yumpa, the 200th cadet, and back to his hand. I should get used to it. Yoan failed to control the power he now held. Yumpa crouched on the ground from the pain coming from his back. It wasn't too bad, but it seemed like he had taken internal damage. Ugh, was he hiding his power? He thought Yoan was an experienced warrior, and that he would be able to withstand at least tens of formations. However, he had to re-evaluate his thoughts. I lost. He accepted his loss while crouching, and when the pain subsided, Yumpa got up. I thought you were around the level of an experienced warrior, but you are more than that. You sure do inherit the blood from the sky. Chun Yoan did not respond to that. He didn't appreciate his lineage that much. Anyway, I will have to keep my promise then. I want to ask you something first. Yes? Why did you want to have a duel with me? Yoan still couldn't find the reason why Yumpa wanted to duel, especially with the condition of sharing vital information. Haha. You sure don't trust people very easily. As I said in the cafeteria, it was to see the worthiness. Worthiness? Are you talking about me? Yes, and it also applies to me too. It is for the third test. What did it have to do with the third test? Yumpa then began explaining the third test. It is likely that the third test will be done with groups again. What? I heard that there will be no more group tests. That's what Li Hamming himself had declared. Yumpa waved his hand. It's not like the second test. What difference is there? Because this one relies on one's own strength. Third test is to sort out the high-ranked warriors. I'm sure you know how powerful our cult's high-ranked warriors are. Currently, the ones who were strong enough to be considered as strong as high-ranked warriors were only about 40 out of 207 cadets that were left. If what he says is true, the next test will take a while. Most cadets only had 10 to 20 years of internal energy, which was lacking to become a high-ranked warrior. With the Black Dragon Ball, most cadets will achieve 30 years worth of energy. That was possible since they would all be receiving the Black Dragon Ball soon. However, there was a catch. Then they will be missing out on the martial arts. Yes, their internal energy issue is solved, and they now need to be taught good martial arts. That was necessary to be considered as a powerful warrior. Since the cadets were not allowed on the third floor of the library, which had books on top-level martial arts, most cadets were bound to fail. If the test isn't to have cadets to create a new martial art, then there is only one answer. Yumpa smiled. Yes, a top-grade martial art will be provided in this test. So, only the ones who acquire it can pass the test? Yes, but there's another issue. That alone will make it too easy, and as you know, the test gets only harder once you move up. Over 80% of students would pass if that was the only issue with the third test. If what my father told me is right, the martial art form that's provided is the Seven Demon Sword, which all of our high-ranked warriors know how to use. It was the sword skill created by Famous the swordsman named the Sword Demon within the demonic cult. It was created to fight against Sorim's formation. The unique thing about it was that if there were more people, it had the ability to create a powerful formation attack. This allowed weaker warriors to fight against stronger warriors if they outnumbered them. My father told me that 12 people had to group up to learn this. 12. Yes, it is the basic number to complete the skill. But learning the formation was harder than learning the sword skill itself. Yoan then realized why Yumpa had asked him to duel. It was to see how powerful Yoan was. Was that the reason why you asked me to duel? Of course. I couldn't decide just by looking at one formation. I needed to see your real skill to count on you. Chun Yoan frowned. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. The new test will be done voluntarily. On everything. Voluntarily? You can choose your own groups. I heard that only the group leaders are chosen due to evaluations, meaning they will allow the leader to choose whoever they like? Yes, that is correct. But members can refuse also. I'm pretty sure this is a test for the princes of the 6 clans, rather than a test for regular cadets. Yoan then became excited. This meant that the test would directly be the competition to the throne itself. It's my chance to make allies. But don't the cadets need to side with the leaders to pass the test also? Yumpa answered, yes, but they can't just choose any leader. Otherwise, they will risk their success rate to the test itself. We might have to compete with other groups in some other way in the end. I see. He's quite clever. It seemed that Yumpa was quick thinking and quite knowledgeable. He had the potential to be a tactician and seemed to be very helpful. So, was that why you said you will count on me? Yes. Remember I said that I would give you a small gift? The gift is me. Yoan frowned. He didn't expect a great gift, but he didn't like it that much either. I might not become a leader. No, from what I can see, you will be a leader. And don't you think it's better you have someone like me, rather than some lacking cadets? Yoan was hesitant as there was still one more thing he couldn't understand. Why did you choose me? There are other princes or leaders who passed the second test. This was his biggest question here. That is an excellent question. I need to trust you if I am to take you in. Yumpa then scratched his head. I'll tell you the truth. No offense, but I actually offered the same thing to the princes of the Wise and Sword clans. He sighed as he said that, which meant that he had been turned down. Were you refused? They were already full. They already have skilled warriors serving them. No spots left for me. What about the other 4 groups? It was too quick to give up after meeting just 2 groups. Yumpa shook his head. Yeah, but I thought all the princes from the 6 clans would be the same. So, I was the second choice? Yumpa smiled. Yeah. And we walk the same path of the blade, don't we? Oh. Yoan looked at him weirdly. Yumpa then smiled awkwardly as he continued. I'm not just asking you to take me in. You can just consider it as using me until you pass the 3rd test. It was now up to Chun Yoan. Yumpa even bowed politely. Will you take me in, Prince? Chun Yoan smiled softly. Yumpa thought he had been accepted, so he went down on his knees to show his thanks. Thank you for. I refuse. Huh. Yoan spoke to him again. I said, I refuse. Chapter 39. Collect 11 individuals. 3. But why? That's for you to think about. Chun Yoan turned his back to him. His eyes were cold when he turned. Nano. Deactivate facial expression analysis. Deactivating. It was one of Nano's abilities that allowed him to see if the person was lying or not. He's suspicious. When he talked with Yumpa, he felt the shadow of Chun Yuchan from within and activated the skill. There was no change to the facial muscles while talking about the 3rd test, but when he was asked why he didn't go to the other princes, Nano found the change in expression. They were already full. They already have skilled warriors serving them. No spots left for me. Sensing slight change in facial expression. Chance of the entity lying is at 45%. Yeah, but I thought all the princes from the 6 clans would be the same. Detected continuous muscle shift in facial expression. Chance of lying increased to 62%. It was impossible for the nanomachine to read human expressions entirely. If it was against a trained spy, it would not have been possible. As for Chun Yoan, who had his doubts, Yumpa gave him some evidence. Yeah, we walk the same path of the blade, don't we? We walk the same path of the blade. That was very similar to what Chun Yuchan had said before. Yoan then was able to confirm the shadow of the Blade clan inside Yumpa. A crony. He then came to realize the various suspicious things that Yumpa had. He said he went to the Wise and Sword clan and took out the Blade clan when he was a blade skill user. Yoan then went to the private training room for further training. As Yoan went down to the forest, Yumpa also went down and met with someone in the alleyway between buildings. He was meeting with Chun Yuchan to give him the report. He refused? Yes. Prince. Chun Yuchan raised his eyebrow. He just heard about the information of the 3rd test and left. I didn't say anything that might make him suspicious. Ha 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 ha. Chun Yuchan burst into laughter. Yumpa wasn't sure why he was laughing when Yumpa had failed his mission. He really is interesting. He just ran off with the information then. Yuchan waved his hand. He then stopped laughing and continued, so, a petty scheme won't work. Yuchan didn't seem to expect much from Yumpa anyway. Wouldn't this ruin the whole plan? It is ruined already. Then what? Are you going to beg him to take you in? No, of course not. As Chun Yuchan said, Yoan did not trust people easily. He had been suspicious of Yumpa from the beginning, and it only became worse as time went by. It would have been interesting if your plan worked, but he's too valuable to fail the test for not having the amount of required team members. I would recruit him again if he wasn't in the competition. Yumpa's plan was to join Yoan's team and leave his group on the day of the test so that he would fail the test without even taking it on. Yumpa then knelt down. Prince, give me another chance. I have other plans ready. No. It's all right. He smiled and reassured Yumpa, but it made Yumpa even more scared. But you don't need to do that anymore, so you should go look for a different group to sneak into. Who knows if you will become a leader also. Yumpa was shocked. He had worked so hard to serve Chun Yuchan, but he was now banishing him. Then you won't accept me as... Oh, I already have many fools who I have to kick out, you see. Prince, please give me another chance. Yumpa tried to grab Yuchan's pants, but he quickly moved back and dodged it. He then became cold and said, I don't need a useless fool. Get lost. Yumpa was abandoned just like that. As he walked back to the dorm while sobbing, Yuchan thought about the concerning part of the report. He overpowered Yumpa in one attack. This was hard to understand from what he saw himself regarding Yoan's power 2 days ago. Chun Yoan returned to his private training room in the underground area. 11 people. Nothing's for sure yet. He had gotten good information, but nothing was official yet. However, he thought he should be ready to recruit people. He already had few from the 8th group, but he still needed more. He also questioned if ones in the 8th group would follow him. Let's finish up the training and think about it after I get back. He then focused on the remaining training and ordered Nano. Nano, did you finish analyzing all the books scanned from the 1st and 2nd floor? Yes, master. Nano, can you create an avatar with a certain amount of power and movement embedded with those martial arts techniques that you scanned? That is possible if you appoint a certain entity. This was what Yoan decided to do to move on with his training. Set the avatar to be Chun Mukium and begin embedding each martial arts technique. Yes, master. Creating avatar for the simulation, and soon, the augmented reality created Chun Mukium in front of his eyes. Peasant, come and get it. You come. Fool. Hiya. The martial arts was low-ranked one from the 1st floor, but when Chun Mukium, a proficient warrior, used it, the skill was still quite powerful. Yoan dodged the skill and used his butterfly blade dance to throw his hand at the avatar's neck. I got him. Ugh. It was the same way he did it in the forest, But the result was different. Mukium's avatar neck twisted weirdly as it was struck, and the avatar disappeared. Chun Mukium's avatar died with a destroyed neck bone. What? Yoan was dumbfounded. Just 3 days ago, the avatar was only thrown to the side. Nano's voice resounded in his head. The avatar of Chun Mukium cannot take the damage from Master. Oh. His physical strength was now at the limit, so a young warrior like Chun Mukium had no way to fight back. This won't work. Yoan then decided to change methods. Let's do this. Create 5 Chun Mukium avatars. No, actually, 10 avatars with mid-ranked martial arts skills. Understood. He thought that would even out the odds. A total of 10 avatars was created. The room was small, but the augmented reality didn't care about the physical size of the room and created a virtual room for avatars to move further back. Was this too much? Chun Yoan regretted it a bit, but decided to go on with the training. All 10 avatars attacked him at once. I have to block them at once. There was a perfect formation for doing this. It was the second formation of the butterfly blade dance. He quickly spun and swung the hand blade to counter the formation from 4 avatars. 2 of them were struck in their blood points, and that made them disappear. Got the first. Next. Ugh. There was no time to waste. The other avatars quickly moved toward him, and Yoan jumped up to avoid being attacked. And at that moment, he bumped into the ceiling. Unlike the avatars, he was still in a small room. Chapter 40. Collect 11 individuals. 4. Chun Yoan fell to the ground, and he heard Nano's voice inside his head. Stopping augmented reality. All avatars were put to a stop. No. Chun Yoan then looked up at the ceiling, concerned that he might have torn a hole through the ceiling again. Luckily, it was fine, but there was a large crack and a dent in the area where he had bumped his head. Should I not report it? If he reported this, he'd definitely be forbidden from using the private training room. However, he decided to tell the truth. It will cause more problems if I don't inform them. A cleaning crew would be coming in later in the night, and they would definitely notice the mess he had made. Yoan then went to the first floor office and reported it to the instructor. What? You destroyed the room again? He shouted furiously, and they went to the room together. After looking at the ceiling, he placed his hand over his forehead and spoke dumbfoundedly. What in the world? Oh gosh. The instructor then spoke coldly. I warned you. You are now forbidden from using this private training room. I'm sorry. He had nothing more to say and bowed. He then tried to go out and the instructor stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Come with me. Yes, sir. It seemed like there was additional punishment. As he followed the instructor, they went to the building right across the private training rooms. The building was about half the size of the training building, but it wasn't yet open to cadets. It was dark and instructor lit up candles to walk in. There were many rooms just like the training building, but they were wider. The instructor then opened up one of the rooms and told Yoan to go in. Oh, it was a training room, but it was much larger. The instructor said, you will train here from now on. What? I can't let you destroy the other rooms. He smiled and Yoan was grateful for being provided with another place to train. And where is this? This is the training room open to those who pass the 4th test. 4th? Yes. The 4th test requires you to be at the level of a master. Only those who become the squad leader are allowed in this room. But I didn't pass the 4th test. No, of course not. I just opened it for you earlier. The instructor had talked about this issue with Chief Li Hamming already, and he asked him to open up the training room for the ones who were at the level of masters, reason being that they might destroy the training rooms like Yoan did. Li Hamming deemed it reasonable and approved it. But how did you find out that I was at the master level? Yoan asked curiously, and the instructor grinned. You can't even leave a dent in the wall in that private training room if you weren't at such a level. Yoan nodded. This place is more durable, so it won't be destroyed. You can concentrate on your training. Thank you, sir. But the instructor did not know that Yoan's physical strength was strong enough to even damage walls of this place, since he was made to damage the blue pearl stone. This size should be okay for me to use augmented reality. Nano, what's the time? A little after 7 p.m. Master. I see. He still had a lot of time left before he had to return. He then tried to battle against the 10 Chun Mukium avatars again, but he came up with a different idea. Nano, can you make Teacher Subming be the avatar? Yes, but it will be based off his movements that he showed in the medical room. Yoan smiled. Teacher will be more helpful than Chun Mukium. Will you set the martial arts? Let's set it at the butterfly blade dance for now. Chun Yoan was curious as to how hard would it be to fight Subming in his own martial arts skill. He was one of top 10 warriors of the cult after all. Activating, and soon, Right Guardian Subming appeared in front of Yoan. My apprentice. Let's have a fight. Yoan then prepared himself and charged in. I'll attack first. He still had a long ways to go to fight Subming, so he needed to take his chances. But it was then. Subming used basic movements from his skill to block Yoan's blade and kicked him. Arg! Yoan flew back and Subming unleashed his third formation. The 7 movements quickly attacked Yoan, cutting through him. He was then thrown on the ground with pain coming from all parts of his body. Nano, which made the cut on his body, quickly healed him back. Ugh. He was shocked. He knew he had no chance, but he didn't think he'd be taken out after one formation. I guess this was too much. Will you change the martial arts of the avatar? Yoan frowned. He didn't feel like doing it since it felt like he was losing. No, let me test one more thing. Understood. Proceeding with the battle, the avatar then began to move again. What? You want more? Yoan then unleashed the original sword formation he learned from the blue pearl stone. Subming's avatar tried to fight back through his blade skill, but he couldn't counter the sword skill and was struck in his blood points. Aarg. Subming's avatar was thrown back. I got him. Yoan then followed up with the last movement, but Subming's avatar spun quickly and unleashed the second blade skill. Yoan's finger touched Subming's head, but he was thrown back from the blade spin. He thought he had lost even while using the sword skill and looked at Subming's avatar. Oh, Yoan had left some damage on Subming's avatar. He had overpowered the avatar through the formation, but he lacked the experience to deliver a critical blow. So, I need other powers to win. Yoan realized that he couldn't just fight powerful warriors with the knowledge of sword formations. Let's not jump to conclusions. It only had been 3 weeks since he learned martial arts, and he still had 4 years left within the academy. He then got a new goal. Let's beat teacher in 4 years. He of course meant Subming's avatar, but if Yoan achieved his goal, it would make him a powerful warrior in record time. Yoan then returned to training against the Tin Chun Museums. After using his entire day to train, he was now able to fight against the Tin Chun Museums as an equal. And then 3-day vacation was over. Early in the morning, all the cadets gathered at the training ground and Lee Hammond came up onto the stage. Did you spend your vacation well? Motto. The cadets roared and Hammond continued. I will explain the next test and hand out the Black Dragon Balls. As he spoke, instructors quickly brought up 17 tables onto the stage, and each table had 12 books. The third test is to make a sword formation with 12 men groups. People began to mumble and Yoan, who knew about the test already, looked at Hammond eagerly. Chapter 41. Defeat Instructor 1. Cadets from the high-ranked clans were smiling. They were certain that the third test would be held, just like how their family members had told them. Left Guardian Lee Hammond kept on explaining. For 12 to complete a sword formation, you must have top-class martial arts skill. People were shocked and began talking amongst themselves even more. Top class? How many are they trying to drop? Damn it. As the cadets began to get noisy, Hammond shouted, silence. The training ground immediately became silent. Hammond frowned as he continued. Do you see the books on the table? Motto. This is the 7 Demon Dragon book, one of the top-class martial arts that will be the foundation to the sword demon formation of our cult. The cadets then became excited immediately. This was a dream come true for the cadets from weaker clans. It wasn't common for them to come across a chance to learn a top-class martial art. If you absorb the Black Dragon Ball given out today and learn this 7 demon sword formation, you will be able to have a top-class martial arts skill in no time. Chun Yoan nodded. Even if the test was supposed to be harder, they weren't going to make it way too hard. That sounds easy until now. If what Yumpa said was right, then this was only a prerequisite. Lee Hammond grinned as he continued. The third test will take place exactly 4 weeks from today. The students then turned grim. That wasn't too long. They needed to learn the 7 demon sword and group up with others to form a formation, and 2 weeks was too short for it. However, the real challenge had yet to come. So, the 12 of you will form a sword formation, and you have to defeat the instructor you see up on the stage. Isn't it simple? Hammond spoke casually as he pointed to the 36 instructors lined up on the stage. Simple? What? All of those instructors were those at the level of squad leaders who were at least at the Masters of Martial Arts. Some were even at the limit of the master level. This wasn't an easy test. Damn it, I wondered why it was so easy. Many cadets turned pale. They weren't sure if they can defeat such powerful instructors. It is as Yumpa said. What's left now is to choose the leader. As Yumpa had foretold, they were given a goal to overcome. It became harder since they weren't fighting against each other, but it wasn't all that impossible either. Total of 7. That's how many people Yoan now needed. After passing the second test, Yoan had 7 people who were friendly toward him. So, he called them up with Hubong last night to share the information about the third test information and offered them to join his team. I'm sorry, if it's for the test, I won't join. I'm sorry, Prince. Yoan had expected all of them to join him as he had shown strength and leadership in the second test. But 4 of them refused, saying that they wanted to follow different leaders. I still have 4. It wasn't too bad anyway. He had gotten 4 cadets on his team already. Yoan was thankful for their decision. He knew he had a different start line from the other princes, and since these cadets agreed to follow him, it was proof that they truly trusted Yoan. This test is different from the second one. Everything is up to you, cadets. You gather your group members and learn the formation. The cadets became confused. If the instructors weren't going to teach them, it meant that the leader would have to play a vital role. There is a total of 207 of you. So if you are divided into groups of 12, then there will be 17 groups. What happens to the 3 leftovers? The cadets then realized that 3 people would be without a team. This meant that they needed to group up quickly, or else they would not even be given a chance to take the test. Most of the explanation is done now. Now the leaders, cadets who knew most of the information now, turned to their group leaders up in the front line. From how things went on until now, it was likely that the current group leaders would be chosen to be leaders again. So, let's talk about how we will appoint a group leader, and I will dismiss you all with the Black Dragon Ball and the Book of the 7 Demon Sword. Some of the cadets were shocked. What he just said was that the academy was not appointing leaders by themselves. Do you see instructors with tags? The cadets turned to the instructors to see their tags. They hadn't noticed until now, but all of them had different colored tags. From a total of 36 cadets, many of them were yellow, and when counted, it came down to a total of 17 yellow tags. Whoever takes the yellow tag in 1 week will become a group leader. Impossible. The cadets grimaced. This was too hard of a challenge. The final test was to defeat the instructor, but needing to take the tag away from them was too much. This means that if there aren't that many who can take those tags, then we might not even have 17 groups. This had increased the difficulty of the test. Cadets wanted to raise an objection, but no one dared to do that. Don't think it's too hard. Lee Hamming spoke with a laugh. Instructors with yellow tags will only fight you with the 7-demon sword, not their own specialized martial arts. If you can counter their 7-demon sword technique, you will get the tag. Even then, it still wasn't going to be easy. They were still up against experienced martial artists who had used those skills for a long time. However, there was a hidden factor here, and Chun Yo-won knew this. If a cadet can learn the sword in that short amount of time, it means he or she has greater knowledge about the sword formation. This wasn't just decided to make the test harder. As he thought, if the group leader knew how to counter the 7-demon sword technique used by the instructor, it meant that all the cadets would agree to follow the leader in learning the 7-demon sword. A week, but the time was too short. Lee Hamming looked amusingly at the cadets and gave an unexpected offer. You have a week left, but is there any cadet who wants to issue a challenge right now? No one had read the book of the 7-demon sword right now, but asking if anyone was up for challenge was like asking if there was anyone who was confident enough with their own skills to counter it. The crowd turned silent. No one dared to raise their hands. Most of them were still mediocre, and even those who achieved the level of top class couldn't dare to do such a thing. So, no one is that brave? Okay. Then, Lee Hamming seemed to be disappointed and tried to begin giving out the books and balls, but the crowd turned wild. Oh, Hamming was astonished. 3 group leaders raised their hands. It was Chun Muyin of the Wise clan, Chun Yo-won, and the 18th cadet who defeated Chun Jongsum of the Poison clan to be the leader of his 12th group. This is interesting. Lee Hamming was deeply entertained. He thought Chun Muyin and Chun Yuchan will volunteer, but his expectation was wrong. Chun Yuchan simply stood back, watching what was happening casually. It was likely that Chun Mukiam would have volunteered also if he wasn't in the medical room. Baki and Chun Yo-won. These two were the cadets who had showed excellence beyond expectation. Lee Hamming brought them forward. 3 group leaders from the second test. Sure, you should have that much of courage in you as a leader. Come to the front of the stage. The 3 leaders walked out. As they grouped up, Yo-won turned to Baki who walked up on his right. Chun Muyin was famous, but he had only seen Baki guide his formation. He had a long scar on his right eye. Haha, you look eager. So, who among you instructors will fight them? Lee Hamming laughed as he asked and 7 of yellow-tagged instructors walked up. It wasn't intended, but there were instructors from 1st, 8th, and 12th group also. Chapter 42. Defeat an instructor. 2. Lee Hamming frowned. He had told the instructors not to be too attached to their cadets, but it seemed they had already done so within 3 weeks. Phew, he couldn't scold them in front of all the cadets, but there was also an unexpected person within the 7 instructors. Oh, the instructors who walked up were also surprised. Then 3 of them then stepped back, deciding to not volunteer anymore. This instructor in his late 50s with a black beard with white hairs hinted here, and there was the oldest instructor here, Instructor Ho Jinchong. He was the most experienced instructor at the early stage of the superior master level. He had been an instructor at the academy for a long time, and he was also a war veteran. Lee Hamming also respected him accordingly. Oh, if he's up, then I won't need to do this. Instructor Imping then looked at him and stood back. He didn't like Yo-won that much, but he was going to pay him back for helping out with the 8th group to pass the second test by challenging other challengers so that they couldn't become group leaders. But if Ho Jinchong was here, then there was no need to help. The rest is up to you now, 7th cadet. Whoever's up here will not go easy on you. No one would challenge their own group's cadet to easily let them become the group leader. They all had similar thoughts as Imping. As the numbers were matched, Hamming said, we have enough then. So, let's start with the 1st cadet. Who will challenge him? I will do it, Chief. Ho Jinchong was trying to volunteer when the 12th group leader Yushuan quickly raised his hand to intercept it. He dares. Ho Jinchong frowned. He was interested in Chun Muyin, who was known to be the closest to being the next lord. He wanted to check on Muyin's talent himself, but he was too slow. I'm sorry, but you would have not gone easy on him. Yushuan also thought Chun Muyin was the right individual as the future lord, and didn't want him to be embarrassed here. Unlike his interest, Ho Jinchong was not someone who would go easy on them. Ho Jinchong then raised his hand and shouted at Lee Hamming, Chief, then I will handle the 18th cadet. It almost made him laugh, but Hamming held back and agreed. You do that. Yushuan frowned. He tried to help guide Chun Muyin away from danger and got his own cadet, Baki, in trouble instead. It was the price he paid for angering Ho Jinchong. And as for Chun Yo-won, he was paired with Sang Munio, the instructor of the 1st group. He was glad about the outcome since Sang Munio wanted to fight Chun Yo-won from the beginning. 2 of you may begin first. Chun Muyin and Yushuan looked at each other, bowed, and readied their stances. As they were preparing, Chun Yo-won's eyes shook and white lights lingered in them. Chun Muyin charged first. The Wise clan specialized in 2 martial arts techniques, the Wise Demon Sword and the Flowing Cloud Palm. Good. Yushuan shouted. Even for the martial artists in the cult, it wasn't common for them to fight against the members of the 6 clans. He wanted to fight with his own martial arts, but he had to use the 7-demon sword, which was a downside. Yushuan used the defense formation, or the 5th sword, to defend. Chun Yo-won narrowed his eyes. What? The movements were familiar, but he couldn't counter the formation just once. Chun Muyin then moved on to his next attack. Yushuan was astonished by the level of power. It seemed like he would lose if he underestimated Muyan. Let's not consider him as a cadet. Chun Muyan was already at the level of a squad leader. Yushuan unleashed his 2 swords and 3 sword skills at the palms that covered his sight. By attacking with the 2 sword skills, it defended against the shadowy palms coming in. This is a top-class martial art? Chun Muyan was shocked. He didn't think his palm attack would be blocked like this. Chun Yuan was able to confirm that even if the formation was different, the sword movement was exactly the same as what was left on the blue pearl stone. The difference was that there were 24 sword movements on the stone, but the movement from 7 demon sword had fewer moves. There were only about 8 of them, and from what could be seen, it looked like the 7 demon sword had 12 sword movements in total. If it's the same movement as what was left on that stone, then was it the sword demon who left the trace? It hadn't been proven yet, but that was very likely. As Chun Muyan and Yushuan fought for 10 formations, Yushuan had used all the 7 sword formations and shown all of the sword movements. Yet, it was so flexible that Chun Muyan's eyes turned cold. They were at a similar level of martial arts, but Yushuan had more experience and internal energy that allowed him to defend well. So, he is an instructor after all. He couldn't let it drag on, so Chun Muyan prepared himself with a different stance. His right hand went back, and he pushed his left palm forward. His palm attack then turned in the opposite way as he attacked. Yushuan was shocked when he was attacked from another side. It was the same attack, but this time it came from the left hand, which made it hard for him to make the right adjustments. At that moment, Muyan's right hand suddenly appeared and struck Yushuan's shoulder. It was the sword Qi, wielded by Muyan's right hand. Woa! Cadets shouted in astonishment. It was the first group leader who had defeated the instructor, and he even showed the sword Qi that one would be able to use when they became a master martial artist. He doesn't disappoint. Li Hamming nodded above the stage. He has learned the martial arts of the first elder already. He is a genius. The first elder Mu Jin, one of the Wise clan, was known for using his both hands, which placed him as the second most powerful martial artist in the cult. Great! Yushuan said as he grabbed his right shoulder that was bleeding. Thank you, sir. Yushuan had confirmed the future lord's power and was satisfied. He then gave the yellow tag to Chun Muyan. You are now a group leader for the 3rd test. Chun Muyan bowed. Cadets shouted again. As they all were busy talking about Chun Muyan's power, Chun Yuan was looking at the yellow tag. Take that tag. It didn't seem simple. Is one person only allowed 1 tag? He was told that he could take the tag, but this seemed a bit weird. While Chun Yuan was being curious, Li Hamming got up and shouted, let's move on to the next fight. Oh, it's my turn. Chun Yuan got up and stood across Sang Munio. His question for the yellow tag was set aside. What I do here will decide what will happen next. He had to prove himself in front of all the cadets. Sang Munio thought it was interesting to see Chun Yuan, who wasn't tense at all. I thought he wouldn't even complete the first test. Chun Yuan exceeded the expectation of every instructor in the academy. His growth shocked everyone. But your journey ends here. Sang Munio couldn't accept Chun Yuan as the candidate. The only ones he deemed worthy were Chun Muyan and Chun Yuchan. I will crush you, kid. Chapter 43. Defeat Instructor 3. Unlike the first fight, the cadets weren't as interested in the second fight since they all knew the difference of power between the two. He'll be lucky if he even lasts a few exchanges, just because he got better. I think he's being too reckless. Cadets remembered Chun Yuan's power from the second test. He had shown top-quality martial arts and a fine blade skill, but that didn't seem like it was enough to fight against the instructor. You may begin. Both of them bowed. Chun Yuan then readied his butterfly blade dance. Butterfly blade dance, Sang Munio thought. After the second test, Li Hamming told every instructor that Right Guardian Subming had taught Chun Yuan his blade skill. They weren't sure why Subming had taught Chun Yuan, but Subming was known for being erratic, so it didn't matter. You are lucky to have learned that skill, but that's not enough. Come, I will allow you to attack first. Sang Munio waved at Yuan, who then charged in. He's a master-level warrior. Let's do my best. Yuan was at the beginning of the master level, but his internal power didn't equal those experienced master-level warriors. Yuan's attack was unleashed more powerfully than what Sang Munio expected. It's not like a few days ago. Munio flinched and quickly brought his energy up to defend all the way to 70%, which was 20% up from his intended 50%. This will do. And Yuan's hand struck against him, and Munio was startled. Unlike his guess for Yuan to have 30 years worth of internal energy, the attack was too strong. Munio was sent way back, stumbling 5 steps. He became embarrassed and blushed. What an embarrassment. All the cadets were shocked too. They thought Yuan would lose easily, but even the instructor who fought Muyan wasn't pushed back like that. Ugh. Damn it. Sang Munio then decided to do his best to overpower Yuan with all he had. As Sang Munio unleashed his all of internal energy, Chun Yuan was thrown back. Yuan then took steps back, knowing that his enemy had unleashed all his energy. You think you can run? Sang Munio then unleashed the 4th and 6th sword movements of the 7 demon sword. Take this. Cadets gasped in astonishment as they saw the powerful sword skill being unleashed. However, Yuan wasn't afraid. I can see it. He didn't have tutorial mode on, but he was able to see the weak point of the sword movement. It's not perfect yet. He had learned the original sword skill multiple times and the counter sword skill. This is nothing compared to the counter sword skill I saw on the stone. He could have countered this attack easily if he had used the original sword skill and the counter skill from the stone, but it wasn't time to show it here. If I'm not wrong, Yuan then charged against the instructor's sword. Sang Munio scoffed at the sight. You are a fool. You cannot defend this with a mere attack. He thought he had won. But in the next moment, his eyes shook in shock. Chun Yo-won used his basic blade movement to counter every single sword attack. Chun Yo-won still had taken a bit of internal damage as he lacked internal energy, but this was enough to make everyone, even the cadets, surprised. Even Chun Muyin couldn't counter the attack perfectly like this. Ugh. Sang Munio grimaced. He had now forgotten about the test. Then I will defeat you with internal energy. Sang Munio then attacked with the seventh sword, thinking this was the only way he could defeat Chun Yo-won. However, there was one thing he didn't expect. It was nano, healing the internal damage taken from the hostile energy damaging the body. Chun Yo-won's body was healed instantly moment he took damage. Blood dripped from his mouth, but he wasn't falling down, which made Sang Munio pale. Why isn't he falling? Why? He had been pushing against Yo-won with all of his power, but Yo-won stood still. This made Sang Munio panic, and that gave Yo-won a chance. Yo-won then unleashed his blade attack against Munio's right rib. No, I have to defend this. Munio quickly sent internal energy to make a barrier within himself, but when Chun Yo-won's hand struck, his rib cage was destroyed and he screamed in pain. Arararg. He was able to defend against the internal energy, but he couldn't do anything about the tremendous amount of physical strength. Ugh. He slumped down on the ground and looked below. He saw pieces of his rib bones poking out of his flesh and felt his sight fading away. You? Monster. Sang Munio gasped and passed out. The cadets shouted with excitement as no one expected Yo-won to win. So, Yumpa didn't overestimate him. This is dangerous, Chun Yu-chan thought as he looked at Yo-won. All of the other princes had the same thought. He countered the sword skill. Lee Hamming, who was sitting down originally, was up on his feet as well. It was after he saw Yo-won counter the sword skill. The 7-demon sword was made by the legendary sword demon, which was hard to counter. I really should have let that drunkard take him. This meant Yo-won was the genius of the century. Hamming became envious of Subming, who took him in as his apprentice. Then someone shouted at Hamming, Chief, we have to move him to the medical room. His rib cage. It's broken and 3 of his ribs are protruding out of his body. Get him to the medical room now. As Lee Hamming looked at him, he remembered the report given by the instructor who was in charge of the private training room. He destroyed the wall of the private training room. I think the 7th cadet is at the level of a master. What? He had forgotten to tell this to the instructors who just got back from vacation. If Sang Munio had heard of this, he would not have been injured that badly. Oh well, here, I got his tag for you. Oh. Impeng went up to Chun Yo-won who was panting and gave him the yellow tag. Yo-won bowed. Thank you, sir. I didn't have much expectations for you at first, but seeing you grow makes me have second thoughts. Good luck. Impeng then returned and Yo-won smiled as he grabbed the yellow tag before returning to his 8th group. Master. Congratulations. Congratulations, leader. As he returned, Hubong and the 3 cadets came to congratulate him. There were also the 4 cadets who rejected his offer that looked sad. Damn it. But it was too late for regrets. Chapter 44. I will ram it in until it works. 1. The atmosphere on the training ground was now very different. Instructors were like the symbol of impossible for the cadets. However, they had just witnessed 2 cases where the impossible had turned possible. The instructors were also shocked. It might be better for the cadets to have hope than despair for the next test, but this was also very embarrassing. Humph. Ho Jin-chang shook his head. He didn't care about embarrassment. Instructors had to be happy if their cadets were talented. If they have the skills, then they can be stronger than instructors. He first thought he wanted to try fighting Muyin, but after seeing Yo-won, he also became disappointed that he couldn't fight against him either. Let's see the last fight then. Ho Jin-chang and Baki got up to the front of the stage. All instructors were saying this with their eyes. Please win. But they weren't that worried either. Ho Jin-chang was the best instructor there was. Baki gathered his hands politely and bowed. I will look forward to being taught a lesson, instructor. Let's do our best. Ho Jin-chang smiled as he liked Baki's politeness. As they readied themselves, Baki charged like lightning and threw a kick. Kick skill? Yo-won became surprised. He thought Baki looked like a blade user, but he was using a kick skill. Yo-won watched the fight with augmented reality to analyze what he was seeing. I have more avatars I can fight against now. All these fights were great material for Yo-won. Unlike Chun Mukium, Chun Muyin had shown all the formations of his palm skill, and they were all scanned. Yo-won was also intrigued by the fact that Muyin used both hands with different formations. Watch your leg. Ho Jin-chang warned and pressed on the blood point of the Baki's leg. Baki then threw his waist to dodge and spun to kick Ho Jin-chang. Jin-chang then easily reached the bottom of the foot to press on the blood point. Baki gasped and was thrown back. Ugh. Baki frowned. His foot was turning red. The sharp energy that penetrated his foot was the sword chi. Use of such chi in that short moment meant that the enemy was beyond the level of a master. Is he at the superior master level? Baki was able to guess Ho Jin-chang's level as a warrior. He thought Jin-chang would be at a similar level as the other instructors, but that wasn't the case. Do I give up? He had lost his leg, so he couldn't use kick skill anymore. Ho Jin-chang asked, your right leg is damaged. What will you do now? It was as if he was asking what steps he would take to overcome the danger. Baki nodded and got up again. My foot is injured. I will have to finish it with one formation. Baki then jumped and attacked Ho Jin-chang. His kick came through, and Ho Jin-chang tried to defend by using the 5th sword of the 7-demon sword technique. That's when Baki's body dropped below. Ho Jinchang's sword swung in the air, and Baki slid to the bottom and threw himself up from the foot up to kick. Ho Jinchang then saw white light coming from Baki's foot. Chi. It was Chi. Baki was also entering the level of a master warrior. Most cadets didn't see the light, but Chun Yo-won and the other cadets who were over the top class level saw it. Please. That's when Ho Jinchang used his sword formation to form a durable defense. That was close. Ho Jinchang blocked Baki's foot and pressed on the chest blood point. It didn't have chi, so it didn't penetrate him, but it instead pinned Baki onto the ground. Ugh. Baki coughed up blood as the internal energy struck him down. It was a complete loss. Yushuan shook his head bitterly. He lost. He couldn't even stand a few formations. So the instructors are powerful then. The 1st and 7th cadets are monsters. Ugh. I lost. Baki could barely stand up to speak. Ho Jinchang smiled. He had overpowered Baki, but he also thought Baki was a talented individual. I will look forward to your growth. Thank you, sir. Baki bowed and returned to his group. He was pale from exhaustion and toward the back. Chun Jongsam smiling at his leader's loss. Chun Yo-won looked at it weirdly. Nano, get the 18th cadet's video ready, so I can check on him later. Yes, master. There was something that didn't seem right. So, 2 group leaders had already been appointed. There was a total of 15 spots left, but who would dare to take the tag from Ho Jinchang? Good. We already have 2 leaders. So, if you don't want to be left out, get ready. Motto. The cadets shouted. So, now we'll bring out what you've been waiting for. Hammond glanced at the instructors, and they began bringing out big wooden boxes. It's the Black Dragon Balls. The cadets became excited. There were a lot of boxes coming in, meaning there was more than just the Black Dragon Balls. As instructors opened the boxes, there were smaller wooden boxes that held Black Dragon Balls and wooden swords. We will supply wooden swords for the 3rd test. There is only 1 per person, so don't break it. Motto. They all had to train on their own now, so they had to have a sword. As the students received their own wooden sword, Black Dragon Ball, and the book, the cadets returned to their spot to line up, and Lee Hamming dismissed them. I will see you during the 3rd test. Dismissed. Cadets then began scattering to go about on their way. Some went to the private training room to take the Black Dragon Ball, while some high-ranked clan members went to study the book first so they could aim to be a group leader. Let's take the ball first. Yo-won already had the tag, so he was 7 days ahead. And I need to check something too. He had to check on Baki's video too. As he was walking toward the private training room, many cadets approached him. Chapter 45. I will ram it in until it works, too. 20 students surrounded Chun Yo-won. However, they weren't hostile. 4 of them were Hu Bong and 3 cadets from the 8th group. Hu Bong realized why they were all here. It seemed that these cadets wanted to join as members of Yo-won's group. Hu Bong glanced at the other 3 members, and they blocked the way to Chun Yo-won. What? He already has 4? Some cadets looked disappointed. As expected, they were here to ask Yo-won to take them into his group. It's good that we decided. Hu Bong, Machel, Wangchen, Ho Daming were satisfied that they had made the right choice. They were from middle-ranked clans that didn't have much power because they were not favored by the 6 clans. They had dreams, but they couldn't do much since the 6 clans had cast them out, which led them to despair. After looking at Chun Yo-won's quick rise to power, they thought they might have a chance at changing their fate. What business do you have with my master? Hu Bong asked the cadets. Chun Yo-won almost laughed. Hu Bong was doing a good job as a servant. I want to talk to the 7th cadet himself, not you. A big-bodied, muscular cadet spoke grumpily. Hu Bong shook his head and blocked him before he turned to Yo-won. Master, what would you like to do? It's okay. Let me talk to them. Yes, sir. Hu Bong walked past, and the well-built cadet came up to him. He bowed and complimented him. I saw your valiant fight. Chun Yo-won also bowed. Thanks. I am the 857th cadet, Ko Wonger. Chun Yo-won, take me into your group. Yo-won's group members became excited. It was better to find group members early so they could get ready for the test. Ko Wonger then introduced himself further. I am from the Demon Fist clan, and I am at the top class level. I will be a good member to you. The other cadets surrounding them were surprised. Oh, there goes a spot. If they were the leader, there was no way they would turn down Ko Wonger. But if this was who they were competing with, their chances of getting accepted to group were becoming slim. The cadets then shouted their names and their clans. There were some from high-ranked clans like Ko Wonger. Out of the 16 of them, 5 were from high-ranked clans and 11 of them were from middle to low-ranked clans. As the people turned to Yo-won and waited for his answer, Yo-won calmly said, I first want to thank you for wanting to be in my group. Chun Yo-won bowed to them. All 16 cadets then bowed back, astonished by his politeness and sincere movements. I want to bring up something first. They all focused as it seemed like Chun Yo-won was going to say something important. I am not only looking for members who will complete the 3rd test with me. What did he mean? Some figured out what Chun Yo-won meant and began to frown. I am looking for allies who will walk alongside me on the perilous path within the cult. Wait, is he talking about the competition for the throne? They then realized what Chun Yo-won really was talking about. He was aiming to be the heir to the throne and was gathering allies. What should I do? They only wanted to pass the 3rd test, but this was an entirely different issue. If they joined Chun Yo-won for the competition, it also meant that they would be facing the 6 clans. They are afraid. Chun Yo-won also realized this. He spoke to the cadets. If you are with me, I don't care where you are from. At the end of the path, the current clan rank or fame will not matter. I will change the basic foundation of our cult. The cadets were shocked. This was like a declaration of war against the six clans. Is he crazy? Chun Yo-won's path required power, but also formidable forces. It was like a bad gamble to be with Yo-won. Most of them were now thinking of giving up. Please be my ally and be the root of the new clans to the demonic cult. That is my condition. Chun Yo-won's voice indicated that he was speaking with sincerity and truthfully. The cadets then began to show their rejection. I'm sorry, Prince. I just want to pass the third test. I'm out. Most of the cadets then began declining the offer politely. 4 of Yo-won's members became shocked. Oh, no. He could have just taken them in and told them later, but they also understood the risk involved in this. I'm sorry. Most of them apologized as they left. Although most of the cadets had left, 3 were left behind. What was more surprising was that Ko Wonger hadn't left. Hu Bong was touched by the 3 cadets who stayed behind. Ko Wonger from Demon Fist Clan, Zhao Wumin from Golden Door Clan, and Ojong of the Tiger Sword Clan. These cadets also thought of giving up on joining Yo-won, but they felt the power and charisma in Yo-won's speech. PR. Oh, you first. Both men spoke first, but Zhao Wumin told Ko Wonger to speak first. Prince Chun, your path might endanger all those who follow you. They might die as well. The other 2 cadets next to Ko Wonger also nodded. Honestly, I thought about leaving too. It was understandable. Ko Wonger had the power to side with a more reliable candidate. But as a warrior, I wish for a greater goal. After hearing your dream, I felt tempted to join your cause. Ko Wonger then knelt on his knee. I have a long way to go, but I will never kneel to anyone besides you. Please use me as your first sword. He shouted as he gathered both hands. I pledge allegiance to Prince Chun Yo-won. And here was the first fist Ko Wonger of the former demon god, pledging allegiance to Chun Yo-won. I'm the first servant. All the cadets were astonished, but only Hu Bong was jealous. Chapter 46. I will ram it in until it works. 3. After joining Chun Yo-won's team, 3 of them introduced themselves to Hu Bong, Machel, Wangchen, and Ho Daming. Hu Bong then spoke to Ko Wonger. I don't care if you are sword or shield of the master, but his first servant is me. He wanted to make this clear. Puzzled, Ko Wonger raised his eyebrow and Yo-won laughed. Yeah, Hu Bong is my first servant. Haha, I see. I guess we have to make things clear. Ko Wonger laughed as he agreed, and Hu Bong laughed in satisfaction. Yo-won now had 7 members, but he still needed 4 more. Let's not hurry. However, he didn't have to gather people too fast since Chun Yo-won wanted true allies. Master, what should we do now? Hu Bong asked. Their training now relied on the group leader's instructions. Chun Yo-won ordered, everyone, absorb your Black Dragon Ball. We will need to do that first to learn the 7-demon sword. Yes, sir. Other than Chun Yo-won and Ko Wonger, the other 5 didn't have top-class internal energy. They had to increase their energy up to 30 years worth so they could learn 7-demon sword and train for the formation. Hu Bong asked, Master, what should we do with the 7-dragon sword? We have never learned any top-class martial arts skills yet. Ojong, Machel, Wangchen, and Ho Daming nodded. Unlike Chun Yo-won, they didn't have the chance to learn powerful martial arts. They have a point. Learning a top-class martial art isn't easy. Zhao Wumin also shared the same thought. He had learned the Golden Door Spear skill, which was a top-quality martial art, so he knew how hard it can be to learn it without a teacher. Nothing is easy then. Yo-won had a solution this, however. If he used tutorial mode, he could scan the person's movements to easily correct any problems or errors. I will have to teach them myself. Yo-won smiled. Then after you absorb your Black Dragon Ball, learn all the movements to the 7-demon sword first. Movement. Starting tomorrow, you will train with me in the morning. I will teach you the formation and the movements. If you can't do it alone, come. The cadets became excited. Meanwhile, Chun Yo-won was thinking of a very effective teaching strategy. Well, I can just ram it into their head until it works. Yo-won decided to adopt Subming's education philosophy. After the plan was set, the cadets left to absorb their Black Dragon Balls. The only one left was Ko Wonger, who wanted to talk some more. What is it? Master, I think it'll be better for you to have someone with you when you move around. Why is that? I am concerned about the point where we were told to take the yellow tag from the instructor. Yo-won became intrigued. He too was concerned about that. The chief didn't say that the tag was only limited to one person. The meaning behind the words suggested, the one who has a yellow tag will become a leader. Maybe the purpose for the yellow tag wasn't to defeat the instructor, but to have the cadets fight against each other. And that was what Ko Wonger was worried about. You have fewer allies with you compared to the first cadet, so you have to be careful. Thank you for your advice. Of course, Master. Yeah. Then let's do something about this first. Chun Yo-won then went to the instructors to ask about how the dorm rooms would be assigned. Fortunately, he was told that the group leaders could ask for a new room with his own members. Thus, Chun Yo-won immediately requested a room. When that was done, he went to the private room to absorb the Black Dragon Ball. Ko Wonger, who wanted to use the room next to Yo-won, was astonished when he saw that Yo-won was allowed to use the wider room that was not open to the other cadets yet. I will become more powerful and strive to be in the same building as you, Master. His eagerness only grew. Yo-won came into the room and opened the wooden box. Ugh, a thick foul stench filled the room. Chun Yo-won picked up the ball with a scowl and put it into his mouth. He chewed it down carefully, enduring the bitterness. Ugh. Nano, help me absorb this thing. Yes, Master. Yo-won then swallowed it and began using the breathing of 1000 martial skill, sense substance that provides strong energy activation, increasing bodily function to absorb the substance. A while later, Chun Yo-won's body began letting out steam. It was the phenomenon that happened when one obtains 60 years worth of internal energy. After a while, the steam stopped and Yo-won opened his eyes. Oh! He was astonished to feel the heavy internal energy below his stomach. His internal energy was now above a little bit over the 60 years. Now I really am at the master level. Yo-won thanked Nano. Nano, it's all thanks to you. Yes, master. It's all on me. Yeah. Nano was a machine, so it did not know to be humble. Yo-won got up awkwardly and began trying using his internal energy. On his hand, the clear shape of chi appeared on his palm. I got it. If he could give it will of the blade, then it would allow him to use blade chi like Chun Yu-chan. I should get used to using chi. Chun Yo-won tried to go into training when he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Nano, can you show me the video about Baki? Yo-won asked, playing the video through augmented reality. Chun Yo-won's eyes moved rapidly, began to watch the playback of Baki, starting to fight against Ho Jin-chong. Nano, zoom in on Baki. Zooming in, Yo-won looked closely after Nano zoomed in. What he was looking at were Baki's face and neck. And when Baki was thrown back and got up while coughing, Yo-won thought, Nano, zoom in on his face and neck. Zooming in. As the screen zoomed in to the point where it began to show Baki's skin pores, Yo-won ordered Nano to stop. Stop. Pausing video, Baki's face was pale and his eyes were red. What was more surprising was the fact that his neck was redder. With the zoomed image, one could see that there were small red dots all over. Yo-won mumbled in anger. Poison. Chapter 47. I will crush them all. 1. The poison killed its target slowly without them knowing. The red dot was the symptom that showed when the person was poisoned. Chun Yo-won bit his lips. His mother, Lady Hua, was killed by the same poison and Yo-won couldn't forget the fact. He had learned from the pain of having his loved one die. How can he be poisoned? The symptoms seemed to be severe. Lady Hua had those dots a few months before she died, and Baki had the same dots. That only appears after long exposure. It was weird for Baki to have been exposed to the poison for a long time. Chun Jongsum. Yo-won then remembered Jongsum, who was smiling at Baki. That was why Yo-won had to check Baki's video in the first place. Baki was the only one who defeated the prince within the group. It was likely that Chun Jongsum was angry and embarrassed. However, as far as Yo-won knew, one needed to be exposed to the poison through years of dosage. He was either poisoned before he entered the academy, or Chun Jongsum used a heavy dose. It was likely that the latter was what was happening. The former was also possible, but Chun Yo-won leaned toward the latter. Bastard. To Yo-won, poison was frowned upon since it killed his mother. He knew he didn't have to do anything with the problem between Baki and Chun Jongsum, but seeing the same poison being used made him furious. He will try to do the same against others with the poison. I can't say he's doing anything wrong in the demonic cult academy, but I can't let him do that. Chun Yo-won then decided to destroy Chun Jongsum's evil plans. At the training ground, a duel was going on. One person was an instructor, and the other was 5th Cadet Chun Yu-chan. He's beyond the level of the other cadets too. Instructor Hong Dui was astonished. The fight was a close match since both of them were at the level of master warriors. I can't defeat him with the 7-demon sword only. The 7-demon sword was being countered. It wasn't a perfect counter like what Chun Yo-won did, but it was still being countered. He's also a genius like those two. They didn't need to duel anymore. Chun Yu-chan already had enough power and knowledge regarding the skill. Hong Dui took a few steps back and raised his hand to stop. Chun Yu-chan smiled back. This is enough, meaning, here's the tag. Hong Dui then took the tag and gave it to Chun Yu-chan. Haha, I'm a group leader now. Yes, congratulations. I wish you luck. Thank you, instructor. Chun Yu-chan bowed. After he saw Hong Dui return to the building, he grinned. There's one. Who should I go for next? It was now close to dinner time. The cafeteria was crowded with cadets who were busy eating. They were all smiling as their internal energy had increased greatly from absorbing the Black Dragon Ball. But those cadets who had not achieved the 30 years worth of energy were gloomy, since having that much was the basic requirement to learn the 7-demon sword. That's when everyone turned to the person walking in. It was the 18th cadet, Baki. He was alone, unlike the other group leader-worthy cadets. He took a seat in an empty corner and began to eat. Someone then sat down in front of him. Baki did not look up. Hey, 18th cadet. Baki then raised his face. It was Chun Kung-won, the prince from the Sword Clan. What is it? I watched your duel. Baki placed his chopsticks on the bowl and glared at Chun Kung-won. How dare he? Chun Kung-won did not like Baki's attitude. Most cadets were always polite toward him since he was still a prince, but Baki wasn't like that. I am eating. What do you want? Baki was curt. Chun Kung-won became angrier, but he kept his calm. Humph. I noticed you were at the master level. Baki was appalled. It seemed like he had seen the chi too. This meant that Chun Kung-won was also a master. I like your skill. I think you want to be a group leader, but don't you want to go up higher? Baki sighed as he realized Chun Kung-won's intentions. He was offering him to join his group. Baki then began to eat. Chun Kung-won frowned, but he wasn't the type to show his anger in front of everyone else. Well, you think about it. Chun Kung-won left and Baki focused on the food. This was the second time already. When he was on his way to the training room, Chun Yu-chan had already come up to him, offering a spot in his group. Baki refused since he wasn't interested in joining the prince's groups. All he wanted was to become strong. He kept eating while he was irritated, until someone sat in front of him again. I'm sorry, but can we talk? Ugh, again? Baki sighed. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have challenged instructor in front of everyone else. He spat at the cadet. Not interested. Get lost. The cadet moaned. It was Chun Yo-won. Chapter 48. I will crush them all, too. There were 3 ways to find other cadets in the academy. One was to hope to meet them by coincidence, but it became much harder after the private training rooms had been opened. The second was to go to their room, but it wasn't a good way since many of the students would be asleep. The last way was to find them at the cafeteria. Chun Yo-won took the third way and found Baki eating alone. Before he got there, someone walked up to him first. Chun Kung-won. It was Chun Kung-won, the prince of the Sword Clan. Nano, cut out all the noise except for the conversation between those two. Yes, master. Chun Yo-won then heard Kung-won and Baki's conversation. What was interesting was that Kung-won wanted to recruit Baki, who was powerful enough to be a group leader. It wasn't surprising that Kung-won would want a powerful warrior like Baki, but there was no way Baki would join a group when he himself could be a leader. Chun Yo-won then took a seat. It didn't matter as he was here to let him know about the poison. Yo-won then looked at Baki's neck. His neck? His neck had regained color and the red dots were gone. Baki answered, not interested. Get lost. Chun Yo-won then began thinking about how should he explain everything. He didn't know what to tell Baki when the red dots were gone. However, he couldn't let Baki die from the poison. If we don't talk now, you might die. What? It wasn't his intention, but Baki interpreted this as a threat. He glared at Yo-won. You are more arrogant than the other princes. Do you think you can get group members like that? You misunderstood. What? You just threatened me. I understood you perfectly fine. Baki was almost trying to fight him. Yo-won shook his head. I'm not saying that. Hear me out. You have been poisoned. Poison? What the hell do you mean? Baki became dumbfounded. I saw your fight and saw the red dots on your neck. Your face also became pale. You have been poisoned with a special kind of poison. Baki frowned. There was no way he would not notice being poisoned when he was a master-level warrior. Poison? That's impossible. He had never found any type of poison while meditating. Ever since he was appointed to the group, he had been wary of Chun Jong-sum. He even avoided coming into contact with the prince. And why is he warning me of this? Baki then became curious about Chun Yo-won's intentions. I'm sorry I misunderstood you, but there is no way that I would have missed detecting the poison. Baki apologized for his mistake. It seemed like he was very truthful to his feelings. What? Chun Yo-won was also surprised. He and Lady Wa had no internal energy, so he didn't know that one could sense poison by meditating. Meditating allows one to detect the poison, but that symptom was surely because of the poison. If what Baki said was right, then he wasn't poisoned. As Chun Yo-won thought, he saw someone entering the cafeteria. It was Baek Jongming, the doctor of the academy. Dr. Baek. Chun Yo-won then decided to ask the doctor. Then why don't we check with the doctor? It's better to be safe than sorry, right? Yeah, it was reasonable, but it felt like Yo-won was doing what he wanted. Baki returned his dishes and went to Baek Jongming along with Yo-won. Dinner. Baek Jongming was getting the food while whistling. Dr. Baek. Baek Jongming turned and saw Chun Yo-won. Oh, long time no see. Or is it? Anyway, did you eat? No, sir. Then let's eat. I don't want to eat together though. I want to tell you something too later. Baek Jongming wanted to thank Yo-won. After he left, he had gotten many patients. They weren't all because of Yo-won, but Jongming loved being busy. Yo-won shook his head. I'm sorry, but can you check up on him before that? Jongming turned to Baki, who was standing next to Yo-won. 18th Cadet, Baki. Sir. Oh yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Jongming. Did you get hurt? Baek Jongming had never seen Baki. Although his foot was pierced by sword chi, he didn't go see the doctor. I think he's been poisoned. What? Poison? Jongming's expression turned serious. He didn't think that he'd have a poison patient in the academy. Oh, they are here I guess. He then realized that Chun Jong-sum and the other members were from the poison clan. I can't do it here. Let's go back to the medical room. Jongming then returned the food he had gotten and went back to his medical room. When they reached the second floor, Chun Yo-won was confused by the number of guards. There weren't that many before. All these guards were here and teacher got past all of them. That didn't seem likely. He then realized that none of the instructors, including the chief, were curious about his butterfly blade dance. I see. So they must have known. Chun Yo-won then followed Jongming into the room. Jongming let Baki have a seat and began checking his various blood points. This is strange. Is it dangerous? Baki was concerned, so he carefully asked his question. No, your pulse is fine. Then am I okay? Baki asked with relief, but Jongming then said, did you try meditating? Yes, always. I didn't sense any poison. I can't find anything from just feeling the pulse and blood points. Yo-won then interrupted. His eyes turned red and his face became pale. His neck also had red dots. What? Baki was shocked. How did he see that? He was surprised that Yo-won had seen all those details at such a distance. I think it's the poison that kills the target slowly. Yo-won offered his conjecture and Jongming exclaimed, right? How did you know that? Chun Yo-won was right about the poison symptoms. Yo-won answered, my mother was killed by that poison. Oh, I'm sorry. Jongming bowed. He then remembered seeing his teacher taking the medicine to use it as an antidote for that poison a long time ago. So that's why. Baki also became apologetic. He was suspicious of Yo-won trying to help, but hearing this made him understand. Well, you can't find that poison through meditating or just checking the pulse. What? Hold on. Jongming then went to his cabinet and brought something out. He then began mixing the medicines and fired it up. The smoke began to rise. Breath with your mouth to take the smoke in. Mouth? Yeah. A big one. Okay. Baki then took in the smoke and began coughing roughly. He began to turn pale, and the red dots popped up around his neck. Ugh. He fell down on the ground and kept on coughing. Jiangming put out the fire, and then Baki got up with a pale face. It is the poison. What? But how? He couldn't understand how he had been poisoned. But I was fine when I meditated, and I didn't make any contact. I always ate alone too. This was why Baki ate alone. It was to defend himself from Chun Jongsum, so he couldn't do anything to him. Well, this one is a bit different. What? This one shows the effect when it's inside your lung or stomach. Lung. You can consume it through food, but you can also be poisoned by breathing it in while you sleep. And the poison is so little that you won't notice it when you're asleep. Do you share a room with someone who might be using the poison? Baki then glared with reddened eyes and shuddered in anger. Chun Jongsum, you bastard. Chapter 49. I will crush them all. 3. Baki was already at the level of a master when he entered the academy. He quickly overpowered Chun Jongsum, who threatened the other group members on the first day of the academy. Chun Jongsum warned him when he lost. You enjoy your victory now. The claw of the poison clan is like good wine. It gets deeper as time goes on. Therefore, Baki always watched out for any signs of a poison attack, but he still got poisoned in the end. Beck Jiangming brought out more medicine to take out the poison. Chun Yowan then asked the doctor, how bad is it for him? Jiangming smiled. He's okay. Luckily, we detected it early. He'll heal after a week of antidotes. But isn't it severe if he has the red dots? He remembered Beck Jiangwa's explanation to him regarding the poison. He said that since the red dots covered her entire body, Lady Wa had no way to survive. Oh, that happened because I got it through his lungs. Lung. Yeah, it's to check if he's been poisoned. If he shows the signs of being poisoned without it, then it is too late. Yowan then remembered that Ho Jianchang pressed on Baki's chest during the duel. Oh, so that's what triggered the symptom. So do you need that smoke to check it? Not really. If your lungs get damaged, the poison might go into the wound and show the symptoms also. Oh, I see. So that's why. Yowan then realized why Baki showed the symptoms earlier. Jiangming quickly boiled the medicine. Baki was still infuriated from the fact that he had been poisoned. Here, drink up. Thank you. Baki drank the medicine and Jiangming said, you must be angry, but aren't you still lucky? Yes, thanks to the 7th cadet. It wasn't too late. If it was, then you really would have died. Oh. Baki realized he had not shown his gratitude to his lifesaver. Baki got up and bowed to Chun Yowan. I am sorry. Thank you for saving my life. I really am thankful. Chun Yowan waved it off. Don't thank me too much. I don't want to see anyone dying from that disgusting poison. And I was looking for the culprit behind it. Chun Yowan's last words showed that he was furious. It was deep hatred that came from his vengeance. Baki was at a loss for words. He had expected it, but Yowan's hatred was beyond his imagination. Jiangming then opened the curtain of the bed and spoke to Baki. How about you rest here in the medical room today? You will heal in 7 days. But if you go back to your room, you will be targeted by the poison again. Baki frowned. He'll poison me again? If it wasn't for Beck Jiangming, Baki was going to go to Chun Jongsum and unleash his vengeance. But there was a chance that Chun Jongsum would poison him again when he was asleep. Damn it. It was irritating. Chun Yowan agreed. Yeah, stay here like the doctor said. I know how you feel, but you must heal first. Ugh. Leave Chun Jongsum to me. What? Baki became shocked. Beck Jiangming hesitated as he asked Yowan, what are you trying to do? I think I need a word with him. A word? However, seeing Yowan's eyes filled with hatred didn't seem like he was just going to exchange some words with the prince. Jiangming sighed. I heard rumors that you've become strong. But can you handle ones that use poison? Fighting against poison users wasn't an easy thing, even for experienced martial artists. Even the leaders of the 6 clans said the poison clan was the hardest to deal with. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be okay. Yowan then began walking out and stopped. He then spoke to himself before going out. If that is true, then I will send him next to your bed. What? It seemed like he was talking to someone. Jiangming and Baki exchanged glances and then heard an irritated person speak up. That damn peasant. It was Chun Mukiam who was also in the medical room. Hey, peasant. The one you are looking for should be in the forest across the 5th building of the dorm. Chun Mukiam sent a telepathic message to Chun Yowan. It was information about Chun Jongsum's whereabouts after dinner. He told him this, but it was not for Yowan or Baki. Chun Jongsum hated Chun Yowan almost like Chun Mukiam himself. Chun Mukiam also hated the Poison Clan more than any of the other 6 clans. You or that lunatic. I don't care who dies. He told Yowan the location, hoping it would kill either of the two, or both of them. The sky had turned dark, and the only place that had mountains around it was near the dorms. The building of the 5th dorm was where instructors stayed, so the cadets did not go to the forest across it. However, there was one who went there often. It was Chun Jongsum. He traveled to the mountain every night, collecting poisonous herbs. Poison of destruction. To learn this poison attack, one needed to poison himself and heal up countless times. This would allow one become the poisonous human, thus yielding hundreds of poisons inside the body, poisons so powerful that one could even melt chi. With the internal energy at the master level, I will be at the 5th level of the poison of destruction. The poison of destruction had a total of 9 levels, and the power went up exponentially beginning at the 5th level. Chun Jongsum was embarrassed when he lost to Baki and poisoned him in anger. He poisoned him every day, and he saw the poison working today. It's a bit fast, But who will notice it? He had given a higher dosage, so the symptoms appeared faster than expected. However, there was no one in the academy who might know about the poison other than him and the members of the poison clan. Baki, I will kill you myself before you die to poison. If he reached the 5th level, there was no need to wait for Baki to die to the poison. It made him excited. What's so exciting? What? Chun Jongsum became surprised and got up. It was a dark night, so he couldn't see the face. What? That voice doesn't sound like an instructor's. Chun Jongsum then uncovered the candle that he had to hide in the darkness. You? He saw the man's face. It was Chun Yowon who was glaring fiercely at him. What? Why is he here now? Chun Jongsum was shocked. Yowon spoke to him angrily. Is it fun playing around with poison? Chun Jongsum then realized Yowon was talking about using the poison on Baki. However, he wasn't sure if Yowon was talking about his mother or Baki. But it didn't matter as Yowon was certain that he had noticed something. What about it? Red dots on Baki. Did you think I wouldn't notice it? You? Oh. Chun Jongsum then began cackling. Kekekek. I see. That's how your dirty mother was. Before he could finish, Yowon charged in like lightning and crushed Jongsum's face with his fist. Ararg. He was thrown to the back like a cannonball. It was so powerful that he slammed into a large tree, half destroying it. Chun Jongsum's chin was turned weirdly to the left, and all the teeth on his right side were either pulled or destroyed. Chun Jongsum didn't pass out from severe pain, however, and moaned. What? What is going on? He couldn't understand what was happening. He only remembered being struck in the face. Chun Yowon then came up with a demon-like face. It's only the start. Chapter 50. I will crush them all. 4. Blood spilled out of Chun Jongsum's mouth. His chin was twisted weirdly so he couldn't close his mouth. And based on how Chun Yowon was approaching him, it seemed like he was here to kill him, not caring about the rules of the academy. He must be bluffing. Chun Jongsum was afraid, but he denied to accept what he saw. Move. He tried to pull himself up from the tree, but he couldn't move. You dare to talk about something you should not have. You know what it is. Yowon asked coldly, while Chun Jongsum struggled to get out of the tree. Please, move. His heart was pounding as Yowon got closer. He already knew that he couldn't fight Yowon with martial arts. And with forced effort, internal energy began to flow into him and his fingers began to move. Yowon was already upon him. He thinks I can't move yet. I'll surprise him. Chun Jongsum looked dumbfoundedly at Yowon intentionally. Yowon then spoke to Jongsum in front of him. You made a mistake on talking about mother with your dirty mouth. Yowon then tried to strike down on Jongsum's head and Jongsum jumped up, throwing his fist at Yowon's chest. Hekek. Sure, priest. Surprised? Chun Jongsum was excited, but he then became shocked. Yowon had grabbed his wrist. Damn it. Yowon then grabbed the fist and shook his head. Idiot. You should have just stayed down. Arg. Yowon crushed the fist in his hand, shattering the bones into pieces. Chun Jongsum then thought he couldn't just stand there. Damn it. I have to kill him. It felt like he was going to be killed if he didn't kill him first. Chun Jongsum then moved the poison inside his body. The reason why he didn't use poison on Baki was because it might kill the target, and he couldn't kill anyone in the academy. The strongest poison he had was the sulfur. It was so strong that it melted the skin and bones. Even the leader of the poison clan told him to never use it against the same cultists. I can't just die. Thai. Chun Jongsum then reached out at Yowon's face with his left hand. Yowon then quickly took the proper steps to move back, but Chun Jongsum closed in. Yellow smoke came up to his face and chest, burning his skin. Arg, I got him. Chun Jongsum thought it was over. Since the poison was thrown at his face, it was certain that his face was going to melt and that he was going to die. However, something happened that shocked Chun Jongsum beyond reason. Sensing poisonous substance entering through the face and chest, activating emergency defense mode, detoxicating the poison, and healing the damaged skin tissue. With Nano's voice, Yowon's face began healing back. What ish? Chun Jongsum was even terrified. Yowon's face that showed even the muscle below the skin was now healing up quickly like a monster. Why you a monster? He had never heard of or seen such regeneration from the poison effect. Chun Yowon then walked up to him again. Chun Jongsum fell back. Poison. Damn poison. Yes, you are from the poison clan, so you must want to use that. But you know what? I can't let you poison bastards live on. Arg. Chun Jongsum began crawling on the ground, trying to run back. Chun Yowon then ran up and kicked Chun Jongsum's chin. It made his chin to return to the same place to close his mouth, but the lower part his face was twisted at a weird angle. Arg. Chun Jongsum then spat his teeth out. Now, all his teeth were broken. Chun Jongsum sobbed as he looked at his broken teeth. He had never felt such pain and fear in his life. Chun Yowon didn't seem to care about rules, so there was only one thing left for Chun Jongsum to do. Please. Don't kill me. Chun Jongsum banged his head on the floor. He didn't have any pride. Banging on the ground ripped his forehead apart and blood began to spill out. Chun Yowon then grabbed his chest and pulled the young man up. Chun Jongsum moaned. He hoped that maybe Chun Yowon would let him live. Chun Yowon then spoke to him with a dark voice. You didn't let my mother live when she pleaded for her life. Chun Jongsum then realized that it was a mistake to use the same poison that killed Lady Hua. Yowon would never forgive him. Chun Jongsum's heart began to pound in fear. And no, I should at least yell. However, before Chun Jongsum could yell, Yowon pressed on his blood point. Jongsum couldn't even yell, and he turned pale from the fear. Damn it. He loved the forest because people rarely came here, and now it was working against him. Did you use this hand to use that poison? Yeowon then stepped on Jongsum's left hand and began crushing it. Jongsum's left hand got smashed. GHGHGHGHGHRRGHH. The pain was beyond what he could bear. Chun Jongsum sobbed from the pain, and Yeowon declared, I won't kill you today. I don't want to get expelled for killing trash like you. Is he letting me live? Chun Jongsum became hopeful, but that was false hope. Instead, you will beg for me to kill you. Let's start with the bones, shall we? And that was the start of Chun Jongsum's nightmare. Chapter 51. I will crush them all. 5. After quite some time, Chun Jongsum began to regret using the poison on Baki. Damn that poison. Chun Jongsum had learned about the poison because of a certain visitor at his home when he was very young. A middle-aged woman who hid her face with a red veil contacted his mother, Lady Beck. Chun Jongsum overheard their conversation while he was studying herbs. How long will it take to see the result? Possibly a year. Good. Is there any way for one to notice it if they don't have internal energy? There is no way. Someone with 60 years worth of internal energy can burn the poison from the body while meditating, but without it, there is no way. Good. I will trust your words then. So, where are you going to use the poison? I don't know. What do you think? And the woman left. A year later, news of the Lord's seventh wife lady was passing spread across the entire demonic cult. At the time, Chun Jongsum's mother, Lady Beck, was also glad about the news since she hated Lady Hua too. But the excitement didn't last long. After it became apparent that Lady Hua's death was due to the poisoning, the Poison Clan and Lady Beck became the #1 suspect. If it wasn't for Demon Dr. Beck Jong claim that the poison could be acquired even if it wasn't for the Poison Clan, things would have gotten out of control. The Lord became furious and arrested every servant who served Lady Hua, but after finding out that the cook that had killed herself, they couldn't find the real culprit behind it all. They found out that the cook had met with some woman with a veil, but they couldn't find out exactly who it was. After Lady Hua's death, the Lord cut ties with every wife from the 6 clans. And as for the Poison Clan, leader of the House Becco had to step down from his eldership. Becco knew that the Lord suspected his family, so he couldn't even object, and he too was suspicious that the culprit might be his own daughter. No, it's not me. Lady Beck wanted to tell the truth to the Lord. But if things got out that the source of the poison came from her, that was the same thing as saying that her family was behind Lady Hua's death anyway. So she couldn't tell the truth. She deliberately sold the poison, not knowing who it would be used upon. Jongsum, my child, you must keep this secret between you and me, or else even you will be hated by your father. Lady Beck told Chun Jongsum to not say a word about it, and soon passed away while suffering from the stress. Mother. Chun Jongsum became furious. The real culprit was hiding behind the 6 clans, and the fact that his mother died because of it only made him angrier. No, it's not my mother. It's not. However, he had no way to find out who the red-veiled lady was. So, Chun Jongsum decided to become the future lord and find who was behind the incident. He would then wipe out her entire family to avenge his mother. If it wasn't for that Tsage, my mother would still be alive. Chun Jongsum blamed all of this on Lady Hua and thought to kill Chun Yeowon, her son instead. However, he was the one who was on the verge of death. All the bones in his body had been destroyed and he couldn't move. He despaired and was terrified of Chun Yeowon. No amount of martial art training would allow him to defeat this monster. Your bones have all been crushed, so I should finish it then. Chun Yeowon then began focusing energy in his hand, trying to finish it off by destroying the internal energy within Chun Jongsum. This was to ensure that Chun Jongsum would never try to hurt anyone without killing him. Wait. No. Chun Jongsum, who almost had given up, began twisting madly. NNNRGH. Having all his bones broken and taking internal damage were two different things. With the latter, there was no way one could be a warrior anymore throughout his entire life. Stay still. Chun Yeowon pressed on the blood points to make him stop moving. NNNGH. Chun Jongsum kept on trying to say something, so Chun Yeowon allowed Jongsum to speak by pressing on the blood point again. Arg, ah. Chun Jongsum panted for few seconds. Yuush. Mosher. Wash-keeled. Nut. By Ma Kran. His teeth were all gone and his chin was distorted, so it was hard to understand what he was saying. I don't know what he's saying. Nano. Analyze it. Yes, master. Interpreting from the pronunciation and lip movements. Your mother was killed not by my clan. Nano told him with the correct pronunciation. Huh? What are you saying? Chun Yeowon became shocked, and Chun Jongsum sighed in relief. He was trying to tell the secret he had been keeping all along, trying to stop his internal energy from being destroyed. But there was another reason for this. Chun Jongsum thought that if this monster brought out the real culprit, then the monster would go after the culprit and kill her in the most painful way possible. The real person who killed your mother is one of the ladies in the 5 clans other than mine. One of the ladies in the other 5 clans? Chun Jongsum barely nodded. This was all he knew. But if Chun Yeowon yearned for vengeance, then he was going to find out no matter what. So please, don't destroy my internal energy at least. Chun Yeowon asked Jongsum with a suspicious look. So, how do you know this? NNNGH? How can I tell if you were telling the truth that the culprit is from one of the other clans? It was hard to believe that the Poison Clan was innocent when his mother had died from the poison. Yeowon thought that the Poison Clan and Lady Beck were behind his mother's death all along. Jongsum then couldn't find the word to describe, but if he had to tell everything, then he had to say that his mother was the source of the poison. Nano. Analyze his facial expression. Analyzing. Chun Yo-won activated Nano's ability to find out the truth. Is it true that culprit is with the other 5 clans? Chun Jongsum nodded. This was true, so there was no need to hesitate. No change in muscle movement. Chance of lying. 5%. This meant that Jongsum was telling the truth. The truth was shocking, however, for Yo-won had long thought that it was Poison Clan who was behind his mother's death. Then, does the Poison Clan? Lady Beck has nothing to do with my mother's death? At that question, Jongsum's eyes shook slightly. He didn't need to tell the truth about this, so he nodded. Nano's voice resounded in Yo-won's ears. Detected change in facial expression and eyes. Chance of lying. 75%. This was much higher than when it was used on Yumpa. This meant that the Poison Clan did have a part in Lady Wa's death. Yo-won looked down at Jongsum coldly. I knew I couldn't trust your words. I-ish not lying. Shut up. Chun Yo-won then struck his underbelly. Chun Jongsum almost screamed from the pain coming up from his stomach, but he was put under silence by Yo-won as he pressed on the blood point. Yo-won punched again with the energy, destroying Jongsum's internal energy. All the energy within Jongsum's body began to dissipate. It was gone. My energy. No. New. At the medical room, Dr. Baek Jongmang did not go home and waited. Humph. Should I prepare an antidote? He was worried that Yo-won went out full of anger. Even if he had gotten stronger, it could be dangerous if Chun Jongsum used his poisons. Yo-won was the first cadet that Jongmang had become friends with, so he was worried that Yo-won might get hurt. That's when he heard someone running up the stairs. Soon, he heard guards talking in alarmed voices to go ahead, and the door opened. What? You? Jongmang looked at Chun Yo-won bursting in. He had someone on his shoulder, who was hanging like a rag doll. What's going on? Do something about him first. Chun Yo-won threw the man down on the bed. It was Chun Jongsum. NNNRGH. He had bubbles coming up from his mouth, almost dying. His entire face turned purple as if he had been poisoned. What have you done? What is going on? Jongmang was baffled, but he quickly moved over to start checking on Jongsum. And the bed next to it was where Chun Mukium laid. He was dumbfounded. This bastard. He didn't think Yo-won would really bring Jongsum next to his next bed, right on the verge of death. Chapter 52. Cool heads but warm hearts. 1. The poison of destruction art. When one reached the 4th level, it allowed them to store poison within the body and use it when needed. The internal energy helped control the poison that was within the body, but if the energy was shattered, the poison spread out uncontrolled. NNRG, HGH. Chun Yo-won was shocked when Chun Jongsum's face turned purple and his mouth was full of bubbles. He wasn't going to kill him because of the academy rule, but it looked like Jongsum was dying. God, his internal energy is gone, Baek Jongmang gasped. He realized why Jongsum had been poisoned. I knew something was going to happen, but this? He didn't think Yo-won would destroy Jongsum's energy. He was not a martial artist, but he knew how important internal energy was for a martial artist. Looking at all those bones that had been destroyed, it made him frown. You should have stopped after breaking his bones. Why did you go so far? Jongmang had many questions he wanted to ask, but he had to treat his patients first. Jongmang quickly placed needles over Jongsum's blood points. He didn't know what poison was in effect, so he had to get the poison out of the body first. The blood points began to spill black blood with the foul stench of poison coming from it. Ugh. It was a powerful poison that should have killed a normal person already. Fortunately, Jongsum was not dead yet. Is he immune to poison? But even then, this level of poison was going to kill Chun Jongsum anyway. Oh, I have that. Jongmang then quickly went through his desk drawers and found a red silk pouch that had small medicinal pills inside. I'm so lucky that I have these. It was what his teacher Baek Jongwoo told him to take. Jongmang put on a glove so he would not come into contact with the poison and opened Jongsum's mouth and placed 3 pills inside. You might feel like dying, but swallow it if you want to live. Go on. Chun Jongsum was dying, but he barely swallowed it. As Jongmang was doing his best to save Jongsum, Yo-won looked on with a serious expression. I didn't expect this. He didn't know anything about poisons, so there was no way Yo-won would have known this. If Jongsum died, Yo-won was going to be expelled. Damn it. I can't let him die. He had gone too far, but there was nothing he could do now. I have to let him live. The best way was to make Nano analyze the poison and detoxify it. But Nano said it was not possible to move into another person's body. Why can't you? It is against the system protocol. There is a lock on it that restricts you from doing it. Why is there a lock? There is an embedded genetic code that protects the nanomachine from being taken by other entities. Yo-won didn't know, but there were a lot of restrictions in the nanomachine program. It was done to protect the current time frame from having highly advanced technology so that it wouldn't be revealed to the public. Then what should I do? Oh, Chun Yo-won then found the blood that was on his clothes from carrying Jongsum. Nano, can you just analyze the poison then? Understood. Please place your hand over the substance. Yo-won placed his finger over the poison as Nano instructed him to do. Analyzing. Chun Yo-won then walked over to the cabinet that held herbs while Nano was analyzing. Jongmang was busy tending to Jongsum, so he didn't know what Yo-won was doing. Analyzing complete. Total of 7 poisons have been mixed, thus making a new poisonous effect. Analyze the way to the mixed herbs I see right now to detoxify it. Hurry. Understood. Nano then began searching through the medicinal herbs that Yo-won was looking at. Soon, Yo-won was what herbs he had to use and how much through augmented reality. Yeowon quickly grabbed what he needed and began creating medicine soup. As smoke began to rise up from the boiler, Jiang Ming turned toward him. What are you doing? He was drenched in sweat, barely relieved. It seemed like Jiang Sum was barely controlling the poison with the medicine pills. I'm just creating medicine soup. Chun Yeowon hesitated for a second, but he ended up telling the truth. Baek Jiangming, who was having a hard time due to what Yeowon had done, got up and tried to scold him. What are you talking about? How can you even try, huh? He was shocked to see the medicine on the table. All of the herbs that Yeowon had taken out were those that were used to nullify poisons, and some required to be mixed with others. What? He wouldn't know this if he didn't study medicinal herbs. Jiang Ming then tasted the soup a little with his finger. Medicinal herb mixture could be toxic if done incorrectly, but this didn't seem to have any problems. He studied medicines. He didn't. Yeowon was only following Nano's instructions. However, Baek Jiangming did not know this and was astonished. Even then, making a medicine soup without knowing what it was for was still dangerous. It's not bad, but we need to know what poison it is too. It's sulfuric poison, so it includes poison fish, poisonous mushrooms, plague insects, blue oak, and red extracts. Oh, Yeowon quickly listed off the poisons inside Jiang Sum, and Jiang Ming was shocked. It was unbelievable when Yeowon didn't even extract the poison to study it. Dr. Baek, can you trust me on this one? Yeowon had no time to waste, so he begged Jiang Ming. The doctor then turned to Jiang Sum, who was still purple, and told him to wait. Jiang Ming then gathered a small drop of blood from Jiang Sum and placed it into a small bowl. He then began checking to see if the blood really contained the 7 poisons that Yeowon had spoken of. It really is. What Yeowon said was correct. Yeowon probably knew what he was doing with the medicine soup, so Jiang Ming then decided to use the soup that Yeowon had created. He brought the soup over and had Jiang Sum take it spoon by spoon. All that was left to do now was to wait. We've done everything we can now. I have to keep him on the needles so that the poison will not spread. I'm sorry, Dr. Baek. Yeowon deeply regretted doing something out of control. Jiang Ming shook his head. But why did you have to destroy his internal energy? Even if the basics of the academy supports the survival of the fittest, this seems like too much. Can you take the backlash? Jiang Ming was really worried. Yeowon was still in the academy, but he would graduate in 4 years, and after placing the candidate of the Poison Clan in such a state, it was likely that the Poison Clan would retaliate. Yeowon spoke with a bow. Thank you for your concern. I will take anything that comes to me for what I have done. There was no going back even if he regretted it. And he had decided to fight 6 clans from the very beginning, so it didn't matter anyway. You are still young. Jiang Ming then felt Chun Yeowon's young recklessness and gave him some sincere advice. I hope you think deeply about every instance from now on. From what I have learned in the cult, it is more common for smartest ones to survive than the strongest one. Be flexible with your thinking. Baek Jiangming hoped that Yeowon would not be arrogant about his own power and become smart instead. Thinking that brute strength would topple everything in the cult was the wrong idea. Chun Yeowon thought deeply about the advice. Maybe I was too reckless this time. His fast growth in power made him arrogant. He couldn't understand it now, but he did feel like he had done something wrong after hearing Jiangming's advice. Well, it's too late. You should go back now. It was almost time for the dorms to close. Chun Yeowon bowed and tried to return when someone spoke up awkwardly. What about me? It was the 18th cadet, Baki. Chapter 53, Cool Heads But Warm Hearts, 2. As they walked out, Baki watched Chun Yeowon silently. Yeowon didn't say anything, and Baki felt apologetic for what had happened. I got him into something that I should have dealt with by myself. Baki was shocked when Chun Jongsum came in almost dying due to the poison. He too knew that Chun Yeowon was going to use violence when dealing with Jongsum, but he didn't expect Yeowon to destroy Jongsum's internal energy either. He first wondered why Yeowon had gone so far as to destroy Jongsum's internal energy. That meant that Chun Jongsum's life as a warrior was over, and not to mention, all of his bones had been crushed. Does he not think about the backlash? Or is he that vengeful against him? Baki then thought about what would he have done if he faced someone who might have killed his own parents. It was questionable to say the least. Baki then spoke to Yeowon. 7th cadet. Yeowon stopped and looked back curiously. Let me ask you something. Yeah, why did you destroy his internal energy? After going so far, Chun Yeowon now was going to get all the fury from the Poison Clan. Yeowon answered calmly. I was just let my anger out of control. Yeowon continued. I was afraid that if I let him be, he would use poison on the other cadets also. That made Baki astonished. Yeowon was more worried about the other cadets being poisoned than him being blamed by the Poison Clan. This guy, he wasn't just a reckless fool. His decision-making wasn't perfect, but he was still more of a leader than the other princes that Baki had met. He's different. Chun Yeowon wasn't actually worried about other cadets. He just didn't want to see the poison that killed his mother spreading across the academy. However, Baki had interpreted it as Yeowon's noble sacrifice and began to think that Yeowon was fitting as a leader. What if? Baki then tried to say something to Yeowon when 7 cadets came running for him. They were Yeowon's team members. Master, where were you? Ubong asked with sweat over his face. The 7 cadets looked like they were really worried and sighed in relief. Ko Wonger also spoke with relief. We were worried that you got ambushed. I was waiting for you to come out of the private training ground. Oh. Yeowon then remembered talking with Wonger to go back to the dorm together after dinner time. But when Yeowon did not come out after an hour, Wonger began searching the academy with the other members. Yeowon apologized to them. I'm sorry. No, it is good that you are okay. Baki then looked at them and smiled bitterly. He already has his own people. Baki realized that he always distanced himself from the other cadets, so even when he was a leader for the 12th group, no one followed him. Yeowon then asked Baki, "What were you trying to say?" "No, it's nothing." Baki shook his head and returned to his room. When Yeowon's team heard about what happened between him and Chun Jongsum, they became concerned. Ko Wonger of the Demon Fist clan was also worried about Yeowon destroying Jongsum's internal energy. Wonger then gave them a solution to deal with this. "We have to grow in power for now. They cannot do anything to us while we are still attending the academy, but we are against one of the 6 clans of the cult. We must focus on growing in power while we can." Ko Wonger was big and muscular, but he was also very intuitive and logical. Yeowon agreed with him. He had to be prepared for the Poison clan to retaliate in any way. And unlike Wonger, Hubong was worried about another issue. "Master, I'm more worried about how the chief will handle this issue." The rules of the academy didn't state that one couldn't destroy another's internal power, but internal power was like a lifeline to a warrior. So they weren't sure about what the academy would do about this issue. "Let's hope nothing happens." Hubong's concern became a reality. Early in the morning the next day, 3 instructors came to Yeowon and his members in the forest nearby where they were going to train. One of those instructors was Impong. "You've done a foolish thing." "I'm sorry. The chief has ordered us to take you to his room." "Oh no." The 7 members all became worried. They just hoped that Yeowon would not get expelled. If that happened, then Yeowon would be targeted by the Poison clan right away. When instructors brought Yeowon up to the office of the chief, they let Yeowon go in alone. "Chief, the 7th cadet is here. Let him in." When Yeowon walked in, Lee Hamming had tied his long red hair to the back and was working on a document. Yeowon then bowed politely. "7th cadet, reporting to the chief of the Demonic Academy." Lee Hamming did not respond and focused on his document. The air went cold as silence fell. Soon, Lee Hamming finished writing on the document and got up to stretch his muscles. "I had to write an incident report thanks to you. So don't be angry about me not responding to your bow." That was what Lee Hamming had been working on. He had to report Baek Jongming and the other instructors on what had happened. Hamming pointed at the chair near the meeting table and allowed Yeowon to have a seat. Lee Hamming sat across Yeowon and looked at him with his fingers crossed. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. After a long time, Hamming said, "You are still young." "What?" "Let's deal with the work first. Let me speak first as the chief of the academy." "As the chief?" Yeowon became curious and Hamming continued. "You've done some serious damage by destroying another cadet's internal energy." The problem here was that fighting and dueling behind the scenes were unofficially recommended by the academy, so the actual fighting was not a problem. "You basically killed a martial artist." It was likely that there was going to be punishment for this. Yeowon's eyes shook. This meant that he might even get expelled. "Through our long history in the academy, you are the first to do such a foolish thing. If we let you walk freely after doing such a thing, there will be others who will replicate such a foolish act." "No." Yeowon put his head down. Hamming concluded, "So, as the chief of the academy, I hereby order you to turn over your yellow tag and stay for 5 days in the prison cell." Yeowon's eyes widened with shock. "Am I not getting expelled?" "Expel? What nonsense are you talking about? The only expulsion in the academy is from failing a test or killing another cadet outside an official duel." "Oh." Yeowon then sighed in relief. At least the worst-case scenario did not happen. Hamming shook his head. "Humph. It's too early to feel relieved." It was as Hamming said. If he had to return the yellow tag, it meant he would lose the right to become a leader. After 5 days in prison, it would give him only 1 day to get the tag back when he came out. But would there be any instructors left with the yellow tag on the last day? That's a problem too. Lee Hamming had given such punishment to show all cadets what will happen when one went too far with violence. "I was going to make you stay for 7 days, but that will give you no chance." This was a small gift from Lee Hamming. He couldn't bear to lose talented individual like Chun Yeowon, although he was really disappointed over this issue. "Well, so with that done, let's talk about your foolishness as a senior graduate of the academy." Hamming then unleashed his powerful energy throughout the office. It was so terrifying that it even made Chun Yeowon flinch. The reason why Hamming covered his office was to mask the sound that could seep out of the office. "I am very disappointed with you." Unlike how he was formally punishing Yeowon, he now seemed very angry. "I had big hopes for you, and you've done something only a thug would do." Lee Hamming spat angrily. Yeowon then thought Hamming was disappointed in Yeowon for destroying the internal energy of a fellow cadet and apologized. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what? Can't you do your work better? You have no head to take care of your shit?" "What? Did you bring him to the medical room after you destroyed his internal energy because you sympathized with him?" "That's..." "Of course not. You were afraid you might get expelled. Then you should have not have done that from the beginning." "But Chun Jongsum, he used the poison that killed your mother, so he deserves to be killed? Is that it?" Yeowon was confused and the words got stuck in his throat. Lee Hamming had found out every little detail of what had happened. Baek Jongming had spilled all the details about Chun Yeowon in hopes of defending Yeowon's position. Lee Hamming scoffed and spoke with a cold voice. "You bring him to the medical room when you think he's the one behind your mother's death? Because you were afraid that you might be expelled? What a fool. If you were going to do it, then you should have done it right." "Wait, is he?" Lee Hamming wasn't talking about destroying internal energy. He was implying that Chun Yeowon should have just killed Jongsum. "You shouldn't have let an enemy live. That will only create more enemies." Chapter 54. Cool heads but warm hearts. 3. Lee Hammond got the report of what happened the other night when he came to work early in the morning. He quickly came to understand that Chun Yo-won had lost his control over his rage, and thus he was unable to comprehend the problem at stake. He must have been busy learning martial arts for 2 weeks. Hamming hated Right Guardian Subming, but he too knew that there was no time for Subming to teach Yo-won things other than martial arts. It seemed that Chun Yo-won was missing out on real-life lessons. I can't just let him rot with his talent. Chun Yo-won had high potential, given the right lessons and guidance. Lee Hamming valued his connection with the 6 clans, but he was also intrigued by Chun Yo-won. Do you know what follows for the one who fails to clean up after his mess? It is death. The ruckus you caused is exactly what you are bringing upon yourself. Unlike Dr. Baek Jongming, Lee Hamming was a realist who usually criticized and judged on the actual problem. Why did you enter the academy? Lee Hamming asked. Yo-won bit on his lips and answered, it is to become stronger than anyone else. Than anyone else, you say? Yo-won noticed the hint of anger in the voice after he said why he wanted to become strong. He wanted revenge. Is anger what pulls you and make you stronger? Everyone had a goal, and a goal was what made people work harder. All cadets in the academy had their own goals. Anger can be your reason to live, but you are also a candidate to the throne. Chun Yo-won shuddered. As a possible future lord, will you be satisfied after getting your revenge? Anger is only part of the path you take. It should stay as your motivation. The lord was the demonic cult itself. If Yo-won was just another cadet, the goal would not have been that bad. But he was also a candidate to the future lord's throne. You have to look at the forest. Your anger burns the entire forest, not just the tree. And it will burn yourself with it in the end. Lee Hamming was now advising Yo-won. Do you know what I mean? I think so, sir. If you unleash your anger like a thug, it will hurt the people around you, and it will hurt you too in the end. Hamming spoke coldly. 7th cadet. No, Chun Yo-won. If you want to survive and become the future of the cult, you should have a cool head but a warm heart. Or else, you will die before you even avenge your mother. Cool head, warm heart. Yo-won etched the advice deeply in his heart. He had never heard of any kind of advice in his 15 years of life. All he thought about was revenge, and to put an end to the 6 clans that killed his mother. But he had never thought about what would happen afterward. Those thoughts cooled Yo-won's anger. He is right. If he only focused on revenge, that was going to be it. If he wanted to achieve his revenge and survive, he needed to look higher and farther. He had to accept his mistakes and amend it. Well, he doesn't seem like entirely idiot at least. Lee Hamming smiled. He thought if Yo-won didn't understand what he was saying, Hamming was going to forget about Yo-won. But if Yo-won understood and could fix his mistakes, it was likely that Yo-won would grow to become a real monster in the cult like no one else. And I will be the trusted teacher who gave him a valuable lesson, if it comes to that. Lee Hamming then retrieved his energy, hinting that their conversation was over. Chun Yo-won got up and took the yellow tag to hand it over to Hamming. Thank you for your advice, Chief. I really am thankful. Yo-won bowed to Hamming, who had given him a life lesson. Hamming was satisfied by that, but he didn't show that he was. Instructors, come in. After Hamming gave the order, the instructors immediately walked into the office. Take him to the prison cells. Yes, sir. Chun Yo-won was shocked. He wanted to tell his teammates about what happened and was going to give them orders on what to do while he was gone, but he didn't think he would get taken in right away. Chief, can you give me a little more time before going to the prison cell? Lee Hamming shook his head and snapped coldly. No, at least so I can talk to my teammates. Your imprisonment will be announced officially. And it is your former teammates. They are now just cadets. Chun Yo-won then moaned. He then realized what Lee Hamming did to teach him. He wants me to know the consequences of my actions reaching other people. Chun Yo-won was able to feel it very truthfully. His imprisonment was announced after lunchtime to every cadet. The 7th cadet has destroyed the 4th cade's internal energy, thus destroying the 4th cadet's chances of being a warrior for life. As punishment, his right to become a team leader has been taken away, and he will be imprisoned for 5 days. All cadets should learn from this and never attempt such foolish acts within the academy. This shocked all cadets. Even when the academy had a basic rule of the survival of the fittest, destroying one's internal energy when they were all in the same cult was beyond reasonable. Whoa, he's terrible. He's just not strong then. He's mad. 4th cadet. Is it Chun Jong-sum from the Poison Clan? How he dare attack the Poison Clan? He will be killed right after he leaves the academy. Or he might get killed in the academy beforehand. Yeah, but who knows? He might have someone on his back. Yeah. No fool will dare to attack the Poison Clan without a way to protect himself. The cadets all had different thoughts about this issue. Despite all this, at least Chun Yo-won was no longer an unworthy son of the Lord who was going to die soon. Chapter 55. Cool heads but warm hearts. 4. He really is crazy. How did he even think about destroying the internal energy? Chun Yu-chan burst into laughter as he read the announcement on the wall. Chun Yo-won's action was unpredictable. It was amusing, but it didn't feel like he had made the right choice. I thought the competition was going to come from 3 sides, but that won't be the case. He thought Yo-won would be dangerous after seeing him fight an instructor, but this made him feel relieved. This way, Yo-won would surely fail the 3rd test without even being tested. Chun Yu-chan touched his 3 yellow tags and smiled. Well, isn't it a wonderful thing? Chun Kung-won of the Sword Clan also liked what he saw on the announcement. Chun Mu-yoon of the Wise Clan, however, didn't pay much attention. He just glanced at the announcement and walked away. However, there were those who were beyond shocked. It was Chun Yo-won's team members. Luckily, Yo-won had not been expelled, but they were now teamless. There will be one day left when the master comes back. Will there be any yellow tags available until then? Ko Wonger was worried. He believed Yo-won was strong, but at this rate, it was likely that Yo-won would need to steal a yellow tag from one of the other teams. It won't be easy. Someone soon came up to them. It was Baki, the leader of the 12th group from the second test. He spoke to Yo-won's 7 members, making them confused. During dinner time, the mansion located west of the cult's castle, the home to the Poison clan, was full of anger. For hours ago, they had received a letter and someone was carried in. It was Chun Jongsum. All of his bones had been shattered and his internal energy had been completely destroyed, shocking all the Poison clan members. After reading what had happened from the chief's letter, they became furious. Leaders of the Poison clan gathered at House Leader Baek Oh's office. It had been a long time since they all gathered like this, since the day of Baek Oh's resignation from being an elder. All of the leaders had been looking at Baek Oh silently for 2 hours already. Baek Oh had the letter in his hands with his eyes closed from fear and a certain hesitation. A middle-aged man interrupted the silence. We must do something. Leader, we can't just wait until he comes out of the academy. With that as a signal, others began to shout also. Let's send assassins. If we hire an assassin from the Kill clan, we can do it quietly. No. How about we just bribe one of those instructors to do the job? We can just use cooks or servants at the academy to poison him to death. They all had different opinions, but they had the same goal of killing Chun Yo-won. They didn't care where Chun Yo-won was. They wanted to kill the person behind the near death of their prince. Baek Oh, who had been listening quietly, then opened his eyes and spoke coldly. And if he dies, who will be the most suspicious? The leaders were then lost for words. They were blamed for Lady Wa's death a few years ago, and they lost most of their power over the cult. If they were to cause more problems, that might even be their end. But we can't just let him walk away after almost killing our prince. Baek Munwang, the second son of Baek Oh, shouted angrily. Chun Jongsum was his nephew. He was angry that his nephew had lost a chance to become a warrior, but he didn't like being laughed at by the other clans because they couldn't do anything. Fool. If that was that important, the Lust clan would have done something already. Baek Oh was talking about Chun Wonryu, who failed the second test. She didn't have her internal energy destroyed, but she had lost her right arm. The Lust clan was also furious after knowing that it was Chun Yo-won who did it. Yet, they were holding back from doing anything. After what happened a few years back, the Lord is distancing himself from the 6 clans and is looking for every opportunity to take our powers away. We can't act foolishly. Doing something to a cadet of the academy was against the way of the demonic cult itself. If they were to kill Chun Yo-won, they were giving the Lord every reason to persecute them. Then are you saying we have to wait until he comes out of the academy? Munwang shouted, biting on his lips. Baek Oh answered, that is how it should be, but Baek Oh looked down at the letter. He then stared for a long time at the letter and grabbed his staff. I will need to meet the left guardian myself. Late at night a day later, there was a big mountain peak far from the academy's library. There were many caves on the upper portion of the peak where the prison cells were located. The academy did not have its own prison since it was made to train people. But this prison cave had a way to block the entrance from outside. Inside the cave, there was only one small candle that brightened the area. Yo-won bit on the hard grain. Ugh, this is terrible. Chun Yo-won was given 5 days worth of grains and was locked here to train alone. The entrance was sealed tight and the cave was dark and stuffy, which made it harder to train. Nonetheless, Chun Yo-won didn't feel too bad while spending his time here as he was training with augmented reality. It's fortunate that the guards don't watch what I'm doing. The guards stayed on the outside of the gate, so he didn't worry about being noticed. Yo-won then concentrated on training late into the night, and now he was eating his grain. Yo-won then heard the vibration of a rock being pushed away. There were still 3 days left for him to be freed, but the door was pushed open and fresh air swept in. Then, someone came in slowly wearing black attire. It was an old man with a weird-looking staff. So, you are Chun Yo-won. His voice had hatred in it. Yo-won then focused his internal energy and the old man reached toward him. Then, powerful energy stormed within the cave, throwing Yo-won up into the air. Chapter 56. Blessing in a Disguise. 1. Chun Yo-won was shocked. He had never felt such powerful energy ever since he had learned martial arts. Telekinesis. It required a very high amount of internal energy and a lot of understanding of chi, but it allowed one to even lift a person up into the air. He's a powerful warrior. Yo-won had unleashed 100% of his energy, but even he couldn't resist against the power. And the old man was very hostile. Yo-won could feel it on his skin. I will get killed if I don't do anything. Yo-won then tried all he could to regain control over his body. As his muscles became tense, the body began to move slowly. This boy has a tremendous amount of physical power. The internal energy was only at about 60 years worth, but Yo-won's muscle strength was like that of a monster. The old man had seen many warriors in his life, but he had never seen a man with this amount of muscle strength. It was due to the nano-machine strengthening Chun Yo-won's muscles so that he could physically damage the blue pearl stone. He resists too much. As Chun Yo-won kept on squirming, it sucked too much energy from the old man and he made a gesture to pull him in. Yo-won was then sucked toward the old man's hand. Arg! The old man grabbed Yo-won's neck. The energy was so powerful that even a slight twist was going to snap Yo-won's neck. That's when Yoan heard Nano's voice in his head. Detected powerful hostile energy, threatening the user. Activating emergency defense mode. But Yoan put a stop to it quickly. No, Nano. Hold for a second. Nano's defense mode was to send out electricity from the body, but Yoan thought the enemy was too powerful for such an attack to work. If it failed, then it was only going to make the enemy even angrier. If this old man wanted to kill me, he would have done so already. Yoan's guess was correct. The old man could have killed Yoan the moment he barged in here. Although he was still wary of the old man, Yoan stopped resisting. The old man smiled. I wanted to come see the one who made waste of my grandson. You seem to have grasped the situation quickly. If Yoan tried to resist in some way, he would have been attacked with the incoming energy, thus damaging his internal organs. Grandson? Yoan's eyes shook. There was no way he couldn't understand it. The Poison Clan. This old man was the leader of the Poison Clan. Beko, the demonic poison hand. Chun Yoan was shocked. He thought the Poison Clan would try to do something in retaliation for what had happened, but he didn't think the leader himself would come for him. Do you know why I came to see you myself? Arg, are you here to kill me? The hostility proved it. There was no way the leader of the house would forgive Yoan for destroying the prince's internal energy and shattering all of his bones. Think about how to get out of this situation. Yoan tried to keep calm to think about it, but there was no way. He was going to die the second Beko twisted his hand. Am I going to die here? And when he came to such a conclusion, what came to him was anger, not the fear of death. He was angry that he was going to die before getting his revenge. His eyes. The 15-year-old boy was at the brink of death, but his eyes were now filled with anger and determination. Beko was surprised. However, he couldn't allow anyone to make such eyes toward one of the top 10 leaders of the demonic cult. Humph. You need some punishment. Arg. Beko put his energy into the staff and smacked Yoan's stomach. The energy was so powerful that Yoan felt the immediate pain and blood soared up through his throat. Now, you won't make such eyes, huh? Beko was dumbfounded. He had expected Yoan to be in pain, but his angry eyes still remained. Beko didn't know this, but Yoan's internal damage was healed instantly by the nanomachine. It still gave him pain whenever he was hit, but the pain didn't last for long as the damage was healed quickly. So, you're not like any other child. Beko shook his head. He figured Yoan would be very vengeful, thus destroying the internal energy, but Beko didn't think it would be this serious. He will be problematic if I let him be. Beko was going to decide what to do with Chun Yoan after meeting him, and now he decided that he shouldn't let Yoan be. Beko's hostility began to strengthen, and Yoan spoke to him. Are you going to kill me? You know the answer to that yourself. You are going against the academy rules if you do. Don't think such a petty rule will control me. I will kill you here and melt your body with my poison, so no one will notice. Beko didn't think about leaving any traces. Yoan then became silent for a second and then said, you can erase the trace, but if I disappear within the academy, the Poison Clan will be the main suspect for it anyway. Beko raised his eyebrow at such a sharp thought. A 15-year-old boy at the brink of death was not afraid. Instead, he was thinking everything through rather thoroughly. He really is dangerous. Yoan had powers beyond his anger, determination over fear, and decision-making skills for each situation. All of this showed how dangerous he would be to the Poison Clan if he grew up. I would have killed him right now if it wasn't for the academy. Beko became frustrated. He didn't think to kill him at first. As Yoan said, if he killed Yoan here, the Poison Clan was going to be seen as the suspect and the Lord would not look over this. His main reason for visiting him here today was to see Yoan's face and warn him. You are clever, but you still have a lot more to go. Since you hurt my grandson, you have brought this upon yourself. Chapter 57. Blessing in a Disguise, 2. Yoan knew he had made a mistake about this one. His lack of experience and uncontrolled anger had made it come down to this. As you said, even I can't kill you while you are here. But Beko's hand quickly moved over Yoan's blood point, freezing him. Yoan couldn't speak anymore, and Beko continued, let me promise you this. As soon as you leave the protection of the demonic academy, you will be given pain beyond imagination. Beko's eyes were on fire from the anger from the pain that his grandson had gone through. You have shattered my grandson's bones, so I will shatter your bones and carve out your flesh to feed it to the animals. Then I will destroy your internal energy and keep you alive so you can beg to be killed. Beko's warning was terrifying. When he was done, he took something out from his pocket. It was a small medicinal ball which was even smellier than the black dragon ball. He then sent a telepathic message. I can't just leave you, so I will give you a small gift. Then we will be able to meet faster. NNNGH. Beko then opened Yoan's mouth forcefully. Yoan tried to resist, but he couldn't as the hand that grabbed his neck increased the energy. Arg. Beko then threw the ball down into Yoan's throat. He tried hard to not swallow it, but as the grip on the neck strengthened, the ball went down his throat. It is not a poison that will put your life in danger. But if you ever talk about the ball to anyone, I will not care about the rules of the academy and I will come to kill you myself. He finished with the final warning. NNNGH. You have been warned. I look forward to our next meeting. Beko then tossed Yoan back inside the cave and flew out. Yoan was stuck next to the inner side of the wall. When Beko came out, the giant stone that acted as the entrance rolled over to seal the cave again. Beko spoke to someone waiting for him outside. I am done. You promised me that you would not harm him. It was Left Guardian Lee Hamming. Chun Yoan was confused as to how Beko had come to see him, But it was through Lee Hamming that Becco was able to come here. Lee Hamming heard the giant cracking sound coming from within, and he was asking about Becco about that. Would you stop yourself from smacking once or twice while standing in front of someone who hurt your family? Haha. Okay. I will apologize for that. But it is not that bad, so don't worry. I didn't damage him. Okay. Hamming acknowledged it suspiciously, and Becco bowed. Thank you for listening to my request, even if it was against the rules. Please make sure no one else knows about this. Of course. I will bring this to my grave. Normally, not even the leaders of the 6 clans were allowed into the demonic academy. Lee Hamming was worried about the Poison Clan retaliating against Chun Yo-won out of rage, and that was why he sent the letter to request them to not attack Chun Yo-won, at least inside the academy. Becco then promised that he would accept the request only if he was allowed to see Chun Yo-won himself. Lee Hamming valued his connections with the 6 clans, so he couldn't refuse such a request. I will return. Becco then covered his face with his clothes and used his stepping skills to run down the peak. After checking to make sure Becco had left, Lee Hamming glanced at the cave and mumbled, "You have 4 years before your protection wears off. It is up to you to survive after that." Meanwhile, Chun Yo-won was sitting down in meditation. His eyes were closed and his clothes were blackened while the foul stench filled the area. It was what happened after he was flung into the wall. Yo-won heard Nano's voice coming to him, detected toxic substance coming into the user's throat. He wasn't sure what Becco had made him eat, but he was certain that it was bad, so Yo-won quickly ordered Nano, "Take it out of my body now." Careful analysis of the substance shows that if some of the toxic components are removed, it will help the internal energy activation, similar to the substance. Black Dragon Ball. What? Toxic components are what diminishes the energy. What Becco fed to him was a medicine ball that made the target lose its internal energy partially. It was so harmful that it created immunity inside the body after one dosage, and it could not be used repeatedly. If the one eating was unlucky, it could possibly erase more than half of the internal energy. A powerful warrior with over 90 years worth of internal energy would have ways to extract these poisons when swallowed, but that was the only way to fight it. So, he tried to weaken my internal energy. Becco was going to make Yo-won lose his internal energy so that he would fail the 3rd test. However, Becco did not know about Nano. Nano quickly analyzed the substances and came to the conclusion that if only those poisons were removed, the other substances were actually helpful. So, I just need to remove those poisons? Yes, master. Phew, good. Then do it. Beginning to remove the toxic components from the substance. And that's what Nano was now doing. Soon, the black ooze began coming out from Yo-won's upper torso. It wasn't a lot since it was from a small medicine ball, but the smell was too awful. Ugh. Yo-won felt sick over the smell when Nano's voice spread throughout his body. Successfully removed toxic components. The substance now activates the internal energy flow within the body. Yo-won then began using his breathing of the 1,000 martials to meditate. Chapter 58. Blessing in a Disguise. 3. Nano quickly helped the activation of the flow of energy within Yo-won's body. After a long time, Yo-won opened his eyes. He then smelled the foul stench from the black ooze and took off the clothes that were drenched in the ooze. Ugh. This is really disgusting. He was able to forget about the smell while meditating, but he couldn't bear it anymore when he was awake. He then felt the heat within the cave. It seemed like the energy activation within his body let out some heat, warming up the entire cave. Yo-won then felt heaviness under his stomach and felt the weight of his internal energy. Whoa, he gasped in astonishment. The whole incident was a blessing in disguise. The internal energy that was just over 60 years worth now had 90 years worth of energy. Becco's action had resulted in helping Yo-won instead of harming him. He really did give me a gift then. Becco's small gift had turned out to be a huge gift. Chun Yo-won's internal energy was now within the top 5 out of all the cadets. I would have died if it wasn't for Nano. Nano had given unfortunate Chun Yo-won a climactic turn in his life. I was really lucky this time. I never thought the Poison Clan would go so far. He then thought that it was good experience for learning how his wrong decision might come back to him. It was an important lesson. He was lucky this time. But Yo-won decided to not make any foolish mistakes. So, what is this? Yo-won then got up and walked to the inner part of the cave. It was too dark to see in the cave, but Yo-won had night vision from Nano. Nano, night vision mode. Yo-won was then able to see the inside of the cave. A part of the inner wall was broken when he was thrown into it by Becco. Something felt weird. Yo-won felt like the inside of the wall was empty when his back hit the wall. He felt curious, but he had to focus on taking care of the poisonous medicine ball he ingested. Oh, air was seeping out from the cracked part of the wall. It was proof that there was space on the opposite. Yo-won then became curious. Let's check on it. Yo-won began to tap the cracked side with his fist. The wall had too many cracks in it, and the slight tapping made it fall apart, making a small hole that Yo-won could crawl into. There we go. The hole let cold air come in from the opposite side, making the cave a bit cooler. Yo-won then crawled into the dark hole. He then frowned. Unlike his expectations of seeing a bigger cave, it seemed like a tunnel-like cave that connected somewhere else. Yo-won then got up and looked back. The cave wall was shaped as if it was made artificially to block it. The opposite side looked natural, so he didn't realize it, but it was very apparent from this side. Was it blocked off intentionally? It seemed like something was hidden inside. Yo-won then thought about going in when Nano's voice called out to him. Detected faint natural light coming from the tunnel. Yo-won became curious. The only possible natural light source in such a cave could only be from a firefly. Yoan then began to walk in. The cave was located on the peak of the mountain, but this tunnel seemed to lead him below. It's getting brighter. As Nano said, the green-colored light began to grow stronger. He now didn't need night vision mode to see anymore. Yoan then deactivated the night vision and walked in. Soon, he then reached the closed end. It shined very brightly with the light. Yoan then took a step forward and almost fell. The ground in front had a huge hole. What in the world? Yoan looked down, but he couldn't see anything. He then jumped down. It was a few meters deep, which was not safe for any normal human to jump down. But Yoan was able to land easily with his walking skill. He then looked up to where he had come from. The entrance he went through looked more like an air vent from what he saw from below. The space he was in now was very wide. Whoa! Countless light-emitting stones were on top, brightening the entire place with the green light. It was so bright that it was hard to even look up at it. To think such a place was hidden inside the prison cave. It was amazing. He looked around and found a round stone pillar in the middle and nothing else. There was an exit at the southern side of the cave, and that was blocked by a stone from the outside. It's an unused place. It felt strange to not use such a nice place. Yoan then looked down and found traces of something being dragged out. From the size of it, one could tell that it seemed like a large stone was pushed out from it. As he followed the trace, it led him to the center of the area. There's more than one. The trace was made by more than once. It seemed like something was placed in 5 directions around the pillar until it was dragged out. It must have been very heavy if it made such a deep trace. It looks like there must have been some kind of giant stone. A pedestal? Yoan then thought of the blue pearl pedestal in the library. He then realized the library had 5 floors, which meant that the pedestal was also created through the 5 levels. Nano, activate augmented reality and show me the blue pearl pedestal on the first floor in the library. Activating. Yoan then was shown the actual size of the blue pearl stone. Nano, do you see those traces on the ground? Can you see if this stone was placed in any of those spots? Analyzing the traces on the floor, Nano then began scanning the 5 spots and placed the same blue pearl stone over the 5 spots. And when they were all in place, Yoan's eye grew larger. It has the same size. The size of the trace and the stone were the same. When the 5 stones were placed there, the one located on the south side shined in red. This location seems to be where the blue pearl stone from the first floor was located at. Yoan then walked over to check it out himself. Can you check the second floor one too? Nano then began scanning everything, and it seemed like the second stone was located on the southwest side. So, this was the place. It seemed that all those stones were originally placed here. If all of them were still here, then it would have been much easier to learn about Father Chun's original sword skill. What is up with this pillar then? Yoan was curious as to why all these stones were placed around it while facing the pillar. Yoan walked over and looked around. On the north side of the pillar, there was a letter written in handwriting. Sword Force of the Sky Demon. Yoan felt his heart pounding. He then found a small dots that looked like those under the writing of the blue pearl stone, which showed a drawing. Chapter 59. Blessing in a Disguise. 4. A martial art that represented the lord of the demonic cult was the godly force of the Sky Demon. Every cultist knew of the power beyond that martial art, and it was also one of 3 godly forces of the Jianghu. But the word said sword force, not godly force. Is it a sword skill? Chun Yoan was confused. He had never heard of sword force. Was it a breathing skill or a sword art? He learned from Garjiang that the Lord's best martial art was the sword art of the Sky Demon. But what was this sword force? Is it the name of the original sword skill in the Blue Pearl Stone? That seemed to be the most likely case here. The bearded middle-aged man who Yoan met on the first floor of the library said that the Blue Pearl Stone held the truth from Father Chun. He would leave a new name for it, of course. I guess Father Chun is the one who wrote this here. It was natural for making up such a name for a powerful sword art like that, especially if it was made after the sword art of the Sky Demon. Nano, can you check the writing on this pillar to see if it matches the writing on the Blue Pearl Stone pedestal? A white line then scanned the writing on the pillar and Nano soon responded. Analysis complete. It is from the same writer. That is the name then. Yoan then learned the real name of the original sword skill he had learned. What up with these holes then? Yoan then looked down at the holes underneath the name. Holes under the poetry on the pedestals represented numbers, but these holes looked different. It looks like a drawing. The holes formed the shape of a dragon. Dargon? The animal in the myths symbolized unity and power. He would have not paid that much attention if he didn't find out about the secret behind holes on the Blue Pearl Stone pedestal. He was curious if this drawing had some secret behind it also. What is it trying to say? Yoan then sat down to give it some thought. He brought the pedestals to his left and right and began looking closely at the holes in the shape of a dragon. However, he couldn't identify any relationships between these holes. Are the holes related to the numbers again? Yoan then counted the number of holes. 24? There was a total of 24 holes. He wondered if the number 24 meant anything. After thinking for an hour, all he could think of was the sword movement comprised of the sword force of Sky Demon and its 24 movements. What is it talking about? Phew, he sighed in frustration. He couldn't find any answers. What did this soaring dragon mean? It should mean something. Why is there a drawing of a dragon going up? Yoan then looked up at the ceiling. Ugh. The light stones from above shined down on him, making him look down. It was too bright to look up directly. It's too bright. It was too painful to look directly at the stones. Yoan looked up because the dragon was trying to go up into the ceiling, but he then thought that maybe the secret was on the ceiling. However, he couldn't look directly at it to see what was going on up there. Maybe the secret was hidden behind the light, not the darkness. Nothing left by Father Chunma was easy to get, but Yowon had a way to look directly into the light. Nano, can you control the light coming into my sight? Adjusting light perception, Yowon's eyes flickered and the cave turned dark. Yowon then looked up again as he was ready. This is amazing. Yowon was astonished. There were a number of shiny stones, but the ones around the giant center pillar showed hundreds of bright stones with writings. This was it. Yowon smiled. He wasn't sure what these hundreds of stones were talking about, but they surely held the secret related to the sword force of the Sky Demon. Nano, can you scan those stones? Yes, Master. Scan completed. Project it on that large wall so I can see it more closely. Nano then recreated the writing on the ceiling over on the wall. Yowon walked over and checked the writing. What? Yet, the writings weren't related to martial arts at all. It consisted of poetry and other things. This, and this, and this. What is going on? All of them had no relations to martial arts. Yowon frowned as he had expected a great finding. Did I miss something? He thought that going through all of these writings would give him the answer to a great secret, but even if there was a secret hidden within the writings, it didn't seem like it would be that hard to decipher it. Maybe it's hidden among all this. Yowon figured there must be something that was related to martial arts. Finding it was the problem. Of course, he didn't need to read all this writing by himself. Nano, can you find anything among all this that might have a relationship to martial arts? Scanning. Nano proceeded with the scanning. This shortened the amount of time Yowon needed if he were to look at every stone. Soon, Nano finished scanning and analyzing. There is a total of 24 stones that contain writings and drawings that seems to teach the breathing skill. Breathing skill? Yowon's eyes grew larger. What kind of breathing skill would be divided up into 24 stones? Nano then highlighted the 24 stones in red. Yowon's eye grew larger as he looked at it. This, Chapter 60, Blessing in a Disguise, 5. It was astounding. Over hundreds of stones were placed around the pillar, and 24 of them had placed in the shape of a dragon soaring up into the sky. It was the same shape that was placed on the pedestal. So, this was what that dragon meant. This was it. Yowon's voice became excited from the finding. He then quickly wanted to look into what meaning it held. Nano, get rid of the other stones, and leave only those 24 stones. Understood. And Nano's voice trailed off. The extra stones in the image began to disappear. Yowon looked closely at the remaining stones. There were writings and teachings related to a breathing skill. However, it didn't seem like any other breathing skill. What is this? The writing required a certain movement and flow in the internal energy through certain blood points. And the movement of the skill was very familiar. Yowon frowned as he knew these movements. This is similar to the movement of the sword force of the Sky Demon. It was the exact same sword movement. Yowon then walked over to other stones. After checking out every stone, his eyes shook in shock. Oh my! These are all sword movements from the sword force. All the movements recorded on the stones were equal to the 24 sword movements of the sword force of the Sky Demon. However, those were all paired with the related breathing skill, and that was connected from the head of the dragon to its tail. This is strange. It's really strange. This was strange if these things represented a breathing skill. A breathing skill usually required one to sit or lie down to take a comfortable position, but this was one with the sword movement to display a sword formation. I should just give it a try. He had no way to find out unless he tried it out. Nano, can you transfer these teachings and movements into me? Understood. Transferring to the user's brain, Nano soon transferred all the information into Yowon's brain. When it was done, Yowon used his finger to follow the first movement. Take a deep breath and move into. The meditating also started. He had to connect all the movements together while in motion. Yowon followed the 24 movements and sent his internal energy into the blood points as written in the breathing skill. As the energy stopped flowing through his body, the chi in the body began to tremble. Yowon then repeated the 24 movements again without thinking, as if he had gone into a trance. The powerful energy flowed inside, and Nano began to analyze to store it as data. After some time had passed, Yowon stopped. He didn't even know how long he had been practicing this breathing skill. Nano, how long have I been doing this? It has been 2 hours. What? 2 hours? It was shocking to hear that he had been moving through the movements for 2 hours straight. Yet, he didn't feel exhausted or tired. It even felt like he was full of energy, and the internal energy was flowing fluidly within him. It felt like the energy flow became faster as I moved through. Yes, that is true, Master. Nano had recorded the quick energy flow within the body already. Yowon then became curious about Nano's conclusion and brought up his internal energy. The speed of the internal energy flow had gotten much faster. He focused slightly, and the energy spread into his body very quickly. When Yowon focused on his right hand, a clear light appeared to create a chi on his hand. It's much faster now. Yowon was not used to shaping chi outside his body. But with the quickened energy flow, shaping chi was also much easier now. The breathing skill that was written on the stone was beyond the level of any breathing skill. This should be the best breathing skill in the world. Chun Yowon was astounded beyond belief. There was no telling as to how much he would grow if he trained with the breathing skill. Yowon then walked over to the pillar at the center. Sword Force of the Sky Demon. He now knew why this was written as Sword Force. This martial art was a sword formation and breathing skill combined into one. So Father Chun really was a legendary man. No one else in the Wulin would even dare to combine a sword skill with a breathing skill. The sword force of the sky demon would allow one to train the sword skill while meditating with the breathing skill. Father, please accept my bow. Yowon then bowed twice to the pillar. It was to show his respect for receiving such a gift from the ancestor. Yowon then got up. This is fortunate that I came across this. Beko's action to put Yowon into danger was truly a blessing in disguise. If Beko found out about what followed after he left, he might collapse because of a stroke from the shock. So, there's only one thing left to do then. Yowon then walked over to the pillar so he could erase the traces. He couldn't do it near the blue pearl stone pedestal since there were guards, but no one was here. It would be hard to find out what Father Chun had left without Nano's help, but he didn't want to leave any hints for the others to find out about it. I'll just erase these holes. Yowon then reached out to the holes while wielding internal energy in his hand. That's when the pillar began to tremble while letting out steam. What? Yowon jumped back. Something came up from the pillar and soared up into the ceiling, striking the glowing stones. The ceiling shook and some of the stones dropped to the ground. Yowon was shocked, but he quickly hopped to dodge the falling stones. It seemed like the shock wasn't too bad, since only a few stones had dropped. Yowon's eye grew wide. The number of stones that dropped was the 24. No way. He then walked over and frowned. The stones were those with the movements and writings from the sword force of the sky demon. Chapter 61. Blessing in a disguise. 6. Yowon had to rely on Nano's skills to find out about the breathing skill, but the pillar was programmed to make it easy to find these stones as well. It was surprising. Well, I guess you would need such a thing to find out about it without Nano. What was funny was that no one had even tried it before. No one dared to do what Yowon had done to the pillars until now. Yowon then noticed the place where he bowed at the front of the pillar sank in the middle, and liquid seeped out from it. He tasted it with his finger and found out that it was oil. Is it made for fire? The pillar had a mechanism to burn itself when its duty was complete. The oil was to be wet when it sent down those stones, so that the internal energy would be able to light it on fire. I got it anyway. He was lucky at least. Yowon realized it was easy to get these stones too late, but could now destroy it. Now it will be easy to erase those holes on the pillar. Yowon then walked over and picked up one of the stones to destroy it. He then became confused. What is this? There was something engraved on the other side of the stone. Yowon looked down at it and saw weird lines on it, unsure of what it meant. Those lines were hidden from sight. This is strange. Yowon then looked over at the other stones. This one has it too. The other stones also had weird lines etched onto them, but they all had different shapes from one another. What is it? Why are there lines on the back of the stones? Yowon then gathered every stone and gathered them in one place. He then turned them backward to show the strange lines. Yowon moaned. He stared at it, hoping to find anything that might be hidden behind it, but the lines just looked like doodles. What are these? It was really strange, but nothing left by Father Chun was there without reason, so there had to be a message. It's not made with a sword at least. The lines were too crooked to be made with a sword. Then what were these things trying to say? After looking at it for a long time, Yowon narrowed his eyes. Yowon got up and looked down at it from the top. He then sat down and made the stones face each other. After putting them together, he got up and looked down again. He then realized that the lines seemed to form some kind of map. The lines didn't match up yet, but he was certain that it was a map. I need to order it right. Yowon then sat down and began matching the lines. After moving from stone to stone for over an hour, Yowon finally completed it. I did it. All the lines perfectly matched each other now. Yowon got up and looked down again. I knew it. It's a map. It was a one giant map created with crooked lines. The map marked a certain place, and there was another line that gave directions on how to get there. To think such a map was hidden here. What would be hidden at the place indicated on this map, other than the sword force of the sky demon? It had surely been left for the next generation. And where is this? He knew it was a map, but it was hard to know the locations that this map represented. There were strange crooked lines that showed some kind of cave map. Yowon only came to that conclusion after staring at it for a long time. I can't be sure of anything for now. What was certain was that this map was not for this prison cave. It was probably a place hidden somewhere else, but it was not possible to know for now. Nano, scan this map and save it. Understood, Master. Yowon then saw white lines moving down the map. Nano saved the map and Yowon began to move to do what he intended to do the first time. Yowon began destroying the stones one by one. After cracking the stones, he collected all the debris and stomped them to turn them into powder. He then scattered away the rock particles and sand. Now, all secrets and the map that was hidden inside this cave was only for Yowon. Yowon then got up to go back the vent, and he returned to his small prison cave. And for the first time after he was locked up, he was able to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 62. Blessing in a Disguise. 7. For days had now passed after Yowon was locked up. There was only a day left for Yowon to come out, and there had been a lot of changes within the academy. When Yowon was sent to the prison, the only ones who had yellow tags were Chun Muyan of the Wise Clan and Chun Yuchan of the Blade Clan. However, 4 days were enough for talented cadets to learn about the 7 demon sword. Ko Wonger's concern became a reality. Chun Yowon was still in prison, but all the other yellow tags were taken by powerful cadets. However, there were only 11 cadets that became leaders. There was a total of 17 tags, so why were there only 11 group leaders? This was due to 3 particular leaders. There was no limit to how many tags one could take. Three people realized this and collected every tag they could get their hands on. Chun Muyan had 1 tag. Chun Yuchan had 4 tags. Chun Kungwon had 2 tags. Samachuk, the 700th cadet, had 2 tags, and 7 other cadets had 1 tag each. So with Yukin, Kungwon, and Chuck hoarding more than 1 tag, they had taken 5 more tags that could have been used to create more leaders. The only surprising thing was that Chun Muyan didn't go for other tags. Now, with 16 tags in the cadets' hands, the only tag left was the one that Ho Jinchong had. No one could take this tag from him, as he was a Grandmaster-level warrior. This is problematic. Hubong shook his head. All cadets knew that the 3 leaders had more than 1 tag, but no one dared to raise complaints. They are that much more powerful, Ko Wonger answered as he nodded. These 3 cadets were famous for their prowess. Rumor had it that their martial arts skills were at the level of exceeding masters. Moreover, they all had their armies of cadets behind them. It could have been dangerous for us too. Jia Wumin smiled bitterly as he spoke. The reason he said this was because Yowon's group had taken a steep drop after Yowon was taken to the cave. They were no longer a group, but rather, regular cadets. Maybe we're lucky. We lost those who were going to lose anyway, Ojong said with an annoyed expression. The other cadets also became angry. A total of 6 cadets had gathered here. We just have different paths. Ko Wonger shook his head. I don't think their way of doing things will make other groups welcome them. Hubong mumbled in disappointment. On the day of Yowon's arrest, 2 of their team members left them. They were Wengchen and Ho Daming. They had been very anxious ever since they heard that Yowon had destroyed Chun Jongsum's internal energy. As soon as Yowon's punishment was decided, they left right away. I'm sorry. I want to stay together, but I don't see a future in this. Maybe this was the right tactic to safely pass the 3rd test. But they didn't only join Yowon's group for the test, and the members became angry. Although 2 members had left, 6 cadets were still here. It was due to the 18th cadet, Baki. Hubong got up and said, oh well, let's not be too pessimistic. We lost 2 baddies, but we have Baki here with us. He'll do quadruple the amount they ever could have done. Don't flatter me too much. Baki smiled. Ko Wonger smiled also. No, we would have been in grave danger if it wasn't for you. Ko Wonger had a reason for this. It was because of the yellow tag that Baki had on his right chest. He had taken this tag 3 days ago by defeating an instructor. Yeah, if it wasn't for him, we would have all been scattered. We are really grateful. Ojong also nodded. If it wasn't for Baki, Yowon's team members would have had to scatter and wait for Yowon to come back. When the punishment was decided, Baki came over to them and offered to take the lead. I owe a lot to the 7th cadet. I want to help him. Baki thought Yowon had taken the punishment that should have been for him. If Yowon did not tell him about the poison, he might have died. After thinking through the night, Baki made a serious decision. I almost died. It will not be enough even if I pay it back for my entire life. Thus, Baki decided to follow Chun Yowon. He wanted to tell Yowon himself of his decision, but Yowon was locked away. I'm not sure if he'll want me in his group. If Master didn't like you, he would not have helped you. Maybe. Ko Wonger and the other cadets welcomed him after hearing what had happened. And with a powerful warrior like Baki joining them, they were going to become stronger. So Baki first took the yellow tag just in case. It was to prepare for Yowon return, who had to stay in prison for 5 days. Baki's actions proved to be correct. Well, we welcome you to our group anyway. Don't worry. Yeah, we do. Master will welcome you too. I'm sure of it. Baki smiled. And as the day came to an end, the 5 cadets who trained 7 Dragon Sword went to the cafeteria to eat dinner. Are you skipping dinner? I only eat dinners usually, but I ate lunch with you guys today too. Baki usually skipped lunch to train in the private training room. But after joining the team and training with them, his solo training time was reduced. Then I should skip dinner too. You? Baki became confused at Ko Wonger's decision. Baki had spent a few days with them, and Ko Wonger ate a lot, which was fitting for his big body. It was shocking to hear Wonger, who ate 3 times more than the other cadets, to decide to skip a meal. Well, you are our temporary leader, so you need protection. He didn't want to miss a meal, but he also thought that he needed to protect Baki. There was no telling what might happen because of that yellow tag. Baki then shook his head. I'm going straight to the private training room, so don't worry. Besides, we'll all be together when we leave the training room. Yes, but it's okay. You go ahead and eat dinner. Baki assured Ko Wonger and headed off to the private training room. Wonger usually made rational choices, but his temptation for a meal was so strong that he couldn't make up his mind. Ojong shook his head. Humph. Hubong and I will follow him, so you go ahead and eat. Oh, will you do that? Wonger brightened up instantly. Yeah, as you said, he is our temporary leader. Thank you. Please look after Baki. Ko Wonger then gladly moved into the cafeteria. However, Hubong didn't look so happy while following Ojong. Do my thoughts not matter? Hubong wanted to eat too. Chapter 63. This tag is yours, 1. Ojong and Hubong quickly caught up to Baki, who was walking alone toward the private training room. Baki looked at them weirdly. Didn't you guys go to eat? Well, I can skip a meal. We are here because you are our leader. We can't let you get beaten up, you see? Well, if you are so concerned, then you won't eat anything even if the 7th cadet returns, Baki replied, and Ojong laughed. Hubong frowned but followed wordlessly. It was his protest for not asking him if he wanted to eat. Humph. Ojong coughed and pretended as if he didn't know. The 3 of them then walked toward the private training room. Baki had internal energy that was just a bit under the 60-year mark, but his skills rivaled that of a master-level warrior. Therefore, he was allowed to use the wider room. I used the other building, so you don't need to follow me. Who knows? Ojong and Hubong followed him until they reached the entrance. Baki said this wasn't necessary, but he was thankful for such action. This was very different when he was alone in the 12th group. The three of them walked up to the front entrance of the building. We are here now, so you don't, huh? Baki frowned. It was due to the fact that he sensed people around them. What's going on? Ojong then looked around. He recently had become a high-level warrior, so he also felt the people approach from behind. Soon, people charged out from the back of the building. There were about 20 cadets. Damn it! Ojong and Hubong were shocked. It seemed that these cadets had been waiting for them, since they all had wooden swords in their hands. Ojong turned to Baki to signal for him to run away. They've been waiting here. They must be ready. Baki also agreed and nodded. As they turned immediately to run away, another group of cadets ran up from behind, blocking their path. What? Hubong was shocked to see a familiar face. There was a total of 10 cadets behind them, and in front of them was the sharp-dyed cadet with slick-back hair. It was the 108 cadet, Ha Ilming. Ha Ilming. Most of the cadets remembered him because he passed the second test solely with his own power. He had to stay in the medical room because he got hurt by the rocks that fell on top of him from the ceiling in the training room, but it seemed like he had been discharged now. You guys. Baki looked at the cadets blocking the back. They were the cadets from the 12th group. Baki was confused. Leader, you look good these days? How does it feel to betray your old group and group up with new friends? Baki frowned at the sarcasm. He only sided with them since they were together solely for the second test, and most of them followed Chun Jongsum anyway, so Baki always kept his distance. What's up with this? Ojong shouted at cadets surrounding them. He had no way to run, so he decided to at least determine their motive. Of course, he knew what it was for. Ha, you really don't know? Ha Ilming taunted as he walked up. He then pointed at the yellow tag that Baki had on his chest. Give me that yellow tag. That was the reason for the attack. For the past few days, members of the 12th group found out that Baki usually went out alone during dinner time when he went to the training room. That's why they were here to attack. 20 cadets at the front of the training room were from the 6th group, and the others blocking the way back were from the 12th group. You think I will just hand it over to you? Baki retorted as he readied himself. Ha Ilming grinned. Well, this won't end nicely if you don't. Oh, but never mind. It won't end nicely even if you hand it over. Ha Ilming gritted his teeth as he said. Why was he so angry? It was because of the incident a few days ago. Ha Ilming's head was damaged because Chun Yowon had destroyed the floor, and he had to stay at the hospital. When he went to the hospital, he was dumbfounded. Starting from Chun Mu-Kium, who was sent there by Ha Ilming himself, there was also instructor Sang Munio, who had his ribcage broken, and Chun Jongsum, who had his internal energy damaged. They were all patients who were either brought in because of Ha Ilming himself or Chun Yowon. What is this bastard? He couldn't understand what Chun Yowon was doing, but he just had to keep quiet. He didn't want to risk letting Chun Mu-Kium know that he was the one who ambushed him. Damn it. After spending a few terrifying days in the medical room, he just got released yesterday morning, and he saw all tags in the hands of other leaders. Ha Ilming, who now had internal energy at the cusp of becoming a master, went to challenge the only instructor who had a yellow tag. Damn it. After beating up by Ho Jinchong, Ha Ilming had to rest for a full day. There was only one way left for him to get a yellow tag, and it was to take it from another group. Which group should I go for? While he thought about it, the former 12th group cadets offered to work together with him to attack Baki. That group has fewer members in it, so it's easier to fight them. Oh, that's good. Most groups had already gathered most of their group members. The only group that was not fully yet was Baki's group. They are originally members of the 7th Cadet Party, so they are waiting for him to come out. Good. Let's do it. There was no need to think twice. He wanted to avenge Chun Yowon for being interrupted twice, so it was the perfect opportunity. You all are cronies of that damn 7th cadet, aren't you? Ha Ilming growled. If these cadets were really related to Chun Yowon, taking their yellow tag was the best vengeance Ha Ilming could think of. What? Cronies? Hubong's eyebrow went up. They were servants, so that wasn't wrong, but it didn't feel good to hear it like that. Today is your unlucky day. Ha Ilming's goal wasn't just to take tags. He was going to break their arms or legs. Baki felt the hostility and began to think, what should I do? Even if he was at the master level, the cadets surrounding them were also at a high level, and there was a total of 30 of them, so Baki's team was hugely outnumbered. In addition, Ha Ilming didn't seem like he was weak. There is no way to move on if the others get hurt. He had to escape and make his way to the cafeteria, but Ojong and Hubong would get hurt. Baki then sent Ojong a telepathic message. Ojong, I'll give you the yellow tag. You escape with Hubong. Eh what? What about you? We can't all run together. I'll hold them down here. Eh what? We will stand together. Don't be foolish. If we lose the yellow tag here, our group will be disbanded. If that happens, it will be too late even if the 7th cadet returns tomorrow. There was one tag remaining, but everyone had given up on that already. Taking it from a Grandmaster level warrior was just impossible. Ojong then nodded bitterly and sent the same words to Hubong. They must be thinking of a plan. Ha Ilming realized they were sending messages and waved for his group to attack. The cadets then charged. Damn it. Baki gritted his teeth and took the tag to give it to the person next to him. They had decided to give the tag to Ojong, but it was passed over to Hubong. Baki then jumped to charge at Ha Ilming since this was the only way out of the situation. The 12th group cadets swung their wooden sword without hesitation. I'm sorry if you didn't like me as a leader, but there was no mercy for this trickery. Baki's foot left a trace. He kicked multiple times at the cadets. His movement was much more powerful than when he fought Ho Jianchong. The cadets each tried to defend, but the chi that Baki's foot wielded destroyed their swords and kicked them backwards. Ugh. And my sword. They were told to never break their swords, and they were shocked when they saw it get destroyed. Ha Ilming glared as he saw Baki's leg glowing. It seemed like that faint color verified the fact that Baki was equally matched with Ha Ilming. Master level, huh? Baki quickly overpowered 3 cadets and charged at Ha Ilming. He then shouted through his telepathic message, "Run! Now!" Ojong and Hubong then quickly charged forward. Baki's path was the only path they could have taken to run. The two of them quickly moved through. Blue clothes dropped to the ground and 2 of them shot past Baki and Ha Ilming to run, and the cadets shouted, "Get him! It's him! That bald guy has the tag." What? Who called me a bald guy? Hubong shouted as he ran. He didn't know, but the clothes that covered his bald head had been pulled off as he charged out. Baldy! Stop! Damn it! Hubong was slow with his running skill, so the cadets began to catch up to him. Ojong then turned to get the tag from Hubong. Grab it! Hubong shouted as he threw the tag. Hubong! Keep running. I know. Hubong knew that he mustn't get caught. He used all his internal energy to get to the cafeteria. After running away for quite some time to get to the cafeteria, he realized that no one had chased him after he handed over the yellow tag. God damn it. Hubong spat with an incredulous look. Chapter 64. This tag is yours, too. Hubong quickly ran into the cafeteria. There was no time to waste when his friends were still in danger. Hubong then went to find Ko Wonger and the other members. There, he then found his team members eating on the right side of the cafeteria. Ko Wonger, who was eating a huge meal, looked back at him weirdly. Hubong, why are you drenched in sweat? We must go now. To the training room. What's going on? Ko Wonger and the cadets immediately placed down their chopsticks and got up. Ambush, there's been an ambush. Baki and Ojong are fighting them. No. Ko Wonger quickly jumped out of his seat and ran out with the other cadets who followed him. Wonger quickly used his lightness skills to shoot past the buildings to run forward. As he reached the front of the private training building, he saw Baki standing there, bleeding from his left thigh, and the cadet who seemed to be Ojong was on the ground, unconscious. There were 12 cadets in front of them, and one of them had his arms crossed. It was Chun Yuchan from the Blade Clan. Is he the one who attacked? Ko Wonger became shocked to see one of the most powerful cadets standing in front of them. But he couldn't just leave his members behind. What is the meaning of this? Ko Wonger shouted and jumped in between Baki and Chun Yuchan. Then Jia Womin, Machel, and Hubong also came up to them. Huh. 5th cadet? Hubong was shocked to see Chun Yuchan standing there with his fellow teammates. Chun Yuchan then smiled with his signature smile. Oh, your friends are here. How dare you ambush us? Ko Wonger shouted with a reddened face, and Yuchan raised his eyebrow. Baki then placed his hand on Wonger's shoulder and spoke to him. It's not him. He didn't attack us. What? Hubong also nodded. Perhaps they had the same goal if they were here standing with them. Besides, Chun Yuchan was already known for taking more yellow tags than needed. Yuchan then shook his head in response to the suspicious eyes. Oh well, I guess our private talk is over. Anyway, you owe me for this, Baki, so think about it. Besides, you don't have your tag anymore. Baki shook his head. Thank you for your help, but my decision remains. Haha, well there's more time, so think about it. Chun Yuchan then smiled and returned to the dorm with his members. After he disappeared, Baki dropped down to the ground. Wonger asked with a worried voice, how bad is it? Baki's left thigh was bloody, but he waved his hand. It's all right. It's not too deep, but we lost the yellow tag. I'm sorry, Baki said as he hung his head down in despair. Hubong then went to Ojong to see how he was doing. It seemed like he was severely beaten up and became unconscious. His clothes had many footprints and dust all over them. Damn it! Hu Buong then noticed Ojong's right hand and shouted with teary eyes. Ojong's right hand had all of his fingers snapped backward and his palm was bruised badly. It seemed he had held onto the yellow tag at all costs, even when his fingers were pulled backward. I should have held it. Ojong's decision to hold it was right, but seeing all the damage made Hu Bong feel he was responsible for it. Jia Wumin and Machel also shuddered in rage with angry expressions on their face. Ko Wonger then carefully asked Baki what had happened. Ha Ilming, former leader of the 6th group, and the other cadets ambushed us. Baki then explained what happened in detail. When Hu Bong gave the tag to Ojong, all the cadets changed targets. Over 20 cadets ran after Ojong and soon caught up to him. And the result was what they were seeing now. I was fighting the 108th cadet. Ha Ilming had consumed the Black Dragon Ball and had master-level internal energy. But with Baki at the mid-level of masters, he had the upper hand in power against Ha Ilming. However, that was only if he could fight him on one-on-one. The others attacked me in turns, Baki said disappointingly. It was for former 12th group cadets that attacked in the middle of everything, and that allowed Ha Ilming to launch an attack that cut his left thigh. With his leg cut down, Ha Ilming then tried to finish him off by throwing a decisive blow. That's when the 5th cadet appeared. Chun Yuchan, who was walking by with his members, found them and told Ha Ilming to hand Baki over. Yuchan had wanted Baki to be on his team for a long time. But of course, Ha Ilming refused. This time, He was determined to not be interfered like when Yuchan interfered him when he was trying to fight Chun Yo-won. Mind your own business. Get lost. He was outnumbered, and his internal energy increased, so he shouted at Chun Yuchan. However, Yuchan just scoffed and quickly overpowered the 5 cadets in just a few movements. You want to continue? Ha Ilming then felt the difference in power and had to leave. Chun Yuchan didn't pay attention to the yellow tag that Ha Ilming's group had taken. His goal was only Baki. Chapter 65. This tag is yours, 3. Chun Yuchan then told Baki that getting more yellow tags was going to be impossible and offered him to join his team. Baki refused without thinking, and that's when Ko Wonger arrived. I didn't know the 5th cadet wanted you. Is it because of the competition? Baki was a talented individual even among all these cadets. Chun Yuchan wanted to become the heir to the throne, so he was bound to want more talented individuals. However, Ko Wonger was surprised that Baki didn't even consider one of most probable future leaders' offer. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we don't have a yellow tag and our hands are tied. Damn it! Baki slammed the ground with his fist. As of now, there were only 2 ways to get their hands on a yellow tag. One was to defeat the instructor Ho Jinchong, and the other was to attack the other groups to steal theirs. But both of the remaining choices didn't seem to be realistic. Who could possibly defeat the Grandmaster level Ho Jinchong and take his tag? And the second option was impossible since they only had 6 members. Most of the groups moved in teams to protect their tags, meaning they would need at least an equal number of members to do it. Zhao Min, who just shook away his anger, asked, "How about we gather the other cadets and do the same thing?" Ko Wonger thought about it, shook his head. "If we gather additional teammates, then we will have to accept members who only seek to take advantage of us, not the ones who will want to follow our master's ways. If they wanted help from other cadets, then they needed to give them something else instead." There were a lot of cadets who didn't have teams yet, so recruiting them was easy, but that meant their team would be filled with members who weren't ready to follow Chun Yo-won's future path. The members all seemed to agree with Wonger, but they all sighed in despair. As all of their faces became shadowed, Ko Wonger shouted, "We cannot just give up." Baki then looked up with eyes full of despair. "And do what? There is still one way. If you were talking about the senior instructor's tag, then I'm sure you know that it's not possible." Baki knew how powerful Ho Jinchong was since he had fought the man himself. He wasn't someone a normal cadet would dare to defeat. Even those princes avoided fighting Ho Jinchong. "We have no choice but to trust our master." Master? The 7th cadet? Ko Wonger thought the only hope remained in Chun Yo-won. As the only cadet who had perfectly countered an instructor, he might be their only hope to defeat Ho Jinchong. Perhaps he would at least be able to take the tag. And if he fails? Then my decision to follow him fails also, Baki smiled bitterly. As Wonger said, if Chun Yo-won did not show them a miracle, they were going to fail the 3rd test automatically. Was waiting for Chun Yo-won the only answer they had? That's when Hubong hoisted Ojong up on his back. Everyone turned to Hubong. "I'll bring Ojong up to the medical room." "I'll help." Zhao Min stood up and went to Hubong, and Hubong spoke to Wonger with a disappointed voice. "I think I should say this. As you said, I trust the master more than anyone else. But I don't think it is right to just wait for him to resolve our issue. If we are his servants, we must do something that only we can do. If we really don't have a choice, then we should go recruit cadets who can join our group instead." Hubong's words shocked everyone, including Ko Wonger. He was always rational and quick-thinking, but he almost put all the burden on his master, Chun Yo-won, without realizing it. Hubong was right. They should be ready with something at least. Did I go too far?" Hubong asked squeamishly. Ko Wonger then burst into laughter. "Haha, you are right, Bong. We can't just rely on our master. As his servants, we should do our best to work for him." "Hubong, you definitely are his best servant." Wonger laughed. Baki, Zhao Min, and Machel also nodded in agreement. It was as Hubong said. If they trusted their master, they should do their best to be ready for the next step. "We would have waited like sitting ducks if it wasn't for you, Hubong." "That's right." Hubong scratched his head while blushing. And with that, this event made the team even stronger. And the next day, Ko Wonger, Baki, Hubong, Machel, and Zhao Min scoured around the dorm and entire the academy, searching for the right cadets to recruit. They realized that recruiting more cadets was the best thing they could do at the moment. But it wasn't easy. Chun Yo-won had proved that he was powerful by defeating an instructor, but he was now in prison. With the only tag remaining in the hands of Ho Jinchong, no one was willing to join Chun Yo-won's group as it seemed like they had no chance. The 5 members did not give up and continued to search for cadets. Hubong also met with various cadets to try to persuade them, but it wasn't easy. As Hubong walked around with heavy footsteps after being rejected multiple times, he heard noises coming from the crowd. Did something happen? Hubong then walked to the area where people had gathered. It was at middle of the stage on the training ground, in the main building where the cadets were watching something. As Hubong got closer to see what was going on, his eye grew large with shock. And master! There was Chun Yo-won, Hubong's awaited master. However, Chun Yo-won was fighting against someone in the middle of the crowd. He was fighting senior instructor Ho Jinchong. Chapter 66. This tag is yours, 4. Early in the morning, on the mountain peak behind the Demonic Academy library, the morning fog covered the lower part of the mountain. 3 men were running up the mountain with their lightness skills. They were instructors of the academy. The one in front was the former 8th group instructor, Impong. The reason why they were going up the mountain today was because today Yowon's imprisonment was scheduled to end. I wonder if he endured it well. Even a more experienced adult would have a hard time being locked up in a dark place all alone. However, the person they locked up was a 15-year-old boy, which raised some concerns. They soon reached the front of the cave. Sir, guards who stood near the entrance saluted the instructors. Impong nodded. Chun Yowon's imprisonment is over. Open the gate. Yes, sir. Guards then moved the locking mechanism from the giant boulder that blocked the entrance and pushed it to the side. As it was pushed away, the cave opened up. With the lamp oil running out, the inside of the cave was pitch black. Spending 5 days in such a place would surely make someone mad. As they looked inside, a topless boy was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation. 7th cadet, you are now being freed. One of the instructors shouted, and Chun Yowon opened his eyes. It was finally the time he had been waiting for. He got up and frowned as the light was too bright in his eyes and walked out. Look at his body. Chun Yowon's topless body showed all his tight muscles. It was hard to believe that they were the muscles of a not fully grown boy. The instructors became astonished. But what really astounded Impong were Chun Yowon's eyes. Are these the eyes of a boy who was locked up in prison alone for 5 days? His eyes were deeper and more determined than when he was locked up. It was as if Yowon had found the truth after some hard training. Impong was astonished, but he didn't show it and spoke to him. Where are your top clothes? That's... Chun Yowon then went back and took out his clothes. The stench made all the instructors frown in disgust. Ugh. What did you do to your clothes? Instructor Simong snatched the clothes and threw it far away. Impong sighed and took off his outer robe and handed it over to Yowon. Oh, thank you, sir. Yowon then began putting on the clothes and Simong looked into the cave, checking to see if he had done anything inside. There was no trace of anything within. Simong nodded at the other 2 instructors, and they began climbing down the mountain. But Simong had missed something there. He had not noticed the rocks that had been piled up to block the hole at the bottom, near the deep inner wall. The light didn't reach that area, so Simong didn't notice this. Phew, Yowon sighed in relief. He hoped Simong would not enter the cave to check inside, and luckily he didn't. As they began to climb down, guards that stood in front sealed off the cave again and grinned at each other. We're done. Yay, they shouted in joy. The special mission that was assigned to them to stand guard day and night was finally over. Instructors grinned at the sound of joy coming from the mountain top. Can I ask something, sir? Yowon asked Impong while going down. Impong nodded. How many yellow tags are left? Impong grinned. The boy was locked up alone for 5 days, and his first question was about the number of available yellow tags. This meant that Yowon hadn't given up yet. There's 1 left. 1. Yowon's face darkened at the word. He figured there wouldn't be that many tags left since there was only 1 day left to take the tags, but he didn't think there would be only 1. Is the 1 held by him? Impong knew who Chun Yowon was talking about. He was talking about senior instructor Ho Jin-chong. Impong nodded. It's as I thought. Getting the yellow tag from Ho Jin-chong was impossible for anyone. Impong spoke to Yowon. I'm sure you know that's not the only tag you can get your hands on. Yes. He didn't say it outright, but he was talking about the tags from the other leaders. It was what was recommended unofficially, but it wasn't something that an instructor could say out loud. Attacking other cadets, Chun Yowon was deep in thought as he went down the mountain. When they got to the bottom of the mountain, instructors told Yowon that he was free to do whatever he wanted now. Yowon then followed instructors to the main building. When they got to the front of the main building, Impong asked curiously, do you want to say something? I have a request to make. Request? Can you call the instructor who has the last yellow tag? What? Impong frowned at Yowon's sudden request. He didn't think Yowon was following them to attempt to take the yellow tag from the senior instructor. There was no time left for him, but he didn't think Yowon would try to fight Ho Jin-chong right after he got out of the cave. Yet, the one who answered him wasn't Impong. Are you crazy? Don't be reckless and find something you can do instead. It was Simong who answered. He didn't care about Chun Yowon, but even he could see that fighting Ho Jin-chong was impossible. If Yowon were to get hurt while trying to fight Ho Jin-chong, that would mean the end of his test. Impong also seemed to agree with this and nodded. Don't overdo it. I know you are running out of time, but you have to be careful. Impong thought Yowon's decision was coming from being in a hurry. He knew the situation, but he hoped Yowon would not go overboard. However, Yowon did not change his mind. Chapter 67. This tag is yours. 5. Thank you for your advice. I will give up if I really think it is too much. I just hope that you will give me a chance. Impong became frustrated by Yowon's polite request. He hoped Yowon would choose his actions carefully after his punishment, but it didn't seem like Yowon had changed. Simong shook his head. Give up during the fight? I doubt that will be easy. Ho Jin-chong wasn't the type to go easy after the duel started. Simong then walked in and Impong said worriedly, I guess you leave me with no choice. Try to protect yourself from any injuries at least, or else you really will lose all your options. Yes, sir. Ho Jin-chong made all the cadets who challenged him to stay in the medical room or meditate for an entire day to recover. Soon, Ho Jin-chong came out of the entrance. The appearance of the senior instructor who was at the top of the power rank in the academy made all the cadets stop in their tracks. Wow, someone's challenging him. Instructor Ho? What fool had decided to challenge him? Wait, that's 7th cadet. Was he released today? Wow, is this real? Is he really challenging Instructor Ho? Soon, over 30 cadets had gathered around them. It was natural for the cadets who wanted to see someone issue a challenge for the only remaining yellow tag. Not to mention that it was a fight from the famous 7th cadet himself. 7th cadet. Ho Jin-chang looked at Chun Yo-won with anticipation. After the duel 6 days ago, he had been wanting to fight Chun Yo-won ever since then, and now he was here. 7th cadet. Chun Yo-won, reporting. Long time no see. You've done great work enduring your prison time. Yo-won bowed, and Ho Jin-chang responded. He heard from Simong that Yo-won wanted to challenge him. Chun Yo-won was the only cadet who had countered an instructor completely. Ho Jin-chang looked at him with excitement. Yo-won stated, I look forward to learning from this duel, sir. All the cadets all gasped in astonishment. Oh, it's a challenge. As many cadets gathered to look, Yo-won was satisfied for fulfilling his first plan. This was why he chose the front of the main building as the dueling location. His punishment had given many cadets a bad impression of him. He was also stripped of his leader status, which made it even worse. I need to turn it upside down. As someone who was also in the competition to become the heir to the throne, he needed trust and support from as many cadets as possible. However, that was currently out of his control. He could have attacked other members, but that wasn't going to win him any support from the other cadets. In the demonic cult, there was only one way to gain support. Now, I have to prove my power. The stage was ready. It was morning, so cadets who were on their way to the training building were gathering up. Ho Jin-chang asked, will you use the wooden sword? Or your bare hands? I will do it with bare-handed. It was the right choice. Using the wooden sword did not help the cadets. They would have a better chance at countering the swordless instructors using 7 demon sword without their swords as well. In the worst-case scenario, that would allow the cadets to fight with their fists. But of course, the instructors were better at fistfights. Ho Jin-chang then readied himself while putting down a wide stomp. It was just a preparation stance, but the weight of the atmosphere changed. Even the cadets who were watching them became tense. How can he defeat that monster? No. Even if it is 7th cadet, this won't work. Even the 5th cadet gave up. Cadets all saw Chun Yo-won defeat instructor Sang Munyo. But even then they didn't think Yo-won had a chance at defeating Ho Jin-chang. He was just too strong. Come, I will let you take the lead. Ho Jin-chang, who knew Yo-won had just entered the master level, allowed Yo-won to attack first. Yo-won had no reason to decline the offer. Thank you, sir. Then, Yo-won flashed forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly getting into range. He's quick. Ho Jin-chang was astonished by the faster speed than what he had expected. However, Ho Jin-chang was an experienced warrior. He quickly pulled up a sword defense with his 2 fingers to unleash the defense formation of 7 demon sword, or the 5th sword. So what will it be? I know all of your blade skills. At that moment, Ho Jin-chang's eyes shook. He thought Yo-won was going to unleash his blade skill, but Yo-won instead used 2 of his fingers to counter the 7 demon sword with his movements. Oh, Ho Jin-chang had seen Yo-won counter Sang Munyo's 7 demon sword already, so he had prepared the following movements to respond to Yo-won's counterattack. However, he didn't expect Yo-won to use a sword skill. This wasn't just a quick change. What is this sword movement? The sword movement's level was too sophisticated. It seemed like he was going to be in danger too early if things progressed at this rate. If you can use such sword skill, then you deserve a more powerful foe. The glare in Ho Jin-chang's eyes changed. The advantage of the 7 demon sword created by the sword demon was that an unlimited number of formations could be created by mixing all existing formations and movements. If all this was unleashed by Grandmaster level warrior Ho Jin-chang, it would become a powerful sword formation. Ho Jin-chang changed the first sword formation and made various changes to it. All the cadets watching were astonished. They too had learned the sword skill, so they knew about the power of the 7 demon sword. But they were astonished to see the difference in levels, especially with the skills that Ho Jin-chang was using. No way. That's impossible to defend against. Everyone thought the same thing, but something unexpected happened in the next moment. Yo-won's body made a complicated change that left a trace while moving quickly, and his sword created 20-hour clear white lines at once, attacking Ho Jin-chang. What is this sword formation? Ho Jin-chang's 7 demon sword was countered. Yo-won's sword formation wasn't something that one could defend against. White lines targeted the blood points from all sides, and Yo-won shot past him. And the powerful energy stored within the sword formation threw Ho Jin-chang up into the sky. Ugh. Ho Jin-chang dropped and fell onto one knee. All the cadets couldn't believe their eyes. The sword force of the demon sky, which had been sleeping within the blue pearl pedestal for hundreds of years, had finally been revealed by Chun Yo-won, the descendant of founding father Chun Ma. Chapter 68. This tag is yours. 6. Ho Jin-chang tried to defend against the 24 swords at once, but he could only counter 3 of them. He then quickly wrapped himself up with defensive energy. Yo-won's finger pressed his blood point, inflicting pain. If Yo-won had a sword in his hand, it would have killed Jin-chang. And even with his bare hand, the powerful sword move was like a violent storm, making Jin-chang spin. Arg. Ho Jin-chang quickly unleashed 100% of his internal energy to defend himself. At least the internal energy within the movements did not exceed his own. Ho Jin-chang barely shook off the power and landed on the ground, but lost his balance and fell to his knees. All the cadets' mouths were agape from the shock. It was amazing that Chun Yo-won had learned such a powerful sword skill, but what was more important was that he had made Ho Jin-chang fall on his knees. It worked just like the simulation. Chun Yo-won himself was also thrilled to see that it had worked. Ho Jinchang's sword movements with the 7 demon sword was very similar to the counter sword skill from the blue pearl stone pedestal. However, Ho Jinchang's movements were only at the early stages of the counter sword skill, and when the counter sword skill had 24 movements at its perfection, the 7 demon sword only had 8. Therefore, it wasn't enough to defend against the sword force of the demon sky. This movement, Ho Jinchang looked at Yowan with trembling eyes. Yowan still did not let down his guard and was ready for another round. He's still not done yet. The fight is not over. Yowan had overwhelmed him in the movement, but he felt Ho Jinchang's strong energy shooting out. Yowan was almost at the brink of breaking through the master level, but he was still far from reaching the grandmaster level. This is interesting, Yowan. Ho Jinchang readied himself. He hadn't used his own skills, but he didn't go easy either. He then wanted to fight against Chun Yowan with his best. Humph! Ho Jinchang let out a breath and powerful energy began to seep out from his hand, cracking the stone floor. It was by pushing out Yowan's sword energy that had infiltrated his body. He pushed out the energy. Yowan's eyes grew wider. Highly trained warriors had the free flow of energy within their bodies, so it was easy for them to push out the hostile energy. Ho Jinchang got up and Yowan readied himself again. The fight was not over. That's when the unexpected happened. Ho Jinchang, who seemed to want to fight back instantly, pulled back his energy. Jinchang then smiled at Yowan, who was confused. It is amazing. You really become different as the days go by. Maybe we have a monster beyond imagination born within our cult. Jinchang thought that, but he didn't say it out loud. He then pulled out the tag from his chest. Really? The cadets were excited. I accept my loss. You are worthy enough to be a group leader. This tag is yours. At those words, the cadets began to shout in excitement. All their faces were red from the surge of excitement after seeing something that was impossible become a reality. He really did it. Is this even true? He really is a monster. It wasn't a complete victory, but Yowan had made Ho Jinchang fall to his knees. There was no way for the cadets who were also cultists to not feel excited to see such strength. Yowan then bowed to Ho Jinchang. Thank you, instructor. Don't thank me. You acquired it with your own skill. Jinchang smiled and placed the tag in Yowan's hand. So, after 5 days, Yowan had returned to become a group leader. But the weight of the tag was very different with all the things that had happened up until now. I will never forget this. Yowan then heard someone shouting, Master! It was Hubong. He had not imagined Yowan to appear in the middle of nowhere and suddenly acquire another yellow tag at once. All of this was just too exciting. Hubong, Master! We've been waiting for your return. But there was another man. Someone walked past all cadets and came up to Yowan. Baki? Yowan did not know that Baki had joined his members while he was gone. Baki looked at Yowan awkwardly and kneeled in front of him. All the cadets around them then turned to Baki. Why is Baki kneeling? What is going on? Baki was another group leader level cadet, so it was confusing. The cadets didn't know what happened yesterday, so they thought Baki was another group leader with a tag. Baki, what are you doing? Yowan asked. Baki then shouted in a loud voice, I will first thank you. I, the 18th cadet, Baki, survived from the Poison Clan's poison attack due to Prince Chun Yowan. People began to mumble to themselves in shock. What? The Poison Clan tried to kill the 18th cadet? What's going on? It was natural for the cadets to be shocked to hear this. All they knew up until now was that Yowan had destroyed Chun Jiangsam's internal energy, which looked like a foolish act to provoke the Poison Clan. But if what Baki said was right, then Chun Yowan was helping Baki. I am deeply touched by your actions. You pushed yourself so far that you even got sent to prison. What is up with him and this politeness? Yowan frowned slightly since he knew how Baki usually talked. However, he realized what Baki was trying to do here, so he didn't say anything. What? So the 7th cadet did that to save the 18th cadet? But what for? The cadets seemed to find this to be very shocking. Baki then bowed. I, Baki, will serve Prince Chun with my life from now on. Yowan was astonished. If Baki had planned this himself, this really was astounding. Baki, who was not part of Yowan's group yet, had just announced to all the cadets that he would be joining Yowan for his noble deed. Among the cadets, there was a muscular cadet who stood between them with a smile on his face. It was Ko Wonger. He sent a telepathic message to Baki. Good work. It was a bit awkward though. I will do what you want just this once. That will do. What Baki did had been planned by Ko Wonger. He had thought of this plan in a short time when all cadets were shouting with joy. Baki then had to act in front of all cadets for the sake of the plan. At the same time, there were 2 instructors walking up the stairs of the main building. Instructor Ho Jinchang and Impeng. It's noisy outside. Impeng knew why, of course. Will it be okay, sir? Why wouldn't it be? He is worthy of such recognition. Yes, sir. Impeng had also watched the fight. He was worried at first, but Yowan surprised him yet again. But I was really impressed. How did he learn such martial arts? Impeng was experienced with the sword, but even he was shocked to see it. However, it was weird that he had never seen such sword art throughout all the time that he had been in the cult. Do you think the right guardian taught him that skill too? I am not sure, but he definitely is an exceptional warrior, so I guess that might be the case. Would a blade skill user teach his apprentice a sword skill? Impeng thought this was weird, but that seemed to be the only logical reason. As they reached the 3rd floor, Impeng turned to walk into instructor's office, but Ho Jinchang went up further. Aren't you coming to the office? You go ahead. I want to take a break. Yes, sir. Ho Jinchang then walked up the stairs to the roof of the main building. At the fence on the roof, someone was there. He had long red hair that was fluttering in the breeze. "Chief, come over." Hamming did not look back. He was looking down at the crowd below. "I would not have held back if it wasn't for your telepathic message. Anyone would do that if they were challenged with such a sword movement." Hamming had watched the fight from the start, and he had seen Yowan's powerful sword movements in detail. Ho Jinchang walked up to the Hamming and spoke with a quiet voice. "When I was young, I fought wars against the forces of evil and justice countless times. And of course, there had been many instances where I fought in the war with our Lord. I'm sure you, as a guardian, know about this better than me." Li Hamming narrowed his eyes. He knew what Jinchang was trying to say. Ho Jinchang mumbled to Hamming, who was looking down silently. "That sword movement, if I'm not wrong, it was very close to the Lord's sword art of the Sky Demon." "No, it was similar, but something much more." Chapter 69. I will do the same to you. 1. Sword art of the Sky Demon. One of the best sword arts, and the best sword art within the demonic cult itself. It was created by Chun Ma, nicknamed the Sky Demon, who was known for his talent in martial arts. He had risen above everyone else at the time. As time passed by, many sword arts were created to counter the sword art of the Sky Demon, and soon the demonic sword of the heavenly god was said to overpower it. Ho Jinchang's eyes flickered as he spoke. Yowan's sword movement had left a striking impression that he could not forget. Even Li Hamming was shocked to see such perfect sword movement. It's similar to the sword art of the Sky Demon, but it's much more. Li Hamming had seen the Lord use his sword art multiple times already, and thus he was able to conclude that Yowan's sword skill was better. Then how did Chun Yowan learn such sword skills? There was only one possible way. The pedestal. The pedestal in the library was known to hold secret regarding Father Chun Ma's last finding of the truth. However, the backside of the pedestal had been destroyed, so it was left in secret. One of the former lords thought the pedestal was useless, so he ordered it to place it in the library as a display. But the backside is damaged. Li Hamming had also looked at the backside of the pedestal multiple times, but he wasn't sure what it meant due to the marks all over it. Ho Jinchang then asked carefully, "Chief, do you think his sword skill is from the ped?" "Instructor Ho." Li Hamming cut him off. "Keep this as a secret between you and me for now." "So, you are thinking of the same thing?" "Yes, sir." Li Hamming nodded. That was the only possible way for Yowan to have grasped the sword skill. After all, they had reached the same conclusion. It wasn't certain as to why Li Hamming wanted to keep this a secret, but maybe this would be better for Yowan. Most of the cadets dispersed to go about with their training, but not all of them had left. 2 cadets were left. One was a girl who had a round and cute face, but she was taller than most of the male cadets. If it wasn't for Ko Wonger, she would probably be the tallest amongst all cadets remaining in front of the building. "Oh, she is." Ko Wonger knew her very well. She was the 222th cadet, Ho Sanghua, known to be one of the top 3 ranks in power out of the female cadets. Why is he blushing? Baki was curious about Ko Wonger's expression. Ho Sanghua walked up to Yowan and spoke politely. "You were great just now, Prince Chun. I didn't think you would get Instructor Ho's tag. Congratulations. I was lucky." "Thank you." Yowan pretended to not notice, but he was able to guess why she had come up to him. "Let me be frank. I waited here because I want to join your team." After she saw Yowan fighting against Ho Jinchang, she thought Yowan was a worthy leader. If she became his teammate, that would increase her chances of passing the 3rd test. Yet Yowan didn't want a teammate just for the test. "I'm S." Chun Yowan tried to say this, but Sanghua interrupted to speak first. "Hold on. I want to ask you something first. Will you bring in any individual, no matter their gender, if they are talented?" Ho Sanghua was serious. It seemed like she was mindful of the fact that she was a girl. Yowan couldn't just answer simply, but he already had the answer since a long time ago. "If a talented individual wants to join me, then I have no reason not to accept. Gender or clan do not matter." Chun Yowan had been discriminated and bullied for not coming from the 6 clans. He wanted to overthrow such things from the start. "I see." Ho Sanghua then took about 10 steps back and swung her wooden sword with a sword movement. Chun Yowan, Wonger, Baki, and Hu Bong all became intrigued. She was using the 7-demon sword. She has learned the 7-demon sword. Only a short amount of time had passed, but she was using the skill flawlessly. Her movements were top class. After showing the first sword movement up to the 5th, she came up to Yowan again and knelt down on one knee. "I was touched by your sacrifice that you made for your servant. You said you will accept any individual no matter their gender or clan. If you accept me, I will prove that I am worthy." She spoke with confidence and strength. There was no reason to decline such an offer made from someone so confident and knew how to show their strength. "My path will be treacherous and we might shed blood. Can you take that burden on yourself?" "I wouldn't say I wanted to join you if I wasn't ready for that." Chun Yowan then smiled and bowed. "Thank you. Welcome to my team." Ho Sanghua then bowed and shouted, "I, the 222nd cadet, Ho Sanghua, will pledge allegiance to Prince Chun for life." So, Chun Yowan had gained the first woman cadet on his team. And there was one who was overjoyed by this event. It was Ko Wonger. He was so happy that he couldn't hide his joy. "Oh, this is awkward." And there was one more cadet who left. He was scrawny and had crumpled hair, and he had been excited over Yowan's fight more than anyone else. "Do you have something to say?" Yowan asked him. The cadet then became hesitant and knelt down on both knees. I want to be on your team, Prince." "And why did you hesitate?" The cadet then scratched his head and embarrassingly answered, "I have not learned the 7-demon sword yet, I wanted to prove myself to you, but I couldn't find anything to show. Chapter 70. I will do the same to you, too. He put down his head in embarrassment because he didn't have anything to show when Ho Sanghwa had just showed off her power. She proved herself in such a cool way. Will Prince Chun accept someone like me? He wasn't a cadet from a clan that specialized in martial arts. His father was a mid-ranked warrior, and his family's martial arts was only at the second level, which was weaker than most families. However, seeing Yowon's fights had given him hope to become stronger. Do you want to join me? I am weak, but if you accept me, I will serve you wholeheartedly. And I will do my best not to become a nuisance. The cadet's eyes were full of admiration, just like how Hubong looked at Chun Yowon now. It almost made him laugh. Are you weak? Yowon asked back, and the cadet became uneasy, thinking that Yowon would refuse. Yowon then smiled and bowed. You can always become strong. I am grateful that you want to join me nonetheless. Welcome. It was possible to become stronger, but having loyalty was not something that could be easily achieved. Oh, the cadet teared up because of the welcome. He then began pounding the ground with his forehead, bowing. Jinguk, the eldest son of Jin family, hereby pledges allegiance to the prince. Thank you. Ko Wonger and Baki also saw Hubong's shadow in Jinguk. However, Hubong himself thought that Jinguk was going overboard and shook his head. With that, Yowon now had a total of 8 members with him. It was a total of 9 if Chun Yowon was included, so he only needed 3 more cadets now. I wish there were more who might be interested. Ko Wonger had expected more cadets to want to join their team. He had thought Yowon's reputation would go up by defeating Ho Jinchong and accepting Baki into the team, but Ko Wonger didn't know that it was too much for the cadets to trust fully Yowon, who had lost his leadership rights once. At least Master has the yellow tag now. We can get more cadets soon. There was a time limit in getting a yellow tag, but there was no time limit for getting teammates. Therefore, they didn't need to hurry. Yowon then looked around and asked Wonger, where are the others? He asked because he didn't see Ojong, Zhao Wumin, Machel, Wangchen, and Ho Daming. Wonger and Hubong frowned. Chun Yowon did not know anything about what had happened while he was gone. He didn't even know that Wangchen and Ho Daming had left him. Master, I think we should talk in private. Yowon nodded as he realized something had happened while he was gone by the look on Wonger's face. This place had too much foot traffic from the cadets and instructors, so they decided to move. The team then moved to the mountain at the back of the dormitory building. Machel and Zhao Wumin, who were out to recruit cadets, had joined them. They were happy to see Chun Yowon, and they were surprised to hear that Yowon had gotten a yellow tag right away. As they gathered at the mountain, Ko Wonger first told Yowon that Wangchen and Ho Daming had left. As their names came up, most of the members responded in anger. How dare they betray the master? It's good that we don't have them anymore. It's right to not have them if they cannot overcome such hardship. But Chun Yowon did not get angry. He just calmly listened and nodded. He already had expected some leavers in his group, since he was the one who brought this situation upon them. Fortunately, no one else left the team, and they still acted together. I thank all of you for staying with me to the end. I really appreciate it. Yowon got up and bowed to every member. Ko Wonger and the others were touched by that action. Master, Ko Wonger was able to confirm that his decision to stay with Yowon was right. So, the first issue was taken care of, but the next one was bigger. So, with that aside, where is Ojong? At Yowon's question, Hubong teared up. He still felt guilty for letting Ojong get hurt. The other cadets all seemed to be angry just by thinking of it. What had happened? Chun Yowon frowned, realizing there had been some serious problem by the looks of it. That's Baki, who had lost his yellow tag, tried to explain, but Ko Wonger shook his head. He carefully explained how Baki joined them, and how Ha Ilming ambushed and was stopped by Chun Yuchan. Wonger also told him how Ojong's fingers were snapped backward, and he had bruises all over his body. Thus he had to be carried to the medical room, but Chun Yowon's eyes only turned sharp and cold. He didn't seem to be furious. He's different from before. Baki was surprised. If it was the same Yowon from the medical room 5 days ago, he would have been angry after hearing this. But now he just focused on listening to what had happened with icy eyes. It was foolish to be concerned about the possibility that Yowon might run after Ha Ilming for revenge. Yowon was angry, but he kept a cool mindset. He still hasn't fixed his ways. Ha Ilming always played with trickery. His actions weren't wrong as the academy itself supported the cadets fighting each other for the tags, but Ha Ilming didn't come for it himself. He brought over 30 people to mob them, and that was too much. So master, what will you do? Ko Wonger asked, since it was up to Chun Yowon now. They had gotten a yellow tag, so they could just let it be, but they couldn't just forgive Ha Ilming and others for what they did. They were curious as to what Chun Yowon would decide to do. Yowon then spoke to them. We'll pay them back with the same thing. Chapter 71. I will do the same to you. 2 hours ago, there was a big open space at the back of the larger training room building on the northeastern side of the academy. And in that space, about 20 cadets had gathered to practice 7 demon sword. They were not powerful like the other cadets, but they helped each other complete their sword skills. They were cadets from the former 12th group. They used to practice formations under Baki's guidance before the second test, but after the test, Baki left them. That's why they were now here without Baki and Chun Jongsum. Penghak, is it really okay for you to go alone? The 670th cadet, Galen asked as he was worried. Penghak was the one who attacked Baki from behind while fighting against Ha Ilming last night. Wu Penghak was the leader of the group now. I was told to go alone. We have no choice. Wu Penghak was also worried, but he couldn't ignore Chun Yuchan's warning. He had made a deal, so he had to go to receive the payment for keeping the promise. If we get the tag, we can create a team. Yes, but one tag will only make us fight against each other. They had 20 members, so having one yellow tag meant that 8 of them had to be cast out. This would surely create turmoil. Galen was right to be worried, but Penghak shook his head. But we can't just stand around and do nothing. Yeah, we have to do whatever it takes to survive. If we give up because we're weak, then it's over. Galen couldn't object to those words. They had contacted other group leaders with yellow tags, but it wasn't possible to join their groups. Most of them just accepted their former group members, so it was hard to find any empty spots in the first place. So, you think about looking after yourself too? Yes, but to sell out our former leader, I don't think it's right. The water has been spilled. There's no going back. And don't worry about the group. If I become a leader, I will ensure your spot. Penghak whispered and Galen frowned. It seemed that Penghak had misunderstood. Penghak then tried to walk out to meet with Yuchan. While he was trying to leave, someone came up to block him. Wait, why you? It was Chun Yowon. He was now the most famous cadet within the academy. Yowon was also responsible for destroying Chun Jongsam's internal energy. Penghak was shocked to see Yowon. Why are you? What's the surprise? They didn't know Yowon was out of prison yet. But there was more. 7 more cadets appeared from the corner of the building. Haik! Wu Penghak was startled, and he stumbled back a few steps. Ko Wonger, Baki, Ho Senghua, Jia Wumin, Hu Bong, Machel, and Jin Guk were standing behind Yowon. Except for Ho Senghua and Jin Guk, who had joined the team today, the other 5 were furious. Baki! Penghak was mostly afraid of Baki. With a horrific look from his scar that ran across his eye, Baki's glare made it even more terrifying. Did you sell me out? Baki looked at Penghak with disappointment. They had overheard the conversation between Penghak and Galen from behind the building. It was understandable that they had launched an ambush to get the yellow tag since they were desperate to survive. But selling Baki out when he was their former teammate was something he couldn't accept, and Ojong had been severely injured in the process. Stop! Former 12th group members quickly ran up after realizing that Yowon and his members had appeared. Baki! Galen and the other cadets were also shocked to see Baki. They were worried as Baki was not badly injured, and there he was with his teammates. Are you here for revenge? Galen shouted while biting his lips. However, Ko Wonger answered instead. You ambushed us and thought you would not pay the price? Ko Wonger, who was almost twice as large as most of the cadets, roared at them. The 12th group cadets outnumbered Yowon's team, but they were afraid. We have more. We can win this. Penghak shouted at his members. Even yesterday, they were able to hurt Baki after outnumbering them. There was no way Baki would have recovered, so there was no reason for them to lose. But Chun Yowon is here too. The cadets couldn't attack, however. This was different from yesterday. It was hard enough to deal with Baki alone, but they were now facing Chun Yowon, who had crushed an instructor's ribcage. And Yowon was also infamous within the academy. I heard he destroys the internal energy if he gets pissed off. We can't fight him. He sent so many people to the medical room. He's evil. It wasn't on purpose, but there were a lot of cadets who were afraid of Chun Yowon. And the cadets of the 12th group knew that one of their members, Chun Jongsum, had his internal energy destroyed. That was what made them even more afraid. Fools. We have much more people than them. Penghak became frustrated at his members. Yowon then spoke to him coldly. You are the foolish one. How dare you say such a thing in front of me? What? At that instance, Yowon quickly closed in on Penghak. It was so quick that Penghak couldn't do anything as Yowon grabbed his wrist. Yowon then grabbed the right wrist with his left and punched Penghak's stomach. Control. Control. He tried to go easy as best as he could. But, arg, as his fist struck the stomach, Penghak's eyes grew wide and he spat blood out from his mouth. His body was also thrown up about 3 meters into the air and flew all the way back. Ugh. I tried. Chapter 72. I will do the same to you, for he tried to use only half of his power, but it was still monster-like. At least it was weaker than when he destroyed Jongsum's chin and teeth. The 12th group cadets became pale after seeing Penghak getting thrown away with one punch. Penghak had gained top-class internal energy after consuming the Black Dragon Ball, but he couldn't even endure one fist. Penghak! Galen shouted at Penghak, who was thrown back. He sat there unconsciously with bubbles foaming at his mouth. We cannot fight him. Most of the cadets were either similar or weaker than Penghak. They had Ha Ilming, who was almost equal to Baki when they fought yesterday, but no one else could deal with Yowon. You want to keep going? Yowon threatened the 12th cadets. All of them then shook their heads in fear. They couldn't even bear to think about fighting Yowon, Baki, and Ko Wonger all together. We surrender. Galen, who was next in line in terms of rank, made a declaration. Hubong then ran up with reddened eyes and grabbed Galen's collar. Where is it? What are you talking about? Where is the tag that you took from us yesterday? Ojong had tried to protect it with his life, even when his fingers were snapped back. If they didn't get that back, Ojong's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Galen spoke bitterly. 108th Cadet. Ha Ilming has it. It's as we expected. Ko Wonger sighed to Yowon. They had expected this already, as Ha Ilming probably wouldn't have given the yellow tag to these people. Damn it. Ugh. Hubong then threw a punch at Galen's face. It wasn't all that powerful like Yowon's, but it was enough to bruise Galen's right cheek in blue. Hubong then pushed Galen down and tried to pummel him, but Baki stopped him. Stop. Don't stop me. Are you protecting him because he was your teammate? No. I have something I want to ask first. Back off. Baki had no intention to stop him. He was a former team leader of these people, but he knew what was at stake here. Their actions were unacceptable. Galen. Baki. Galen wiped the blood dripping from his mouth and looked up at Baki before he averted his gaze. He had tried to dissuade Pinghak and the other cadets, but he failed and eventually ambushed Baki together with them, so he couldn't look into his eyes. You said you all sold me out. What does that mean? I'm sorry. You've already done it, so don't give me that bullshit. Who did you make a deal with? Galen hesitated for a bit and answered, Chun Yu-chan from the Blade Clan made the offer. Chun Yu-chan? Yoan was surprised to hear Chun Yu-chan's name. He thought it was strange when he heard that Yu-chan had helped Baki, but he didn't think Yu-chan would be involved in such a way. Prince Chun Yu-chan told us to attack you, take your tag, and put you in danger. What? He told you to attack me? Baki was dumbfounded. He thought he owed Yu-chan for helping him out the other night, so he didn't think it was all planned from the beginning. So, you were promised to be given a yellow tag for it? Yes. They sold Baki for their own good. Since Baki had now found out about this, the 9 cadets who ambushed together couldn't hide their embarrassment. Baki. I'm sorry, bastards. Baki couldn't forgive them, so he walked away. He didn't even feel the need to beat them up on his own. Humph. Hubong then began pounding Galen's face. He was going to make Galen become like Ojong. Nobody thought to stop Hubong, and Galen too didn't even moan. Wait a second, not again. This time, it was Ko Wonger who stopped him. Hubong, who was drenched in sweat, responded with an annoyed voice. Ko Wonger placed his hand on Hubong's shoulder and sent a telepathic message. Will you be satisfied at beating up just one man? Hubong then became surprised and looked back at Wonger. Trust me. I will bring out everything. Ko Wonger sent his messages confidently, and Hubong nodded before he stepped aside. Wonger then spoke to Galen, who was on the ground. 670th Cadet. Do you trust what Yu-chan had promised you? What do you mean? Do you really think Chun Yu-chan will give you a yellow tag? Galen's eyes shook. He too had been suspicious of this ever since. They had fulfilled their part of the deal, but he didn't believe in it from the beginning. He promised us. Since there are 20 of you, he must have promised to give you 2 tags. That's. He didn't say he would give 2. But he couldn't tell the truth in front of everyone since it would surely cause problems. Did he say he would give only 1? Ko Wonger accurately guessed the situation, and Galen was baffled. The cadets who didn't join the ambush yesterday frowned at once. What? What is he talking about? You told us that we would be on the team. Wu Penghak had assured the members that even if they didn't join the ambush, they would all be together. However, if they only got 1 tag, the outcome was obvious. There were only 2 spots left for the cadets who didn't join the ambush, so it was bound to end up in a fight. Cadets from the 12th group then turned to Wu Penghak and Galen angrily. Ko Wonger bitterly said, You all were used and are trying to turn back on yourselves now. Used? What are you talking about? Do you think Chun Yu-chan did not know this would happen if he only gave 1 tag? If you fight against one another, you are playing right into his hands. Wonger explained it calmly, and the cadets gritted their teeth. If Chun Yu-chan had really used them, then they were just pawns who played under his feet. Ko Wonger then smiled to finish what he started. Are you all angry? If you are, then you must get revenge. Chapter 73. I will do the same to you. 5. 2 hours later, Galen and the 12th group cadets were serious as they aimed their wooden swords. Their furious glares were directed at Yumpa while they were actually angry toward Chun Yu-chan, the prince of the Blade Clan, who was behind all this. We almost were used and thrown away. It was shocking as it was, as Wonger had said. They didn't think they were being used, but after meeting with Chun Yu-chan, everything became clear. For Chun Yu-chan, the other cadets were only pawns in his game. Unless they were talented like Baki, he didn't think much about the others. What are you doing? Yumpa asked Galen. He was facing cadets from the 12th group who had made a deal with Chun Yu-chan to get a yellow tag. But what was this hostility? You think you can keep using us for the yellow tag? I don't follow. You still think us as fools? Galen shouted angrily, and Yumpa narrowed his eyes before he turned to Chun Yo-won. So, someone's pulling tricks on you. Huh. Look who's talking. Hubong scoffed at Yumpa's words. You can't even get a tag from an instructor, so you ambushed us during the night. Who's pulling the tricks? Hubong shouted, and Yo-won's members also smirked as they nodded. Ho Sanghua and Jin-guk also heard about what had happened, so they had disgust in their looks also. Ha Ilming was furious after hearing such words, however. His face was red with anger, and he glared at Hubong. You ran from us like rats, and you dare speak to us as weaklings? Ha Ilming shouted, and Ko Wonger burst into laughter. Haha, this is a great one. Ha Ilming, then I'm sure you will never run away from us then? Oh, but we have no intention to let you run anyway. Ko Wonger threatened him, and Ha Ilming's face turned grim. Damn it. With the 12th group cadets turning their backs on them, the situation had turned upside down. Ha Ilming's group was now trapped. He needed at least twice the number of Yo-won's team to defeat them, but they were outnumbered. What happened? If he knew this would happen, he would not have sided with Yumpa. Fighting against them when being outnumbered meant they had no chances of winning. Ugh, should I run? But he had a chance to run away if he ran alone, but this meant that he had to abandon all of his teammates. They'd probably never join Ha Ilming's team again. There were no options left for him. Damn it. Yumpa was also in the same situation. He knew there was no chance of winning here, but if he failed again, then he was going to lose the final chance to stay by Chun Yu-chan. I have to persuade them no matter what. Yumpa then hid his frustration and turned to Galen to softly speak to him. Galen, I think there's been a mistake. Don't you trust Prince Chun Yuchan as his servants? If you get fooled by such tricks, will you give us 2 tags then? What? If he wants all of us, he'll need at least 2 tags so that all of us can pass the test. The leaders who had yellow tags could only recruit 11 members on their team. The 12th group cadets had 19 members, so they needed 2 tags in order to include everyone. Yumpa bit his lips. He couldn't make false promises that Chun Yuchan did not allow. However, if he failed to persuade them, then his mission was over. Let's do this. I'll ask Prince Chun to let you guys get 2 tags. Doing this meant that he wouldn't be lying. He was going to ask, but he wouldn't be able to do anything if Yuchan refused to do so. Please, please. It was a hard offer for the 12th group members to refuse. If they defeated Yumpa and Ha Ilming right here, they were only going to get 1 tag. Galen also seemed to be interested. It almost worked. Come on, Yumpa smiled. Galen hesitated a bit and asked, it sure seems like a good deal, but can you take it? Yumpa didn't understand his question. Take what? Take this. Huh. The sound came from his behind and Yumpa turned. It was Chun Yowon, who appeared behind him and threw his fist. I have to dodge it. Yumpa had already felt Yowon's terrifying physical power. It was apparent as to what might happen if he were to get struck down. Yumpa then threw his body backward to dodge it. Bastard. You're mine. Ha Ilming, who considered Yowon's action of attacking Yumpa first as an act of ignoring him, quickly swung his wooden sword in anger. It contained 70% of his internal energy, which would crush a human's head if it landed. But what? Ha Ilming was shocked. His wooden sword was simply caught by Yowon's left hand. Ha Ilming unleashed his energy to pull it away from Yowon. It won't even move. He couldn't get it out of Yowon's grasp. There was no way for Ha Ilming, who didn't even have 60 years worth of internal energy, to fight against Yowon who had 90 years worth of energy. Is that it? Arg. You. He couldn't understand. There wasn't that much difference in internal energy before, but it was different now. Their energy battle didn't last too long. No. As Yowon clenched it, the wooden sword shattered into pieces. Ha Ilming suddenly let go of the sword and attacked Yowon with his finger instead to complete the sword skill. That's when someone kicked him from the side. Chapter 74. I will do the same to you. 6. Arg. Ha Ilming was pushed away, and it was Baki who kicked him. Ha Ilming got up and winced at the pain. Damn it. It's broken again. It hadn't been long since he had recovered from the broken right rib he got from Yowon, and now it was left rib. Baki provoked him. You fight with me. How dare you ambush me? Ambush? I'm just doing the same thing you did. Ha Ilming was furious, but he couldn't find words to object, as he too had gotten the upper hand last night due to Wu Pinghak's attack to get Baki. Everything he did was coming back to him. It's too late to run anyway. He had no choice but to fight. Ha Ilming then shouted at his group members. Fight! His members then charged with their wooden swords. However, Ha Ilming became dumbfounded because they only attacked the 12th group cadets who were behind them. What are you doing? Ha Ilming shouted angrily, but his members were only focused on attacking the 12th group members. It was because the 12th group was blocking their way out of this place. Ha Ilming's members were only focused on escaping from this place. They didn't want to take on a monster Chun Yowon and his friends. From what they could see, it was likely that they would get beaten up badly if they didn't run. Take this. Baki then kicked multiple times, leaving a bunch of hits. Ha Ilming was angry at his members who were trying hard to run away, but he couldn't ignore Baki's attacks either. Damn it. Ha Ilming proceeded to assume defensive movements to defend against Baki's kicks. Shall we make a move then? Ko Wonger flexed his muscles and jumped out. Hu Bong, who had been waiting to get his revenge, also charged angrily. It's my first fight. Heh. Ho Sanghua smiled satisfyingly. Unlike her round and cute face, her aura made her seem rough and aggressive. Why, you are more aggressive than you look. Jinguk was stunned by the large group fight. We should go too. It's time to get payback. Zhao Min shouted and Ho Sanghua, Machel, and Jinguk charged at Ha Ilming's group members. A total of 40 cadets were now fighting each other. The fight was very one-sided since Ha Ilming's members were trying to run away while Yowon and the 12th group members were chasing them furiously. Yumpa was appalled since he had wanted to avoid this situation at all costs. If he had gotten more cadets to fight back, this would not have happened. Yumpa stepped back, but Chun Yowon walked toward him like death itself. You think you can run? I didn't think I would see this happen. That's what you get for playing tricks. It was foolish to think that Yowon would get caught up in Chun Yuchan's tricks. From the aggressive aura coming out from Yowon, it seemed it wasn't possible for Yumpa to run. Arg. Ha Ilming's team members were falling down one by one. They were outnumbered and overpowered, so it was inevitable. Baki's continued kicking pounded Ha Ilming's chest. Ha Ilming tried his best to fight back, but with his broken left rib, he slowed down and he now had no way to defend himself against Baki's kicks. I failed. There's no way. Ha Ilming, Yumpa's only hope, was even losing. The fight had already been decided. Further resistance only meant more injuries. Yumpa then thought of the only possible choice. If I can't defeat him, Yumpa then threw his sword onto the ground and kneeled in front of Yowon, surprising the other party. Yumpa then placed his head down on the ground and spoke politely. You win, Prince Chun. It was a declaration of surrender. He had lost once, so Yumpa knew he had no chance against Chun Yowon anyway. Therefore, he chose to surrender to keep himself safe. It's not over yet. It was almost over, but the fight was still ongoing. But with their brains and culprit Yumpa giving up without even trying, Yowon felt disgusted. No, it is over. We have already lost. Please show us mercy that befits an heir to the throne. Those were polite words, but they were disgusting in context to even mention the candidacy to the throne. Phew, Chun Yo-won sighed. He's angry, but he will not attack someone who is on the ground. Asking for mercy? Yumpa was facing the ground so no one could see his expression, but he was smiling. If Yo-won, the leader, made a decision here, then the fight would be over. Yo-won was also one of the heirs, so Yumpa thought Yo-won would not attack a man who had given up. Mercy? Yo-won shook his head and crouched down. He then yanked Yumpa's hair. Hard. Arg. Yo-won pulled it up, and Yumpa's head followed with it. His face showed that he was in pain. Arg. What are you doing? I just surrendered. Surrender? If you didn't want to fight, you shouldn't have started this from the beginning. Yo-won then clenched on his hand. And no, this can't be. Yumpa became terrified and tried to squirm out of Yo-won's grasp, but he couldn't. It was as if he was stuck under a giant rock. Wait. Shut up. Arg. He then was thrown onto the ground face down. His face was stuck into the ground halfway with blood pouring out from it. Yo-won then whispered to the flinching Yumpa, "You will pay the price for hurting my friends." Chapter 75. Pay it forward for more. 1. A normal person would never experience getting their face stuck in the ground. Yumpa got his thoughts straight when a powerful force pushed him into the ground. He almost passed out from the severe pain radiating throughout his entire face as the rocks and dirt were stuck in his face. He felt the blood pouring out from all over his face. Erf. Yo-won then pulled up Yumpa's head again. His face was all crushed up. His front teeth were dangling and his broken nose was pointed at a weird angle. Yumpa was in too much pain to realize that every part of his face was all messed up now. Arg. When he could breathe again, Yumpa formed up his thoughts and was able to barely speak. This is too much. I didn't even start. Heek. Yumpa paled. He felt like he would die after getting pinned into the ground once, but it seemed like that was only the beginning. Yo-won grabbed his hair again and Yumpa quickly shouted, "Deed, you think Chun Yu-chan will let you go free after doing this?" He had to hide the person behind all this, but he just spilled it. Of course, Yo-won already knew that Yumpa was working for Chun Yu-chan. Chun Yu-chan will do what? Yumpa thought he had made a mistake in saying that, but it was too late. He now had to hope for Yo-won to be afraid of Yu-chan. Chun Yu-chan was one of the strongest cadets in the academy, so most of the cadets did fear him anyway. But I don't care. What? Yumpa's plans were going south from the very beginning. It seemed like he had made Yo-won angrier by saying this. Did you think I would get scared if you spoke of Chun Yu-chan's name? Suddenly, something popped up in Yumpa's thoughts. Wait. I heard Chun Yo-won destroyed all of Chun Jongsam's bones. Chun Yo-won's infamous action reached the climax when he took Chun Jongsam out. Yumpa then regretted saying Yu-chan's name. If Yo-won feared the other princes, he would not have done such a thing to Chun Jongsam. You should watch out for yourself first. And it doesn't matter. He's my next target anyway. Huh? Next? Arg. Yumpa's head was thrown down again. It was the second time, so maybe he would have gotten used to it, but that wasn't the case. Yumpa moaned with bubbles coming out of his mouth and soon passed out. At least Yo-won did it very carefully, so he wouldn't crush Yumpa's head completely. Yo-won then looked down at Yumpa with a disgusted expression and shook his head. Ko Wonger then walked up to him. "Master, we've defeated everyone." Good. The 11 cadets who were with Ha Ilming were all kneeling down behind Ko Wonger. All of them were injured and shaking in fear. They didn't think things would come down to this just because of what happened last night. And Ha Ilming? He's here. Ko Wonger pointed to a direction and Ha Ilming was kneeling down in front of Baki. He was glaring at Baki angrily. If my ribs were fine. Ha Ilming thought he would not have lost that easily if his ribs were okay. But the fight was already over. Yo-won went over to Ha Ilming, looking down at him coldly. NNGHH. Ha Ilming tried to say something, but his blood points had been sealed so he couldn't talk. Thus, he just moaned instead. Although he lost, he still resisted as best he could, so he also had blood points sealed to make him immobile. What do you want? Should I let him talk? Baki asked. Yo-won shook his head. He didn't want to hear anything from him anyway. Then, we pay him back the same way. Pay? Ha Ilming looked up at Yo-won with a puzzled expression. Yo-won then crouched to be on the same eye level with Ha Ilming, and he grabbed his right hand. What is he doing? Ha Ilming's eyes shook at the terrifying thought. Soon, it became a reality. Yo-won snapped his finger backwards. NNNNGH. Ilming moaned and writhed in pain as his fingers snapped backwards. Galen and the other 12th group cadets also frowned at the sight. But this was only the start. Yo-won proceeded to break and snap all the fingers backward. This crazy bastard. It was so painful that Ha Ilming's face turned beet red and veins popped out of his neck. His eyes were also red, but it was astounding that he didn't cry from pain at least. Why? Is it painful? Yo-won asked. Ha Ilming stared daggers Yo-won even though he was in such pain. How dare he say that when he just broke my fingers? Yo-won did not care about how Ilming was glaring at him and continued. Ojong probably experienced the same amount of pain. No, it must have been more painful for him. Ojong's fingers had been snapped while he got beat up. When Ojong's name came up, Ha Ilming's members began to shake in fear. Damn it. Ha Ilming was busy fighting Baki at the time, but it was his members that beat up Ojong and broke his fingers. It was now all coming back to them. I'm just paying you guys back the same way. You brought this upon yourself. NNNGH. Bastard. I will kill you. Ha Ilming was so much in pain, but he still didn't cower. Yoan then smiled and slapped Ilming. NGH. The slap had such power that it almost broke his neck. He couldn't move his body, so his head was thrown back along with his body, and that saved him. If he tried to resist against it, his neck bone would have broken as well. The slap was so powerful that it made Ha Ilming pass out, and Yoan got up and ordered his members cut their legs and snap all their fingers. Yoan's words split the expressions between the two groups. Yoan's members gleefully smiled for finally getting payback for what happened to Ojong, and in contrast, Ha Ilming's members became pale. We are lucky. Galen was relieved that he had made the right choice. If he had agreed to Yumpa's offer, he would have been in the same shoes. That seemed like a terrible end for greedily wanting a yellow tag. That's when Ha Ilming's body began to move. It was strange. Veins began to pop up from underneath the skin, and Ha Ilming's rolled eyes began to turn red. After everything turned red, Ha Ilming roared like a beast and charged at Yoan. Karg, Master, Hubong's scary warning spread across the mountain. Chapter 76. Pay it forward for more. 2. An hour had passed since then. In the space between the 3rd and 4th dormitory buildings, Chun Yuchan and his teammates were practicing the sword demon formation with the 7-demon sword. The 12 members performed the 4th sword formation in unison. It was the same movement that looked like it was something, but it didn't seem to show any special powers or change. This is strange. Yuchan was confused. He did this with the latter part of the 7-demon sword book, but it was a bit weird. He couldn't conclude that it was due to his members not learning 7-demon sword skill since his teammates were all top-level warriors from the beginning, and they all learned the sword skill pretty quickly. What's the problem? Should we move on? Let's take a break. I think I should read the book in more detail. He wanted to train the sword demon formation earlier than the other teams, but he was put to a stop from the beginning. As Yuchan's words, his teammates sat down and began wiping their sweat. Yuchan then called to a cadet who was watching instead of training with them. It was 100th cadet, Wu Gunpill. What was interesting here was that Gunpill had a yellow tag on his right chest. Yes, Prince. What do you think? How did the sword formation look from the outside? Don't worry. You can tell me the truth. Yuchan assured him, and Gunpill spoke carefully. Honestly, it just looks like everyone doing the same formation at once. I have never seen the sword demon formation, but this probably isn't it, right? This is weird. The book says, but before Yuchan could finish his words, a cadet shouted at him. Prince, look. 20 cadets were approaching them. Yuchan's cadets got up. All the cadets who appeared at the empty lot were badly injured. What was interesting was that they all had another cadet on their backs. The one in the front seemed to have taken heavy injuries such that his face was covered in clothes, but it was all bloody, and that made it look disgusting. Chun Yuchan's teammates formed a blockade so that they wouldn't come any closer. After hearing the injured cadet's voice, they let down their guard. It's me, Yumpa. It was the 200th cadet, Yumpa, and behind him were Galen and the former 12th group cadets. It seemed they had been in a serious fight. Yumpa. Yuchan then approached Yumpa with an interested look. Yumpa bowed. Prince, I have fulfilled my duty. Yumpa showed the yellow tag on his right chest. Curious about what happened, Yuchan asked. What happened? Who do you have on your back? Yumpa then placed the cadet on his back on the ground. When he saw the person's face after they fell onto the ground, Yuchan became surprised. Ha Ilming. It was the 108th cadet, Ha Ilming. His face and skin had veins popping out, which looked really ugly. Ugh. Yuchan shook his head as he frowned. Starting with Yumpa, the 12th group members began putting down the cadets they had on their backs. Those who were put down were Yowan's 7 members and Ha Ilming's 11 members. The one Galen put down had a heavily damaged face, and his face so bloody that it was hard to tell who the person was. And who is this? It's the 7th cadet, Chun Yowan. Yuchan's mouth turned into a smile after hearing that. Chun Yowan? What did you do to make him become like that? There was a hint of excitement in his voice as he asked that. We might have lost if it wasn't for Ha Ilming, Yumpa said in embarrassment. Yuchan didn't understand. What are you talking about? If Ha Ilming did not learn the demon art of blood reversion, we would have lost. What? Yuchan was shocked. The demon art of blood reversion was an internal energy flowing skill that multiplied one's internal energy by reversing the blood flow. It looked good on paper, but it had a serious adverse effect. Using it would destroy the user's blood points and take away their sanity. It was a forbidden martial art within the demonic cult because of its dangerousness. Humph. He's crazy too then. Yuchan looked down at Ha Ilming. If Ha Ilming had used the forbidden martial art, then it was easy to guess what had happened. He probably went berserk and attacked anyone in his way. Well, you did good work. Honestly speaking, I didn't expect much from you. But this is pretty good. Yuchan complimented Yumpa for the first time. It was great that he had gotten a great victory. He was worried about Chun Yowan after hearing that he had defeated the senior instructor. How about we cut his tendons before sending him to the medical room? Yuchan smiled brightly and walked over to Chun Yowan. Cutting the tendons on his right wrist would be enough to prevent him from using sword skills for a while. Galen then thought, is he trying to do that even in that state? He is terrifying. The blade chi shined in Yuchan's right hand, and he smiled as he cut Yowan's right wrist. Haha, at least I don't destroy internal energy like you did. You should thank me. He then looked at Yowan's face. Yuchan, who was excited just up until now, frowned immediately. He blinked his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. He didn't realize it when he first saw it, but looking at the face up close, it wasn't Chun Yowan. Yuchan then felt goosebumps on his skin and mumbled, Yum, Pa? And Yumpa's voice came from behind. You're too late. What is? Arg. Yuchan tried to turn back, but his face was struck and his body was thrown far off to the side. Chapter 77. Pay it forward for more. 3. Prince. It was too sudden. Chun Yuchan was thrown way off to the side, and his members shouted in shock. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Yumpa quietly walked up to Yuchan's back and struck him, kicking Yuchan way back. Yuchan placed his hand on the ground and couldn't move. It seemed like he was in pain. Yumpa, what is the meaning of this? One of Yuchan's members, and another one with a yellow tag, Oji-run, shouted angrily. She had a long chin with lowered eyebrows, gave one a gloomy impression of her. However, she was one of the top 3 female cadets along with Ho Sanghua. You've gone mad. Wu Gunpil also shouted and charged at Yumpa. Then, someone blocked him. A powerful energy-wielding fist crossed against Gunpil's arm pushed him back 3 steps. Gunpil was shocked to see the person standing in front of him. The cadet had thick muscles and body that was twice as big as the other cadets. It was Ko Wonger. He got up quickly from the ground to block him. What? How did you? It's time, friends. Ko Wonger spoke to his members, not turning away from Gunpil. The cadets that were on the ground then got up as if they were fine. That was quick. I thought we had to stay down for longer. Well, the plan worked though. Chun Yuchan's members were bewildered to see Yowon's members getting up and they became furious. Bastards. They now realized that they had been fooled. Yowon's members had blood and dirt all over them, but none of them were injured. Wait, then what about the 12th group? Gunpil then turned to Galen and the other 12th group cadets. They too had pulled out their wooden swords to fight against Yuchan's group. Yumpa, how dare you betray the prince? Someone shouted angrily. It was another cadet who also had a yellow tag on his chest. He was Jinyu from Power Fist Clan. He was also muscular, but he was a bit smaller than Ko Wonger. Yumpa betrayed us. Yumpa, you bastard. Yuchan's members all shouted furiously at Yumpa, whose face was wrapped up with clothes. It seemed like they didn't trust Yumpa that much from the beginning. Yumpa then shook his head. Humph. Then, Yumpa took the clothes off his face. Chun Yuchan's members all frowned at the face that was revealed under it. The voice was the same as Yumpa's, but the face inside was an entirely different person. Chun Yowon. It was the 7th cadet, Chun Yowon. Yowon glanced around. What had happened here? It was what happened after Yowon defeated Ha Ilming, who went berserk. Ha Ilming charged at Yowon like a beast. Monster. Ha Ilming unleashed a powerful attack with his fingers. His head was turning white, but he wanted to defeat Chun Yowon before he lost his mind. Yet someone had kicked him away before he could even get to Yowon. It was Baki. Ha Ilming was so angry at Yowon that he didn't notice Baki on the side. Baki kicked him away since it was an emergency. Arg. But this time, it was Baki who was thrown away. Ha Ilming's increased internal energy had pushed Baki back. You dare interfere with me again. Ha Ilming then became angry at Baki and turned to charge at Baki, who had fallen down. But Yowon did not let him do this. You stay here. He grabbed Ha Ilming's right wrist, and Ha Ilming was overconfident about his internal energy. That won't work this time. He attacked by multiplying his internal energy to 100% to fight back. But even then, Chun Yowon's 90 years worth of energy and physical strength that were strong enough to damage a blue pearl stone was not something that could be pushed back. Arg. Ha Ilming was thrown up in the air and was smashed to the ground by his wrist. Karg. Yowon then quickly jumped on top of Ha Ilming and pounded his head. He was in too much of a hurry to overpower Ilming that he couldn't control his power this time. Ha Ilming's head was pushed down further than when he had pinned Yumpa. Hope he didn't die. At least he didn't break the head. With the active demon art, it seemed like Ha Ilming's body had become more powerful than normal. Growling. Ha Ilming's head wasn't destroyed, but with Yowon's fist pounding from above and his back slamming against the ground, it gave him a concussion and Ha Ilming passed out. His plan to strike from behind with the forbidden art had failed. Phew. Yowon's then told him that it was the demon art of blood reversion. Most of the clan members who were trained in their clans knew what had happened to Ha Ilming. It's my first time seeing it, but he learned forbidden art of the cult. He will be expelled, Ko Wonger said as he looked at Ha Ilming. It was a foolish choice, as Ha Ilming should have just waited for a future chance to get his revenge. We're done here. We can now send them to the medical room. Ha Ilming and his members had their fingers snapped and right legs broken. So if they were not going to heal before the 3rd test, they were going to be expelled. It's good that we avenged Ojong, but it still doesn't feel that great. Everyone knew what Hubong meant. The person who was behind all of this was still fine. It was terrifying for one man to place all of these people to play under his feet to seek the yellow tag. Chapter 78. Pay it forward for more. 4. It's irksome that we can't do anything when we know the person behind all this. Ugh. The cadets sighed with Hubong. Chun Yuchan was different from Ha Ilming or Yumpa. It was a known fact that Yuchan himself was at the top of the master level, and he also had 3 members who had entered the master level as well. Yuchan only recruited the finest warriors within the academy, so his forces were the best. It's infuriating, but we are not ready to fight him. If Chun Yowon and Yuchan were to fight, it wouldn't end with a one-on-one fight. It was going to be a bloodbath between the 2 candidates with their forces. We need at least similar numbers and other powerful warriors like Baki if we decide to fight. Zhao Min agreed with Ko Wonger. Ho Sanghua then raised her eyebrows and mentioned, if it is against early master levels, Ko Wonger and I can defeat him together. Ko Wonger and Ho Sanghua were on the verge of entering the master level. Given the right lessons, they were almost ready to shape the chi outside their bodies. If you lack in number, we'll help. Galen then offered to work together with them. Yeowon's members turned to the 12th group cadets who had proposed to aid them. If they joined forces, then they would outnumber Yuchan's team. Then can we actually deal with Chun Yuchan and the others who masters? Yeowon asked. Wonger frowned. Yes, but even if master handles Chun Yuchan, one master warrior remains. I will take them both. What? Everyone became shocked. Chun Yeowon had become very powerful, but fighting against two master-level warriors, especially when one was in a fully established state, was too much. The instructors didn't use their own skills, but these enemies were going to use the best skills they had. I didn't say I will get them all at once. Then, Yeowon then began explaining his plan. His members had weird expressions on their faces when they heard the plan. Even Ko Wonger, who was the best tactician in the group, didn't seem to think it was possible. They will notice it when they hear the voice. How could they possibly fool them? Covering the face was the easy part, but the problem was the voice. Of course, if it was going to work, then it would make them vulnerable. An hour later, Yeowon really did fool them. It's me, Yumpa. Yeowon's members almost flinched when they heard Yeowon impersonating Yumpa's voice. What? How did he do that? Everyone was shocked to hear Yeowon's amazing ability. They didn't know how he did it, but his voice was exactly like Yumpa's voice. This fooled everyone, including Chun Yuchan. Thankfully, it allowed Chun Yuchan to stay away from his group. Nano, deactivate the voice mimicking. Yes, master. It was Nano's ability. Nano worked on Yeowon's vocal cords to make him sound exactly like Yumpa. Yeowon had learned this ability after checking what Nano could do when he was in the prison cave. This isn't my voice yet. Okay. Here we go. What? His voice is changing. All the cadets, regardless of which side they were on, became shocked when they heard Yeowon's voice changing from Yumpa's to his own. That bastard learned some evil magic. Jinyu became furious when he realized that they had been fooled by a voice and charged at Yeowon. The fist had a faint chi light, showing that his power had reached master level. Yeowon glared at him. Jinyu. No. Gunpil tried to stop him, but he was already in front of Yeowon. Chun Yeowon's power was already within the top 5 out of all the cadets. If he really is Chun Yeowon, then you are no match. He couldn't say this out loud. Yeowon made a sword movement with his finger and easily blocked Jinyu's powerful fist attack. How did he counter it so easily? Yeowon reached out toward Jinyu's chest and snatched the yellow tag off his chest. I'm taking this. Be bastard. Jinyu gritted his teeth and put up his 2 fists, trying to pin Chun Yeowon down. Die. Before his attack reached Yeowon, his chest was struck by Yeowon's fist. It was just a simple jab, but his chest bones were fractured and he was pushed back about 10 steps. If it wasn't for his sturdy muscles that covered him like armor, he would have died. However, it seemed like he had taken some internal energy damage and coughed up blood. Since he was a master-level warrior, he didn't fall to one punch. He's stronger than Ha Ilming. After all, he was one of the talented cadets that Yuchan had chosen. He was too powerful for his members other than Baki to handle. I have to finish him before Yuchan recovers. Yeowon then tried to charge at Jinyu to finish him, but that was when Nano's voice resounded in his head. Detected strong incoming energy source 60 meters behind the user. Yeowon then turned as he knew what the energy was, and he shouted to all of his members and the 12th group cadets, "Get down!" All cadets then got down on the ground without realizing why, and the white blade chi flashed past them at once. Chi. They might have been all killed if it was too late. The blade chi flew straight at Chun Yeowon. White light followed Yeowon's finger in the shape of a sword. Using all his sword chi, Yeowon slashed down on the blade chi that was thrown at him. Chapter 79. Pay it forward for more. 5. The blade chi disappeared from the center where it was cut. The cadets who saw this were dumbfounded. He threw the blade chi. He cut the chi. Throwing chi from a certain range required one to be at least a top master. To cut such chi, that also required an equal amount of strength. This exchange was way beyond the level of the ordinary cadets. Chun Yuchan. Yeowon glared at Chun Yuchan, who was standing with the white light blade chi in his hand. Yuchan responded, "Oh, well, I wanted to pay you back with an ambush too. That didn't work out so well." Chun Yuchan flexed his neck. He spoke as if it was nothing, but the powerful shock stunned him for quite a while up until now. The area still felt numb. You finally got back? That was slow. Yeowon provoked him, and Yuchan frowned. So, you waited for me? The first attack was just payback for playing tricks. I don't want to hear people saying I won because I ambushed you. This was a fight between the heirs. Claiming victory after a surprise attack would surely not be favorable at all. Yuchan was confused by Yeowon's words. You are as arrogant as ever. You think you won by defending against my chi? Yuchan, however, was actually shocked that Yeowon had done it. He grows way too fast. Yeowon was still very weak when Yuchan first met him in front of the private training room a few days ago, but this was more than what he had imagined. At this rate, he was going to surpass Yuchan himself. Should I have cut his arm then? Yuchan regretted that he didn't cut Yeowon's arm back then. That mistake had brought this onto him. Therefore, all he needed to do was one thing. I will take his arm before he grows stronger. Chun Yuchan then became serious and readied himself. His auras changed. Yeowon also activated his internal energy to be ready. This was a fight between master-level warriors. The air changed. Ko Wonger looked at both leaders. Their plan was to have Chun Yeowon fight Yuchan, while Yeowon's members defeated Yuchan's members. However, this just became a duel between the leaders. If this was the case, all they had to do now was wait for Chun Yeowon to win. Master, You have to win this, or else you will lose the competition itself. All the cadets focused on the two leaders. They became anxious, hoping their leader would win. Chun Yuchan moved first. He bolted out like lightning to close in on Chun Yo-won. It was faster than anything that the cadets had ever seen. Yuchan jumped up and unleashed the second formation of his blade skill, Blade of Illusion, the giant slash of the elusive blade. It was a simple strike-down formation, but the power within it was massive. The power came down upon Yo-won would cleave him into two. So, this is the blade skill of the Blade Clan. Right Guardian Subming's butterfly blade dance was probably equal in strength. Yo-won hesitated, wondering if he should fight with a blade skill or a sword skill. He chose the latter. I have to fight with all I have against an equally matched opponent. Yo-won then gathered his fingers to unleash the sword chi. He had tried to brandish the chi over his wooden sword before, but the wood couldn't endure the chi. Sword. Yuchan was surprised to see Yo-won using a sword instead of a blade. He thought he had made a mistake when he saw Yo-won cutting his chi a while ago, but it was surely a sword. Chun Yo-won's sword chi clashed with Yuchan's attack. Both chi struck against one another and let out a spark. What is he thinking? Yuchan narrowed his eyes. He expected something great when Yo-won did not use the butterfly blade dance, but the sword movement was too simple. However, it was weird that these movements were very familiar. But my blade of illusion does not stop here. Yo-won thought he had countered Yuchan's attack when Yuchan's blade chi twisted in a weird way. Yo-won quickly used his chi to defend, but the energy pushed him back. He was pushed back about 6 steps. As Yo-won was pushed back, Yuchan's members shouted in excitement. Whoa-aha! Yo-won's members turned grim. They didn't think Yuchan was this strong. They then thought that Yuchan was perhaps powerful enough to be accepted by Ho Jinchang also. He has a bit more internal energy than me, Yo-won thought. With the Black Dragon Ball, Yuchan now had about 100 years worth of internal energy. His formation is weird too. Yuchan's blade skill had odd attack angles. It was understandable as to why it was called illusion. It was so weird that one would get fooled into looking elsewhere when fighting against it. That right arm. Yuchan's right arm muscles were also developed. It was developed to use a blade in such a weird way. You are lucky. I was going to cut your arm with that. Yuchan smiled. He really would have achieved that with the previous attack if Yo-won had reacted a little slower. Yuchan then pointed at Yo-won with the hand that had the blade chi. Stop with that stupid sword skill and come at me with the butterfly blade dance. Stupid sword skill? Chapter 80. Pay it forward for more. 6. Yo-won raised his eyebrows as he was offended. You think I would not notice what sword skill you are using? Ha 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 ha. Yo-won frowned. He was using the sword movements of the counter sword skill that was left on the blue pearl stone pedestal. Did he recognize this? Yuchan shook his head and continued. I guess you also mixed up the 7-demon sword like the instructors did, but that won't work against me. Yo-won felt relieved after hearing that, but he was also dumbfounded. If Yuchan had mistaken the counter sword skill as the 7-demon sword, maybe that sword skill was left there by the sword demon. I'm warning you. 5 formations. What? If you keep using the 7-demon sword, I will cut out your right arm within 5 formations. I'm fine with that, but I don't like to hear that I won against a fool. Yuchan was repeating what Yo-won said at first. The counter sword movement that was left on the pedestal was very plain compared to the sword movement of the sword force of the Sky Demon. Unless it was combined as one formation, its power didn't come out easily either. It seemed like his sword movement was underestimated due to that reason. Yo-won became silent for a second and spoke with a serious voice. You are confident. Then how about we place a bet? A bet? Yeah. Didn't you say you could cut my arm in 5 formations? Yuchan became confused at the sudden offer of placing a bet. What is he playing at? He was fooled once by the Yumpa trick, so he thought Yo-won had another one up his sleeve. But if he wanted to play tricks in front of all these cadets while dueling, that was going to discredit him as a candidate. Yuchan smiled. Let's see what you have to say. If I win, I will take all of your yellow tags. People began to mumble. He's gone mad. Give all his tags? Dumb tricks. Yuchan's team members were outraged. Wanting all those tags meant that Yo-won was basically telling them to give up on the 3rd test. It was bound to make them mad. Humph. So, that's what you wanted. Yuchan shook his head. He had expected as such, and it seemed like Yo-won was telling him to finish this once and for all. Yuchan pondered on it for a while, and then came up with an idea. Then I too will take your tag if I win. Since I have 4 tags, and you have only 1, I will take your servant, Baki, too. Yuchan seemed to be satisfied by his condition, and Baki was shocked. He didn't know Yuchan still hadn't given up on taking him in. Yuchan was very adamant on recruiting the right people. How's that? Baki frowned. If Yo-won lost here, then Baki would have no choice but to serve Yuchan. Damn it. Are you really okay with this? Baki looked at Yo-won's eyes. He looked to see if Yo-won was confident enough for this, but there was no fear or concern in his eyes. Baki then felt like he could trust him and nodded. Good. Then it sounds good enough. Yuchan was satisfied by the fact that he wouldn't lose anything. If Yo-won were to fight with the 7-demon sword again, then Yuchan was confident in slicing his arm in 3 formations, not 5. Come. I will let you attack first this time. Yuchan spoke arrogantly. Yo-won, however, didn't seem to be provoked. He instead took a step forward coldly. Then he charged at Yuchan. The finger on his hand let out a white light, which was the sword chi. The plain sword movement was similar to the 6th sword of the 7-demon sword. Fool. Your recklessness will lose you an arm, your servant, and your tag. Yuchan scoffed at Yo-won in his thoughts. He had read the 7 Demon Sword book tens of times to fight against the instructors. He knew the weak points like the backyard of his home. Yuchan then swirled the blade chi on his right hand and unleashed fourth blade formation of his blade of illusion. His blade stormed against Yo-Won's sword movement. Both movements collided against one another, and Yuchan's eyes began to shake. What? Is this really a 7 Demon Sword skill? Something unexpected began to happen. Chun Yo-Won's sword movement that started out plainly began to change. The simple sword movement began shifting in weird ways, changing into a powerful sword formation. The change was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. No. At this rate, and starting from the 5th movement, it wasn't something Yuchan could defend against anymore. His arms began to move frantically as he tried to defend himself against the onslaught of attacks. He tried to move onto the 5th formation to turn the situation around, but he couldn't find any opening to do so. His hand was thrown back before he could even complete the blade movement. He then was sucked into the sword formation storm. Various sword formations shot past Yuchan. The sword chi struck his blood points, making blood pour out, and Yuchan's body was thrown from side to side. And as the finisher, when the 24th movement of the formation was about to cut Yuchan's neck, Yo-Won changed its direction. Yuchan screamed in agony. Every cadet who was looking at it couldn't help but stare dumbfoundedly. Something dropped from the air, still squirming as if it was alive. It was Chun Yuchan's right arm. Chapter 81. Pay it forward for more. 7. Cadets from Chun Yuchan's team were positive of their leader's victory. Unlike his usual lazy and casual attitude, Yuchan was the hardworking type. With his exceptional talent and hard work, his growth and strength far exceeded that of his peers. Every one of his teammates knew this and thus trusted him. He dares to fight against our prince with the 7 Demon Sword? No way. Prince Chun will lose. Fool. You can't win. And the result of the fight was unexpected to say the least. As Chun Yo-Won's sword chi shot past Yuchan, something dropped onto the ground. It was Yuchan's right arm. Yuchan screamed and fell down to his knees. He endured the severe pain that made him feel like he would pass out to keep the last of his last pride. But he was in a very bad state. I won, Yo-Won stated as he looked down at Yuchan. In no way. How did he lose? Impossible. Yuchan lost his arm after just one formation exchange. And Yo-Won twisted the direction of the sword that was originally going toward Yuchan's neck. So Yo-Won actually even spared his life. Blood gushed out from the wound where the arm had been cut off. Yuchan's face began to go pale. He quickly pressed his blood points to keep the blood loss to a minimum, but he was in serious condition and he needed immediate medical attention. Prince Wu Gunpil and the other members on Yuchan's team tried to run up to him, but they had to stop as Yo-Won's sword chi aimed at Yuchan's another arm. Why you? Stop. You take one more step, and I'll cut his other arm off too. And no, it looked like Yo-Won would really do it. He had done a lot of wicked things in the past, so it didn't seem like Yo-Won was bluffing. He might really do it. Yuchan's members then backed away. Now, keep the promise. Yo-Won looked down at Yuchan's pale face. Yuchan then looked up with a painful expression, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What did you just do? Do what? How can you make such a powerful formation with the mere 7 Demon Sword? Although the 7 Demon Sword was from the legendary sword demon, it was still only a top-class martial art. Yo-Won's sword formation was beyond what that sword skill could do. The Blade of Illusion skill, one of the top 3 blade skills in the cult, was no match against it. Mere 7 Demon Sword? Yeah, if that's how you saw it, then you have a long way to go before talking about the formation. Yuchan was baffled. Yo-Won just spoke to him the same way that Yuchan once spoke to Yo-Won back in the day. Of course, Yuchan really didn't comprehend the counter sword skill left by the sword demon. Yuchan became bitter. I tried hard to become the heir. It was now all gone. He lost to Yo-Won when he had both arms, and now only his left arm was left. Moreover, he had trained the blade skill with his right arm mainly, so this meant he was now considerably weaker. There was no way he could compete against Chun Kung-won from the Sword Clan either. Yuchan then became angry. Yuchan gritted his teeth and ordered, "Give him all the yellow tags." Yuchan's members turned grim. If they gave these up, then they would also lose the right to take the 3rd test. Yet, Chun Yuchan had made a promise, so they had to keep it. Chun Yo-Won. Don't think this is the end. Yuchan then fell due to loss of blood. He did lose, and he lost a lot of things he had, but he still hadn't given up yet. This gave hope to his members too. Wu Gunpil took his yellow tag and handed it over to Yo-Won while glaring at him. Gunpil then warned, "Don't think this is..." Before he could finish, Yo-Won's fist struck his stomach. Gunpil spat out blood and fell to the ground in pain. He panted as if he couldn't breathe and looked up weakly. What is this? We kept the promise. I didn't promise to stop after getting the tags. What? Gunpil was shocked. Yo-Won then looked at Yuchan and said, "I learned a good lesson from him." What was it? Never leave any loose ends? Gunpil felt a chill run down his spine. Yo-Won was talking about Chun Yuchan cutting the muscles of the fake Chun Yo-Won. He was basically saying that he was going to get rid of Yuchan's members too. You are an evil man. We lost, but you still? Yo-Won punched his face before he could finish, making him pass out. Yo-Won then glared disgustingly at Gunpil. You can do it, but I can't? And that makes me evil? Don't give me that bullshit. Yuchan's members then realized things weren't going well and prepared to defend themselves. Yo-Won shouted to his members, defeat them, and break their arms and legs.
Yes.
Yowan's members and the cadets from the 12th group immediately charged in. Damn it. This was the worst-case scenario for Yuchan's team. Their best warriors, Yuchan and Gunpil, were gone, and Jianyu also was in bad shape since he had taken internal damage from his exchange with Yowan a while ago. Damn it. I can't do this alone. We're done for. The only remaining master-level warrior, Ojiran, gritted her teeth. They were badly outnumbered too. And after a few minutes, it was almost over. All the members on Yuchan's team were subdued except 3 or 4 who ran away when the fight began. Yowan did not go after them since they weren't that loyal. Arg, my leg. The screams continued as Yowan and his members broke the arms and legs of Yuchan's members. They didn't leave Ojiran, a girl cadet, out either. Arg, we never should try to fight him anymore. Yuchan's members lost all will to resist their fear after their arms and legs were broken. When everything was over, Yowan called Galen, who was trying to send all the defeated enemies to the medical room. Yowan then gave him 2 yellow tags. Take them. This is. Galen was shocked. He didn't think Yowan would give him the yellow tags. Why? He and his group had taken part in attacking Baki last night, so he didn't wish to receive any tags. He just wanted to take part in getting revenge against Chun Yuchan. These tags don't mean anything to me. Yowan now had a total of 6 yellow tags. 1 from Ho Jinchang, 1 from Ha Ilming, and 4 from Chun Yuchan. Galen was astonished. He can still keep it to lessen the competition, and he still decides to give them away. This guy is different. Galen and the 12th group cadets were impressed. Galen then hesitated. We are now officially enemies of the Blade Clan. Maybe it would be better for us to help Prince Chun Yowan become the heir. Ko Wonger noticed Galen's hesitation and became intrigued. It was Wonger who told Yowan to give the yellow tags up. It was to make more allies in the upcoming competition. Let's hope it works. Galen and the cadets looked at Yowan with respect and admiration. But this wasn't enough. And did it work? All 19 cadets, including Galen, knelt down. What is this? Yowan asked calmly. Galen and his cadets then put their head to the ground and shouted, We want to pledge our allegiance to Prince Chun. Please accept us. A faint smile appeared on Yowan's face. Chapter 82. Get in line. 1. My arm and my bone is poking out from my leg. The medical room was busier than normal. It was still a few days away from the 3rd test, but there were many patients, and one man was very happy about this. Thanks, Yowan. It was quite boring after Yowan was sent to the prison cave, but he was now sending more patients right after his release. There were so many patients that the doctor had to choose which one to look after first. Dr. Baek Zhongming felt like he was in paradise. I'll go with you first. It was Chun Yuchan. He needed immediate attention as his wound had only been tied up to stop the blood. As Zhongming tended to the wound while grinning, and instructor Simong frowned. I thought he was weird, but how can he grin at the wounded students? Simong then looked away with disgust. There were instructors here in the medical room, as there were too many patients that Zhongming alone could not handle them all. There was one more happy in the room. It was Ojong, who was from Yowan's team. Master Ojong, who woke up around noon, was angry that he had lost the yellow tag. He was also concerned about what Yowan would think of him. However, all of his concerns disappeared immediately. He had to hold back from bursting out in laughter. His anger was quenched when he saw Ha Ilming and his members along with Yuchan and his members being carried in with heavy injuries. Master, I will serve you forever, Ojong thought. He then heard the instructors amongst themselves. He really is different. It was just yesterday when I took him into this room with internal damage. An instructor who looked like he was in his early 30s spoke. It was Hien Yun, the youngest instructor. He was the instructor who took Yowan into the medical room after the first test. He never guessed that Yowan would become so strong after such a short amount of time. Who would have known? Simong shook his head. He was beyond shocked when he heard that Yowan had made Ho Jinchang fall to his knees after just one formation. He didn't even care to watch the fight since he thought that Yowan would lose, but the outcome was unexpected. Nobody can guess the outcome of this competition. Chun Yuchan, one of 2 most likely candidates, was now out of the competition. He didn't have his internal power damaged like Chun Jiangsum, but Chun Yuchan would have definitely passed the 3rd test. Well, we might see some very unexpected events this time around. Airship competition. This was the sole interest that everyone had, as this was directly connected to the future of the cult. There was one person who wasn't in the medical room, however. It was the 108th cadet, Ha Ilming, who was taken into another room on the way. He was in the chief of the Demonic Academy's office. Left Guardian Li Hamming moaned as he looked down at the naked Ha Ilming laid down in front of him. All of Ha Ilming's skin had veins popping out eerily. This only happened when blood flowed backward. This is blood flow reversion for sure. The veins usually went down if flow returned to normal, but Ha Ilming had passed out before he could even do that. Hamming looked down at Ha Ilming with a serious look on his face and placed his hand on 2 blood points. Hamming's hand glowed, and the light was absorbed into Ha Ilming's body. Soon, Ha Ilming's body began to flinch and the veins began to squirm. Soon, it went down as the blood flow returned to normal. The skin also turned normal, and Ha Ilming suddenly woke up and coughed. Arg. An NGH. Ha Ilming coughed for quite a long time and looked down at himself. Why am I naked? That's not the important issue here. Ha Ilming looked up and saw a fiery red-haired man sitting next to him. See, Chief. Ha Ilming got up immediately. Ilming wasn't sure why he was here since he had been fighting with Yowan as far as he remembered. He then felt a serious headache and remembered Yowon's fist crushing his head before he passed out. Why am I here? I'm the one who's asking the questions. How did you learn the blood flow reversion? Ha Ilming was then shocked. He looked down at himself, but he didn't see the veins. Then how did Li Hamming find out about this? I don't know what you were talking about. Humph. Li Hamming sighed. He then gestured his hand to hold up something, and a powerful invisible force threw Ha Ilming up into the air. Ha Ilming tried to fight it with his power, but the difference in power was too great for Ha Ilming to resist. See, Chief, what is the meaning of this? Humph. Hamming then flicked his finger, twisting Ha Ilming's left arm like a rag doll in a weird way. Aowaowarg. Ha Ilming screamed, but the screaming didn't leave the office since the entire office was covered with Li Hamming's energy. 108th Cadet, Ha Ilming of the Red Martial Sword Clan. Not affiliated with any other clan officially. This is what you wrote down when you registered. Ha Ilming closed his mouth. With his blood reversion art revealed, he couldn't spill any more. You think you can keep it from me? You think you will walk out safely with this forbidden art? Who did you learn it from? The art of blood flow reversion was forbidden, and most of the books had been destroyed. If Ha Ilming, a 17-year-old boy, learned that art that had been removed tens of years ago, then it meant that someone had taught him. If you don't speak, then your entire clan will suffer the consequences. It was likely that the Red Martial Sword Clan will be searched for any evidence regarding the forbidden art anyway. Ha Ilming did not speak even after such a threat. So you want your clan to come to its demise? Foolish. Hamming snapped, and this time, Ilming's right leg was twisted weirdly. Aarg. Ha Ilming screamed in pain, and Li Hamming walked up to him. He then grabbed Ilming's chin and glared at him. I am the left guardian of the cult. Do you think I wouldn't know about the Red Martial Sword Clan? One of 2 shadow sword groups of the Sword Clan? Damn it. Ha Ilming frowned. Li Hamming almost smiled, but Ha Ilming suddenly chewed on something and blood seeped out from his mouth. No. He bit his tongue to kill himself. Hamming tried to open his mouth forcefully, but Ha Ilming also reversed his internal energy, which was also an act of suicide. To die as a dog of that cursed clan. Ha Ilming's eyes were full of anger as died. Hamming tried to calm his energy down in order to keep him alive, but there was no use. Ha Ilming shivered and soon died. So there will be no loose ends. Hamming sighed and began writing something down on the paper. At dinner time, there were 50 or so cadets waiting outside the cafeteria. Then they shouted at a cadet walking up to the dormitory. There he is. The cadets then began to mumble. He's here. Prince Chun Yowon. The cadets all moaned in astonishment as Yowon began walking down with over 25 cadets behind him. I am first. No. Stay in line. Who cares? Prince. The cadets then began to rush over to Yowon. Yowon and his members became surprised. All these cadets then came up to them, so Hu Bong and the other members blocked them from coming near Yowon. Move. I want to talk to the prince. Prince Chun, please give me time to talk. I'm first. They began to argue with themselves over who could talk to Yowon first. As the cadets tried to rush in, Hu Bong flushed red with frustration and shouted, Arg, get in line. Chapter 83, get in line, 2. Who is that? The cadets all became silent when Hu Bong started shouting. He turned red when everyone placed their attention on him, but Hu Bong still continued speaking. If you want to speak to my master, get in line in the order you arrived. The cadets then began to form a line in embarrassment. Hu Bong was quite talented in taking control over awkward situations. Ko Wonger and Zhao Wumin smiled. Hu Bong did this before too without him realizing that he could handle this sort of stuff well. All these people, you think it's to join the team? Wumin asked. Ko Wonger nodded. These 50 cadets were unlike the number they had ever seen until now. It seemed most of the leaderless cadets had come. Rumors spread fast. Wonger's guess was accurate. With the lessened cadet members, everyone knew what the others were doing, and so these kinds of rumors spread fast. Everyone knew that Chun Yuchan had lost. He even broke the arms and legs of the 5th Cadet's members. That means he won the competition against Chun Yuchan. Wait, doesn't it mean Chun Yowon has won everything this time? The rumor was now very different. Chun Yowon had proved himself many times, and was now being considered as a possible candidate to the heir. The cadet at the very front knelt down on both knees and shouted toward Yowon. Prince Chun, I am the 71st Cadet, Subyoung. I want to help. He went down on his knees. Cadets in the back were shocked. With the first one kneeling down, the other cadets began to kneel and voice their will to join. But not all of them here were here to join Yowon's group. Some cadets had just come to see if there were any spots left for them, as they heard that Yowon now had a total of 6 yellow tags. Chun Yowon frowned. Is it them? This rumor was spread by Chun Yuchan's members who had fled the fight. Today was the last day for the team leaders to be assigned, so they spread the rumor to target Chun Yowon. Contrary to their expectations, people were begging to be taken into Yowon's group. It took a while for all 50 cadets to say their names and their intentions. The sun went down and it was already night. There weren't enough spots for everyone, and Yowon's only intention was to bring in members that would stay with him forever. Yowon spoke to them politely. I want to thank you all for wanting to join my team, but I have something I want to tell you all first. Yowon then began explaining, just like when Ko Wonger and the others first came to him. He only wanted people that would join him for future battles, not just the test. So, I want people who will lead the new demonic cult with me. We will walk together on this treacherous path. If you are not willing, I am sorry, but I will have to reject your offer. Yowon bowed in the end. The cadets then began to mumble to themselves, and they began to leave one by one. Those cadets who just wanted to join for the test left without hesitation. Unlike what was expected in the beginning, not that many decided to leave. A total of 26 cadets still stayed behind. 508th Cadet Yu Peron, who knelt on one knee, bowed to speak. I wanted to join at first just for the test, but I changed my mind after listening to you. Please take me in. And it wasn't only Yu Peron. A total of 8 cadets changed their minds after listening to Yowan. God, is that Munku? Zhao Min was shocked to see one of the remaining cadets. It was 408th Cadet Munku, who was from the Dragon Fist clan. Munku was the leader of the group that Zhao Min was in during the second test, so he knew him. He didn't know that Munku was here as he silently stayed in the middle of the other cadets. Why is he here? Munku was one of the top 10 powerful cadets in the academy. Why doesn't he have a yellow tag? This didn't make sense. Munku was already an experienced master-level warrior who should have gotten a yellow tag. Munku then came up to Yowan and asked, Prince Chun, can I speak to you? Munku. Yowan had also noticed him during one of the tests, so knew who he was. However, Munku was limping when he got up. You have 6 tags, right? Yowan nodded. Munku then raised his eyebrows and spoke with anger and bitterness. One of them is mine. Yowan frowned at such a weird claim. Munku continued, my tag was taken by Chun Yuchan of the Blade Clan. Munku then began to explain what had happened to him. He had taken the yellow tag on the 3rd day, but Yuchan came to him and told him to join his group. I'm sorry. I don't side with anyone. Munku refused, but Yuchan approached him 2 more times to ask him to join. Munku still declined the offer. He then asked me to duel. Yuchan insisted and didn't back down, and at last Munku lost the duel. Yuchan broke his left leg and right arm and threatened him to join Yuchan's team if he didn't want to fail the test. Mad bastard. Baki spat as he listened to Munku's story. I was going to get revenge on him after I joined some other group and Munku teared up. No one wants me with my broken arm and leg. He thought he would be able to join the others since he was still a master-level warrior, but the other group leaders refused him coldly, saying that Munku would need to heal first. One group accepted me, but I was cast out after an hour. I later found out that Chun Yuchan sent one of his men to tell other groups to not take me in. Munku then became angry at someone for the first time in his life. So, I wanted to get revenge as soon as I healed up. I didn't care about the 3rd test anymore, and that's when I heard what you did. Munku was able to hear Chun Yuchan's downfall just 1 minute after his decision. I'm not sure if I have the right to be happy though. He felt good that Chun Yuchan was in pain, but it didn't feel like he had fulfilled his wish since he couldn't do it on his own. Munku sighed and looked up at Yowan. So, with that said, I want you to take me in. Huh? Yowan frowned. He understood Munku was in a bad spot, but what was this about? Munku then knelt down with his limp legs. I'm sorry. My depression made me say weird things. I'm just asking you to take me in, not judging me by my broken arm and leg. Munku was here to meet Yowan as his last resort. If Yowan did not take him in, then Munku had no way but to fail the 3rd test. Zhao Min then sent a telepathic message to Yowan. Master, you must take in Munku. Yowan became curious and Wu Min sent him another message. Munku is the grandson of the 9th elder, Mun Yun, one of 12 elders of our cult. Chapter 84. Learn the 7-demon sword. 1. Excluding the lord, elders in the cult were second to none in terms of rank within the demonic cult. There was a total of 12 elders, and powerful warriors or leaders of powerful clans were chosen to be elders. There were some exceptions, especially from 1st to 6th elder spot. These spots were passed down within the 6 clans. However, that didn't mean that those elders were weak. The 6 clans always competed to give birth to a new lord, so they were always more powerful than most. Other than those 6 elders, the other 6 leaders were those who were chosen to be leaders because of their own power. 9th Elder Mun Yun was a member of the high-ranked clan called the Dragon Fist clan. He had served in the past Demon Justice War and achieved many feats which allowed him to become an elder. Mun Yun then supported his clan to become a powerful clan which was almost as powerful as the 6 clans themselves. Thus, all 6 heirs asked the Dragon Fist clan first. Chun Kung, one of the Sword clan, Chun Wonryu of the Lust clan, Mukium of the Loyal clan, and Yuchan all contacted Munku multiple times right after the first test, but Munku declined every offer. This was to not side with any of the clans for the upcoming competition since the Dragon Fist clan did not want to fight against any of the clans by siding with another. Munku had joined the academy to increase his power and prove himself. This was why Zhao Min insisted on telling Yowan to take Munku in. Munku had potential, but Yowan wanted members, not just power. From the way he talked, it seemed like Munku was offering to join for the test only. Are you saying you will side with me? Or do you just want in as a group member? Munku hesitated. He tried explaining his story to get in without mentioning his intention, but he didn't expect Yowan to ask him directly again. Ku, you must stay neutral even in the academy. However, we as humans might change our minds. If you find someone you really want to serve, then take a good look at him and judge carefully. That's what his grandfather told him before. If Munku were to serve Yowan, then he wanted to know more. However, he still needed a group leader to not fail the test. Munku thought for a second and said, Prince, can I think about joining you after I join the team first? It won't take long. It sounded like Munku wanted to solve the problem first and think later. Yowan shook his head. If he allowed this to happen, then he would have accepted every other cadet. Really? Then I refuse. Munku became shocked. He didn't think Yowon would refuse right at that moment. Jaomin was also shocked and quickly ran up to Yowon. Master, he has gone through some tough times. Why don't you think about it? He then sent a telepathic message to persuade Yowon. Master, we will regret it if we don't take someone like Mun-ku. Every prince wants him. It would be easier to persuade Mun-ku after letting him join. Ko Wonger also seemed to agree with the idea and sent a message. Master, if a group leader level cadet knelt down, then it is likely he will join us for the greater cause. Maybe we should make an exception and… Yowon shook his head. I cannot make an exception for any circumstances. Yowon's choice was correct. He had to stand by his words that he had said in front of everyone. No. Mun-ku started to panic. He limped over to Yowon and begged him. Prince, can you give me at least 3 days then? No. No? Then how about 2 days? I need some time to think. Yowon frowned. He had refused. But why did he want to join him so much? It seemed weird that a grandson of an elder was begging to join him. Why do you want to join my team? That's… Yowon ordered Nano. Nano. Analyze the facial muscles. Analyzing. Yowon then saw augmented reality activating through his eyes. The white lines locked onto Mun-ku's face as Mun-ku began to speak. That's because I want to see what kind of man you are for a bit longer. His eyes did not lie. However, the result that came was unexpected. Error. The white light turned red across Mun-ku's face. What's going on? Cannot analyze the entity. Why? Entity's facial surface has been covered by artificial leather, thus concealing the muscles. The white line then drew a circle at the back of Mun-ku's face and zoomed in so Yowon could see it closely. The skin was a bit different at the back of the ears with faint lines. Is that an artificial facial mask? Artificial facial masks were created by the leather of animal or by using real human skin to create another face to wear over one's face. It was created with such expertise that not even experienced warriors could notice it. However, it was easy for Nano to see through it. Creating such a mask required a high experience skill, and there only 3 were people known to be able to create it in all of Wulin. One of them was the 12th elder, Huan Yi, or the Thousand Faces. Why did he hide his face? Yowon then became more suspicious of Mun-ku. That's when Nano's voice rang inside Yowon's head. Analyzing the body. The entity has been identified to be a female aged 15 to 17 years old. What? A girl? Yowon's eyes widened. So, it was actually a girl who was hiding under a boy's mask. Mun-ku did talk a bit like a girl, but it didn't seem to be out of place. What is he doing? Mun-ku was confused as Yowon kept on looking at her. Not to mention, Yowon was looking at her neck and ears. Is he? No. That's not possible. Even Left Guardian Li Hamming did not know that she was wearing a mask, so there was no way Yowon would be able to recognize her. Yowon then mumbled with a confused expression, You? A girl? Haik. Mun-ku then flushed red and frantically bowed and shouted, I want to join you, Prince. I didn't need to think. Please take me in. The cadets were bewildered by the sudden change of thought. Mun-ku's eyes teared up as she looked at Yowon. He was curious as to why she wanted to hide her gender so badly, even to the point where she needed to change her stance of needing more time. I will explain later in private. Yowon sighed at Mun-ku's message and nodded. Jawomin smiled with excitement. He didn't want to lose a talented individual like Mun-ku. Mun-ku. Long time no see. Why yeah, long time no see, Wumin. Mun-ku replied to Jawomin, but she didn't feel so good for Yowon realizing something that she had kept a secret for a long time. Welcome. I am Ko Wonger. I'm Baki. I'm Hu Bong. Yowon's members welcomed Mun-ku wholeheartedly. There were other members who joined also. With 26 new cadets, Chun Yowon's group was the largest force in the academy, with a total number of 53 members. I have a lot now. He needed to form a new group now. We will need to form a new group with this many people. The ones I list off will be a group leader. Yes, sir. The cadets were intrigued. Yowon's decision here meant that those people were Yowon's trusted servants. First, Ko Wonger. Yes, master. Second, Baki. Baki was a powerful warrior. Yowon thought about giving Baki rough cadets who could be unruly at times, but Baki was definitely qualified to handle them. Third, Ho Sangwa. Yes, master. Take care of the girl cadets. From thinking about the group training or dormitories, Yowon thought that girls needed to be with girls and Ho Sangwa was the best within the girl group. Now, 2 tags were left. Next, Gallon. You lead one of the groups too. Yowon gave Gallon a tag because the former 12th group cadets followed Gallon's words more than anyone else. Thank you. I will do my best. Gallon, who didn't think he would have such a chance, bowed to Yowon. Lastly, Yowon turned to Hu Bong. New members became confused as none of them thought Hu Bong would be a leader. But the original 7 members knew Hu Bong for his loyalty, so they didn't think it was strange. But Hu Bong shouted before Yowon could speak. Master, I need to stay by your side at all times. I see. The last tag then went to Jawomin. There were more powerful warriors here like Yuparan, but they hadn't won Yowon's trust yet. After forming a new team and eating dinner, Yowon met with Mun-ku alone at the back of the training room building. Mun-ku was red from embarrassment. Why did you hide the fact that you are a woman? Chapter 85. Learn the 7 Demon Sword. 2. I put a decent amount of effort into this one. It's one of my masterpieces. You can use it for at least 5 years if you take care of it. It was what 12th Elder Huani said to her when he gave it to her. It was created from pigskin and other various materials made to withstand against most shocks. It even changed the color of the skin when Huani worked on his magic on it. She needed to take it off every day to let the air flow through, and it required new glue. but Munku gladly took it. How did he find out? You told me nobody would ever find out about it. Hwani claimed that no one would be able to realize that it was a mask. Yet Yoan saw right through it, and even found out that she was a girl. Should I say that I am too ugly, so I had to hide my face? No, that's too dumb. That excuse didn't explain why she had to hide her gender. From what she experienced, Chun Yo-won didn't seem like the type to trust others easily. Her face turned from one to another with various expressions, and she soon became depressed and Yo-won frowned. Munku emotions were obvious on her face, much like Hubong. Munku then looked up to Yo-won with begging eyes. Prince, please don't tell anyone about this. It's not like you will be kicked out if the others know. Why are you hiding it? The demonic cult valued strength. It did not matter if the one who held the strength was a boy or a girl. Do you have a scar on your face? Or are you too ugly or something? Munku became dumbfounded. She thought Yo-won would not believe such excuses, but since he asked so seriously, it seemed like Yo-won thought it was a plausible reason. Munku sighed. Phew. Prince, promise me. Promise that you will never tell this to anyone. Ever. Okay, Yo-won answered hesitantly. Munku then leaned back against the building wall with her limp leg and started talking. This face is the face of my twin brother. What? Munku was a twin. She had a brother named Munyu who was the future leader of her clan. Their father, Munsung, was killed right before the twins were born by the evil forces. After experiencing such shock, their mother had trouble giving birth. Mother died, while my giving birth to my brother. Yo-won realized she had been raised without her parents. Yo-won felt more sympathetic as he too had no parents. My brother was always weak since he wasn't given a proper birth. Unlike Munku, who came out first normally, Munyu was born with a defect of being mentally ill. It was very shocking for Mun-yun, who just lost his son. He now had a mentally ill grandson who was the only one who could succeed the family. It was unfortunate for the Dragon Fist clan, who always had a male to lead the family. Mun-yun then hid the fact that his grandson was mentally ill. He tried very hard to heal his grandson, but nothing worked. Grandfather was very sad. He barely made his clan powerful like that of the 6 clans, but no one could succeed him. Unlike Munyu, Munku's talent at martial arts was astounding. She had reached the master level just when she was just 16, and Mun-yun was glad and sad at the same time. And that's when the time to join the academy came closer. Mun-yun hesitated. All clans were required to send students to join the academy, but he couldn't send Munyu, who could barely speak. If he sent his granddaughter instead, that was same as saying that his grandson had a problem. Is there a reason for not revealing your brother's sickness? Yo-won asked since he was confused. In his opinion, the problem was going to be revealed sooner or later anyway. All 6 clans want to take our clan under their wing. The 6 clans were always competing with equal power between them. The Wise clan was the strongest at the moment, but having the Dragon Fist clan would be enough to turn the tide. They always ask us, and if they realize what happened to us. Ugh. Munku scowled. If the Dragon Fist clan's only successor was mentally ill, it would be easy to take the entire clan under them by marrying Munku off instead. I see. Yo-won nodded understandingly. So, grandfather declared to be neutral to protect our clan. The 9th elder wanted to keep his clan from being absorbed into one of the 6 clans. Munku then gave him a surprising idea. I told him I would join the academy as a male student. She also knew about the situation of her clan, so she decided to join the academy in place of her brother. If I pretend like I'm my brother and do well at the academy, the 6 clans won't try to play tricks on us at least. Mun-yun did not want it at first, but he soon asked his friend, and the only one who knows about the details of his clan, 12th elder Hwan-yi, to make her a mask, and that's how she was here now. However, the thing was that she did not use her brother's name. This was as a precaution just in case her gender was revealed so that her clan or her brother would not take the blame. So, this was what happened. Yo-won then lost all suspicion he had of her. For the first time, he fully understood another person's problem. He's very serious. Munku grinned at Yo-won, who was seriously listening to her story. I guess that explains my mask? Yo-won nodded. Munku too felt a bit relieved after telling her secret to someone. She then emphasized it again. Prince, you really have to keep this a secret. Yeah, you have to keep it. Please. Munku had a very girlish accent, but she had a boy's face and voice. Did you change your voice too? Munku intentionally spoke with a hoarser voice to mimic a boy's voice. She smiled and changed her voice to a higher and smoother voice. Of course. I can't let anyone know, you know? Yo-won was surprised. That was definitely a girl's voice. But making this boy voice makes my throat dry. That's why Munku did not speak much if she could. It's much better to speak in my own voice. Heh. She smiled and Yo-won also smiled back. Huh? Oh no. Munku then looked up at the dark night and began taking something out from her pocket. It was a small bottle. I almost forgot. Huh. It's my time to put on glue on the mask. I forgot while talking to you. Is that the glue? Yeah. This is really taxing, you know? I have to glue it every night, or else it might come off. Oh. The mask made from Hwan-yi was very well made so that it didn't feel awkward while wearing it, but it always needed constant gluing. It was so hard to glue this on myself with my broken arm. At least there's an upside to something. She then took the end part of the mask and pulled it off her face. The mask then stretched like rubber and was peeled off, revealing what was underneath. Yo-won let out a gasp of astonishment without realizing. She had a pure white face with large, glittery eyes, and she had small pink lips. Her beauty shined under the moonlight, and it made even Chun Yo-won, who was indifferent toward others, mesmerized. Here, hold it up with both your hands. Huh? Like this? Yeah. Yoan held up his hands, and Mun-ku placed her mask in them. She then opened the bottle and began spreading the glue on the inner surface of the mask. See how annoying it is? Hee. She smiled and Yoan blushed. It was the first time Yoan thought that someone of the opposite gender was pretty. Yoan, however, did not know what this emotion was, so he soon returned to his normal expression. There we go. Thank you. Ku finished re-gluing it and placed the mask over her face again. It looked like it was a bit difficult to place it over her face with one hand, so Yoan had to help her out. Soon, Ku was back to wearing her brother's face. I did it quickly thanks to you. It's good that someone knows my secret. Heh. Ku spoke with a smile. She then asked Yoan, as you can see, I cannot train right now because I'm injured. Are you going to train in the training room? Yeah. Then I'll go back to the dorm and rest for today. Oh, what is your room number? I stay in the 7th room in the 4th building. I'll move my stuff over to your room then now that I'm in your group. I'll see you later. Ku then limped over in the direction of the dormitory. Yoan then moved to walk toward the training room when a thought struck at him that made him stop in his tracks. Wait, she's a girl. Ku was a girl, and she was now going to come to stay at boys' dormitory. Yoan wondered how he should deal with this. Chapter 86. Learn the 7-Demon Sword. 3. Late at night, Chun Yoan finally got the time to train in a private training room for a long time before he came out satisfied. He learned that having a good place to train instead of a dark and humid cave was quite important. When he came out, Hubong and the other cadets were waiting for him. Master! Not all of them were waiting since it was too hard to walk around with a group of 53 people. Yoan had ordered them to group up with their group leaders, so there was a total of 9 members with 2 missing. One was Ojong, who was still receiving medical treatment, and the other was Mun-ku, who was at the dorm. Let's go. Yeah, it was the last night for getting a yellow tag, but they weren't attacked on their way back. This was due to the fact that the cadets had realized that they couldn't mess with Chun Yoan, who had defeated Chun Yuchan. While Yoan was not targeted, a total of 2 leaders were stripped of their yellow tags that night. One of the cadets who stole a tag from another leader was Chun Mukium from the Loyal clan. He had just gotten out of the medical room yesterday after staying there for almost 10 days. Nonetheless, he had his loyal servant, Jayun. Jayun had gathered members to form groups for Mukium, who would be coming out of the medical room soon. Ugh, damn it. Mukium became exhausted after taking the tag. He tried to take on the leader alone, but most of the groups were moving together, so they had to have a group fight instead. I was left behind. It was only 10 days, but the cadets had gotten much stronger now. Most of the cadets were now at the level of top-class warriors. Mukium also consumed the Black Dragon Ball, and that pushed him to the entrance of the master level. Damn it. So, even when he fought 321st Cadet Han Pawon, who lacked 10 years of internal energy compared to Mukium, it took a total of 30 formation battles. Mukium also had pain in his left shoulder where Pawon had injured him. Bastard. Mukium became annoyed that he was injured by a mere warrior from a high-ranked clan, and kicked Pingguan's stomach although the boy had already passed out. I need to become much stronger if I want to defeat that monster. He didn't call Yoan a peasant anymore. After Yoan defeating Chun Wonryu, Chun Jongsum, and Chun Yuchan, Yoan was a terrifying monster in Mukium's mind. I'll catch up to him. He didn't look down on Chun Yoan anymore. To him, Yoan was not a target of his anger, but an obstacle he had to face in order to become the Lord. At the same time, Yoan had returned to the dorm. The room was lit, and Mun-ku was reading the 7-Demon Sword skill book on her bed. Oh, you are here. Mun-ku greeted him, and Yoan nodded awkwardly. Yoan still felt awkward about letting a girl stay in the same room with these boys. What have I done? His promise to keep Ku's secret had come back to hit him. He regretted making the promise, but there was no going back. She does look like a boy though. Ugh. She had the mask on, which made her fit right in, but the problem was that Yoan knew she was a girl. Yoan then thought he had to pay attention when they changed clothes. Then that happened. Ugh, this is so hot. Hubong, who was drenched in sweat, took all his clothes off. He quickly grabbed some spare clothes and ran out of the room to go wash up. Hubong. Yoan covered his face with his hand. This was a boys' dormitory, and a lot of boys went straight to the bath, but naked after training. I'm sorry. I can't protect you. Hubong had shown off everything just now. Yoan glanced over at Mun-ku, but she was concentrated on reading the book. Humph. He sighed in relief. Yoan then tried to tell the other members to not strip themselves naked within the dorm room. But, let's go wash. Ugh, I'm so sweaty. Before he could even speak, half of his members stipped themselves and ran out to wash. It was too late. Don't leave me behind. Jin-guk, who was usually shy, even threw off his clothes and ran after them. Even the remaining 3 members who still had some clothes on went out in their underwear. This is crazy. All his teammates just showed off their body parts to a girl. Yoan turned to Ku, but she was still focusing on the book. Was she doing that on purpose? Hey, are you okay? Yoan asked as everyone had left the room. Ku replied without letting her eyes leave the book. She sounded very calm and casual. It's okay. I've been through this so much now. I'm used to it. Why, you can go ahead too. Don't mind me. Ku had been with the other boys before she came to this room. It was apparent she had seen this happen multiple times already. But Yoan only saw Ku diving into the book with a blush on her face. How can I not mind? Yoan sighed and took clothes to change into and went out. After that day, Yoan told his teammates to not take off their clothes inside the dorm room. His members were confused, but they followed his orders. Chapter 87. Learn the 7-demon sword. 4. The next morning, Yoan reported about the yellow tag to the main building of the demonic academy and was declared as the leader for the third test. There were only 11 leaders up until yesterday morning, but with Yoan's 5 groups under him, the total number of groups increased. Chun Kung, one of the Sword Clan, also made another group under him, so there was now a total of 16 groups. 700th Cadet Sama Chuk had 2 tags, but he didn't make another group. So, a total of 15 cadets were not in a group, and they were destined to fail when the test came around. They had to find groups within the remaining 21 days. After registering to become the leader, Yoan and his members got breakfast and went up to the small hill behind the dorms. It was time to train the 7-demon sword. Since I have my own group, I want to teach my members by myself. They originally planned to train the 7-demon sword altogether, but Yoan was surprised to hear the unexpected request. Ko Wonger agreed with Baki's request. Baki is right. It will be too much to teach all these members at the same time. It's better for us to teach our own groups instead. It did make sense. Chun Yoan was the strongest warrior in his group, but it was too much for him to teach every member. I second that idea myself. Galen also wanted to teach his own group since he had his own way of training the 12th group. Yoan hesitated for a bit. He knew that they were asking for this for an entirely different reason than what they were proposing. There was a faint hint of competition going on between Baki, Ko Wonger, and Galen. This all started during breakfast. It will take at least 7 days to train the 7-demon sword. That's too long. I only need 3 days, and then start formations after 7. Baki made this claim thoughtlessly when Ko Wonger was just sharing the idea. This fired up the competition between them. And when breakfast was almost over, they were now making bets on who would finish learning the demon sword formation faster. I heard you guys talk already. Yoan shook his head. He was with them all along when they were talking about the competition, and it was funny that they were sharing ideas for different reasons. However, it wasn't too bad to use the competition to make them learn faster. Okay, do what you will. Thank you. The 3 members then took their groups to train in different spots. Master, I need more members. You too, Wumin? Me too. Master, can you train our members while we gather more members? Jawamin and Ho Senghua needed more members, so they couldn't start training today. There were still many cadets who didn't have a group, so both of them walked down the mountain to recruit other cadets. Actually, Baki needs more members too. Baki, who hated accepting help, probably went down to recruit more members without asking Yoan. It would have been too much if Yoan had to take Baki's members also. Baki, Wumin, and Senghua all needed to recruit members who were willing to become Yoan's forces, so it would probably take them some time. 17 cadets all lined up with wooden swords in their hands. Most of them had just become top-class warriors, so the 7-demon sword was their first top-class martial art. They were used to the skill after reading the book already. Finally, we're learning from our master. Hubong looked at Yoan with anticipation. The other cadets also looked forward to being taught by Yoan as they knew how powerful he was. However, since there were too many people here, they probably wouldn't get the chance to watch Yoan one-on-one. Should I start now? It was Yoan's first time teaching someone else, so he became nervous. But he was going to do his best to teach his members, just like how Right Guardian Subming had taught him. Let me show you how it's done first. Yoan got up slowly and ready to use the 7-demon sword. When everyone began to concentrate, Yoan unleashed the sword movements of the 7-demon sword. He did it very slowly so that every cadet could carefully observe every movement. Whoa! They were astounded as Yoan's movement was just like how the skill book described it. Most martial artists had imperfections in their movements if it was a martial art that they had just learned. But Yoan did it like he had trained in the art for tens of years. Was he really locked up in a prison cave just until yesterday? Mun-ku was beyond shocked to see his movements. She knew that Yoan had been locked up for 5 days, but his movements were just too perfect. This is incredible. Is he a genius? Mun-ku was also a very talented warrior who was well into the master level, but she would also say that it was almost impossible to perfect the skill in such a short amount of time. Of course, this was the only result of Chun Yoan having the entire skill book transferred into his brain. Good. Did you see it all carefully? Yes. It was done very slowly, so the cadets were able to identify the right movements easily. Yoan then glanced over at them and said, "So, I will guide each one of you. Go ahead and try your best in showing me the sword movement." Yay, is it for real? His members rejoiced. This meant that Yoan was going to teach them one by one. We're so lucky. It wasn't very common for highly experienced warriors to teach others one-on-one. Hubong became excited also and asked, "Master, who should start first then?" Everyone tensed up after hearing such an important question. There were so many people here, so it was better to be the first one to get taught. However, what came out of Yoan's mouth was unexpected to say the least. What do you mean? You all will be showing me the sword art at once. It will take forever for me to go through each of you one by one. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all knew that Yoan was powerful, but how could he watch all these people's movements in detail at the same time? Chapter 88. The Sixth Sword. 1. Mun-ku, who was sitting down on a small rock, also became confused. It was understandable if it was just to look at the overall balance, but fixing every small detail was unlikely to happen from looking at everyone at once. Should I watch too? She too had learned the 7-demon sword and read through the books tens of times that she now remembered it. Maybe she could also give a few pieces of advice. Why don't we give it a try anyway? Hubong offered to try it with the other hesitant cadets. In Hubong's experience, Whatever Yoan said never ended weirdly. Ready your sword, Yoan shouted, and all 17 cadets prepared to perform the 7-demon sword. Oh well. I guess he'll change it to private lessons if it doesn't work out. Most of the cadets thought of the same thing. Yoan ordered to Nano, activate augmented reality. Yoan's eyes then shook and he saw lines drawing various pieces of information about the 17 cadets. Nano, analyze all these 17 people and see if there is any movement they're getting wrong with the 7-demon sword. Understood. Activating multi-tutorial mode on 17 entities. Target martial art. 7-demon sword. With Nano's voice, Yoan then saw 17 circles locking onto each of the students. Yoan shouted, going from the first formation. First sword. First sword. The cadets repeated the name of the formation and began to move. Wooden swords shot through the air as the 17 cadets all swung their swords in unison. Ku moaned silently. There were many cadets who were not doing it correctly. Actually, most of them were a mess besides the 3 cadets who were top-class warriors already. The cadets stopped in place after finishing the first formation. There was just too many things that needed fixing. Ku tried to send a telepathic message to Yoan on what she had seen for the few cadets that she had seen at least, but Yoan spoke first. We're training, so I'll call out numbers. First, 31st cadet. Yes, sir. Your arm is weak when you start the first sword, and that causes all connected movements to become weak as well. Be careful of that. Yes, sir. The 31st cadet, Yuk Kinming, shouted back. This was only the start. Yoan then went over to the other cadets. After going through few, Yoan called out Hu Bong's number. 23rd cadet. Yes, sir. Your sword drops when you move. On the third movement, you only use wrist when you step with your right. You need to use your waist, not only the wrist. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hu Bong answered excitedly at such detailed advice. Ku was shocked. Hu Bong was one of the few cadets that she observed, and Yoan had gotten everything correct. Did he really see what every cadet did? Yoan then went over to the other cadets. After the number of cadets receiving advice went over the count of 10, all the cadets were astonished. Did he really see everyone? He wasn't just saying it. The 22nd cadet, Kong Jino, just joined yesterday. He was dumbfounded and suspicious at the same time. However, the cadets who listened to their faults seemed to agree. 22nd cadet. Why yes. Jino frowned as he answered. He was a top-class warrior, and he had the ability to do the 7-demon sword more perfectly than the other cadets, but he didn't put in much effort in doing so. He was at the very back, so he thought Yoan would not see him anyway. Yoan was glaring at him, however. Surely Yoan was angry at his laziness. You think I would not notice if you didn't put in any effort? Ugh. What was that slow, clumsy sword movement? Do you not want to do this? Yoan snapped and Jino flushed red from embarrassment. He couldn't even find the right words to respond. He claimed that Yoan would never know when the cadet next to him, Im Yuhan, told him to stop fooling around. I am sorry. If you do that again, then you will be practicing the sword formations alone. Jino then went down on his both knees. This will never happen again, master. This gave every cadet the chills. They thought to never do things without letting Yoan know. Yoan accepted Jino's apology. You must act accordingly if you have the power. But you are second to being correct among everyone else here. Make sure you do it right next time. Second? I'm only second. Who was first then? Yoan then turned to the 11th cadet, Im Yuhan, with a satisfied voice. I have nothing much to say to you, 11th cadet. You were better than everyone here. Thank you, master. Jino frowned. Jino and Yuhan were always competing with each other, so Jino didn't feel so good about losing. He then regretted for not doing it right. After Yoan met all 17 cadets, they began to trust Yoan on what he was doing. Okay, we'll go with the first formation again. Remember what I told you, and repeat slowly. Yes, sir. And the swords began to move again. Not everything was fixed at once, but all the movements had gotten much better now. Wow, Ku gasped in astonishment. This proved that Yoan was not only a good fighter, but he was also a good teacher. He's really amazing. Of course, all this was due to Nano's ability. Yoan's eyes saw the analysis notes that Nano placed over all the cadets. Without this knowledge, however, it only made Ku more surprised. After going through the first movement again, Yoan pointed out their mistakes and had them go over remaining 7 formations to fix it. It seemed like it wouldn't take too long to learn the 7-demon sword at this rate. There were some who were falling behind like Hu Bong, Jinguk, and Machel, but they put more effort, which was fortunate. We'll train until dinner. Yes, sir. And 10 days had passed after the training started. It took a bit more time for everyone to perfect all the 7-demon sword formations. Even if Yoan put in all the effort he could, it still took time for most of the cadets to learn, especially those who weren't from high-ranked clans. The last, or the 7th sword, was especially hard for most cadets. Part of it was due to Ojong joining the team late, after he spent 5 days in the medical room. At least it was fortunate that Ojong was talented enough to catch up quickly, and the groups who scattered to train on their own gathered in one place. I lost. Baki spoke and turned away. Ko Wonger burst out into laughter for winning his bet. Haha. So, you accept your loss. Good. The winner who taught his teammates to learn the sword skill faster was Wonger. He took a total of 7 days to train his teammates. Galen also only needed 9 days, whereas Baki took 10 days. How did you manage to teach them in 7 days? Baki too realized that it took more time to teach cadets who weren't that experienced in martial arts. However, Wonger had managed to do it, making Baki curious. Haha, there's not much. You just have to ram it in until you learn it. Ram it in? Wonger then looked back at his teammates and grinned while all of his cadets flinched and shuddered in fear. Chapter 89. The Sixth Sword, 2. Within that 10-day training period for the 7-demon sword, Baki, Ho Sanghua, and Jia Wumin's groups also filled up. Baki only needed a few more members, so he was able to fill it up quickly, but Sanghua and Wumin took 3 days to recruit more cadets. Total of 19. The new cadets fell into 2 main categories. There were those who came to admire Yoan for his feat of defeating Ho Jinchong and Chun Yuchan, and the other group consisted of those who were not happy with the current 6-clan system in the cult, thus wanting a new wave of change from Yoan. Although these new groups had 2 different ideas, they were recruited carefully. These groups became more connected with each other because of Yoan. Wow, that group only has girls. When did that kind of group form? I want to join that group. The boy cadets couldn't peel their eyes off of Ho Sangwa's team. Her group was the first only girl group in the academy at the moment. It was bound to gain attention from boys in their puberty. Huh, boys. Hee. The girl cadets also welcomed that kind of reaction. Some of them even explicitly flirted with the other cadets. However, Chun Yoan was more interested in the cadets who could become group leaders. 708th Cadet Che Takim and 52nd Cadet Wu Sojung. Both of them were entering the Master Level Warrior level. Che Takim was from a high-ranked clan of the Westgate clan who didn't show himself even during the second test. Takim had visited Yoan's dormitory to speak to him. Water rots if it sits. I don't want to see the cult wasting power from the 6 clans competing against each other. You are a Chun, but you are not from 6 clans. I think you might have what it takes to change things. Yoan liked Takim, who was passionate about changing the cult, so he accepted him. And Wu Sojung, whom Ho Sanghua brought over as a friend, was rather aggressive. Only the strong survive here. You show me your strength, and I will serve you for my life. Oh, Sojung challenged Yoan and lost after just 3 formations. Yoan only used the butterfly blade dance, and it was enough. And with 2 more master-level warriors, Yoan's forces became more powerful. There was also more good news. Congratulations on becoming masters. Ko Wonger and Ho Sanghua had become master-level warriors since they didn't slack off on their own training when the team training was over. Thank you, master. Ho Sanghua was glad that she had become a master-level warrior. She was now the 2nd master-level girl cadet. This isn't enough. I will do my best to be the first sword of the master. Ko Wonger was not satisfied, however. The words from Wonger ignited a weird competition between cadets. First sword, HM. With an increasing number of cadets, they began ranking themselves unofficially. One of the members of Baki's group, Ichan, spoke out. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I think the first sword title fits my leader Baki, or Munku better. Yes, they are stronger in terms of power. Cadets from Baki's group agreed and Wonger's members began to respond. Wonger is strong enough to claim that. I'm offended, thank you. He can be the 2nd or 3rd sword. What? Members began to speak up with their thoughts, arguing with each other. This made all the group leaders surprised. Yoan then heard Che Takim's telepathic message through his ears. I expected this would happen as you have many who follow you, but it was faster than I expected. Master, it's time for you to decide on the ranking of these members. HM, loyalty is good, but the cult relies on power. You have to keep that in mind. Yoan nodded at Takim's message. It seemed like it was time for Yoan to clear out the ranks, as that was needed for an organization to function properly. What should I do? The best thing to do was to have everyone duel against each other since that was the demonic cult's tradition, but it didn't seem like a good idea to duel against one another since the 3rd test was just around the corner. He couldn't let anyone get hurt in the process. Yoan thought for a while, and finally made a decision. Everyone, be quiet. He didn't speak loudly, but every cadet became silent at once. Yoan's influence over the 71 cadets was commendable. When everyone became silent, Yoan began to speak. I have heard your opinions. I think it is time for me to appoint our ranks. Do you all agree? Yes, sir. The cadets answered in unison. They also became curious as to how Yoan would decide on these ranks. Obviously, some members were more powerful than others, and they would most likely stand in front of the other members. 6 people. Chapter 90. The Sixth Sword, 3. 6. The cadets wondered if this maybe meant that Yoan was going to appoint only 6 high-rank members. I will appoint the top 6 warriors. They will not have ranks over each other, and they will be titled the 6 Swords. Master, what is the reason for having the 6 swords? Wu Sojung raised his hand and asked. The other cadets also had the same question. If we graduate from the academy, we will be fighting against 6 clans. I need the 6 swords who will complete that job on the front lines of battle. Everyone nodded. All of the people here knew that Yoan was trying to fight the 6 clans and create a new demonic cult. But wouldn't we just be repeating the same thing then? Ko Wonger and a few others frowned. It was still far into the future, but if they managed to defeat the 6 clans and the 6 swords replaced them, then they could end up in a power struggle again. However, Yoan continued speaking and soon removed that fear. But the 6 swords today will not remain 6 swords forever. I will open a competition each year to give the title to more powerful warriors. Oh, the cadets gasped in excitement. This meant that the title was not going to remain permanent. Everyone would be granted an equal opportunity to prove themselves and rise above the others, just like how the demonic cult normally functioned. This will continue even if I reach the top of the cult. Wonger, Baki, and the other cadets then nodded in satisfaction. There were only 72 cadets here in total, But if Yoan really took over the entire cult, then it was bound to be open to all the members of the cult. This would certainly put an end to the current six-clan system. Since we are facing the important third test soon, I will simplify our process to choose the 6 swords this time around. Yes, sir. It would be too time-consuming to have everyone duel each other, and the power balance between the cadets were too great anyway. Those who are masters, please step forward. Everyone else, step back. Many of the cadets took a few steps back, leaving Ko Wonger, Baki, Munku, Ho Sanghua, Che Takim, and Wu Sojung behind. It was exactly these 6 cadets that required no competition. I'm sure no one will complain about having these members as the 6 swords? Yes, sir. No one had any complaints since these members were significantly more powerful than the rest of them. Some cadets like Kong Jino, Im Yuhan, Jia Wumin, and Ojong had the urge to become stronger to take the spot later on. Then the first sword. Baki then raised his hand to intervene. Wait, I have an idea. What is it? Since we now have the 6 swords, it'll be better for us to figure out the ranks between each other. The other cadets all nodded. They liked the fact that they had been chosen as the 6 swords, but it seemed it was better to have the right title according to the level of power. It was a matter of pride. Should I be happy about this? It didn't feel bad for his members to compete against each other for the best servant title. Yoan smiled and agreed with the idea. With the master's approval, all they had to do now was compete. Oh, I'm still injured, so I forfeit. Munku gave up on fighting first, so she automatically became the 6th sword. It seemed like Baki wanted to fight Munku since she seemed to be the most powerful warrior here, but it couldn't be helped. Don't hurt each other. The fight was to be held at once, battle royale style. Yoan told them to not use more than 30% of their internal energy to not hurt one another. Then, shall we start? Wonger took off his top and flexed his large muscles. It was to bring up his morale, but it wasn't a good choice. It made Ho Sanghua and Wu Sojung feel disgusted at the toplessness, and they both decided to attack Wonger first. Ha 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 ha. This is good. Ugh, this muscle gorilla. Ko Wonger was still laughing while he fought. The 5 warriors fought for quite a while. The first one to fail was Wu Sojung. Ugh, I'm ashamed. He didn't think he would lose to Ho Sanghua, who was a girl. Wu Sojung thought he would defeat her easily, but his shoulder almost got pulled out from its joint. Ugh. The second to lose was Che Takim. He had intervened in the fight between Baki and Ko Wonger, and he fell after getting hit by their attacks. Ho Sanghua gave up and sank to sit on the ground about 30 minutes later. She thought she had a good amount of stamina, but she couldn't last as long as Baki or Ko Wonger. Both of the boys fought fiercely. They were also always competing with each other, and thus they did not want to give up. Each of their groups cheered for their leaders, but the experience paid off. Baki increased his kick power with his energy and put down Wonger's large body. Wonger tried to fight back by putting all his strength in his muscles, but he couldn't overpower Baki's energy. Wonger laid flat on the ground and panted. Ha ha, I lost. Waha. Baki won. Baki's group all got up and began to cheer. Meanwhile, Wonger's members became depressed. Leader. They ran up to Wonger and helped him stand up. After the long fight, the rank of the 6 swords was decided. Baki, the 1st sword. Ko Wonger, the 2nd sword. Ho Sanghua, the 3rd sword. Che Takim, the 4th sword. Wu Sojung, the 5th sword. Munku, the 6th sword. And thus was the birth of Chun Yowan's 6 swords. It's getting there. Yowan clenched his fist as he looked over at his members. He had come into the academy with nothing in his hands, and now he had forces that cannot be ignored, especially considering the clans of these members outside of the academy. However, Yowan was not satisfied yet. I need to become more powerful than anyone else so that no one in the demonic cult will ever try to defy me. Chapter 91. The Dangerous Third Test. 1. The time given for cadets to train for the 3rd test quickly passed by, and many things happened during that time period. It started with Chun Jongsum, the prince of the Poison Clan who left the academy with an injury, and it ended with Chun Yuchan, one of 2 likely heirs to the throne, who lost the fight for a yellow tag and had his arm cut off. There were other minor incidents, but all the important incidents were related to Chun Yowan. In the early morning, just before the beginning of the 3rd test, there was a guest in the chief's office. The guest was a man wearing a mask with weird symbols on it. It was the great guardian, Marakim the Dark King. There were documents in the hands of the left guardian and chief of the academy, Lee Hammond, but he didn't look pleased while glancing through the documents. After going through every page, he put them down on the desk and asked, "Is this really approved?" Yes. It was decided from the top, and the Lord approved it yesterday. If the Lord approved it, then there was no choice. I know the reason for the change, but no one would be happy to hear about the change on the day of the test. The great guardian didn't like talking much, so he stayed silent. The document that Marakim brought over had a change in how the 3rd test would be held. The test seems to be too easy. That was the reason for the change. The test at the Demonic Academy was always chosen by the chief and instructors, excluding the 1st test that was held on the 1st day. The test proposal would then be sent to the elders and the Lord for approval. There were always cases where the test had problems and needed change, but this was the first time where a change was requested on the day of the test. This is going too far. It was hard to understand. It was strange that the Lord, who was currently trying to put down the 6 clans, had approved this. Lee Hamming didn't seem to accept it, and Marakim took out something from his pocket and gave it to Hamming. It was a letter. Hamming began reading it. He then scowled and burned the letter, mumbling at the ashes. "As you wish, my lord." And hours passed after that. All the cadets gathered at the training ground for the test. With all groups now used to being in their groups, they naturally lined up according to their groups. The 11 members of Yo-Won's group were confident. They had perfected the sword demon formation after enduring the hard training and lessons from Yo-Won. The other members from Yo-Won's other groups were in a similar spot too. This is weird. Yo-Won was looking at the third group left on his left. Behind the third group's leader was Chun Yu-chan, the prince of the sword clan. He was missing his right arm and was on the team as a regular member, not a group leader. He might have given up if he was a regular cadet, but it seemed like he hadn't given up all hope yet. Well, I see what they are thinking though. Most of the third group's members were Yu-chan's servants. It seemed like they had no way to get a yellow tag anymore. So they beat up one of the group leaders and exchanged every member with their own. I should have done more than cut his arm off. Yo-Won thought he had to do far more. It had been quite a while since the cadets had gathered, but they waited a while longer than expected. The instructors who always were up on the stage before the cadets even started to gather still had not come out from the main building. Oh, there they are. That's when Lee Hamming and other instructors began to walk down from the building. Hamming went up on the stage and sat on the chair. However, the instructors also brought with them people tied up tightly with ropes onto the stage. Their heads were covered with black rags. Walk straight. This way, you fool. The instructors treated them as if they were criminals. What is it? All the cadets became silent and watched awkwardly. All those tied up people were put up at the front of the stage, and there were exactly 16 of them. Hamming then got up from the chair and spoke. Have you done a good amount of training for the third test? Motto. The cadets shouted loudly in unison. But unlike their eager voices, their faces were filled with nervousness. Before we move on to the test, I will announce one small change in the details. The cadets began to mumble, concerned about unexpected change. They now realized that the change had something to do with those tied-up people at the front of the stage. The original test was going to involve fighting instructors with the sword demon formation, but there will be a slight change to this. Hamming then snapped his fingers, and the instructors brought up 3 large wooden boxes. They opened them up, and many swords poured out from within. Those were real swords. Real swords? I thought we were going to use wooden swords for the test? The cadets became confused, and Hamming kept going. The test will not change. You will use the sword demon formation to defeat the enemy. Enemy? Yo-Won frowned. And the words that came out of Hamming's mouth shocked all cadets instantly. But you don't just defeat them. You have to kill your enemy. The cadets began to panic. They were shocked to hear that they had to kill the enemy. Hamming then shouted by forcing his internal energy out. Silence! Ugh. They all turned silent at once. Hamming glared and continued. Do you see these people in front of you? Motto. They are criminals from forces of justice and evil. All the cadets were shocked. They thought something was weird when these people were brought up, but they didn't think they were real criminals. They were more like war prisoners. But for the demonic cult, they were criminals. Chapter 92. The Dangerous Third Test. 2. You will pass the test if you kill them with the sword demon formation. This will be your first official battle. The test was not a practice session anymore. It was a real fight against a real enemy, and they needed to kill them. Most of the cadets only stayed within the 10,000 mountains, so they never seen any enemies until now. These criminals will be let go if they defeat you, so they will try hard. Don't be sympathetic to your enemies, or else you will die instead. Lee Hamming warned them. The cadets all turned grim. Of course, the 36 instructors were ready to jump if there was any threatening potential danger, but they didn't tell the cadets. Otherwise, they would forget their fear. I don't want to die. Jean Guk paled because of the fear. But it wasn't only Jean Guk. Now the test wasn't about if they were going to pass the test or not. It was whether they would survive or die. Now, we will proceed with the test. I will start with the 700th cadet, Samachuk's group. Come forward and retrieve your swords. Motto. The first group to take this test was Samachuk's group. He had been the first person to register to be a group leader, and although he was happy when he did it back then, he and his group weren't happy about going first. Go up. Instructors dragged up one of the tied-up criminals to the middle of the training ground. Then they took off the black rag, and a man with a tangled beard and pale face was revealed. There were many signs of torture on his face. Arg. He too seemed to be very nervous. He had heard about the test already, and he knew what he had to do if he were to survive. However, he was still shocked to see the cadets in front of him. They're just children. He volunteered since he was told that he would be freed if he could win against the sword formation, but he wasn't told that he'd be fighting teenagers. The instructors scoffed at the man from behind. This group is lucky to fight the foolish force of justice. It seemed it wasn't likely that something would go terribly wrong. Lots of members from the force of justice value justice or ethics, and thus they were sympathetic. It seemed this man was probably like that. Instructors untied the man and released the pressure on the blood point, freeing him to use his martial arts. Samachuk's group circled around the man and Hamming shouted, "Begin!" With the order, 12 cadets all formed the 7 demon sword stance. The man then became serious. He realized that if he wasn't serious, he might die. Then his sword wielded clear white sword chi. He was an experienced master-level warrior. The 12 cadets became concerned. The only master warrior they had was Samachuk, but he too was only an entry-level master warrior. If they made any mistakes in the formation, then they might die. We have no choice. Samachuk took a deep breath and shouted, "Third formation, GOL." The 12 cadets then began to unleash sword movement at the bearded man. With each pair of students doing the same sword movement, a total of 6 sword movements were unleashed by all the pairs, inducing an amazing effect. What? The ordinary 7-demon sword had become a sword movement unleashed like that of a master warrior. They learned it well. Yoan nodded. The written explanation about the sword demon formation in the book was too simple, and there the possibility of misunderstanding it would lead a group to attack with the same formation. However, Samachuk and his group were doing it the correct way. The bearded man was shocked, but he quickly defended himself against all the sword movement. He was attacked from all sides, but he had enough experience to fight back.
Ugh.
However, he couldn't defend everything since he had been tied up for a long time. His muscles were stiff and his shoulder and chest were cut slightly. Second formation. Go! Samachuk then shouted at his members as the bearded man shook from the damage. The second formation was unleashed, but there was a problem. A few cadets collided against each other while trying to complete it too quickly, thus shaking up the formation. And no, now is the chance. The bearded man then took the change to put his sword into one of the cadet's chests. When the cadet flinched and closed his eyes, the bearded man hesitated. Damn it, he couldn't bear to kill a teenage boy, and that hesitation brought him his demise. Arg! Many swords pierced into him from the back. A sword passed through his organs and through his heart, killing him. Some cadets slumped down to the ground after their first kill. Leader Samachuk looked at the dead man and bit his lips. Damn it, this doesn't make me feel any better. Regardless of his feelings, the cadets shouted in joy for the first victory. Whoa! It seemed like they gained courage by seeing a fight that seemed to end easily. Two instructors then came up to haul the body out. You were lucky, the instructor said. Samachuk and his members frowned. Like he said, if the man was cold-hearted, they would have been killed. Lee Hamming then got up from the chair and shouted loudly, I congratulate the victory of Samachuk. Regardless of the progress, Samachuk's group brightened up since they had passed the test. However, it didn't last long. The 700th Cadet Leader, 93rd Cadet, 147th Cadet, 217th Cadet, 803rd Cadet, 922nd Cadet, and 983rd Cadet. These 7 cadets have passed the third test. S7W. What does that mean? The 5 cadets who were not called out became shocked. These were the ones who collided against each other during the formation. They had made a mistake, but they thought they would pass the test since they had won the fight. However, it wasn't what they expected. Yoan frowned. So the test would be carried out as a group, but the actual result relied on each individual. Any mistake, and that person would fail. Chapter 93. The Dangerous Third Test, 3. During the first round of the test, Left Guardian Lee Hamming's eyes did not leave the man from the force of justice. As written in the request document to change the test, the man had been in prison for 3 years. Therefore, he couldn't use the best of his skills. If the cadets didn't make a mistake, it would be easy enough for the cadets to defeat him. There was no chance until now. Then they must be after. Hamming then turned to Chun Yo-won. 2 princes had already been taken out of the academy already. One of them had her arm cut off, and one had his internal energy destroyed, thus losing the chance to become the Lord forever. It will take forever for them to wait 4 years. It was apparent that those clans were dying to kill Chun Yo-won. However, they couldn't go against the rule of the academy with the Lord watching over them. So they changed the test to do something else. Whatever it is, it will be your undoing. The next group came up to start their test. Walk straight. Bah. 2 instructors brought up another criminal. They untied the man and took off his mask. He was also very rugged, looking with scars all over his face. Damn, bastards. It was apparent that he wasn't from the force of justice. Instructors looked at the second group with a sympathetic expression. They were against a bad enemy. They aren't so lucky. He's from the force of evil. Both forces had very different ideals and thoughts. The evil forces had no sympathy, and they did whatever they could to defeat their enemies. They tried everything in their power to survive. Begin. With Lee Hamming's shout, 12 cadets readied the 7-demon sword. Their leader was Chun Mukium from the Loyal clan. Damn, this is bad, Mukium ranted in his head. Unlike the first man, this enemy looked very aggressive and dangerous. If there was any slight mistake, it was going to be bloody. Foolish kids, you dare to try to fight me? The man then charged ahead without giving the cadets time to get into formation. He attacked the only girl cadet, who seemed to be weakest in the formation, with his most powerful attack. Damn it, 5th formation, Mukium shouted annoyingly. The 5th formation was based off the 5th sword of the 7-demon sword, which was a defensive formation. So, you aren't just some ordinary kids then? The man grinned. The 12 cadets made a sword barrier by moving defensively, and the man then shifted to attack another cadet. Arg! The cadet's left arm was struck by the sword. He gasped in fear that he might die and tried to back away. Mukium shouted quickly, fall back 10 steps. The cadets quickly took 10 steps back. If only the injured cadet backed away, it could break the formation and put the other cadets in danger. It was the right call. Man up, you asshole. We'll all die if we fail. Mukium shouted with his telepathic message, and the injured cadet nodded with a pale face. Heh, so he's the weak point. The man then charged at the injured cadet again. He knew well that an enemy who was scared was the weak point of any sword formation. Heek. With the man charging in, the cadet panicked and unleashed the 5th sword to defend himself. Arg. However, a mere top-level warrior had no way to fight against master-level warrior. As he was pushed back, Mukium ran toward the enemy and shouted, damn it, I told you to man up. 3rd formation. The cadets then unleashed the 3rd sword at their enemy. However, the the man ignored the other attacks and cut the injured cadet's right hand, which was holding the sword. Arg. He then twisted to unleash a defensive movement to defend against all the other sword attacks. With one missing from the formation, their power had decreased tremendously. The man then found another weak point. They're just kids. He stabbed out with his sword, and the sword pushed out a few cadets, loosening the swords from their hands. Ha ha ha. I did it. I beat the formation. The cadets frowned as they saw their swords flying up in the air. That's when a fist struck the delighted enemy's back. Arg. He spat out blood and was pushed forward. It was Chun Mukium who attacked from behind. Mukium, who feared for his life, had used his loyal fist skill instead of 7 demon sword. Mukium shouted, "Now!" First formation. The remaining 5 cadets quickly unleashed the first sword of the 7 demon sword without thinking. There were only 5 of them, so they lacked power, but that was enough. Arg. Swords penetrated into the man, and the man who was happy that he defeated the formation died with dumbfounded shock. The other cadets who were watching Mukium's group were also lost for words. They now realized how hard the test could be. The instructors then took their hands off their swords. They were ready to jump out if things went out of control, but such an incident didn't happen. Fortunately, I will announce the result. Lee Hamming called out a total of 6 cadets from Mukium's group, and the 80th cadet, Jayun, one of Mukium's most loyal servants, failed the test. Damn it! With the second group completing the test, a glimmer of hope came to the cadets waiting to be tested. It was to have a chance to fight against a member from the Force of Justice. But that was a false hope, as not every member from the Force of Justice was weak-minded like the first person. The third group was actually against a warrior from the Force of Justice, but the enemy wasn't the sympathetic type. He tried hard to survive and injured almost all the cadets within the group. Only 3 of them had passed the test. 5 more groups went through the test, and the only group so far that had every member pass the test was the 5th group, Chun Muyin's group. Chapter 94. The Dangerous Third Test. 4. Perfect. That was a perfect sword demon formation. Lee Hamming complimented Muyin's group as they defeated the enemy after 2 formations. No one had made a mistake, and they were all unscathed. It's our turn soon. The group tested just now was the cadet who registered to be a leader right before Yowon. If it went in order, Yowon's group was next. As expected, Lee Hamming called Yowon's group. 7th cadet, Chun Yowon's group, come up, motto. While Yowon's members went up with anxious expressions, all the criminals whose faces were covered with masks all flinched. Ugh, I hope it's not too bad. Jean Guk looked at the criminal who was pulled forward. None had died yet, but over 30 cadets had been injured. He was bound to be worried. Please, justice, 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 Hubong was mumbling, hoping that they would fight against a member from the Force of Justice. After watching all the tests, enemies from the Force of Justice didn't seem to threaten the lives of the cadets at least. However, the groups who fought against members from the Force of Evil had many cadets who had their limbs cut off. Stay still. I will untie you. Instructor Ho? The person who brought up the criminal was Senior Instructor Ho Jinchong. Yowon became curious as Ho Jinchong usually stayed back to oversee the other instructors. The mask was pulled off from the criminal's face. He had a long beard and glaring eyes with aggressive features. He was still tied up with sealed blood points to stop him from moving, but his aura proved that he was not from the Force of Justice. Damn it, Hubong frowned. It was exactly what he had feared. Even the cadets who were watching expressed sympathy as they saw the enemy. Humph. The man glanced at Yowon's group, looking to find someone. Something's a bit off. Yowon narrowed his eyes. Most criminals were usually nervous or tense as they would try to find a way out or become frantic with the urge to survive. Be careful. Yowon then heard Ho Jinchong's short telepathic message. He then was able to confirm that something fishy was going on. What can it be? Yowon was already curious as to why the test had changed at the last minute. If there was something going on, he needed to pay attention to everything. And the cadets watching the test observed the group with anticipation. What's going to happen? Maybe he'll finish it like the first cadet. Yeah, but he fought the man from the Force of Justice. Right. Maybe 1 or 2 might fail. Chun Yowon had shocked all the cadets throughout every test and every incident. They were curious as to what Yowon would show them this time around. Begin. Motto. With Lee Hamming's order, Yowon's members shouted in unison and readied for the 7-demon sword. But even when surrounded him, the bearded man didn't attack first and quietly readied himself. Is he ready for anything? Yowon then shouted at his members. 4th formation. I found him. The man then turned quickly and glared at Yowon. It was as if he were an eagle that had found its prey. However, the 12 members unleashed their swords at the man. Oh, it was a perfect sword formation, just like what Muyin's group had showed. However, the man did not seem to care. He quickly moved his sword to easily defend against all the sword movements. It was so fast that it was even hard to track it with the naked eye. What kind of power is this? Hubong and Jean Guk's swords were thrown back at such powerful energy. Ugh. The man shouted and a clear chi was unleashed from his sword, breaking all the swords that touched his sword. Lee Hamming got up from the chair with shock. He's not a master-level warrior. If used by top-class warriors, the sword demon formation allowed them to fight against master-level warriors. Yet, this criminal was not just defending. He was actually pushing them back. He was recorded as a master, and he had master-level internal energy when checked prior to the 3rd test. No, he's not a master-level warrior. He's a grandmaster warrior, and just like how Hamming realized it, Ho Jinchong also realized this at the same time. If he wasn't a master-level warrior, this test had to be stopped. Fall back. Ho Jinchang shouted and charged in. He quickly unleashed his sword attack, trying to attack the bearded man. Back off, Arg, Machel, Hubong shouted as the man grabbed Machel's neck and threw it at Ho Jinchang. No. Ho Jinchang quickly took his sword back and grabbed Machel. Ugh. And Ho Jinchang was thrown way back with Machel with the energy that came at him. The energy was so powerful that even Ho Jinchang could not defend against it, although he was also entering the Grandmaster level. The man then turned and growled at Yowon. Heh. I will kill you now. Yowon glared at him with cold eyes. So, this was it. The man's eyes had turned red, and veins were popping up all over his entire face. The reason for him pushing back Ho Jinchang was this: the art of blood reversion. What is with him? Does he think he can survive? The man became curious. He heard from that man that Chun Yowon was just a child who was merely at the verge of becoming a master. However, he didn't run away. Instead, the kid was glaring back with no hint of fear in his eyes. Foolish kid. I will kill you as painfully as possible. The man shouted angrily and unleashed the attack at Yowon. It was so powerful that it shot through the air, threatening to cut Yowon into pieces of meat. But that's when the man heard Yowon's voice in his ears. No, you die. What? At that moment, Yowon's sword shined with white chi light, and 24 sword movements were unleashed upon the man like a storm. What is this? He became shocked. His sword movement was countered immediately, and Yowon's body flew right past him. Aorg. The chi flowed through, and the man twirled away, flying up into the air. Chapter 95. The Dangerous Third Test. 5. Just a few minutes ago, all the cadets who were watching the third test thought Yowon's group would pass the test easily. However, the perfect sword formation was easily blocked. Arg. And my sword. With Yowon's members' swords all being broken, they were thrown way back. The enemy was much more powerful than a master warrior. What is going on? Who is that man? All the cadets got up in shock. Yowon's other members all realized something was wrong with the test. This isn't right. Master is in danger. Ko Wonger and Baki exchanged glances. If needed, they were ready to jump in to save their master, even if this was in the middle of the test. Before they could make their move, senior instructor Ho Jinchang dashed in first. Oh. Instructor Ho is going. To everyone's surprise, Ho Jinchang was thrown back while trying to grab Machel. The cadets were shocked by the power that was thrown together with Machel. Wait, is that? That's the art of blood reversion. The man's eyes were blood red and his face was covered with his veins popping out in a disgusting manner. His voice was also coarse like that of an animal. How can a criminal from force of evil use that art? The cadets were aware of the forbidden art's existence, and as they watched, the man charged toward Yowon, unleashing a terrifying sword move that scared even the cadets who were spectating. Every of Yowon's members charged in. Master, that's when an amazing thing happened. Yowon's sword moved gracefully, leaving the afterimage of Yowon's body as he shot past the man. Aarg. With the powerful storm of energy, the man was thrown up into the air, spinning, and the blood began to gush out from every one of his blood points. He then dropped to the ground, drenched in blood as if he was dead. Every cadet was at a loss for words. What they had just witnessed was Yowon easily defeating the enemy who destroyed the perfect sword demon formation and defeated Grandmaster-level warrior Ho Jinchang with the power of blood reversion in just one sword formation. Monster. Chun Mukium was also at a loss for words. How strong did Yowon get that he could do so much? But Yowon didn't look relieved as he looked at the enemy. What was it? Yowon thought as he looked at the man. He then turned back to his sword. I felt resistance. His sword force of the sky demon had struck perfectly, but Yowon felt strong resistance as he attacked the enemy's blood points, and the sword couldn't penetrate deeper in. The man then began to move. I see. So, it didn't work. The man's upper clothes were ripped apart as his upper torso expanded abnormally. With veins popping up all over him, he didn't look like a normal human anymore. He had turned so large and growled like a ferocious beast as he glared at Yowon while getting up. GGRRR. I will kill you. Karo Warg. Ugh. Arg. The man shouted. It was a sound energy attack. The shouting created a painful wave of energy that made cadets put their hands over their ears. But the power was so strong that some cadets vomited blood and fell. Detected series of harmful energy waves from the sound. Activating emergency defense mode. Blocking all sounds coming through the eardrum and body. With Nano's ability, Yowon was unharmed by the attack. The man frowned at Yowon who seemed to be fine. Growling. You have to die here. Kararg. It seemed like he was losing his mind now. Yowon then aimed his sword at him and mumbled, try to defend against this one then. Yowon then decided to kill the enemy before things got worse and tried to unleash the second formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon. It was then. ARGH. The man's left arm was cut off. The man's body, which was so strong that even Yowon's master-level energy couldn't penetrate, was cut off so easily. Yowon's eyes grew large. An unexpected figure was standing behind the man shouting in pain. He had rugged clothes and a bottle of liquor with a red nose. It was Right Guardian Subming. Heh. You dare try to touch my apprentice with your dirty hands? Teacher. Yowon was surprised by Subming's sudden appearance, but it didn't last very long. Be careful. Quararg. The man roared with anger and turned to attack at Subming. I was only told to keep you alive. Karg. Subming swung his crazy blade and easily countered all attacks. He sliced off the man's muscles. The man then slumped down to the ground like a doll. Amazing! Yoan was astonished. The butterfly blade dance skill was much more powerful when a powerful warrior like Submang performed it. He was twice as powerful than what Yoan experienced through the avatar simulation. KRRRR. The man tried to get up, but it was useless. The man then turned grim as he realized the power difference between him and Submang. His face began to redden, and he began to shudder when Submang grabbed his head. No, no, you can't die yet. Submang's hand unleashed an energy shock and struck the man's head, making him pass out. His attempt to commit suicide by reversing the energy within him had failed. Submang got up and shouted toward the stage. Bah! You're taking too long against such fools. Everyone then turned to the stage where they hadn't even been able to pay attention to until now. There were men with their upper clothes ripped apart like the enemy that attacked Yoan, slumped down on the stage, and Lee Hamming grabbed another man who was flailing painfully in his grasp. Arg! With Hamming's hand that unleashed the energy, the man turned quiet. Hamming threw the man down and shouted annoyingly. You merely took care of one, you drunkard. He had defeated a total of 7 men using the art of blood reversion, while the cadets didn't even know it was happening. This is the Guardian. It was such astounding power. They easily overpowered master-level warriors who had increased their powers greatly from the art of blood reversion. This was only possible because the two of them were within the top 10 powerful warriors in the cult. Bah! Who cares? Submang shook his head. Come out. Hamming snapped his fingers and warriors with dark clothes and blue crests popped out from the surroundings. Since when did they get here? There was a total of 40 men here, but no cadet had realized they were here until now. However, there were cadets who knew who they were. Guardian Army. They were warriors from the Lord's palace that consisted of master-level warriors, and they only took orders from the Lord. The Guardian Army is here in the academy? What's going on here? Well, the criminal used the forbidden art. The cadets became frantic as the incident had happened during the 3rd test, and now the army of the Lord himself had appeared. And there was one cadet in particular who was disappointed by all this. It was Chun Kung-won from the Sword Clan. Arrest them all. Yes, sir. The warriors began to tie up the criminals and began dragging them out from the training ground. Submang then walked up to Yoan and greeted him. Long time no see, my apprentice. It has been a long time, teacher. Yoan bowed and Submang grinned. Submang, who had been waiting since the beginning of the 3rd test, was actually very astounded by Yoan's increased power. You have grown a lot. No, sir. I have far more to go. Heh, but I would have liked to see you use the butterfly blade dance skill. Oh, Yoan was speechless. Submang, however, didn't look mad or anything. He was rather curious. But that sword. Humph. Submang tried to ask something, but Lee Hamming coughed as he walked up. Submang then glanced around and noticed many cadets were watching them. Hee. I will leave that for later. There were more things he wanted to share, but Submang knew the 3rd test was still going on. I wish you luck, my apprentice. Submang then jumped out, leaving the academy. Yoan watched his teacher leave. He had to look forward to meeting him again in 4 years. Yoan thought to himself as he looked. Next time we meet, I will meet you as the heir to the throne. Submang left and glanced back at the academy. I am not sure about the Lord's intention here. Submang didn't like the whole idea when he was on his way. He thought the Lord was using Yoan as bait to put pressure on the 6 clans, so Submang was going to intervene as soon as Yoan was in danger. But when Yoan used a powerful sword skill, Submang was shocked. Stay quiet about the sword skill. You must not tell anyone. He was able to confirm it after hearing from Lee Hamming's telepathic message that the sword skill was very similar to that of the sword art of the Sky Demon. He wanted to ask Yoan how he learned it, but he had to stop it when he heard from Hamming. If he knows, then it must be coming from the Lord himself. That seemed most likely. If Yoan learned the best sword art of the cult, then the Lord's true intention of succession lied within Yoan. Well, we shall see. He knew that the Lord was not to judge lightly. He had used Chun Yoan to oppress 6 clans until now, even when he was the son of the Lord's only loved woman. So, Submang didn't think the Lord had changed his mind so easily. But if the Lord really intended on having Yoan as the next Lord, then it was bound to bring changes to the cult. Let's go then. Yes, sir. With Submang in the lead, 300 warriors from the Guardian Army ran out. It was in the direction of the Sword Clan's mansion. Chapter 96. Just happened on its own. 1. The incident quickly began to calm down. Things could have gone out of control, but no one was injured in the process. Machel was also safe, although he was thrown with his neck, as Ho Jin-chang had grabbed him and did not fight back the energy that pushed him back. They are now coming after me in public. It was the first time that the 6 clans had come after him, even if it was going against the rules of the cult, and it wasn't done quietly either. They attacked in front of everyone, especially in front of Left Guardian Lee Hamming, who was the trusted advisor to the Lord. Even if the attackers succeeded in killing themselves, this situation was bad enough that the Lord would have every reason to oppress the 6 clans even further. Was this done on purpose? Yoan didn't feel good as he thought about it. If Submang and the Guardian Army were on standby, then it was likely that they expected this from happening. He used me. So, am I just a pawn to his game? Yoan had lost all hope for the Lord for caring about his son. He then realized that the Lord didn't even attend Lady Wa's funeral. Maybe he didn't love my mother at all. Lady Wa believed that the Lord loved her even when she was on her deathbed. Yoan didn't want to go against her beliefs, so he held his suspicion back. Damn it, if the Lord really loved her, then would he have left her to die from being poisoned? Couldn't he protect her and her son Yoan with the power he had? the suspicion and distrust only grew larger. If that is true, if the Lord really used him and his mother as a political pawns against the 6 clans, then Yoan couldn't forgive him. I will make you regret it. As Yoan was furious at the Lord, Left Guardian Lee Hamming was also thinking about what just happened. It is as he wished. This will let us suppress the Sword Clan. The clan responsible for managing the cult's prison was the giant martial Sword Clan. This was one of the hidden connections of the Sword Clan. With their connection to the forbidden art of blood reversion, it was going to damage the Sword Clan. So, it's not the 3 clans. The Sword Clan wasn't the first to be put down. The first was the Lust Clan, as their leader Hang Soyu had gone too far with the first test. She was sentenced to ban from every important task and to lay low for the rest of the year. The leader of Poison Clan, Beko, had broken one of the rules of the academy and had given a poisonous orb to Chun Yoan, so he was sent to prison for 2 years. Beko refused to admit to the charges, but since Yoan's clothes were covered in blood, that was irrefutable evidence. All of these events were tied to Yoan to create such a result by using his own child. The Lord seemed to be very cold, even for Lee Hamming, who was the most loyal and trusted advisor to the Lord. Whatever the case, 3 clans had gone down after these incidents. But there was one thing that Hamming was curious about. They were caught too easily. The Lord had laid a trap so that they would take the bait, but it was too easy. Chun Yoan was doing well in the competition, which might have made them concerned, but it seemed weird for the Sword Clan to go this far and risk everything at once. It was apparent that this kind of behavior would lead them to the Sword Clan, so it didn't make sense. It almost felt like the time when Lady Wa was poisoned. I hope it's nothing. After things were cleaned up, Lee Hamming got back up onto the stage to proceed with the 3rd test. We had a problem there, but we'll continue with the test with the previous test method. All the cadets were curious as to what just happened, but since Lee Hamming did not go into the details, there was no use. Chun Yoan's group was able to pass the test altogether since they did manage to form a perfect sword formation, even if it was countered by a more powerful enemy. Every cadet agreed that the formation was perfect, so there were no objections. So we were the last unlucky group. Hubong sighed. He was happy that all the members passed, but he and the members from Yoan's group were dumbfounded. 9 groups had risked their lives to take the dangerous test, but now the remaining groups were only required to defeat the instructors without risking their lives. Fortunately, 4 out of the remaining 7 groups consisted of Yoan's members. Woa! The remaining cadets shouted in joy, but that didn't last too long. Oh, I guess I should fight you guys like a real fight then. That shout of joy irritated the instructors, and the remaining 7 groups had to suffer from passing the test. The instructors knew very well about the formations already, so they weren't easy like criminals from the force of justice. The 3rd test ended just before dinner time. The life-threatening situation had disappeared, but the remaining 7 groups were evaluated with more strict rules. Only 120 cadets passed the 3rd test, 34 out of 72. Half of Yoan's members had failed. He accepted his members out of loyalty, not out of power. So those who were weak couldn't pass the test. However, it was also good that Yoan still had 34 members with him who passed such a hard test. As for Chun Yukiam and Chun Kungwon, they lost over half of their members. For Chun Yuchan, he tried his hardest to pass the test, but he couldn't do it sufficiently as the time was too short for him to get used to the 7-demon sword with his left hand. Lee Hamming spoke to the cadets above the stage. Congratulations to every cadet who passed the 3rd test. You are now the high-ranked warriors of our cult. Motto: all the cadets who passed the 3rd test were given medals with a single engraving that proved they were high-ranked warriors. They were also given the 3rd Black Dragon Ball. Oh, Hubong, who had been ranting all along about the unfairness of the test, was now happy with the box that contained the Black Dragon Ball. Starting with the 3rd test, the rewards given to those who passed were now quite significant. First, they were allowed to access the 3rd floor of the library. It was the floor where top-class martial art books were located. It was the moment that members of weaker clans had been waiting so long. And there was one more. Chapter 97 just happened on its own, too. We are now giving you the weapons you left with us when you joined the academy. Many cadets entered the academy with the weapons of their specialty. Until now, they had to receive training on basic sword formations and tactics that required no special weapons. So, they were forbidden from using those weapons. However, it was now time to train these warriors to be the best in the cult, so they were allowed to use their own weapons now. Whoa, my sword. Finally, the cadets were excited to receive their old weapons back. My baby. I missed you so much. What? As Ho Sangwa got her weapon back and caressed it like a baby or puppy, all the cadets were shocked. She had a giant axe that was as tall as a grown man, and no ordinary cadet could possibly wield that. Baby. Now everyone could understand why Ho Sangwa had large, developed muscles. Jia Wumin was also happy to get his red-feathered spear. Weapons. Yoan did not have a special weapon. He wasn't the type to become envious, but after looking at all those weapons, it reminded him of the crazy blade that teacher Summing held. Summing told him that the butterfly blade dance was only perfect with the crazy blade. Will there be a sword that fits the sword force of the Sky Demon? The likely candidate to fit such criteria was the Sky Demon sword, which symbolized the Lord himself. But Yoan had not seen it with his eyes, so he could only imagine. Other cadets without weapons, you can get one at the armory. Yoan then went to armory to get a sword and blade. There were just generic weapons, but it was better than not having anything. After meeting with Subming, Yoan thought he would train the butterfly blade dance also. After receiving everything, The cadets gathered back at the training ground and lined up. Lee Hamming glanced over everyone and spoke. You all looked like fools when you walked in, but you look like good warriors now. I will now explain the next test. The cadets all became serious at the mention of the next test. Beginning with the fourth test, they were now going to appoint those who passed to be squad leaders. This was where they would be trained as powerful warriors. Beginning with the fourth test, there is no due date. Whoa! The cadets gasped with astonishment as they were glad to hear that they were now freed from meeting hard deadlines. Hamming grinned. You can take the test individually whenever you want during the 4 years you are here in the academy. 4 years. This meant that the fourth test alone might take 4 years. The cadets became serious. The fourth test is the simplest of all tests held here at the academy. Simple? The tests only got much harder as time went on, so there was something behind that. While the cadets were confused, Hamming grinned. If you defeat any of the instructors at any time, you pass the test. The instructors all glanced at cadets, asking to threaten them at any time. The cadets were startled. They barely defeated one instructor with the 12 of them teaming up to form a formation. But to defeat an instructor alone, it only meant one thing. Become a master-level warrior. That was the basic requirement to become an instructor. However, most instructors were well into the late master level. It's obvious. Yoan nodded as he understood the requirement. However, the cadets didn't seem to be too eager. There were some who were barely at the top class level who were concerned, not to mention the other cadets who were either reaching the master level, or those who were at the master level already. Damn it. This is crazy. Even the leaders cannot defeat the instructors who only use the 7-demon sword. How can we defeat them? Our leader barely got the yellow tag. It's okay. We've got enough time. Didn't you hear? You have to train yourself. Becoming a top-class warrior was easy if given enough energy and martial arts. However, becoming a master was different since it required the understanding of Qi. There were many warriors who did not have the talent to understand Qi, and that stopped them from reaching the master level. This meant that the fourth test was to see if they were worthy to be more powerful. And I will warn you again. As I said in the beginning, you will be expelled the moment you fail the test. There was only one chance for the test. If the instructor used their own martial arts, then it was going to be much harder this time around. Lee Hamming then explained the other facilities that were now available for use and ordered them to be dismissed. You are now dismissed. I wish all of you good luck. Motto. The cadets all shouted in unison and began to scatter. However, most of the cadets went to a similar destination. Those who wanted to increase their energy went to the private training room, and those who wanted more powerful skill books went to the library. Yoan and his members all stayed behind and gathered. This was to say goodbye to those who had failed the test. Master, thank you for everything. We would not have gotten the chance to take the test if it wasn't for you. I will wait for you outside, Master. Members bowed to Yoan, and as they all said farewell to each other, someone called out Yoan's number from behind. 7th Cadet. Everyone turned to the voice. The one who called Yoan was Instructor Sang Munio, who had to stay in the medical room for 3 weeks after his rib fracture from Yoan. Sang Munio didn't look all that friendly while talking to him. Follow me to the main building. What is it? Do you have the right to ask me questions? Yes, sir. It was weird that he was telling him to follow, but Yoan had a guess. Maybe the chief was calling him because of what happened a while ago. Yoan told his members to go back without him and followed Sang Munio into the building. Unlike his expectations, Sang Munio walked past the building and went toward one of the buildings that was not available to the cadets yet. When they arrived at empty space where no one was around, Sang Munio stopped. This seems like a good place. Yoan realized that something was strange and said, So, the chief didn't call me. Did I tell you that the chief wanted to see you? He didn't, of course. However, it seemed like his intentions weren't good either. And the expectation was correct this time. Sang Munio pulled out his blade and aimed at Chun Yoan. Yoan looked at him coldly. What is this? What is this, you said? Bastard. Listen carefully. You just challenged me for the 4th test here. That's how this will end. And Munio swung his blade against Yoan's neck without warning. Chapter 98. Just happened on its own. 3. Sang Munio woke up 3 days later in the medical room. His bone was sticking out of his skin, so he was in quite a serious state. When he woke up, he was even angrier and furious that he had lost to a mere cadet. This is so embarrassing. He had lost in front of many instructors and cadets. Sang Munio was a very ambitious man who cared about his honor and pride, so this was humiliating. And such humiliation turned it into a fit of anger. If I could only use my skill. He was restricted to only using the 7-demon sword that he wasn't good at fighting with. If he was only allowed to use his own skill, then he was certain that he could defeat Yoan within 10 formations. Even if Yoan was powerful, he had merely just become a master warrior. Munio gritted his teeth as he thought about getting revenge. He thought to kick out of Yoan as soon as he got out of the medical room, and the day finally arrived. He wished Yoan would pass the test since he knew that the next test was the duel between the cadets and instructors. This was the perfect chance to find Yoan and kick him out himself. He had waited for so long that he now had lost all patience to wait for Yoan to come to challenge him. Do I need to wait for him to challenge me? I'll just beat him up bad so he can't talk, and tell everyone that he challenged me later. If he shocked the brain and damaged it, then Yoan would not be able to keep his sanity to speak the truth. Moreover, it didn't seem like anyone would blame him for injuring cadets like Yoan who did not have a special background like the princes from the 6 clans. Fool. I'll make it so that you can never wield a sword again. Munio swung his blade without warning at Yoan's neck. He didn't think Yoan would be stronger than him, But he remembered that the sword skill that Yeowon used last time was quite powerful. I'll ambush him, so I can put him down quickly. No one was watching either, so he didn't hesitate about ambushing him. When the blade almost reached Yeowon's neck, Yeowon's blade defended against his sudden attack. It was so quick that Munio was shocked and glared at him. Yeowon then looked at Munio coldly and said, "Good. Don't take back what you just said." What? You said that this is the fourth test. Munio couldn't hear what Yeon was saying now. He became angry that Yeowon had blocked his attack, and so he unleashed all of his entire energy to push Yeowon back. Yet, he didn't even budge. It was actually his hand that held the blade that was shaking now. His power. But how? Sang Munio was at the master level. His energy was not something that an entry-level master warrior like Chun Yeowon could defend against. However, he defended against it and didn't even budge. Did his internal energy increase in that short amount of time? That's when Yeowon's blade unleashed its energy, throwing Munio's blade back. Munio was pushed back, and the hand he held his blade with actually felt pain from the energy that sent his blade back. Munio, who was excited until now just thinking about getting his revenge, became shocked and grimaced at the realization. He's gotten much stronger. He didn't think Yeowon would have gotten this strong in such a short amount of time. Considering the shock he received just now, Yeowon had at least the same amount of internal energy as Munio himself. It was unbelievable. How can he become so powerful in just a few weeks? Yeowon did not consume any more Black Dragon Balls after he had dueled him, so it was weird. Of course, this was due to the Poison Clan's leader, Becco. The use of Poison Ball had actually increased Yeowon's energy instead of decreasing it. But there was no way for Sang Munio to know about this. Phew, let's keep calm. Just because he has more internal energy doesn't make him a master-level warrior. To reach the master level, one had to understand Chi to be able to use Chi freely. Just having more energy didn't mean Yeowon was as powerful as Munio himself, since there was no way Yeowon could have acquired such deep understanding in such a short amount of time. So, you've gotten a bit more powerful. I won't go easy on you then. Sure. Arrogant fool. Sang Munio was provoked by Yeowon's casual nod, and he sent Chi to his blade. The blade shone brightly with the white light of Chi. Munio felt a strong urge to cut off Yeowon's arm at least to make this anger subside. Munio charged in, unleashing his blade skill. His blade divided into two, coming down at Yeowon at once. It's fast, but it was much slower than the butterfly blade dance. Yeowon's body spun quickly and the blade in his hand left a trace and defended the blade attack coming down at him. It was the second formation of the butterfly blade dance. Sang Munio's eye grew wide with shock. He blocked this? How? Munio then saw the clear white Chi on Yeowon's blade. Its shape wasn't perfect yet, but it was proof that Yeowon was an established master. Chapter 99. Just happened on its own. 4. He's not entry master level. Sang Munio became shocked and tried to back away. If Yeowon's strength was equal to his, then Munio needed to fight carefully. That's when Yeowon charged in like lightning, unleashing the sixth formation of the butterfly blade dance against Munio. Munio swung his blade defensively, but the blade came at him like a butterfly leaving traces, making his eyes dizzy. It was much faster than his own blade. Munio's blade was thrown away, ripping Munio's palm. As Yeowon did not stop on his blade formation, Munio quickly shouted, "I lost. You passed the test. Stop now." It was not a matter of pride anymore. It seemed like Yeowon's blade was coming at him as if it would kill for real. Yeowon's blade stopped in front of Munio's nose. Munio's face was drenched in sweat. Yeowon asked suspiciously, "Did I pass the fourth test?" Holding up his both hands, he stuttered, "Wise. You won. So let's stop it here." It was to signal to him that he had given up, but it was actually a scheme. Munio decided to change his method now since he knew he couldn't just defeat Yeowon with the normal way. "I would die rather than have you pass the test." If he were to let Yeowon safely go, then there was the risk of letting everyone know that Munio ambushed him alone. Munio gathered the energy in both of his hands. He was going to strike Yeowon's head as soon as he pulled back his blade. Okay, good. As Yeowon retrieved his blade and placed it back into the scabbard, Munio narrowed his eyes. However, at that moment, Yeowon's fist struck his body, throwing him back. The sheer strength of the attack blew him away. Munio became dumbfounded. How? You should have hidden the energy from your hand if you were going to lie. How did you know? Munio was so shocked that he stuttered. How did Yeowon know when the energy wasn't let out of his hand? The energy scattered away from his both hands as he lost will to secretly attack him. Energy focused in the enemy's hands no longer detected, lowering risk level. There was no way Sang Munio to know about Nano's ability to sense danger. Yeowon then came up to him with a cold look on his face. Full of fear, Munio exclaimed, "I am sorry. I'm not lying anymore. I accept my loss. I'll go tell the chief that you passed the ARG." Before Munio finished speaking, Yeowon stepped on his right rib, crushing his bones. The rib bone that barely healed after 3 weeks of rest and meditation was gone. Yeowon glowered at Munio. "You should have done that before. It's too late." Munio became grim with despair. Yeowon then stomped on Munio's left chest, crushing all the left rib bones also. After about an hour, instructors gathered at the chief's office to create a report on the third test. However, they were now sympathetically looking down at someone who was slumped down on the floor. It was instructor Sang Munio, Lee Hamming, who was sitting down on his chair, looked down at Munio embarrassingly. Chun Yowon had brought Sang Munio here on his shoulders a while ago. Sang Munio had already passed out, and Yowon, who came together with guards who helped him to carry Munio, put down Munio on the office floor and explained what happened. I knew he would do something, thinking of getting revenge against Cadet? What a fool. Most of the instructors seemed dumbfounded and were lost for words at what Munio did. They needed to hear both sides of stories in most cases, but it didn't seem like it was necessary for this one. The fourth test required the cadets to duel against an instructor anyway. If Munio ambushed Yowon, then he was going to be cast out from the academy. If Yowon challenged him, then he would have just passed the test. He did just enough. Even if Sang Munio attacked him first, if Yowon cut his arm off or did anything too terrible, it might have angered instructors. However, Yowon destroyed all of his ribs so that it wasn't too obvious. He's learning. This meant that Yowon was now learning to look after himself. Hamming wanted to compliment him on this, but he couldn't say this in front of all the instructors. Ho Jinchang spoke up first. Well, he still passed. Li Hamming also grinned and nodded. So, throughout the entire history of the Demonic Academy, this was the fastest record for a cadet to pass the fourth test. Just an hour after the third test. Well, it was only a matter of time anyway. Yowon was able to defeat the criminal who used the art of blood reversion and pushed back Ho Jinchang. Hamming took something out from his desk and threw it at Chun Yowon. Take this. It was a silver medal with the word L written on it, proving his status as a squad leader. Hamming went up to him and took the black number tag off from his chest. Congratulations on passing the fourth test in the shortest amount of time. Squad leader Chun Yowon. Exactly after 2 months, Yowon was now able to regain his name from being the 7th cadet. He now had earned the title of squad leader. Oh, I can look at the pedestals on the 3rd and 4th floors then. This was what excited Yowon most. On the 2nd floor medical room, Baek Jongming was looking down at instructor Sang Munio with a sympathetic look on his face. I thought you wanted to leave this place as soon as possible? Poor guy. Chapter 100. Earn the right to take the test. 1. When the cadet enters the academy, cadet was then started being called with the number given at the first day. It is until the cadet passes 4th test and earns the title of a squad leader that cadet is freed from the number. And with being squad leader, cadet is then placed as the same rank with instructors. The reason why cadets tried so hard to pass each test in academy was that it was fastest route to rise to the higher hierarchy of the cult. Here you go. Instructor Impong handed over a small wooden box that contained another black dragon ball. By passing the 4th test almost immediately, Yowon was able to receive another ball. Congratulations on becoming a squad leader, Leader Chun. Imping spoke with very polite tone. He was now treating Yowon as an equal, not as a mere cadet. Thank you, instructor. Imping smiled and nodded. He didn't expect Yowon will pass the 4th test in such short amount of time. Of course, part of it was due to Sang Munio. There were 2 more privilege given to the one who passed the 4th test. It was that person was given a private room to stay. Is that for real? Do you like it that much? Yowon seemed to like it more than when he received the tag that proved him as a squad leader. It was because Yowon was awkward while sharing boys' dormitory with a girl, Mun-ku. And another privilege was something that he didn't expect. Come to the blacksmith station at North tomorrow morning. Blacksmith? Yowon became confused and senior instructor Ho Jinchang explained. We craft a weapon of choice for squad leader who passed the 4th test. I think this is one you need the most at the moment. Haha. Master level warriors were given privilege wherever they go and even in the academy. Such privilege came as a crafting unique weapon for new squad leader. Yowon was glad to hear as he didn't have his own weapon until now. Oh, the reward given to cadets going up through the test were definitely worth it. It was a process that was set in place to raise powerful warriors, so it provided to be so. Left Guardian Li Hamming then spoke to Yowon when everything was done. Then I will explain to you about the 5th test. Li Hamming turned back to his authoritative tone. Even if Yowon had become a squad leader, Hamming was a guardian so he was still in much higher rank. So it didn't matter. 5th test. Yowon didn't think he would hear about 5th test so early. He heard that tests became exponentially harder beginning with 5th test, that there weren't many who passed it. He was able to pass the 4th test easily as Yowon was at the peak of a master level. 5th test is to pass the Demon Seal Cavern. Yowon became confused. Demon Seal Cavern was one of the places that wasn't open for cadets yet. It was located at far north of the academy, where there was a ragged building that says Demon Seal Cavern in front. Can I take the test anytime, just like 4th test? Yes, but you need to be worthy of it to be given a chance to take it. Worthy of? Yowon asked and Hamming looked back at Yowon. You need to be at the peak of Grandmaster level. Yowon was lost for word at that. He did expect he will be required to be more powerful, but he didn't think it would require such high level of power. To hit the peak of Grandmaster level, Yowon needed to jump up at least 3 stages of power from now. It wasn't easy, and considering only top 100 warriors within the entire cult was at Grandmaster level, it proved how difficult it is to become so powerful. There were only about 10 average cadets who passed the 5th test in entire academy's history. Maybe 4 years might not even be enough time. It will be hard. It might take too much time. It wasn't sure how difficult the Demon Seal Cavern is to require such powerful state. If you hurry, you will not find understanding. Don't rush into things. Li Hamming gave a short advice, but he was sincere in his words. The academy's purpose was to raise powerful warriors. Having more Grandmaster level warrior meant that cult will grow more powerful, so Hamming wished Yowon will become such powerful soon. Then that is all. I wish you luck. Thank you, sir. I will not fail you. Yoan bowed. You are dismissed. Lee Hamming spoke and Yoan left. Instructors all sighed, as they now had to go back to their menial documentation task, and Yoan, who heard about fifth test, walked immediately toward the library building. I can see the fourth and third floor now. Yoan was most interested in sword formations of Sword Force of Sky Demon left on the blue pearl stone pedestal on upper floor. Oh, instructor who was taking care of cadets entering the library immediately recognized Chun Yoan. Yoan was one of Black Tag Prince, and also went into first and second floor on the same day, so it was natural that he remembered. Huh. He left the tag. Instructor shook his head. All cadets were required to have tags on their chest to show their status. Instructor stopped Yoan, who was trying to write down his name on the booklet, and spoke. Where is your tag? I returned it. Return? Did you not pass the test? Instructor frowned at that. He had mistaken that word for Yoan having failed the test. Yoan then took out the silver medal from his pocket and showed it to the instructor. Huh. It had the word L written on it, which made instructor to become dumbfounded. He knew that it proved Yoan was a squad leader. Did you pass the fourth test? Chapter 101. Earn the right to take the test, too. Yes, just now. At Yoan's answer, the cadets who were waiting for their turn, including the guards and instructors, all became shocked. It had been only an hour since the third test, and one person had already passed. That's the seventh cadet. Did he really pass the fourth test? It's only been an hour since the third test. Isn't he lying? Look, that's the silver medal that the instructors have. People began to chattering at such shocking news. The instructor too seemed shocked, as he had worked at the academy for 3 cycles already, and he had never seen a cadet who passed the fourth test in such a short amount of time. This is astounding. The fourth stage in just 2 months. The fastest cadet in the last academy was a cadet who passed the fourth test after 5 months. It seemed like a prince was surely different. I apologize, Leader Chun. The instructor apologized while bowing down. If Yoan had received a rank of squad leader, then he equal with the instructors. With the instructor bowing, the cadets then realized that all of this wasn't a dream, nor was it fake. Can I go into the third floor first? Of course. Yoan then wrote down his name down in the booklet and received the candle to go up to the third floor. The cadets were envious as Yoan passed by them. It was mostly because he passed the fourth test, but they also knew that he could now walk up to the fourth floor of the library, which was filled with master-level martial arts books. Yoan then checked his candle as he walked up to the third floor. 4 hours. It had increased tremendously since the second floor, but this was because top-class martial artists were very thick and complicated, making it was hard to memorize them. Of course, Yoan did not need to memorize anything since he had Nano. All he had to do was concentrate on acquiring as many books as possible. On the third floor, there were many cadets trying hard to memorize the books of their choice. Ko Wonger, Baki, Hubong, and other members were concentrating on memorizing books. Yoan then went straight to the middle of the library. There it is. There was a blue pearl stone pedestal with poetry on the front and sword markings on the back. However, the markings on the back of this pedestal seemed to be more than what was on first or second pedestal. It looks more complicated. It seemed like it required careful analysis. However, Yoan had a time limit in this place and people were around him, so he just scanned it first. Nano, scan these marks and save it. Yes, master. When the scanning was complete, Yoan began to go through the books to scan them, just like how he did on the first and second floors. Shall we start then? Yoan took out one of the books and began flipping through the pages. The quiet library was immediately filled with the sound of flipping pages. Not again. That bastard. The cadets around Yoan immediately scowled. They had experienced Yoan bothering their reading before, so they were immediately irritated again. Unlike before, however, they were given a lot more time here, so they needed to endure Yoan's page turning for a longer period. Damn it. Yoan had caused problems for many cadets without realizing it. After scanning as many books as possible, Yoan realized no one was around him. Most of the cadets had moved to the other end of the library in an effort to get away from Yoan. After 4 hours, Yoan was able to scan a total of 179 books from the library. It was much more than what he scanned on the second floor. Some of these books also seemed to be good as they would help Yoan too. Now, on to the fourth. Yoan then walked up to the fourth floor. Now, Yoan was given 6 hours. The fourth floor was empty since no cadets had passed the fourth test yet, but the floor was much smaller and 3 were fewer books. It seemed like the total number of books was only at about 400. It was natural since there weren't many master-level martial arts out there. Thus, there weren't that many books about them either. Let's scan the pedestal first. The most important thing was to scan the fourth formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon and the Sword Demon's counter-sword movement. There was a pedestal in the middle of the floor as well. Yoan was shocked when he got closer to the pedestal. There were many cracks on the stone, and the corner part was cut out. It was so cleanly cut that it proved that it had been cut down by a sword. Why was it damaged so severely? Yoan then looked at the sword markings on the back. Unlike the one on the other pedestals, these marks were deeper, rougher, and more disorderly. Nano also reached a similar conclusion. The power left by the sword has grown twice as strong compared to those on the other pedestals. Ugh, it makes it more curious. He wanted to run the simulation to check it, but he didn't need to hurry. He could always do it later in the private training room. Yoan held back his curiosity and scanned the pedestal first. Then, onto the books. Yoan glanced around, checking to see what to scan first and became surprised. Unlike other floors, the fourth floor books were divided into 3 groups. One group of books, which had the most, consisted of were master-level martial art books from the demonic cult. However, the other half of books were those taken from the forces of justice and evil. These are all famous martial arts. It was a collection of martial arts collected through hundreds of years. It was not the best from each of the clans. It was very powerful indeed. Although it was likely that these clans had improved their martial arts after these books had been written, it was good to know about them anyhow. It will help me later when I need to fight warriors from those clans. Let's scan some from the cult first. Oh, as Yoan was taking out the book, an idea struck him. I don't need to keep all these martial arts to myself. What would happen if he taught his members these master-level martial arts? Yoan became excited at the thought and grinned. Chapter 102. Earn the right to take the test. 3. Scan completed. Scan completed. Nano's voice kept ringing as Yoan continued flipping through every book he could get his hands on. 6 hours was quite a long period of time. He couldn't count how many books he had scanned. Most of the cadets would have used up all their time in trying to memorize the books as best as they could. The books on the 4th floor contained powerful martial arts skills and techniques. Yoan kept on scanning and then checked the candle after a while. Oh, it's almost time. The candle had melted to the line, indicating his time was almost over. Yoan was curious as to how many he had scanned until now. Nano, how many books did I scan from here? Scanned a total of 245 books. Master, can you divide them into groups? There is a total of 112 books from the demonic cult, 83 books from forces of justice, and 50 books from force of evil. That's a lot. Yoan scanned more than just a lot. Yoan now contained enough martial arts books enough to be called library himself. He had about the same number of books and information that a large clan, or even a group of clans, could possibly have. I can get everything I can here. He had gotten more than half of books from the 4th floor, so it was enough. When Yoan got out of the building, the day had passed and it was dark. You sure took your time, Leader Chun. Oh, the instructor was waiting for Yoan with an exhausted look on his face. He didn't look happy. He would have been able to go off from his duty much earlier, but he had to wait for Yoan, who was the only remaining cadet inside the library. It's already too late. You have to return to the dorm. Let's go. Oh, I didn't realize it was this late. I'm sorry. He had gone past the curfew to be in dorm for over 2 hours the first time. But the instructor didn't blame Yoan since he too realized he made the mistake of sending Yoan in when it was already too late. I guess I will have to postpone going to the training room until tomorrow. He had to postpone consuming the Black Dragon Ball and the formation transfer of Sword Force of the Sky Demon. When he returned, he was greeted by his members who were concerned about the fact that Yoan had not returned yet. Master, you should at least tell us that you will be late. Oh, I'm sorry. Yoan apologized to Hubong and the others. His members had searched every part of the academy for Yoan. It wasn't likely since the remaining tests were all done individually, but they were worried that Yoan might be attacked by others. I didn't think I would stay in the library for that long. What do you mean? We were together. I didn't calculate the time. The time given for the 4th floor is 6 hours. So? You were on the 4th floor? The members were all astounded. This meant that Yoan had passed the 4th test already. Master, congratulations. Congratulations. The members then immediately became excited and rejoiced. He passed the 4th test on the same day. Maybe Prince Chun is the most likely heir to the throne. Munku was also astonished. She thought Yoan was more than she thought as she watched him overcoming many obstacles, but he always exceeded her expectations, and that gave her more anticipation. His members then found out that Yoan would move to a private room, and they stayed up late into the night, talking about many things. So, I can get a private room if I pass the 4th test? Not long after, Munku also passed the 4th test and was given a private room. The next morning, Yoan got up early, excited that he would get a new unique weapon, and went to the blacksmith and waited. My weapon. He didn't mention it, but he wanted one too. After about 30 minutes, a middle-aged man with a white bandana on his head came over. He had leather pouch tied to his waist that had hammers and various tools which proved he was the blacksmith working here. The man noticed Yoan and laughed. Oh, who do we have here? Leader Chun, who passed the 4th test in record-breaking time. Good morning, sir. Yoan bowed as he met the man for the first time. When the man came closer, Yoan realized he looked quite different from normal people. The man didn't have a single hair on him, starting from his eyebrows to even his legs. It seemed like he always spent time working on weapons in front of the forge all day, and so even all of his hair had burned up. Haha, this is part of the job. The man realized where Yoan was looking at and gave his explanation. He then introduced himself as Sunong, a descendant of Yezi. Yezi. Yoan had read many books, so he had heard the name many times. Yezi was a legendary blacksmith who lived far back in history. Most of the swords he made were called masterpieces, and these swords were rumored to be able to cut a tiger at once. Yoan became surprised when he heard the one who would make his weapon was a descendant of Yezi. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I am not like my ancestor. Besides, there are many other descendants. I'm sure your ancestor's skill remains in your blood. Of course. I'll do my best to create your weapon. Sunong seemed to be pleased by Yoan's reaction. Sunong then glanced over at Yoan's both sword and blade and asked, do you use both sword and blade? It wasn't common for warriors to use swords and blades since it was difficult to excel in just one weapon. Using both weapons meant that it was much harder to master. Yes. Can I get both a sword and a blade? Chapter 103. Earn the right to take the test. 4. Sunong then shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but you only allowed to create one. I see. I guess you might be in a dilemma then. Which weapon do you need more? Yoan then thought for a second and chose the sword. He wanted a weapon he could use the sword force of the Sky Demon with for now. The sword cracked when I used the skill before, so this must be first. He didn't realize this before, but after fighting against the attacker during the third test, Yoan checked his sword and saw that it was all cracked up. With such damage, it would have most likely shattered if he went on to the second formation. I see. Good idea. I actually specialize in making swords rather than blades. Thank you. Yes. Before we start, can you show me your sword skill? Yoan became confused as Sunong wanted to see him use a sword. If I am to create a sword that fits you, then I need to see you do it so I can analyze what I need to do. Oh, okay. I got it. Yoan nodded and pulled out the sword from his back. It was just a generic sword from the academy. Yoan prepared himself with the sword in his hand. Although he hadn't done anything yet, the atmosphere changed and Sunong gasped in astonishment. Yoan then moved to unleash the first formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon in the air. The 24 sword movements left a trace in the air as it shot through the wind. The formation was over soon, but the energy left made a wind that blew outward. It's done. When Yoan was done, Sunong woke up from his dumbfounded expression. He then turned to Yoan with a dazed look and Yoan asked, was that enough? Sunong frowned and responded, I don't know what to say. I can't make the sword. What do you mean? Can you show me that sword? Sunong received the sword Yoan used just now and took out a hammer from his pouch. He then slammed it into the blade of the sword. What? The blade then shattered immediately just after it was slammed with the hammer. The entire blade, not just the part where it was struck, shattered. The sword couldn't withstand the movements that Yoan just performed. No ordinary sword can withstand such powerful sword movements. This was why Sunong was so shocked. The power within the movement so powerful that no normal sword had the chance to endure it. Then if you can make it stronger, if that was going to work, I would have said that I could do it. Then, if we have to make a sword to endure such a sword skill, I need the cold iron. Cold iron. Yoan remembered Subming's crazy blade was also created from cold iron. It was a metal that was dug up in the northern sea area where it was much more durable than regular iron. Its source was lacking and expensive that only the top 100 warriors of the cult who were at the rank of clan leaders were given. Yoan wanted a sword, but it seemed like that was not possible at the moment. He knew the sword force was possible, but he didn't realize it would be this powerful. If he were to get the sword, he needed to pass the 5th test and reach the clan leader rank. I'm sorry. I was very eager when I saw your amazing sword movement, but Sunong felt relieved and Yoan then asked to create a blade. Sunong said that he can create a blade fitting for butterfly blade dance at least, with the hilt like this, and you want a blade that's narrow and light? Sunong was surely a master in his skill and found out the best shape required to use the skill. The shape was very similar to the crazy blade that Subming had. Yoan couldn't get the sword, but he had to be satisfied for at least getting a blade. Come back in 2 weeks. Thank you. I hope the day comes that I make your sword. What Sunong was talking about was that he was wishing for Yoan to pass the 5th test. After he was done visiting the blacksmith, Yoan moved over to the training room. What's next had already been chosen. When he went into the building, he felt that there were more people inside the building. There are a lot of cadets who've reached the master level. This building was open to master level cadets. There were only about 10 cadets who used the building last few days ago, but now there were more than 15. And with the ones like Ko Wonger becoming master-level warriors, it was likely that the number of people wanting to join the training room was going to increase. However, Yoan's goal was different from these people. I have to become a superior-level warrior. He needed to fulfill the basic requirements to take the 5th test. Yoan then walked into the room and sat down to meditate. Then he took out the 2 wooden boxes. It was the black Dragon Ball he had gotten when he passed the 3rd and 4th test. Ugh. The foul stench seeped out and Yoan became hesitant. Should I eat both at once? Or at the same time? Yoan had never been in a situation like this before, and she became hesitant. But if he were to consume them one by one, that meant that it would take a longer time. Oh well. Yoan then threw both balls into his mouth. One was painful enough, but with 2, Yoan couldn't hide the bitterness that flashed up on his face. Yoan then swallowed the chewed up balls. Yoan then got up from his seat and began going through the sword force of the Sky Demon to breathe before he ordered, Nano, help me absorb the Dragon Ball. Nano's voice spread through his head, detected large amount of substance that triggers strong energy flow. The speed of energy increasing is very fast. Stopping the energy from disappearing and increasing metabolism will require enlargement of blood points, which will result in severe pain. It was kind of Nano to warn him. Chapter 104. Earn the right to take the test. 5. The Black Dragon Ball was created by a man named Baekyu, a member from the Poison Clan. Baekyu was master in poison and medicines. When he first made the Black Dragon Ball, he went through many trial and errors. He had to put so much effort in search of the right amount of people, regardless of who it was, to be able to absorb the equal amount of energy through the ball. The important part about increasing internal energy through such medicine was to allow one absorb the power in a stable condition rather than obtain it in large amounts. The Black Dragon Ball that was created after so many trials was perfected to the point that wouldn't damage the person consuming it. However, even with Yoan consuming the recommended amount, it made his energy flow explode within him. Yoan was drenched in sweat as he meditated through the sword force of the sky demon. He used the breathing to obtain a greater effect, but moving was much more painful than doing it while sitting down.
Ugh.
It made him moan in pain. The internal energy flowing through his blood points was so much that it felt like it was going to rip him apart. That's when blood gushed out from Yoan's back. It was the blood point that exploded out. However, the wound immediately healed. Healed damaged blood point. This was a vital blood point that had ripped from overexpanding. The nanomachine quickly healed it up and patched it. If the other cadets had done this, it would have killed them after ripping all the blood points. But with Nano healing him, Yoan was able to absorb the energy to the fullest. It also helped that Nano removed any immunities against the Black Dragon Ball. Ugh. I should have used the breathing of 1,000 martials instead. It was too late to regret. Besides, the sword force of the Sky Demon was one of the best breathing skills throughout all of Wulin, so it sped up the process much more quickly, thus increasing the energy. Blood points damaged. Healing in progress. Multiple blood points ripped at once. It almost made Yoan pass out, but since Nano quickly healed them up, Yoan was able to endure it. I have to endure it. Endure. If he couldn't endure, everything was going to fail. Yoan kept on going through the breathing skill movements without stopping. Yoan did not realize it, but as his blood points exploded and healed up repeatedly, they began to grow stronger enough to endure the increased energy. After 4 hours, the training room was hot because of the heat coming from Yoan. The steam coming from Yoan's body filled the entire room. Yoan, who had been moving with 24 sword movements, finally came to a stop. He collapsed onto the floor. Yoan's face, which had been drenched with sweat while doing the movements, was no longer wet. However, he definitely looked exhausted from performing the prolonged movements. Ha ha. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Then he opened his eyes again. His eyes were deeper, and the blood point on his side of the head protruded a bit, showing that he had increased his internal energy greatly. I almost died. Yoan realized that consuming medicine in the wrong way could also kill him. It was a lesson. He learned that he should not be too greedy from now on. Let's check how much energy has increased then. In theory, one Black Dragon Ball increased 20 years worth of internal energy. But in Yoan's case, he was able to gain 30 years worth of energy from the first ball through the help from Subming and Nano, which was the maximum amount that he could gain. During the second time, he had gotten 22 to 23 years worth of internal energy. Nano helped, so I should get at least 40 years worth. Yoan wished to have gained that much at least, since it would contribute to the foundation of becoming a Grandmaster level warrior. Yoan then took a breath and checked the energy within him. His eyes grew large from shock. He thought he might have made a mistake and checked again, but the energy flow was the same. 60 years worth. But how? Yoan's energy had increased by 60 years, and he couldn't believe that it really happened. This wasn't only through Nano's help. It was also partly due to the breathing skill of the sword force of the Sky Demon. Let's try to make the energy flow. Yoan then sent the energy throughout his body, and something more surprising happened this time. With his expanded blood points, it allowed the energy to flow more smoothly. With this, it was going to allow him to use twice the amount of energy when using swords. Let's try it. Yoan got up and brought up his chi over his hand. The chi had increased in size also. This looked like it was stronger than Ho Jinchang's, even though he was already a Grandmaster warrior. But this was obvious as Ho Jinchang had 120 years worth of internal energy, whereas Yoan had 150 years worth of energy now. The only difference between them was the understanding of chi. Ho Jinchang knew more about controlling the chi. I am on the right track. Yoan smiled in satisfaction. With this amount of internal energy, he was going to become a Grandmaster if he earned the understanding, considering the fact that most cadets only acquired about 10 to 12 years worth of internal energy due to immunity. This was an astounding feat. Yoan now had a great amount of internal energy. Hee. Let's move on to the sword force of the Sky Demon then. Yoan then ordered Nano to extract the sword formation of Father Chunma and the counter sword formation of the Sword Demon and had it transferred over into his brain. Yes, Master. Transferring 2 sword formations to the user's brain. Chapter 105. Earn the right to take the test. 6. Yoan then felt a pinching sensation over his head as the formation was transferred. He was now so used to it that it didn't make him dizzy or anything. After the transferred 2 sword movements were transferred, Yoan became confused. Nano, when did this counter sword movement counter the sword force of the Sky Demon? The counter sword movement successfully countered the 3rd formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon after the 93rd try. 93 times? It meant that the Sword Demon needed to analyze and study it 93 times to counter it perfectly. The formation on the first floor was countered after 45 times, and the second floor required 56 tries. That's why the stone had more sword markings. That's why it was in much rougher shape in the back. This meant that the formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon had gotten much more powerful. Yoan then became curious about the 3rd formation. Nano, can you transfer the required physical data for the sword force's 3rd formation to me? The user has met the increased physical strength limit. Further transfer of muscles might hinder the user's normal growth and is thus not recommended. But can you do it? Yes, Master. But you will not grow any taller than your current height. Yoan thought about it. He had it all transferred to his head, but it didn't feel good that he couldn't use it. It will be hard, but the current physical form allows for approximately 1 formation. Really? If he could use it at least once, he wanted to try it. The second formation was much more powerful than the first, so the third was bound to be a lot stronger. Yeowon then gathered his fingers to create sword chi and began the movement of the sword force of the Sky Demon's third formation. With his sword chi swinging through the air, a total of 24 sword movements left amazing traces while moving through like a storm, leading to the third formation. It was so powerful that even his muscles started to ache after those few seconds of moving. It was a sword movement that exceeded his physical limits. Ugh. When he was done, Yeowon couldn't pull himself up and fell with one knee on the ground. His muscles were damaged from moving through movements that were beyond the limit of his muscles. It seemed like all formations of the sword force of the Sky Demon required a muscle transfer from Nano. He didn't realize it at first because of the pain, but Yeowon became astounded as he glanced around. Sword markings were on the floor as if swords had stormed out from where he stood. Such power. He didn't do it seriously, and the power from his movements was so strong that the markings were made all over the place. The third formation was much more powerful than the first. With such power, it was bound to kill a target even if it wasn't intentional. That's why it required 93 times to counter it. Yeowon understood why the sword demon needed more tries to counter this formation. If the third formation was this powerful, what about the counter sword formation? After his muscles healed, Yeowon then unleashed the third counter sword formation. When he was done, it didn't make all his muscles ache like when he did before, but the formation was so complicated that it made him short of breath. Ugh, this is amazing. He did it on the same spot as when he used the sword force, and the marks left by the counter sword skill distorted the previous marks. It countered it perfectly. As Yeowon learned the counter formation, he learned that simple sword movements could be used to counter such powerful sword formations. However, it was definitely much harder now than it was in the beginning. The counter formation combination was also too complicated that even after he transferred into the brain, it was hard to follow. This was a limit to where a normal swordsman could stop at. If the third formation is this hard, then what about the fourth? It was surely in the 3-digit trials. Yeowon then ordered Nano, transfer me formations from the pedestal. Yes, master. He couldn't use it yet, but it wouldn't be bad to transfer it over to his brain first. Nano then sent the fourth formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon and the counter sword movement into Yeowon's brain. After the transferred, Yeowon became scowled. He had them all transferred so he could imagine it being used in his mind, but something was strange. He couldn't find the result in his thoughts. He couldn't try it out himself, so he had to see it in augmented reality. Nano, show me 2 formations fighting against each other. Yes, master. Activating augmented reality. Activating simulation of 2 sword formations. Yeowon then saw the white light of lines forming in front of his eyes. Lights moved quickly and created the 2 figures facing each other. Both shapes then began using the 4th formation that was left on the pedestal. With the 2 sword formations striking against one another, sparks of white light flew all over the place. The fight was over instantly, but the result was not like the ones that Yeowon had seen until this time. It's a tie. The sword demon's counter sword skill couldn't counter the sword force of the Sky Demon's 4th formation. Chapter 106. Closed Room Training 1. Yeowon ran it multiple times, but the result was the same each time. The counter sword formation couldn't counter the sword force of the Sky Demon and ended in a tie. What he couldn't understand was that on the last sword movement, the sword force added a spin which created a powerful sword attack, but it was blocked. Nano, how many counter sword movements were left on the pedestal? There was a total of 130 completed sword tracings, and the last sword formation cut the corner of the pedestal after the 24th movement. He now understood the reason for this. Cutting such durable stone was not possible with a sword. It required powerful chi concentration within the sword. The last sword movement wielded such power that could defend against the mighty sword attack from the sword force of the Sky Demon. So, he figured he couldn't defend it with just simple sword movements anymore. Yeowon was able to see the reason behind everything now. The last attack from the sword force of the Sky Demon was too powerful to be countered by a mere combination of sword movements. That's why it is a tie. The reason for cutting off the corner of the stone was probably unleashing his rage that he couldn't counter the last movement. It was amazing that a talented swordsman challenged the ancestor in the way of the sword and became angry that he couldn't overcome it. It meant he was really focusing on it. Yeowon thought a lot of things while watching these 2 sword skills. Maybe I don't understand their sword movements well enough yet. Yeowon thought that maybe he was just looking at the tip of the iceberg when he thought of these sword movements. Phew. Yeowon sighed. After observing these sword movements, the 4th formation of either sword skill required his physical body to grow and to also increase his martial art power. So, I need to become stronger. The 3rd and 4th sword movements had been transferred, but his understanding and power couldn't support him enough to allow him to use them. So in order to pass the 5th test, get his unique sword, and use the latter part of the formations, he needed to become a Grandmaster level warrior. But that was not an easy task either. Maybe I need to focus on my training like these people did. He wasn't sure what the Grandmaster level was like yet. Lee Hamming told him not to hurry, and that was probably correct. Let's take it slow. My current way of doing things do not help me understand. Yeowon was able to become powerful much faster than the others due to Nano's help, but becoming more powerful required more than that. After thinking about it for about an hour, Yeowon made a decision. Let's go to the closed room. The closed room was the new location that opened up after the 3rd test. This was the place where one could lock themselves in and train alone. If I go in there, I need to do something beforehand. He was not going to come out until he was satisfied with his training, so he needed to look after his members too. His forces also needed to grow in power before the academy closed. If he needed to fight the 6 clans, he couldn't do it alone as the 6 clans represented at least 40% of power in the cult. I have to get stronger with them. Even if they couldn't be strong like him, his members couldn't be weak either. Therefore, they required better martial arts skill. Unlike the 6 swords who mostly came from high-ranked clans, the other members had not learned such good martial arts. It will take a long time to copy it down on paper. There was a total of 34 members left after the 3rd test. Making copies of those master-level martial art books he scanned would take a long time. Let's get it ready. When Yoan got out, he went to an instructor who managed the supplies. When he was back at the training room, he had over 300 pages of paper along with a lot of ink and brushes. What? Why do you need so much? Yoan had the rank of the squad leader, so he was allowed to use much supplies as he wanted, but the instructor didn't seem to understand. Yoan couldn't say the truth, so he lied and got it. This is going to take a while. He knew it would be long, but it was longer than he expected. He used all waking hours for 2 weeks straight in order to copy down all the books he wanted to give. Writing for 2 weeks made him exhausted. 102 books were copied in front of him. He only needed to give 1 book each of the members. But why did he copy so much? This amount was enough to give at least 3 of each to everyone. Now, I just need to gather them up. After the 3rd test, Yoan only met with his members at dinner time. The 4th test on were individual tests, so most of the cadets spent time training privately, which applied to Yoan's members also. They could have dined separately, but Ko Wonger, Hu Bong, and Zhao Min insisted that they eat together to form bonds between members. At dinner time, Yoan's members gathered together to eat. After dinner was done, Yoan had all of his members gather at the dormitory where his old members were staying. They all gathered, not realizing what Yoan was going to announce. They were chatting between each other while they waited. Soon, Yoan appeared with over 100 books in his hands. What? Master, let me help you. Hu Bong and Jin Guk helped Yoan place down many books. Yoan then glanced over at the 34 members. I have an announcement to make. The members all became silent and focused on Yoan. I am going into the closed room beginning tomorrow. What? Most of the cadets were shocked to hear this. They did hear from Yoan that the requirement for going for the 5th test was to become a grandmaster, but they didn't think Yoan would go into such training already. Ko Wonger, who expected it from Yoan, asked, Master, do you have a set amount of time you plan to spend in there? Honestly speaking, I don't have a set date. A year, 2 years. I will stay as long as I need before I am satisfied with my training. Ko Wonger then saw Yoan's determination and smiled. I see. I hope Master earns the achievement you seek. Wonger bowed. Baki and the other members also bowed. Nobody wanted to say no to training to reach a higher level. Besides, this wasn't only Yoan's problem. These members might also need to train in a closed room after they passed the 4th test. Throughout the entire history of the academy, only a handful of cadets had ever passed the 6th test. So in most cases, the 5th test was the last test. It required a long period of training and effort. Thank you. So before I go, I wanted to give you guys some homework. Chapter 107, Closed Room Training 2. People turned rigid at the words. Yoan had not given much orders or directions until now, so what could the homework be? Hu Bong asked with a confused look. Master, what homework are you? You are required to complete 2 homework assignments until I come out of the closed room. This is not a request, but an order. At Yoan's voice, all members got up from their seats. If it was an order from the master, they had to follow it. First, all of you need to pass the 4th test before I come out. Everyone? Jin Guk, a member of an ordinary soldier family, asked back squeamishly. He barely passed the 3rd test out of luck, so he wasn't sure if he could pass the 4th test too. Other members from low-ranked clans also felt nervous, but those from the high-ranked clans, including the 6 swords, answered immediately. Yes, master. The one who shouted the loudest was Wu Sojung, who didn't really mind the others. The 6 swords were at the established master level, so it wouldn't take long for them to accomplish Yoan's first order. It is a good direction, but maybe too much. He didn't say much, but Che Takim was concerned about Hu Bong, Machel, Jin Guk, and the others. Of course they wanted to pass the 4th test, but they knew that it wasn't easy either. The next homework assignment is this. Yoan then tapped on the pile of books on the ground. It was what his members were curious about from the start. These are the martial arts books that I am gifting you all. Learn everything. The confused members glanced at the books. They were all made up of clean, new pieces of paper, meaning that they were new copies. But they didn't expect them to be copies of martial art books. Wait, Munku's eyes became large as she realized something. For the past few days, Yoan had ink all over his hand or clothes, and Munku had teased him about that. Prince, why are you walking around with ink on you every day? You have something on your face too. I had something to do. When she cleaned it off his face with her handkerchief, Yoan became embarrassed and blushed. Munku was amused by Yoan's reaction that she didn't think much about the actual reason for it. So, he's been writing all that these days? That looked like a lot. Thinking of Yoan locked up in the private room, writing all those books made her laugh, and she also becomes sympathetic. I would have helped if he told me. As for Ko Wonger and Che Takim, they were thinking different thoughts. Is Master trying to share the martial art books he got from the 4th floor? Master copied the master-level martial art books from the 4th floor for the weaker members. Both men were touched by Yoan's action. It was very rare for a martial artist to share the martial art that he gained. You can come get them when I call your name. Hu Bong. Yuan still considered Hu Bong as the #1 servant, so he called him first accordingly. Yes, master. Hu Bong quickly ran up to Yuan, excited by the fact that he was going to be given a martial arts book. But what Yuan gave him was not just one book, but 3. Huh? What? Hu Bong's shocked outburst made all the cadets curious. Hu Bong's eyes were wide as he mumbled the name of the book with shaking hands. Sword of Illusion? What? All cadets were shocked to hear that. The Sword of Illusion was the martial art that a high-ranked clan in the demonic cult used. And this wasn't the only one. And master, this is… Hu Bong was lost for words, and Ojong pestered him. Hu Bong, what is it? Spit it out, for God's sake. It's the sword skill from the Fire Mountain clan, and the kicks of iron from the Iron clan. What? Ojong was so shocked that he shouted too. It was natural, however, as both martial arts were master-level arts from the forces of justice and evil. Even the cadets who never went down to Wulin knew about the Fire Mountain clan from the force of justice and the Iron clan from the force of evil. The members began to panic. They were already shocked by the sharing of martial arts from the high-ranked clans within the cult, but they didn't think the library would have books from the forces of justice and evil clans as well. And master, how did you copy these 3 books? Ko Wonger was so shocked that he stuttered. Copying one book was hard enough, but he didn't expect Yuan to have copied a total of 3 books for his members. It might be lacking if we only have our cult's martial arts skills. It is better if we learn martial arts from the forces of justice and evil for the future. This was why Yuan copied down 3 books for each member. It was to have them learn about martial arts or various ways to prepare for the future when they ventured out to Wulin. Master! Hu Bong was so touched that he shouted and got down to the ground and bowed. He didn't think Yuan would go so far for his members. Hu Bong was from a middle-ranked clan, and he never dreamed of learning master-level martial arts. Hu Bong slammed his head on the ground and shouted, I will serve you for my entire life for this grace. I will accomplish your order. The master-level martial arts books were revered by these martial artists. Other members, especially those from the weaker clans, were all teary from their emotions. He has done so much for us. I will serve him forever. They thought they made the right choice in joining Yuan's forces. However, they didn't know that the remaining 99 books were not the same. Each of them contained different martial arts. Chapter 108, Closed Room Training, 3. After Hu Bong's heart-touched bow, Chun Yuan began calling up names to give them copied martial arts books. All cadets were glad to receive 3 master-level martial art books. When 4 cadets, including Jin Guk, received their book as the first group, they became shocked. What is this? All 4 of them became shocked, and Zhao Wumin asked them why. What's up this time? At his question, Jin Guk flashed the book cover at Zhao Wumin. It had the title of the martial art, Sword Art of the Flying Wind. It was different from what Hu Bong had received it. It was the sword skill used by a Flying Wind clan, subclan of the Sword clan. Members who did not yet receive their books became confused. I got a great bare fist from the Bare Fist clan. Machel showed the book to others with a dumbfounded look. Just like Jin Guk, it was different from Hu Bong's and Jin Guk's. What? Bare Fist? Ko Wonger was shocked. Great Bare Fist art was the one of most powerful fist art within the cult, equally powerful to Ko Wonger's Fist clan. The Bare Fist clan was subclan to the Wise clan, that was very powerful in its own. And that wasn't it. This one is different too. All 4 members received different martial arts books, but each of them were either from the high-ranked clans of the demonic cult, or that the famous clans from forces of justice or evil. People were shocked. All 5 members, Hu Bong, Jin Guk, Machel, Yundong Chun, Ko Hari had received different books, and they all contained master-level martial arts. It's all different. What is this? Is this a dream? Hey, pinch me. Let me see if I'm not dreaming. It was natural for them to panic. It usually took very long to memorize just one book. When they saw Yuan giving Hu Bong a total of 3 books, they were more surprised by his ability to memorize 3 books. But when considering all these different books, it showed that Yuan had memorized 15 books in just 6 hours. Wait. No way, that can't be. Some cadets were lost for words, and one of them was Ho Sanghua. She was one of cadets who was at the 2nd and the 3rd floor of the library when Yuan came in to scan the books. Just like the others, she too knew the infamous name Yuan had gotten for looking through the books. Every cadet hated him for causing noise within the library, as Yuan kept skimming through all the books. Even Ho Sanghua couldn't understand what her master was doing back then. So he wasn't just skimming but memorizing them? Is he a genius or something? She was dumbfounded. This was beyond anyone's expectation. It was curious as to what instructors, or the chief of the academy might think if they knew Yuan could do this. And master, did you memorize all these books? Yuan then realized he had made a mistake after hearing Wonger's question. He just concentrated on copying down as many as books in hopes of helping his members, but he didn't think about how impossible it was to do such thing normally. I have no choice. He couldn't explain that he had small machines inside his brain that helped him. All he could do now was to say that he memorized it. Yeah, I did. This is amazing. I don't know what to say. I'm astounded. Ko Wonger was speechless. The reason why the library had a time limit for each cadet was to prohibit the cadets from taking too many martial arts books. Most of the clans had donated part of their secret books to the library to train future warriors, but if this was shared too openly, It meant that the clan's weakness was going to be exposed. All these martial arts from high-ranked clans are clans that are affiliated with the 6 clans. He thought Yoan had memorized the master-level clan's martial arts just for his members, but he then thought maybe there was more to that. I thought I knew a lot about Master now, but I was wrong. I only saw a part of him. Master must have much a bigger picture in his mind that we cannot see. It wasn't Yoan's intention, but Wonger understood it as so. He thought that this was Yoan's preparation to fight against the 6 clans in the future when he became the heir, but Chun Yoan did not know what clans were affiliated with 6 clans. He just scanned whatever he got his hands on and coincidentally grabbed the books from those clans. Master is a monster. How can you memorize all those books? Well, stop being surprised and get your books. Soon, all the members got up and took their 3 books. After realizing that they were all different, members were anticipating to see what they would be receiving. Thank you, Master. I will not fail you. I will do my best to keep up. All members were beyond happy to receive such books. The 6 swords who were from high-ranked clans were also glad to receive such books. They didn't expect much as they had learned master-level martial arts since they were growing up, but they were still thankful that they still got these books for themselves. Hee. Munku also was happy with what she received. Everyone had received their own, but it felt very precious when she realized that Yoan himself had written these copies after many hours. And when everyone got their books, Baki sent a telepathic message to raise a problem. We know our breathing skills, but I think members like Jinguk will need more breathing skills. Baki's concern was correct. Low-ranked clan members did not have their own breathing skills, so the members from those clans required good breathing skills to increase their internal energy. That's when Hu Bong found something in the book and shouted, Master, is this a breathing skill? There was a sheet of paper placed inside the book with a breathing skill. Yoan nodded and Baki became embarrassed and looked away. Yoan also thought that this issue needed to be taken care of. Force of Mixed Origin? Chapter 109. Closed Room Training, 4. Jinguk also repeated the same name. I have the same one. Huh? Me too. Yeah, same here. Huh? The 6 swords then became confused. It seemed like they all received the same breathing skill. They thought they might have received different breathing skills just like how they were given different martial arts skills, but they were all the same. I've never heard of it. Force of Mixed Origin? This was why the 6 swords were confused. They knew most of the martial arts from the high-ranked clans, but they had never heard of such a breathing skill until now. Oh! As she read through the skills, Munku gasped in astonishment. She was at the established master level other than Yoan, and she had the highest understanding in martial arts. How can there be such a good breathing skill? It showed a way to focus energy in unusual blood points to aid the energy flow. She didn't want to accept it, but it looked like it was better than her own clan's breathing skill. The other 6 swords seemed to think the same thing. Master, where did you get this from? Chaetakim also seemed shocked based on his tone. Yoan then hesitated on how to answer it. This breathing skill wasn't from the 4th floor of the library. 2 days ago, Yoan was thinking about what breathing skill he should give to his members. There were many breathing skills in the library, and all of them were very good that it was bound to give them great things. The best one was the sword force of the Sky Demon, but this was the founding of Father Chun Ma and Yoan's own now. Yoan asked, Nano, did you analyze enough of the internal energy now? Analysis about the energy source gained through breathing is still under progress. Is it? It seemed like the analysis was still not done yet. It was energy that was not proved to exist in future technology, so Nano needed time. I can categorize which breathing skill can efficiently increase the energy within the body. Oh, that's good. Can you choose one then? The sword force of the Sky Demon has the best effect when used. Yoan sighed at Nano's opinion. Yeah, I know, but exclude that. He knew this too. He needed the next best breathing skill second to it. Next is the breathing of 1,000 martials. Oh, right. Yoan then remembered that there was the breathing skill he learned from Right Guardian Subming. But he had to skip this one too. I can't just give out teacher's breathing skill to anyone. Next, there is Sample 37. Huh. Sample? What do you mean? After analyzing Origin of Internal Energy book from the 1st floor, a sample was created based off the breathing skills found from the 1st to 4th floor. Are you saying you just made a breathing skill? As part of the process of analyzing internal energy, creating multiple samples is necessary. So, when did you make this? Sample 37 was created after the breathing skill from 4th floor was analyzed. What? Therefore, that meant it was created 2 days ago. Yoan was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He knew Nano was analyzing the internal energy, but he didn't think Nano would be able to create a breathing skill on its own. Did you analyze breathing skill from the sword force of the Sky Demon? The said breathing skill is a mixture of energy caused by movement and breathing, so the analysis is incomplete. The origin of internal energy contained information of energy gained through meditation, breathing, and others, but it didn't have an explanation on the way to gain energy through sword movement. So, Nano lacked information for the analysis. Can you teach me that sample then? Yes, Master. Yoan then tried using the breathing skill Nano had created, and he was shocked. This is impossible. Nano's breathing skill creation was amazing. In one way, it was better than the breathing of 1,000 martials. It was very stable in controlling the internal energy flow. It had the ability to work well with any kind of martial arts. Good. Let's keep this. There was no need to think. That's why Nano's breathing skill was chosen to give to Yoan's members. But he couldn't leave its name as sample, so Yoan changed the name. What name should I give it? After thinking for a long time, Yoan named it the force of mixed origin since it was a mixture of many breathing skills. Master, where did you find this from? I found it on the 4th floor of the library. Yoan couldn't tell the truth, so he lied that he got it from the library. So, there are a lot of treasures hidden in the library. Chae-takim spoke with an excited voice, and Wonger also nodded. Maybe it's a breathing skill from an ancient high-ranked clan. Members believed Yoan's claim of finding it at the library easily. They would never imagine that the skill was merely a few days old from the day of its creation. After sorting that out, Yoan declared to his members, "You should memorize everything in the dormitory tomorrow and discard the books immediately." Yes, master. He was worried that having so many books might cause them to be in trouble from the instructors or other cadets. And I have a request. 6 swords. No, master. All you have to do is order us, Wonger replied. Yoan glanced at each of them and said, "If you see anyone who needs help, please help them so that they can learn martial arts." He thought there were members who might have a hard time, even with these books. The 6 swords were members from high-ranked clans who trained such martial arts since young, so they had a better foundation and understanding overall. Don't worry, master. We'll help each other. Okay. Don't worry and look after yourselves in there. I heard teaching is a good way to train. I will do that. Ko Wonger, Baki, and Chae-takim answered respectively, and Yoan nodded. And his preparation to go into the closed room was almost done. Yoan looked forward to the day when would come out of the closed room to meet his members who had gotten much more powerful. Then I wish you all good luck. Yes, master. After that night, Chun Yoan woke up early and went into the closed room to start his training. Among all those cadets who came together to say goodbye, nobody thought that it will take such a long time for Yoan to come out of it. Chapter 110. Master is back. 1. First day of closed room training. The building of closed room training was located in the northwestern corner of the demonic academy. Yoan had passed the 4th test by defeating Sang Munio in the empty lot at the back of the building. The building had a total of 60 rooms, and Chun Yoan was the first one to request to use it. The room was a bit bigger than the private training room Yoan had been using. The main difference was that there was a bed made out of hay, a jar of grains, and a water pipe that flowed from outside. Yoan checked inside the jar, and checked the amount of grains to be enough to feed himself for 4 years within the academy. I asked for a lot, and they did give me a lot. Yoan told them that he would only come out once he achieved an acceptable result, and it was prepared accordingly. There was no telling as to how long it might take for him to become a Grandmaster-level warrior. Shall we start with the plan then? He didn't know how long it would take him to become a Grandmaster, so he needed to plan things ahead of time. Yoan divided time largely into 3 periods. Morning, afternoon, and dinner were all assigned to train different things. I will practice formation in the morning, duel against avatars in the afternoon, and do breathing at dinner time. Yoan then started training right away. The first thing he did was request the transfer of every master-level martial arts he scanned from the 4th floor of the library. There was a total of 245 books that he scanned, and it took him a total of 4 hours to have it all transferred. What's fortunate was that these were much easier than the sword force of the Sky Demon, and it didn't require a physical transfer, making it possible to use it right away. After transferring all that, Yoan realized that although these were highly advanced martial arts skills, they were still lacking compared to Butterfly Blade Dance, Sword Force of the Sky Demon, and the Counter Sword Formation. But it still consisted of martial arts ranging from various areas, not only from a sword or blade that gave huge insight to Yoan in understanding the basics of martial arts. As Yoan chewed on grains for lunch, he began choosing the first avatar to fight with. He didn't need to fight Chun Mukium's avatar anymore since he had gotten more powerful ones now. He chose the first one. Nano, show me an avatar of Chun Yuchan. Understood, master. Creating avatar for simulation. Target entity, Chun Yuchan. With Nano's voice, Yoan's eyes shook and he was shown white light transforming into Chun Yuchan. It was just one avatar to begin with, but he planned to increase it along the way. The goal is to fight Teacher's avatar. It was his goal to fight against Right Guardian Subming's avatar since Yoan had recorded Subming's movements when he fought against the criminal from the force of evil. Let's do it then. Yoan jumped up and charged in toward Yuchan's avatar. And it was the beginning of his long training inside the closed room. A month passed after Yoan had entered the closed room at the academy. 3 more cadets had passed the 4th test. The second kid who passed, as expected by most cadets, was Chun Muyan from the Wise clan. Muyan defeated an instructor on the 7th day. If it wasn't for Yoan, Chun Muyan would have gotten the record of the fastest cadet to pass the 4th test. The 3rd cadet who passed the 4th test wasn't among the princes. It was Mun Ku who defeated instructor Impung and passed the 4th test. Everyone saw Mun Ku jumping up and down in excitement after she passed the test. This was the result of her will to get her own room. The 4th cadet to pass the test was Chun Kungwon from the Sword Clan. He tried hard to pass the test faster than anyone, but he had prepared for it more carefully, and thus it took him more time to prepare. And on the 2nd month after Yoan entered the closed room, Chun Muyan also entered the closed room. Chun Kungwon also registered to enter the closed room. And for Mun Ku, she also felt the need to train in the closed room, but Yoan had asked her and the 6 swords to help train the other weaker members. So, she started focusing on teaching them. And before the 2nd month passed, another cadet passed the 4th test. It was the first sword of Yoan, Baki. Yoan's crew was happy to have a 2nd member pass the 4th test. But Baki wasn't so excited to be 2nd to pass the test when he was the first sword. On the 4th month, Chun Mukium passed the 4th test. He then soon entered the closed room not long after. And just before the month ended, 2 more cadets from the Six Swords passed the test. They were Ko Wonger and Wu Sojung. Cadets expected Ko Wonger's results, but Wu Sojung's was not expected. Wu Sojung had tried hard after losing to a woman, Ho Sanghua, in a match that propelled him to pass the 4th test. Ho Sanghua scoffed at Wu Sojung, who smirked at her. Idiot. What? Why am I an idiot? Wu Sojung was not well regarded among the female cadets. After the 2 of them, there were now 5 cadets who had failed the test within the academy. And there weren't any challengers to the instructors for a while. Exactly a year after Yeowon entered the closed room, there were many who passed the 4th test. On the 5th month, Ho Sanghua and Chae Takim also passed the 4th test. In addition, there were other cadets who had passed, and one of them was Samachuk. On the 6th month, Yeowon's crew began to have cadets who had now become master-level warriors. Jia Womin, Ojong, Im Yuhan, and Kong Jino all became master warriors. And in the 10th month, the number of failed cadets increased to 15. Jia Womin and Im Yuhan had passed the day shortly after. And on the 1st year, Yeowon's crew dueled to set the new 6th sword among them. The result altered the rank. 1st sword, Mun Ku. 2nd sword, Baki. 3rd sword, Ko Wonger. 4th sword, Wu Sojung. 5th sword, Ho Sanghua. 6th sword, Chae Takim. Baki tried hard, but he couldn't defeat Mun Ku in the end. And with over 30% of Yeowon's members entering the master level, all 6 swords went on to enter the closed room. Chapter 111. Master is back, 2. After the 2nd year, most of the cadets had taken the 4th test. Among the 120 cadets that passed the 3rd test, only 71 cadets passed the 4th test, and the others were expelled after failing the test. A total of 19 members from Yeowon's crew were expelled. They were sad that they couldn't follow Master's orders and promised to grow in power for the future. But it was still a great feat that 34 members of the crew had become masters. The one who had grown the most was Hubong. In 2 years, he was now an established master-level warrior. Master is still not satisfied with his progress yet? I hope he comes out soon. Yeowon still hadn't come out yet, as well as all the others who had entered the closed room. But it seemed like it was longer since Yeowon had entered earlier than any other cadet. And with 80% of the cadets all entering the closed room, the academy was now very quiet. Therefore, the 6th sword duel for the 2nd year was skipped since most of the members were missing. And on the 3rd day, it was back to fall. There had been a lot of incidents during the 3rd year. All cadets who entered the closed room had gotten out of it, but among the 70 cadets who had gone through closed room training, only 40% of them entered the Grandmaster level. In the 2nd and 4th month, Chun Muyen left the closed room and passed the 5th test on the same day. This showed that he was an established Grandmaster level warrior. And during the 2nd and 6th month, Chun Kungwon, Samachuk, Guk Shin, Mun Ku, Ko Wonger, and Baki all passed the 5th test. 7 more cadets also tried, but failed. What was surprising was that Chun Mukium was one of those who failed the test. Among those failed cadets, 3 of them were killed in the process. Therefore, the other cadets were hesitant on challenging the test. During the 3rd year, the duel for the 6 swords was held again. Unlike before, the cadets had become much stronger for the challenge. 1st sword, Ko Wonger. 2nd sword, Mun Ku. 3rd sword, Baki. 4th sword, Ho Sanghua. 5th sword, Wu Sojung. 6th sword, Jia Wumin. As shown in the results, Ko Wonger had become really powerful after the closed room training. His fist skill increased his physical strength as he trained, so he had gotten so powerful that no one could damage his body. Wu Sojung tried hard to defeat at least Ho Sanghua, but she had grown much larger, and she threw Wu Sojung of with one swing of her axe. And then 2 more months passed. It was now the harsh, cold winter. Snow fell on a weekly basis, and on the mountain at the back of the dormitory, 13 cadets had gathered together. They were all Yeowon's members. 3 years were enough for these young teenage cadets to have matured. They always gathered here to train together. Ko Wonger had grown a long beard, and that made him look much older than his peers. Huh? Aren't we all here yet? Ko Wonger became confused as he couldn't find everyone. Jia Wumin answered him. I think they went there again. Oh. Baki sighed at Jia Wumin's words and shook his head. The 2 cadets who weren't here were Mun Ku and Hubong. After 3 years passed, the 2 of them often visited the closed room building, hoping their master would come out soon. At least they aren't alone, Ho Sanghua commented. But Ko Wonger shook his head. 2 is not enough. Mun Ku isn't someone we shouldn't be worried about, Baki answered, and the other cadets nodded. Mun Ku, who had passed the 5th test, was now within the top 100 warriors out of the entire demonic cult. There was no need to worry about such an experienced warrior. Yes, but the competition to the throne is much more fierce. Didn't Chun Kungwon make an offer to you at the cafeteria the other day, Baki? This was what Ko Wonger was worried about. With the academy entering the 4th year, the candidates were now pushing to increase their influence and power. Chun Muyen, who didn't do much until he had passed the 5th test, was now aggressively recruiting cadets. And the problem was that they were also approaching Yeowon's crew. Do you think I will go to the other princes? No. I'm just worried because we don't know what they might try to do. Chun Yeowon had been missing for 3 years, so it was natural for the others to take advantage. After all, they were warriors without a master. Jia Wumin also agreed. Ko Wonger is right. Chun Kungwon is no different than Chun Yuchan. We have to be careful. That's why we stick together like this. This was why they always stayed together unless they trained at the private training rooms, but it was becoming more serious. Ko Wonger then became worried and said, "We should go get them." They then moved out to go pick the two of them up. At the northwestern corner, in front of the closed training room, over 20 cadets had circled around two cadets threateningly. The two cadets were Mun Ku and Hu Bong. Ko Wonger's worry had come true. It was Chun Kung-won who had brought these 20 cadets. Mun Ku glanced around at the cadets with their weapons. They were ready. "I will say this for the last time. I am not here to hurt you. So why don't you consider my offer very carefully?" Mun Ku? Kung-won asked. Hu Bong shouted back. "You bring weapons and circle around us. Then you say you are not here to hurt us? I'm not talking to you." "Shut up." Chun Kung-won was not interested in Hu Bong. He wanted Mun Ku, who was a member from the Black Dragon clan, which was as large and almost as powerful as the Six clans. Kung-won had approached Mun Ku multiple times already. "Didn't I refuse many times already?" Mun Ku refused again. Kung-won already knew that Mun Ku, as always, would refuse this time around too. "Then there is no other way. I will do it my way." "What are you talking about? I just think it's necessary to educate my future pawn." Chun Kung-won did not hesitate to use force. After all, they were in the demonic cult where power trumped everything. Kung-won pulled out his sword. "Let's do this. You duel me, and if you lose, you become my servant." "This is outrageous. If you win, I will let you go." Chun Kung-won was already ready to strike. Mun Ku narrowed her eyes. There were too many experienced warriors surrounding them, giving her no choice to run away. She also took steps to ready herself. "This is going too far, even for a prince." Hu Bong shouted and raised his sword. He couldn't take this rude approach. "I warned you not to interfere." Kung-won then signaled his men, and 3 cadets attacked Hu Bong. "Damn it!" Hu Bong bit his lips and tried to fight back with the Sword of Illusion. It was then, when the 3 cadets stopped in place. They were stuck as if the time around them had stopped. "Ugh. What is this? I can't move." They couldn't move, even when they brought up their energy. A tremendous invisible force was pushing them down. "What is going on?" Chun Kung-won shouted in anger. Before the 3 cadets could speak, they were thrown into the air toward the back. "Ugh. Arg." The 3 of them rolled on the ground as they were thrown away like trash. And these cadets felt the giant power from behind them. That's when Hu Bong and Mun Ku shouted in unison at the man in the back. "Master!" Prince Chun. Chapter 112. Master is back. 3. It was Chun Yo-won. He had long hair that reached down to his waist, and his face had turned to that of a man with strong facial features. His face was pale as he had been locked up in the closed room, but it matched his cold glare. "Master!" Hu Bong became teary at meeting his master after 3 years. "You are late, Prince Chun." Mun Ku's face also brightened up. But Chun Kung-won, the prince of the Sword Clan, was shocked. "This can't be." The invisible force that threw those 3 cadets was the control of force energy that only superior-level warriors like Li Hamming or Subman could use. If the power was so strong that it restricted established master-level warriors from moving, it meant that the internal energy behind it was tremendous. It's impossible. Did he really become superior-level warrior? He couldn't believe it. He had spent 2 years to understand the ways of becoming Grandmaster, but reaching the superior level was an entirely different thing. Kung-won shook his head. "No, this can't be. He must have done some tricks. And even if it is true, I can't let him walk away from that and bring shame to my honor." With the situation taking a drastic turn, it was now an airship competition. He couldn't just back away and accept that he was weaker than Yo-won. Kung-won shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack him." "Why, yes." Kung-won's members then took out their weapons and charged. "You can't do that. How can you attack one person with a group?" Mun Ku and Hu Bong tried to block the attackers, but Kung-won didn't let them. "You aren't going anywhere." Kung-won charged at Mun Ku, who then began to fight against Chun Kung-won. The fight between 2 grandmasters looked equal, but Mun Ku had to focus all her concentration. "Fool. A weaker clan member like you should never cross lines with us." Kung-won's right-hand man, Sim Jingu, charged toward Hu Bong. It seemed like he was an established master-level warrior. "I should at least take him on, so that master can fight the rest with ease." Hu Bong fought back against Sim Jingu. Seeing the use of master-level sword art, or the Sword of Illusion, Sim Jingu was surprised. However, even without the 2 of them, the other 15 cadets charged against Yo-won. "Let go of our members." Yo-won was still pushing down the 3 cadets with his powers. Even when he was attacked by over 10 cadets, he didn't even seem to be scared. Why is he so calm? Another one of Kung-won's members, Kingpo, became concerned, and he soon realized why. As Yo-won raised his hand, 3 cadets were raised up into the air. "You wugged." Yo-won threw the 3 of them in front of him like a shield, and the cadets quickly retrieved their swords to stop themselves from attacking their own people. "How dare you, coward!" They thought Yo-won was using them as a shield, but they weren't a shield at all. "If you want them, then take them back." "What?" As Yo-won gestured to push those 3 cadets, they were thrown at the other cadets like a cannonball. "Ugh." Take them." They tried to take 3 of them, but they wielded powerful energy that all of them were thrown back instead. "Ugh." Arg. And those who were thrown spat blood and couldn't move from the internal energy. 6 out of the 18 were out from the battle at once. Is he really a superior warrior? Everyone here realized that Yo-won's power was tremendous. Even by just standing, they felt the difference in power. Yo-won took a step and everyone flinched. They were all fear-stricken. "This is impossible. We will not defeat him, even with the help of our prince." Kingpo was certain that no one here could defeat Chun Yo-won. He was also a Grandmaster-level warrior, but he couldn't find any weaknesses. We must retreat. He thought he shouldn't continue further and shouted, Prince, we lost. We will fall back. You all started it first, so you can't end it whenever you want to, Yoan seethed. He had no intention of letting them go for attacking his members. If you give us no choice, then we will. Ugh. Yoan reached Kingpo before he can finish talking. Nobody could even track his movements. Kingpo tried to swing his sword, but it was too late. You talk too much. Arg. Yoan's fist struck his chest, and Kingpo was thrown way back with the sound of his chest crushing. Kingpo focused his energy to defend, but it was no use. Ug, Agn, Ngh. Bloody bubbles foamed in Kingpo's mouth, and he passed out. Since Kingpo, a Grandmaster-level warrior, was overpowered by just one punch, the other cadets were so shocked that they couldn't even move. It's your turn now. Chun Kungwon frowned. They fought with over 20 formations, but he couldn't overpower Mun-ku yet. How can he use such powerful martial arts with such a weak-looking body? Mun-ku was shorter and smaller than most men, but she was powerful with her clan's martial art, Fist of the Black Dragon. Should I use the Force Chi? He needed more powerful attack methods, but using the Force Chi would require him to finish it within 3 formations, or else it will deplete his internal energy and he would lose. However, he also had to deal with Chun Yoan after that. Don't blame me. This is what you wanted by not coming to me. Kungwon then brought up all of his energy, and his sword shined blue. Force Chi. Mun-ku saw the blue light and took some steps back. She could fight barehanded against Sword Chi, but Force Chi was different. She was established Grandmaster level, but couldn't maintain Force Chi over one formation due to lack of internal energy. I have to get away. You can't get away. Kungwon charged forward to close in on Mun-ku. With the sword movement and Force Chi unleashed upon her, she had no other way than to bring up her own Force Chi over her hands. When the two powerful formations clashed, it created cracks on the ground between them. It was so powerful that it cracked the stone ground. And after the first formation, Kungwon moved on to the next formation. Mun-ku became pale. After using all her energy, her Force Chi lost its light. Kungwon shouted, I will take your arm. Kungwon's sword struck down on her right arm. But then, what? Kungwon frowned. Chun Yoan, who suddenly appeared between them, had grabbed Kungwon's sword with his bare hand. Prince. Mun-ku shouted in joy as she saw Yoan's back. Yoan's hand was covered in blue Force Chi. How did you? Kungwon tried to pull back his sword, but the sword did not even budge. What's with this strength? And even without the power, Yoan's physical strength was like a monster. How? Are you asking about those pieces of trash? Yoan pointed to the back. Kungwon then saw 19 of his cadets all passed out on the ground, with their limbs snapped weirdly. Hubong was piling them up like a heap of garbage in one place. He defeated all of them after such a short moment? Kungwon was lost for words. His guess was correct in the end. Why? You reached the superior level? Ugh. That's when Kungwon's sword that held Force Chi began to crack and shattered. Yoan glared at him. I have to run. Kungwon became terrified at such a tremendous amount of power and tried to run. Arg. Before he could run, he felt a searing pain in his right hand and screamed as he rolled on the ground. He didn't realize it at first, but his right arm was missing. My arm. My arm. Arg. Yoan then stomped on Kungwon, who was rolling on the ground, and pinned him down. You will pay for wanting something that doesn't belong to you. Kungwon became pale. Please. He begged in fear, but Yoan smashed his face mercilessly. A few minutes later, at the second-floor medical room of the main building, the room that was quiet for the past 3 years and 2 months was suddenly busy with over 20 patients with serious injuries. Dr. Baek Jongming was smiling as he mumbled, You're finally out. Chapter 113. Master is back. 4. By the gods, what am I looking at right now? Ko Wonger and the crew were lost for words as to what they were seeing. There were 19 injured cadets in pile, with their limbs snapped, and there was a young man with blue bandana over his head, piling them up in one place. Hubong, what is going on here? Zhao Min also became confused. All of them ran since it didn't feel good, but this was not something they expected. Oh, Mun-ku. Who is that? They saw Mun-ku excitedly talking to a long-haired, pale young man. Below them was a man with his right arm cut off and a crushed face that they couldn't figure out who it was. Wait. Maybe. Oh, they only saw the long-haired man. It had been 3 years and 2 months, but there was no way they would not recognize their master. Master! Ko Wonger quickly ran up to him and knelt down on one knee. All other members followed Ko Wonger and kneeled also. Wonger bowed and shouted, First Sword Wonger at your service. Mun-ku then knelt down quickly and shouted, Second Sword Mun-ku at your service. Third was Baki, but he didn't kneel. How can he be so different in just 3 years? Baki had grown powerful that he felt even the instructors of Academy were weak. But when he saw Chun Yoan, it was hard for him to breathe at the difference in power. It was as if he was facing the chief of the Academy, Lee Hammond. Yoan, you are? Baki then felt that Yoan was at the superior level. He had agreed on joining Yoan, but he never accepted Yoan as his superior. But with such power, there was no choice but to accept it. Baki then fell down on one knee and shouted, Third Sword Baki at your service. This was the first time Baki showed such a reaction. Every cadet became surprised as they didn't expect Baki to ever act like this. Ho Sanghwa smiled too. Fourth Sword Ho Sanghwa at your service. All the other cadets bowed to Yoan in turn. Their shaking eyes and tears were enough to show their excitement in seeing Yowon after a long time. Yowon bowed at them and answered, "Thank you all for waiting." At that, his crew shouted in joy. "Woaya! Master is back." Yowon smiled. Ko Wonger then asked, "Master, who is he?" He couldn't recognize the man slumped down on the ground. Munku replied, "It's Chun Kungwon from the Sword Clan." Chun Kungwon? Ko Wonger and the other cadets were shocked to hear this. Chun Kungwon was one of the top 3 individuals within the academy in terms of strength, even when considering all the instructors. Did you do that? Oh, this fool was Chun Kungwon? So, he had made a grand return. This would surely throw Kungwon out of the competition for the airship. Huh. That's what you deserve. Most of the cadets who were annoyed at Kungwon who had been forcing them to join him became excited. Hehe. He was no match against our master. Hubong spoke with a grin. Like Baki, established Grandmaster Ko Wonger also knew about it, but he didn't speak of it first because he was just too glad to see the master again. Master, did you reach the superior level? Every cadet turned to Yowon in silence. Yowon then looked back at them and smiled with a nod. His crew then shouted louder than ever. Woaya! A master is now a superior warrior? I can't believe it. They were worried about Yowon's prolonged closed-room training period. If Yowon stayed longer due to not having understanding, then it meant he was being left behind on the competition. But the result of the prolonged stay led him to reach the superior level, so that was surely worth it. The only superior warriors within the cult were the 3 guardians and 12 elders. He will truly change our cult. Our choice wasn't wrong. In the demonic cult, power was the best way to prove oneself. With Yowon becoming a superior level warrior, his members now trusted him more than ever. After Yowon and his crew moved Chun Kungwon and his crew to medical room, they talked about what had happened outside. Yowon's return had caused a shock within the academy. Maybe he really will become the next lord. But we have Chun Muyin too. What did he do? Nothing. It's crazy. We might have a lord coming from a non-6 clan for the first time. Chun Yowon had defeated 5 out of the 6 princes by himself already. He had proved everything. And with this, it became a concern to Chun Muyin's group. The biggest obstacle they had for Muyin to become the heir was now Chun Yowon. But Chun Muyin himself was uninterested and only focused on increasing his power. At the chief's office in the main building, Li Hamming also heard of Yowon's return. He also heard that Yowon defeated Chun Kungwon and his crew and had cut his arms. He had heard the report of the patients in the medical room already. He also heard one piece of news that was almost unbelievable. Estimated to be at the superior level, the middle-aged man reporting to him was an instructor who was in charge of the closed rooms. The closed room building entrance doors could only be opened from the outside, so the instructor was there to open the door for last trainee. This allowed him to watch Yowon fight. The instructor was certain of Yowon's power. In my honest opinion, I am certain. I saw him use the force of energy with my own 2 eyes, the instructor firmly said. Li Hamming was shocked. He didn't expect to hear such news, since all he expected was to see Yowon at end stage of the Grandmaster level. Superior level? In all the history of the Demonic Academy, no one ever entered the superior level. This was not just something that was possible from being talented. Maybe a storm is coming to our cult. He had high hopes for Yowon's tremendous growth rate, but it felt like he was going to bring such change about. Yowon's power was now something that the 6 clans could always deal with if they wanted. Li Hamming's eyes grew large and the instructor asked, "Chief, are there any problems, sir?" So, it was real. Li Hamming, a supreme level warrior, had a sense of energy that expanded over entire building. And one with such power had just entered the building. If he didn't hear the report just now, he would have thought one of elders had came for him. And the one with such power now stood in front of his door. "Chief, squad leader Chun Yowon is requesting to meet you." Oh, the instructor who reported was surprised. This meant that the person he was reporting was now here. "Let him in." "Yes, sir." The door opened and Chun Yowon with long black hair and pale face came in. He had tied his long hair up so it will not fall below his neck. He had hid his chi, that weaker ones cannot sense, but Li Hamming was able to sense it clearly. It is true that he had entered supreme level. Li Hamming got up and walked up to him with intrigued look. "Leader Chun, this is unbelievable. Long time no see, sir." Yowon was no more a mere kid. And Yowon, who was looking at Li Hamming, was thinking of something different. "I didn't know back then, but he's really powerful." Looking at Li Hamming, it now showed clear difference in power. If his guess was right, Li Hamming was established supreme level, stronger than Yowon. "So, why are you here?" Yowon then bowed at Li Hamming and spoke. "I want to take the 5th test." Chapter 114. Secret of Demon Seal Cave, 1. As instructors led the way to the north corner of the academy, senior instructor Ho Jinchong glanced back at Chun Yowon who was following them. "This is really amazing." Ho Jinchong was astounded. In these 3 years, he also trained hard and achieved the end stage of being a Grandmaster level warrior. As an instructor, he did not want to feel ashamed against these fast-growing cadets. However, Yowon had grown much stronger than him now. Is it the blood? The Chun family ruled the cult for hundreds of years. Ho Jinchong became curious as to what kind of change Chun Yowon would bring to the cult. Soon, they reached the Ragged Building. Demon Seal Cave. The building looked like it was going to crumble down at any moment. "You will pass the 5th test easily at your level, Master." Ko Wonger, who had passed the 5th test, advised him as such. They said that the cave had many traps and tricks that required a high sense of energy to pass. This was why it required one to be at the established Grandmaster level. The cave is a bit scary inside. Munku said there were no light sources after entering. It was required to pass through the cave by only relying on the sense of energy. But I heard a weird crying sound inside. Huh? Munku, you heard it too? I heard it too. Baki also exclaimed, what? Was it not my imagination? Ko Wonger and Munku also flinched in shock. Three of them claimed that they heard a mysterious cry the entire time they took the test. It gave them chills, but they couldn't feel anything as they passed through the cave, so they thought the sound was their imagination. This is the entrance. Ho Jinchang opened the ragged door. Cold air began to blow from inside, proving that the cave was larger than expected. When Yoan walked in, there was a staircase that led into the basement. It was very dark further in. One of the instructors then pushed the wooden pillar next to the stairs, and the sound of something moving was heard from below. Yoan heard that there was machinery installed below already, so he just nodded. Ho Jinchang explained, the fifth test only requires you to pass through it. You have to pass through various traps just by relying on your senses. There is an exit on the east end. We will wait for 2 hours there. So, there is a time limit to this? It will only take maybe an hour to 2 hours. But if you can't come out within the time frame, we will stop the machines and enter to see if you got into an accident. The accidents killed 3 cadets already. These traps were very dangerous. Instructors then checked Yoan's body to see if he had any tools to start a fire. Are you bringing that blade inside? Yes, sir. No light sources were allowed, but weapons were okay since they were needed to defend against machinated traps. Let's check it. Yoan handed the blade over. It was the blade created by Oh Sunong. Ho Jinchang took up the blade. The blade had writing engraved that said, Butterfly Dance, as it was requested by Yoan. Good blade. It wasn't created with cold steel, but it was quite sharp. It was very close to Subming's crazy blade. Ho Jinchang handed it back to Yoan and pointed at the staircase. Then you should start. Yes, sir. I wish you luck. Ho Jinchang wished him luck, but he wasn't worried. The traps were meant for Grandmaster level warriors, so it was a piece of cake for a superior warrior like Chun Yoan. Yoan then walked down the staircase. As the instructors walked out and closed the door, everything turned pitch dark. He was supposed to use his senses to check where it was open and where it was closed, but he didn't need to rely on that. Nano, activate night vision mode. Activating night vision mode. With Nano's voice, Yoan's eyes adapted to the darkness, and he could clearly see the staircase. It was a very old stone staircase that was severely worn out. It's pretty far down. Yoan kept on walking down. As he walked down, the air grew more chilly. After he walked down the height of a 4-story building, there was an end. He saw the entrance to the cave. What is this smell? Yoan caught the disgusting smell at the entrance. It smelled like oil and blood, but a lot of other things were mixed in that, and it was hard to recognize what smell it was. Let's go in. As he walked into the corridor, he felt a slight breeze. It seemed like this way led to the exit. If one used their senses, the wind guided the way to the exit. And when he went in, the wall of the cave was smooth, indicating that it was created artificially. Well, they even installed traps here. Yoan did not need to waste time. He saw exit clearly in his eyes, so he just needed to go there. Yoan then used a running skill to run through. But when he took his step off from the ground, the wall trembled and sharp spears were thrown at Yoan. He swung his hand, and all the spears broke down before they reached him. So, this was how. A wrong step, and one could trigger a trap. Yoan then sighed and changed his plan to walk slowly out. And after a few steps, another trap was triggered again. The stone that he stepped on was pushed down and the entire ceiling from about 10 steps in all directions dropped down on him. Oh! Yoan then quickly ran through to get away. He would have been squashed by the ceiling if he had been late. With such a trap in such darkness, it was easy to see why even Grandmaster-level warriors were killed by these. It was still dangerous even when Yoan could clearly everything. Yoan then walked carefully. After looking, he was able to identify the trap triggers. Most of them were made to trigger when taking the wrong steps. I just need to be careful of those. As Yoan had help from the night vision, he was able to avoid stepping on those triggers. And after moving through a bit, Yoan realized something was off. He wasn't worried about getting lost since he was moving toward the breeze. But there were more directions in this cave. There were other open areas that were connected to others. Without the breeze, one could get lost by going the other way. It feels like I've seen this place somewhere. It was his first time here, but he felt like he'd seen this somewhere. After thinking about the reason while he moved, he then finally came to a conclusion. Wait, Nano, do you remember the map you saved from collecting those shiny stones in the prison cave? Yes, master. It is saved in the data. Show me. Yes, master. With Nano's voice, Yoan saw the augmented reality drawing the map that was saved. It was the map that was at the back of those shiny stones that had breathing skills written on the front. It was here. Yoan was astonished. The map was the map of this demon seal cave. It matched exactly with the route he took to walk down here. Nano, what do you think? The shape of the current cave matches that of the map. We are currently located at this point on the map. The map then showed a red dot, indicating the location of Yoan's current position. Oh, that's cool. From looking at the map, it seemed like it was easy to move to the location where the map was pointing to. He was in the middle of the 5th test, but he was curious. It was the map that was written at the back of the shiny stones left by Father Chun Ma. It was likely that something was hidden there. I have enough time. Only a few minutes had passed. Yoan decided to check the map. I have to go back. The location was the far right tunnel at the first location. But with a map, it was easy to move through complicated tunnel easily. And it was after a while he walked through the cave. He heard the faint sound of an animal growling from somewhere. It was too clear to think of it as his imagination. It seemed like it was the sound that Mun-ku and Ko-wonger had heard. I don't feel anything though. He couldn't feel any movement. Yoan then focused back on the map and moved. So many traps even when it's not a way out. He kept on moving through, and there were now more traps installed on the way than on the way to the exit. After walking past the traps carefully, Yoan was finally at the location indicated on the map. The place was blocked off by a large blue wall, and there was giant writing on it that covered the entire blue stone wall. Seal. Chapter 115. Secret of Demon Seal Cave, 2. The writing was so large that it was hard to recognize what it said from close up, and the writing was written with a sword. This writing, it was the same writing style that was written on blue pearl stone pedestal. Surely this was written by Father Chun-Ma. Does this mean something is sealed behind it? Yoan then realized the name of this cave was Demon Seal Cave, meaning it sealed a demon. He just thought it was a generic name, but he came to the realization that there was something more to it. Then is there something sealed behind this giant wall? It seemed like the secret was beyond this wall. And it was then. It's that sound again. He heard the growling sound of an animal again, but it was much clearer than before. The sound came from beyond the wall. Yoan looked down at his arms that had goosebumps. He had become very rational after entering the superior level, but this cry gave him the feeling of a demonic presence. Should I not touch it? He became hesitant as he might unleash something that he could not control with his curiosity. But he also thought of this. But why would he leave the location of a place on a treasure map? The map was drawn as if there was something really important hidden at the location. Yoan didn't have much time to hesitate as he was in the middle of the test. Yoan took a deep breath. If it is left by Father Chun-Ma, it can never be too bad. Yoan then got up to the wall and took out his blade. As he concentrated on the blade, the force chi was wielded on his blade. Yoan's blade then struck the wall multiple times. Debris and dust kicked up, hiding the sight. But Yoan kept on going for a while and took a few steps back afterward. Did it work? Yoan swung his arm, and the energy created a storm to wash away the specks of dust. Yoan's eyes widened. The stone wall stood still. There were blade marks, but they still stood strong. He then saw that the depth of the marking was shallower than that of the writing left by Father Chun-Ma. This wall. Yoan was dumbfounded and Nano spoke to him. The durability of the wall is equal to the blue pearl stone. What? He then realized the stone was faintly blue. He walked closer, and the fresh blade marks were much clearer in blue. It's not equal in durability. This is blue pearl stone. It was covered with other stone, but inside was blue pearl stone. Yoan then took a deep breath. Then that's the only way. He had to unleash a sword formation powerful enough to destroy the blue pearl stone. He didn't think the first target to use that formation he learned only recently was a blue pearl stone wall. Yoan then changed his grip on the blade and changed it to that of a sword. Fourth formation of the sword force of the sky demon. He was barely able to use the fourth formation after entering the superior level. It was so powerful that he thought he would never have the chance to use against most people, but this was the only way to destroy this wall at once. Yoan readied and the air began to churn as if it would explode. Yoan then charged forward, sending 24 sword movements as one, striking the wall like a lightning thrown from a thunder god. With a large explosion, the cave shook. The entire cave was covered in dust immediately. Yoan was already 7 steps back from the wall. The debris and dust kicked up were so much that he had to run back immediately after he destroyed it. That's when the entire blade he held cracked and turned into dust. The blade couldn't withstand the power used through the formation. I need a sword that can withstand the sword force of the sky demon. Yoan shook his head. As he waved his hand from top to bottom, the dust was pushed down. Yoan saw a giant hole on the blue pearl stone wall. I did it. He then tried to walk in but stopped at chilling evil energy seeping out from it. He had not felt such demonic energy at once that even Yoan at the superior level was terrified. He also smelled a foul stench. It was the smell that he caught at the entrance to the cave. He then hesitated a bit and walked closer to the hole. That's when Nano's voice rang quickly. Warning. Warning. Detecting rise of plasma energy level within range. Atmospheric sprite incoming. What? It was then Yoan heard the growling of the animal right in front of him. The light flashed and something threw Yoan to the back. Yoan was thrown far back into the wall. He looked back dumbfoundedly. Something had attacked him, and he couldn't even react to it. This was not something that a normal human could do. What is it? I couldn't even block it. He then heard the sound of an animal again. Yoan then quickly jumped up and dodged it. The wall where Yoan was at was struck by something, and dust kicked up. He would have struck if he didn't run in time. He then saw the long and giant shadow of the animal. What is this? Yoan was shocked to see if this was real. It had dark and glistening scales, with the smell of rotting blood. The head that was growing was as big as a human's body, and it looked like a snake. But there were hundreds of black spikes above its head. As Yoan looked at the long body that ran from the inside of the wall to another side, he mumbled, "Dragon serpent." It was the dragon serpent that Yoan saw in old fairy tales. The dragon serpent was a snake in the myth that had acquired power but could not become a dragon. The book had described the dragon serpent as a holy beast with white or blue scales that lived in the lake. But this black dragon serpent was more like a terrifying monster. Is this real? The black dragon serpent charged at Yowon with its large mouth. It's fast. It was giant, but the speed was too fast. Yowon quickly used his running skills to run across the cave wall, avoiding the dragon serpent's poisonous fangs. The fangs struck the cave floor, destroying it. The snake then turned and glared at Yowon with glowing red eyes. Damn it! Yowon spat. He destroyed the wall in hopes of finding treasure left by Father Chun-Ma, but in fact, he had awakened the demon sealed in the Demon Seal Cave. Chapter 116. Secret of Demon Seal Cave 3. The black dragon serpent charged at Yowon. He quickly took steps to avoid being attacked, but the dragon serpent quickly followed Yowon. Each time its fang struck the wall crumbled down. Yowon had to be on the move entire time to not get struck by the dragon serpent's powerful attack. The cave might fall down. It was weird that the cave was still holding up. It wasn't sure how such a large dragon serpent was locked up here, but it looked like it was possible for the dragon serpent to just make a hole through the cave to escape. Maybe the entire place beyond that wall is made out of blue pearl stone? If it was, then there was no way for dragon serpent to escape from it. If this went on, the cave was going to collapse. And if it did, then Yowon was going to die. I have no choice. Let's lure it into the stone room. Yowon then ran through the cave wall with his running skill, circling around, and the snake moved his body to catch up to Yowon. It's following. When Snake also turned to follow Yowon, its large body came out of the hole and filled the entire cavern as if it was nesting in it. And when the entrance was open again, Yowon kicked off and charged into the room. The inside of it was very humid, different from ice-cold cave outside. Water? There was water about knee-height below, but it had the smell of a foul stench that made him even get a headache. If he didn't have night vision mode on, he just would have considered it water. As he held up his leg, he felt the ooze sticking upon him. The liquid was black in color, but it was hard to recognize what it was. But before he can think about what this liquid was, the dragon serpent's head charged in through the hole. Damn it! Yowon jumped up. But with the sticky ooze pulling him, his running skill couldn't speed him up as it would normally do. No, there was no way the dragon serpent will miss the chance of its prey hanging in the air. Yowon then changed his way. If he had no way to run, then he had to fight it. Yowon gathered force chi on his hand and unleashed the third formation of Sword Force of the Sky Demon at the dragon serpent. This was the only formation he could use when he was not standing on the ground. 24 movements were unleashed, causing storm as it struck the dragon serpent. Yowon was shocked. When his force chi struck the monster, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the room. The dragon serpent then roared and churned in rage. It was so powerful that Yowon was thrown back before he could finish the entire formation. Ugh. He was struck at the other end of the wall and fell to the sticky water. The wall, however, was unscratched, unlike the wall outside, proving it was created from blue pearl stone. The harsh stone inflicted pain on his back. Ugh. If his body wasn't strengthened while learning the fourth formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon, he would have broken bones or muscles. I can't damage it even with the Sword Force. The dragon serpent seemed it had taken no damage. Yowon looked at the snake coming to him. What should I do? If the Sword Force did not work, then it meant the snake had a stronger density in its body. He had never thought about fighting a monster in myth. It was despair. That's when he found something strange. As the dragon serpent came at him with moving his large body, the water below him did not move. Wait a minute. The water was still up to Yowon's knee. If that large monster came charging in, then it should have raised the water level, but it was the same. Yowon ordered Nano. Nano, activate augmented reality. Yes, master. With Nano's voice, Yowon saw white lights describing things he was seeing. Yowon narrowed his eyes. There was nothing showing next to the giant dragon serpent. There was only a number that showed the flow of energy and a drawing that looked like a wave. Nano, what is this wave sign? It is a graph that shows dark plasma energy within this entire room. Plasma energy? The energy within the room fused through abnormal rate of growth, creating an unexplained phenomenon. It is what many deem as spiritual encounter. This is a spiritual encounter? Warning. Atmospheric sprite phenomenon is approaching. Damn it. Dragon serpent then charged at Yowon again, and Yowon kicked up twice as hard to free himself from the sticky ooze. As Yowon dodged the attack of dragon serpent, Yowon was able to see that the dragon serpent did not have a material body. Yowon asked Nano, Nano, do you know what this thing I am looking at? 24 metal pieces are hovering over with strong plasma energy radiating out from them. What? Yowon was shocked. He was looking at the dragon serpent, but Nano was seeing it something entirely different. Yowon's guess was right. Metal pieces? So, it's not a dragon serpent then? No, master. Yowon then became hesitant. He could only see a terrifying dragon serpent. So, if I get rid of those metal pieces, will that illusion go away? Yowon couldn't run away from it forever. He had to fight against it even if that was the answer. Yowon then ordered Nano. Nano, show me the location of those metal pieces you speak of. Yes, master. Yowon then saw two fangs, two eyes, and spikes over the dragon serpent's head shining with the red dots. He then realized the location of these red dots were weird. If he were to use 24 sword movements of the sword art of the Sky Demon, it was exactly the point where these red dots were located at, as if that was its intention. Wait, this is what the Father Chun-Ma prepared then? He wasn't sure why these metal pieces were located there, But if one knew the sword movements of the sword force of the sky demon, it was possible to strike the exact spots. Yoan glared at red dots. Dragon Serpent charged at him terrifyingly. Yoan had trained in the basic movements of the sword force for 3 entire years. With him at the superior level, it was possible to unleash all 24 movements almost at once. Yoan's body left a trace as it divided into 24 traces of Yoan moving through to strike all the red dots. Sounds of metal clashes rang through the room. As his words struck through the red dot, the dragon serpent shot through Yoan. He had to be inside the dragon serpent, but he couldn't see anything when he dropped down. I did it. Yoan then turned. So, this was it. In the air, he saw the 24 black metal pieces hovering there, moving slightly. What is this anyway? As Yoan got up to see it, something weird happened. The 24 pieces immediately began to gather up and combine themselves into one. Its shape mirrored that of a sword. Sword? It was a dark sword that glowed while still hovering in the air. Yoan was speechless at such a mysterious scene and carefully walked to the sword. He then saw the engraving on the blade. Sky Demon Sword. Sky Demon Sword? That was the name of the sword. But the Sky Demon Sword was a famous sword that symbolized the lord of the demonic cult, and that was held by the lord himself. Then what was this sword? Yoan then reached out and grabbed the sword. And soon as he grabbed on it, mysterious dark energy ran through him. What is this? Yoan was shocked and tried to let go, but the energy had consumed him already. Uruf. A strange sensation grasped him and his face turned black, and Yoan had fallen to the ground on his knees in pain. Soon, Yoan's world turned entirely dark. It was like the depth itself. Chapter 117. Secret of Demon Seal Cave 4. Yoan couldn't feel anything within the darkness. He wanted to speak, but his voice didn't come out and he couldn't hear any sound. Such darkness usually gave fear to people, but this darkness was really comfortable for Yoan, as if he was a baby in a womb. When Yoan was almost seeping into such comfortable darkness, he snapped out and came back to his senses. No, I can't let this darkness consume me. Yoan then called to Nano. Nano, but Nano did not answer. If he was going to be caught up in this darkness, then there was a chance that he might fail the 5th test. What should I do? Unlike Yoan's uneasiness, the darkness was very calm and quiet. Yoan then focused on trying to find his senses back. If I can think, my body still remains intact. Let's focus. This was easy. He couldn't feel anything, so it was like finding needle in a haystack to find his senses. After a while, Yoan, who was focusing on finding his senses, now changed to going through the breathing method of Sky Force of the Sky Demon. This happened when he had his hand on the black sword, so this was his last resort. In the timeless darkness, there came a change. The darkness began to twist and stormed into one point where it was sucking everything in. Is it coming into me? Yoan was able to feel it clearly. The vast darkness that tried to consume him was now being sucked in. It was so fast that it was as if the darkness was all but imagination. And when the darkness was sucked in entirely, the entire place turned into a white area. The area trembled, and the surface below turned into a water surface, and something shot up from behind. It had beautiful, pearl white scales that had a shape of a white dragon. But it was too small to be a dragon, and it had small horns. Dragon serpent? It was similar to the black dragon serpent he saw earlier, except it had white scales and horns. The white dragon serpent then looked up and roared. It was roar that had enough holy energy to shake the entire space. As its body moved, the scales squirmed and Yoan saw it growing in size. Is it growing? The horn also began to grow longer, looking like if it was going to turn into a true dragon. But when the dragon moved, the area around it thundered and trembled. The surface also shook like a sea under a huge storm. It was then, with the sound of something being cut down, the white dragon serpent screamed in agony. The reason was at the horn. Someone had cut down the dragon serpent's horn. The white dragon serpent screamed and twisted its large body, and the white scales soon turned black. Its yellow eyes turned red, and the man who had a black robe walked up to him with a satisfied look. The man had a black sword in his hand, and it was certain that it was the sword that said it was the Sky Demon sword that Yoan grabbed before being locked up in the darkness. The dragon serpent became infuriated and charged at the man. That's when the man's black sword unleashed dark force chi. That's a force chi? He had never seen such dark force chi. The man charged at the dragon serpent, unleashed a powerful sword formation, and stormed him. When the man dashed past the dragon serpent, its head had turned into many pieces. Sword force of the Sky Demon. Yoan was able to recognize what this sword force was. It was the 3rd formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon, but it was much more powerful than when he used it himself. Black blood soared up from the place where its head was cut off, covering the surface in black. The man then struck his black sword down on the dragon serpent, and when he did, something black shot up from it and was sucked into the sword. The man looked down at the sword and spoke. This will take a long time. Then it is not for me. And at that moment, the man turned to the direction where Yoan was at. As he met the black eyes of the man, Yoan's sight quickly spun and distorted. And Yoan quickly got up with the foul stench coming through his mouth and nose. It wasn't sure when, but he had dropped into the black ooze. He even swallowed a few sips, but it was so disgusting. If it was poisonous, Nano would have extracted it out, but it seemed like it was okay. However, it was still hard to get used to the stench. "Are you okay, master? Nano?" Yoan then looked around. There was black liquid, and the wall was faint blue in color. "I am back." He didn't know what just happened. It was too clear to be considered an illusion, as he clearly remembered staying for a long time in the darkness while watching black-robed man killing the dragon serpent. No. When he realized he was back, he thought of what was most important. He had spent a long time in the darkness that maybe he had passed the time limit again. Yoan asked Nano, "Nano, how long was I out?" "You did not pass out, master. You fell down when you held the sword." Chapter 118. Secret of Demon Seal Cave 5. What? Yoan was dumbfounded when he heard it. He had stayed in such a state for such a long time, but it was actually an instant. He still had the night vision mode on his sight. That proved it wasn't for too long. "How long have I been inside in this cave then?" "Little less than an hour, master." "Wee-ew." Yoan then sighed in relief. He was worried if he failed by not keeping within the time limit, but that wasn't the case. "So, it wasn't as long then. What happened to me anyway?" He couldn't understand what he experienced. Yoan then asked Nano again, "Did I just fall down? And that's it?" "No, master. When you grabbed the sword, dark plasma energy came in through the body. It kicked up the usage of master's neuron cells to 100% instantly. Human brains were activated by the individual, depending on what the human was doing. There was no way the brain would be activated at 100% at any time. Nano wasn't finished there. The dark plasma energy was absorbed into the body, mixed with the internal energy, and became one. What? It became one with my internal energy? Yoan then checked the flow of his internal energy. He felt a different type of energy within his body. It had the terrifying darkness that he felt when he fought against the dragon serpent. How did it become corrupt like this? It was hard to understand, but it was certain that it was because of him holding onto that black sword. Yoan then realized he couldn't find the black sword. He thought he had dropped it to the ground, so he used his foot to search through the water, but it was empty below. "Please check your wrist." Yoan then raised his both arms up and checked. What is this?" Both his wrists were covered by black metal pieces that were shaped like arm guards. Certainly they were the metal pieces that formed the black sword. "Why are these on my arm?" Yoan tried to unequip them, but they were stuck on his wrist so hard that they wouldn't come off. Yoan had powerful strength, but even he couldn't get it off. "Is it reacting to my energy then?" Yoan sent the energy to it, but it didn't even budge. Then what was it going to move at? Or maybe. Yoan then changed direction. He focused to flow the energy through breathing skill of the sword force, and the dark energy stored within also came up with it. Yoan's entire body began to shine in dark energy, showing a terrifying demonic presence. It was as if the black dragon serpent was here. At that moment, the black metal pieces scattered and gathered together to form the shape of the sword. The black sword then fell into Yoan's right hand. Oh! Yoan was astonished. He was able to see that the black sword, shining in its deep black blade, was a powerful sword. He was then able to confirm that this sky demon sword was the real treasure left by Father Chunma. "Let's give it a try." Yoan then walked to the wall of the blue stone. If this sword was gift from the Father Chunma, then it would surely hold up against the power of sword force of the sky demon. Yoan then ready to unleash his power and sent the energy into the sword to create force chi. Yoan's eyes grew large. His force chi was not blue anymore. Just like the man in his illusion, his force chi was dark, and the force chi unleashed ominous aura from it. Yoan then swung the black, sword-wielding dark force chi at the wall. The wall was cut down as if it was like a paper. It was amazing. How is this even possible? Just the force chi is? Yoan was shocked by his own energy that was so powerful beyond his imagination. Yoan then used the first formation of the sword force of the sky demon. His black sword unleashed the 24 sword movements, slicing through the blue pearl stone. As the stone pieces crumbled down, the black sword shined in its perfect state. At the entrance of the Demon Seal Cave, a ragged building covered up the underground staircase just like the entrance. 3 instructors who were waiting at the exit were curious. If Yoan was at the superior level, it should have taken him less than an hour to come out from this exit, but they didn't see any signs of Yoan coming out even after 2 hours. "I hope nothing happened in there." Instructor Yunjan spoke, and Ho Jincheng narrowed his eyes. The traps within the cave were dangerous enough for Grandmaster-level warriors, but it was nothing too dangerous for superior-level warriors, as one could just defend oneself with an energy shield. "Is he?" Ho Jincheng then turned to the pedestal with the name on it. The cave was known to contain a seal demon. It turned into a place of the 5th test now, but a long time ago, this place was a place only those who had the rights could enter. "I heard the rule changed after the sword demon created the demonic academy here. Most instructors did not know who created the academy, and it was then when 2-hour time limit was almost up." Oh, they didn't feel anything, but the ragged door to the building opened and someone showed up. It was Chun Yoan. Ugh. Instructors immediately pinched their nose at the foul smell coming from within. Yoan's body and clothes, which were wet with dark and sticky liquid, let out the foul stench. Even Ho Jincheng, who rarely showed emotion, made it seem like it was too much to bear, and hid his nose under his arm. "See, congratulations, Master Chun Yoan, on passing the 5th test." "Thank you." He barely passed the test. He almost went over the time limit, but no instructors here were worried that Yoan would not pass anyway. Ho Jincheng's eyes turned to something that Yoan was holding on to. "What is that?" Yoan's hand had a white club-like thing that was as big as human arm. It looked like the horn of a young deer. Chapter 119. completing the sword force of the Sky Demon. 1. Originally, cadets who passed the 5th test were required to report to the chief right away, but Yoan was soaked in such a foul stench that he was sent to the dorm to clean up first. When he got to the dorm, Yoan took a shower. It took him an hour of washing to remove the stench. He then twisted the clothes to extract all the black liquid and collected it all into a bowl. This wasn't the end. He also had to collect the black liquid collected in the leather blade scabbard he had lost its blade after his butterfly dance blade had shattered. This should be enough. He collected this liquid because of what happened inside the cave. After Yoan was satisfied with his increased power, he tried to continue on. However, his body was heating up inexplicably, so he had to sit down and meditate. After 10 minutes, the toxic elements within his body were pushed out, and when it did, his internal energy began to flow much better. How did this? The ooze consumed into the body flowed through the blood points and pushed the remaining small amount of toxic elements out of the body. After reaching the superior level, Yoan's blood points were fully opened and all toxic elements were pushed out. But as a human, it was natural to stack these toxic elements while living a normal life. If what Nano said was true, this liquid had tremendous power of pushing out even the slightest toxic element from the body. So, this liquid is not just any liquid then. Yoan then realized this liquid was blood from the dragon serpent. It gave little effect to him, but if it was consumed by his members, it was going to allow them to push out any toxic elements and help them use energy more freely. I should get these back. But all he had to carry the liquid was the scabbard. After filling up the scabbard with the liquid, Yoan looked at the room filled with black liquid and thought to come back for more. This amount will allow our entire cult to become stronger, but that plan failed right after. On the way out, Yoan tripped on something on the ground under the liquid. What is this? It felt strange that something was stuck on the bottom of the floor, so Yoan pulled it up without hesitation. At that instance, the area around it collapsed. Yoan quickly jumped up and got out of the stone room. If he was late, he might have dropped to the ground. Oh man, the collapse had sucked in all of the black liquid. He thought the ground was also created with blue pearl stone, but it wasn't. At least he had a little to give to his members. But to think this remained there too. Yoan then looked at the white club. He wasn't sure what it was at first, but he soon realized it was the cut horn of the white dragon serpent he saw in the illusion. Where should I use that? He brought it because he realized it was the horn of the dragon serpent, but he wasn't sure what he should do with it. Nano, can you analyze the horn? Yes, master. Yoan then placed his hand on the horn and Nano began to analyze it. There is no substance recorded that explains this object. It was obvious. Even in the far future where technology was advanced, there was no way for information about mythical creatures to be available. With it being unknown in Nano's database, it wasn't possible to know what it could do. But there was one thing that was certain. The density of the horn is slightly less than that of a high-density diamond. D-diamond? If that was true, then this was very durable, much more durable than the blue pearl stone. Yoan then brought up blue force chi over his finger. If they didn't pull the demonic energy, it was possible to use the blue force chi. He then struck the horn down with it. There was no damage on the horn. There was even some kind of deflection that pushed the force chi back. Wow. Yoan then came up with an idea. He had found the black sword, but he didn't like the name engraved on it. I should make a sword or a blade with this. If this bone was that durable, then a sword or blade created from it would surely withstand the power of the sword force of Sky Demon or the butterfly blade dance skill. I should visit blacksmith tomorrow. It wasn't sure if such a durable piece can be created into a sword, but he decided to meet the blacksmith tomorrow. And when that was finished, Yoan went straight to the main building of the academy. At the front of the building, among 3 instructors who were together with him on the 5th test, the youngest instructor called Ma Yun was waiting. You took your time, Leader Chun. I'm sorry. The smell wouldn't come off, right? Ma Yun nodded understandingly as he too had never smelled such an awful smell in his entire life. He then became curious if the cave had such a trap. Only Ho Jinchong was the instructor who had first-hand experience, so there was no way to know. Let's go in. Ma Yun walked in, and both of them walked into the chief's office on the 1st floor. Ho Jinchong was talking with Li Hamming. Li Hamming looked surprised when Yoan walked in. He had met Yoan about 3 hours ago, but after the 5th test, there was a faint hint of demonic presence coming out from Yoan now. So, what Instructor Ho said was true. He couldn't believe it. He too had gone into Demon Seal Cave in the past, but he couldn't find anything other than traps. He too knew about the rumor. Only the one who has the right will be given a chance to face the demon hidden in the cave. It was an old myth, and nobody really took it seriously as no one faced the said demon in hundreds of years. But beginning with the sword skill that Yoan had learned, the demonic presence coming from Yoan confirmed it. Maybe we have the true chief. Ho Jinchong coughed, and Li Hamming snapped out of his thoughts. Oh, isn't it Leader Chun? Or, shall I say, Master Chun? Li Hamming took out the golden medal from his desk and gave it to Yoan. The medal had the letter M engraved into it. Yoan was now promoted onto the next rank, reaching the master rank within the cult. Yoan bowed. Thank you. Congratulations on passing the 5th test. You are now officially a top warrior of the cult. Li Hamming seemed to be glad to see that Yoan had grown so powerful. He was a mere kid who could be expelled at any given moment, but he was now powerful enough for even the elders to be wary of him. I shouldn't have let that drunkard take him. If Yoan really won the competition and became the heir, then Right Guardian Subming would be given the honor of being the first to have an apprentice who had become a lord. It was too late to take Yowon in as an apprentice anymore, so it was too late. "Congratulations, Master Chun." Ma Yun bowed to Yowon. Yowon was now a higher rank than the instructors. The only one who was higher rank than him was Li Hamming, and Ho Jinchong was now at the same rank. "Here you go." Ho Jinchong gave a small wooden box that contained the Black Dragon Ball and something else. "This? It's a dagger given to every master rank warriors within the cult." The dagger was lavishly decorated with leather scabbard, also created with fine craftsmanship. When he opened the box, it revealed a short but sharp blade. "It's made with cold steel." There was a small etching that said "Demonic Cult" on the blade, with a hint of sword chi from the etch. It seemed like it was etched by a warrior. That etching is left by the Lord himself. It is a gift given directly from the Lord, only given to masters. Ho Jinchong spoke proudly, but Yowon became cold. It was maybe an honor to ordinary cadets or cultists, but it wasn't for him. Yowon placed the dagger on his belt. He had the urge to throw it away right now, but he couldn't do it in front of Li Hamming, the left guardian, or the other instructors. He then changed the subject to hide his feelings. "So, can I be informed of the 6th test?" Li Hamming grinned. Maybe the 6th test was the best one that Yowon might have been waiting for. The 6th test, that was issued less than 10 times in the entire history of the academy, was only given when the cadet was at the level of superior warrior. This was why most cadets weren't even given the chance before graduating from the academy. And this was why Li Hamming also skipped mentioning this test on the first day of the academy. After 70 years, there was finally one worthy enough to take the test. "Master Chun, you have the right to take the test." Finally. The 6th test. I didn't think I would see it in my days. Instructors were excited. Even Ho Jinchong, who had worked for the longest time within the academy, never saw any cadets who earned the right to take the 6th test. "The 6th is to challenge our finest warriors, or our elders. You must challenge one of them." Yowon's eyes began to shake. Chapter 120. Completing the Sword Force of the Sky Demon 2. Li Hamming stayed behind while everyone left his office. He grabbed the silver medal that Chun Yowon had returned and thought, "He's grown much." Yowon was completely different from 3 years ago. He was no longer a boy who was eager to avenge his mother. He knew he could challenge one of the 12 elders, but he held back his emotions. This looked just like the cold-hearted lord who was a father to the boy. "Is there any specific elder you wish to challenge? Is it okay if I think about it for a while?" Yowon had grown very thoughtful and did not act on impulse. Hamming thought that Yowon would choose to fight Beko, the leader of the Poison Clan, for Yowon's hatred toward poison. He is too dangerous to just challenge for revenge. Beko, the monster poison. Without considering the level of martial arts, he was the most dangerous man within the 6 clan elders for his ability to kill. He was reinstated as an elder after being released from his prison sentence for 2 years. With the Poison Clan having much of their power decreased, and Beko having accepted his consequences, he had been decreased of his rank to 12th elder, and the Lord wants to keep him close. With the incident that happened 3 years ago, the Sword Clan paid its price, and the entire 6 clans had to lay low for 3 years. But even if they were weakened, they still consisted of 30% of the cult's power, and there was no way these old and powerful clans could stay quiet forever. It was only a little more time for the academy to soon close, so it was about time they show their claws. If the time comes, the cult will be in a bloodshed. There wasn't much time for Chun Yowon to be ready for the upcoming strife. Chun Yowon went straight to the library. He was in deep thought ever since he left the chief's office. He had not expected that the 6th test was to challenge one of the 12 elders. A warrior at the superior level was one of the top-ranking warriors within the cult, so they were given the right to challenge the elders to replace them. If the challenger defeated an elder, then the challenger was appointed as a new elder. And this wasn't only it. With the passing of the 5th test, Yowon was told that there were hidden underground floors of the library that he can enter if he passes the 6th test. But Yowon was too busy to think about getting the chance to fight elders in a public duel. "I can go after the elders from the 6 clans." He was to start a war against the 6 clans right after his academy, but this was a chance for him to defeat one of the elders ahead of that war. He had someone in mind already, but he needed to be careful. Yowon wasn't afraid of him, but needed to make preparations considering what he would gain and lose. Yowon got to the library while thinking. He saw the instructor taking care of entries sitting down on the desk in front of the library. He had a thick fur coat over him, but it still seemed very cold as his nose was very red. "Oh!" The instructor got up instantly as he saw Yowon after a long time. The job had been very boring now as only a few cadets now visited the library after the 3rd test. It seemed like he was happy to see an old face. "Leader Chun. Long time no see." "Long time no see, instructor." "Oh wait, I guess I shouldn't call you leader anymore." The instructor knew why Yowon had come. He remembered that Yowon came last time when he passed the 4th test, so if he came now, then it meant that Yowon had passed the 5th test. The instructor got up and bowed politely. "Greetings, Master Chun." The cult only valued power and rank. It didn't matter how long the person had been in such rank. Yowon saw no complaints on the instructor's face at having to bow to him. "Will you be going up to the 5th floor?" "Yes." "Then you can write your name down here." On the list, there were names who had visited the 5th floor in order. Chun Muyun, Chun Kungwon, Samachuk, Ko Wonger, Mun Ku, Guk Shin, and Baki. A total of 7 cadets had become established Grandmaster-level warriors. And it was great that 3 of these cadets were under Yowon. Samachuk, the name surprised Yowon. Samachuk was the fastest cadet aside from princes to pass the 5th test. Yoan then remembered him having 2 yellow tags before. Is he from a high-ranking clan? The name became familiar now. Yoan wrote his name under Baki's name, and the instructor handed him 2 candles. Unlike the expectation that he was going to be given more time, the time didn't seem different from when he went to the 4th floor. The time allowed is 6 hours. The time limit was still the same from the 4th floor. Understood. Yoan answered, and the instructor smiled. Wish you luck, Master Chun. Thank you. Yoan then placed 1 candle on the cabinet and got the wooden box to put the candle in and walked up to the 5th floor. As he walked up, there was a small room. The floors got smaller and smaller as he went up, but the 5th floor was really small and had no bookshelves at all. 20? There were only about 20 books. And among them was one Yoan was very well aware of. Butterfly Dance Blade. As the Right Guardian submain claimed proudly, his book was on the 5th floor, meaning it had great depth and power within it. But it just meant Yoan could skip 1 book. And it was now the time he had waited for so long. Last formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. Chapter 121. Completing the Sword Force of the Sky Demon 3. In the middle of the room, there was last blue pearl stone pedestal standing proudly. Yoan walked up excitedly to the front of the stone. Just like other stones on the lower floors, there was poetry that hid the breathing points. Nano, scan it. Yes, master. After scanning the front side, Yoan walked to the back. And when he got the back, he almost screamed in shock. What is this? He had expected to see many sword markings on the back, but there were no marks of whatsoever. There were no markings of the counter sword skill, nor the marking of the sword force of the Sky Demon. Instead, there was just a small hole in the middle. Why isn't there anything here? It would be more understandable if there was intentional damage left on the stone, but it was strange that there was nothing. Yoan looked at the stone, not understanding what was going on. Was this because Father Chun Ma didn't leave anything that there was no counter sword skill either? That was the only likely conclusion for this. After thinking about it for a while, Yoan frowned and asked Nano, do you see any sword markings here? Sword markings were left, most likely from one person. What? There is? Where? Activating augmented reality over the user's sight. With Yoan's eyes shaking, white lines were drawn over his sight, zooming in on the target. With Nano's words, part of the backside was zoomed in on. It was the part where there was a very small hole. What? When the hole was zoomed into about the size of a head, Yoan was shocked. He didn't know until then, but when it zoomed in, he saw very small markings that made the small hole. The marks were equally distanced, with 24 of them. These markings, is this from Sword Force of the Sky Demon? If one who saw it casually, it was a mere hole. But the location was where the sword would hit if the Sword Force of the Sky Demon was used. When the 24 sword movements were used in the same direction, it could hit the blood point in a circle, but if it was to hit the same spot like this, it only was possible when collecting all movements into one. Can I use the sword movement like this? Wait, if then? Yoan then went up to the front. He didn't know at first, but the hole had penetrated the entire stone. Nano, zoom in here. Yes, master. As expected, the hole had 24 sword markings left around it. It only made this small hole because the attack didn't wield energy. How can this be? Yoan then realized the secret to this sword formation. This marking was a result of a sword formation being gathered into one powerful move that exploded through. If the attack wielded any kind of energy, then it would have shattered the blue pearl stone. Was Father Chun Ma really a human? He thought he understood a lot about sword after becoming superior warrior, but this was beyond what any swordsman would think of. Father Chun Ma had created a supreme sword formation that could be used as an attack or defense by collecting all sword movements into one. How could one counter such a powerful attack? The reason why there were no counter sword movements on this stone was because there was no way to counter this. He unified the sword into one. It is certain that such power will result if the sword's will is collected into such a unified manner. This was the last secret hidden behind the last formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon. And when he understood this, something unexpected happened. Yoan was sent into a trance. Focus on unifying the sword's will. Collected into one will, gathering into one place. Sometimes, understanding came at unexpected moments. The last formation of the Sword Force of the Sky Demon contained the very truth of the sword that Father Chun Ma had realized during his latter years. Understanding at least a bit of this had allowed the body to break the shell around it to move up. Yoan slumped down on the ground and began to meditate. As he entered a trance, a vibrant light began to shine out from him and every color and powerful energy shot out from him, causing a rush of wind across the room. Books fell down and it caused a ruckus. What is going on? The Grandmaster level warrior, Gamgung, who guarded the 5th floor, was shocked and looked at Yoan. The way he was shining in vibrant light meant that Yoan had earned a great understanding and was moving up into a higher level. What is going? Quiet. As 2 other warriors who guarded the 5th floor ran up toward the stone, Gamgung told them to be quiet. If they were to disrupt Yoan, then it was going to destroy his understanding and endanger him into falling into corruption. Defensive formation. Gamgung sent a telepathic message, and 3 of them stood around in triangle formation around Yoan to help him. All of them were shocked since they knew what that vibrant color of light meant. 5 Chi unification. The last stage of the superior level was the 5 Chi unification. When Yoan reached the supreme level, he had achieved the state of the 3-point spirit that gave him the power to use the spirit of the human body, making him more powerful. But that was only half of what a superior warrior should do. It was only when he unified the 5 energies within him into one that he would reach the true superior level. After about an hour, the light stopped shining from Yowon and turned into one bright white light and began to shake his body. His bones and muscles were reconstructing. After trembling for about 10 minutes, his body began to show different phenomena. What? As his face skin began to crack faintly, the 3 warriors became shocked. They all knew what this supposed to mean. Body reconstruction. They were dumbfounded and speechless. They never imagined they would see a body reconstruction with their own eyes. The cracks began to spread all over Yowon's body. It was as if he would shatter even with a slight touch. It was then that Yowon moved and entire cracks shattered and turned to dust to disappear. The energy wind that blew began to calm down and Yowon opened his eyes. His energy was well organized, and there was no way for even Lee Hamming to recognize Yowon's energy anymore. Yowon was able to understand what had happened to him. I achieved the end stage of the superior level. Chapter 122. Completing the sword force of the Sky Demon. 4. It's the first time I understood the sword formation without having it transferred into my brain. This was another feat for Chun Yowon. 3 warriors walked up to Chun Yowon, astounded from his achievement. 3 of them all bowed and congratulated Yowon for his feat. Master Chun, congratulations on your understanding. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Yowon became thankful for them to stand guard while he was in a trance and bowed politely to each of them. Their eyes had envy and admiration in them. They had barely gotten to the Grandmaster level at the age of 40, but Yowon had gone through bodily reconstruction even before turning 20. Oh, if he is now at the superior level? Gamgung's eyes shook. This meant that Yowon had the right to take the 6th test. There were no cadets who became superior warriors in the last 70 years of the academy. Am I seeing the birth of the new leader of the cult? If he passed the 6th test, then Yowon was going to be a new elder. He had a chance to become the top official of the demonic cult, one of 3 powerful forces out of the entire Wulin. But even if he doesn't pass the test, he was still a superior warrior that will be respected as such, meaning he was likely to rise in power anyway. Nano, how long have I been in a trance? It has been over 2 hours, Master. Yowon was relieved. He was on the last floor of the library that contained the strongest and most powerful martial arts books. He wanted to scan them when he could. He still had 4 more hours, so it was enough. Oh, but there was a problem. I'm sorry. I made a mess in this place. From all the decorations to the books, all of them were thrown to the ground and scattered. Gamgung shook his head at Yowon and answered, "Don't mind it, Master Chun. Who cares about little mess when you had made a great achievement?" But Gamgung and the other warriors were certain that they were worried about books. They then ran to the books dropped to the ground to check if there wasn't any damage. The decorations weren't a concern, but these books were valuable treasures. Good. As they went over to check on the books, Yowon turned back to the blue pearl stone pedestal. It was hard to see with regular eyes and looked like a regular hole if one did not know about the sword force of the Sky Demon. But there was no need to leave a trace. Yowon brought up a slight force chi over his finger. It looked simple, but controlling force chi like this in detail required one to be at the superior level. Yowon then dabbed on the hole with his finger, and the sword marking was crushed through as he rubbed his finger over it. There we go. Yowon had no intention to share the sword force of the Sky Demon to others. If it wasn't for the library to be in mess, it would not given him time to do this, but he was lucky. After checking on every book to see if they were okay, Gamgung allowed Yowon to look over the books while time remained. The candle had been put out from the wind, but Yowon was able to check the time through Nano, so it didn't matter. I just need to scan 19 books. That only required about 30 minutes. Yowon then went over to the books. Other than the butterfly blade dance, what caught his attention the most were the books from the 6 clans. The reason why he wanted to take a look at this was because the leaders of those 6 clans had reached the superior level through those martial arts. Crazy Spirit Sword from the Sword Clan. Loyal Demon Fist from the Loyal Clan. Wise Flow Palm of the Wise Clan. Sound Wave of Destruction from the Lust Clan. Poison Demon Art from the Poison Clan. Blade of Illusion from the Blade Clan. It was likely that these martial arts weren't the best that these clans had, but they couldn't put weak martial arts on this floor of the library either, so it was certain that these were one of the top martial arts in the cult. Considering that the butterfly blade dance was here, then it was likely that Left Guardian Lee Hamming's martial arts were here too. Red Fire Sword? Is this it? The name suited his fiery red hair. Among these, there was one book that wasn't a martial arts book. Step of the Wind God. Yowon flipped through the pages and checked the book that it was a book about walking and running skills. Who was the one that donated this book while others were busy presenting the powerful martial arts books? Step of the Wind God? What a grand name. If the running skill were to be placed on the 5th floor, then it would surely be a very powerful skill. Yowon did not know any powerful running skills, so he thought it was good that he saw this. Nano, scan this. Yes, master. Yowon's eyes shook and he scanned through all pages. It didn't take 30 minutes to scan a total of 19 books. Yowon was finally able to achieve his goal of scanning through as many books as possible within the library. He was now a walking martial arts library. Huh? Are you going down already? One of the warriors at the exit of the 5th floor became curious and asked. It hadn't been much time since Yowon started looking at the book, so it was weird that he was going down already. I've looked over enough. Huh? Yowon had scanned every book, so he did look at it enough. But this sounded like Yowon did not find any books that matched his power to the warrior. It might have sounded very arrogant, but it was something a powerful warrior like Yoan could say. Yes, sir. Chapter 123. Completing the sword force of the Sky Demon. 5. When Yoan got out of the library, it was completely dark. The winter made the sun to go down much faster. The instructor outside the library, who was ready to stay late, was happy to see Yoan coming down so early. As Yoan returned the candle, he thought of something he forgot. Please tell us where you are going, so we won't be worried. It was something Hubong told him a long time ago. He had forgotten about it completely as he was too into going to see the 5th formation of the sword force of the Sky Demon. It was possible that his members would be looking after him through the academy. It was even more so when Mun-ku and Hubong were ambushed. Where will they be? Yoan then walked down toward the private training room building and saw 2 people in the dark alleyway. Hubong. It was Hubong and Jin-guk. Yoan found them before they ran around looking for them. They too had found Yoan coming down from the library and came running after. Mayra asked her, "Ugh, here we go again." But the reaction was different than what he expected. "Congratulations on passing the 5th test. Master. Congratulations." They heard from somewhere that Yoan had passed the 5th test. His members actually did not run around looking for him when he went missing after passing the test. There were only 2 places that cadets who passed the test might go. One was the training room and another was the library. They immediately went to the library and asked if Chun Yoan had come here, and was told that he was on the 5th floor. This allowed his members to know that Yoan had passed the test, but they were still worried just in case, so they waited in turn in front of the training room, which might be Yoan's next destination. They've gotten smarter. They were now adjusting to their master. If Yoan had not thought of his members, he surely would have gone to the training room to absorb the Black Dragon Ball. Oh, he then thought it was good timing to give something that he intended to give to his members. Yoan told Hubong and Jin-guk to gather others and come to his room. To your room? Yeah. They were curious, but split to call upon others. After about an hour, all 15 cadets gathered in Yoan's room. While they were waiting for the last one, Baki to come, they all congratulated Yoan on passing the 5th test. Master, did you hear? Prince, you heard that too, right? Ko Wonger and Mun-ku asked if Yoan had heard about the creepy sound within the cave, and Ho Sanghua, who had not taken the test yet, became frightened. See, can we stop talking about that now? There's no such thing as monsters in the world. Huh? Are you afraid of a monster? The monster will be afraid of YUGH. Wu Sojung was struck in the face while speaking, but it was interesting to see Ho Sanghua, who was taller than most cadets, to be afraid of something. The only person who thought her reaction to be cute was Ko Wonger. She would be terrified if I tell her the truth. Yoan thought Ho Sanghua might be too frightened and would not want to take the 5th test, so he decided to keep quiet about the truth. When Baki came to the room, Yoan brought the bowl that he had stored at the storage. Ugh. Yeekik. It was sealed with clothes, but the stench coming from it made all cadets pinch their noses. The smell was so foul that they had never smelled such a thing. Jin-guk, who was weak at such a bad smell, ran out of the room, vomiting. Master, what is that? Jia Wumin asked as he saw the oozing black liquid inside the bowl. It was the blood of a dragon serpent, a mythical creature, but there was no way to explain this easily, so Yoan just lied about it. As I passed through the Demon Seal Cave, I went in the wrong direction and found this. In the cave, Mun-ku, Ko Wonger, and Baki, who had passed the test, became surprised. They had to focus on the cold air blowing in from the exit that they didn't even think about going to another direction. And what is that for? And when I did, I somehow drank it, and it pushed out all the toxic stuff from my blood points and allowed better energy flow. What? Is that real? Every martial artist knew the importance of having free flow of energy. If the energy flowed freely and more quickly, then it allowed the martial artist to use the formation or internal energy more quickly. Then it's a treasure. Oh, some cadets began to be excited, even with the smell. But it still made them hesitant to see disgusting visual of the liquid. I couldn't just have it on my own, so I brought some by filling it in my scabbard. He couldn't say that he had squeezed out some of it from his clothes. Oh, Master, you did that for us. Master, Hubong, Ojong, and Jia Wumin were touched by Yoan's actions. Master, thank you for everything. There will be no master who cares about his servants like you. Ko Wonger got up and bowed to thank him. Yoan then carefully pushed the bowl to his members. Then drink it. But even when knowing it was good for them, they were still hesitant. The smell was too terrible, and the sticky visual made it hard to even think about drinking it. And while everyone was hesitating, Hubong got up courageously. Master gave us a gift. There is no need to hesitate. I'll go first. Hubong brought up a cup and filled it up. Ugh. Sticky visual made the other 14 cadets frown and moan. It was surely disgusting in every way. Thank you, Master. Hubong bowed with the cup and drank it. Kaya. Good. Little more. He then placed it upside down on top of his head. Huh. Is it okay? All members then thought maybe it was okay to drink. But, Asera Ergnan. Hubong screamed and turned blue while grabbing his neck and slumped to the ground, twisting his body. He trembled on the ground and Mun-ku mumbled, "Are you sure this is what you said will happen, Prince?" Thank you everyone for listening to this story so far. If you're looking forward to the next part, please like and subscribe. It lets other viewers like you know that my content is worth watching. I will release the next part if there are 500 likes.